In the southern domain of the Zhongyuan continent, mountain ranges stretch for hundreds of miles, peaks piled upon peaks soaring into the clouds. Each peak exudes wisps of black and red demonic energy. This is the foremost demonic sect of the Zhongyuan continent, the heavenly demon sect, Tianma sect. With a loud bang, a 100-meter-tall mountain suddenly shattered, and overwhelming demonic energy, carrying terrifying spatial fluctuations, spread throughout the entire sect. Countless cultivating demon sect disciples stopped to gaze upward, their eyes filled with envy and reverence. This aura, it's the devil child. Has the devil child broken through again? A few years ago, the devil child had just condensed his golden core into a nascent soul, becoming the youngest nascent soul cultivator in the sect's history, shaking the entire continent. And now, only a few years later, the devil child has broken through again. As expected of the devil child, I believe that in the near future the devil child will surely push the demonic path to unprecedented glory, making those so-called righteous sects tremble. We must also cultivate diligently so that we may follow in the devil child's footsteps in the future. The devil child's breakthrough ignited the entire sect's fighting spirit, fueling an unprecedented fervor for cultivation. In the hidden seclusion chambers of the heavenly demon sect, the old masters of the sect could not help but raise their profound eyes, gazing toward the direction of the overwhelming demonic energy, nodding slowly. At the center of the focus, Zhang Chen, dressed in black robes and sitting in meditation, slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the shattered cultivation chamber, he dispersed the black demonic energy around him. A trace of dissatisfaction appeared on his handsome face. Indeed, after reaching the nascent soul stage, cultivation has become much slower. Breaking through to the mid-nascent soul stage took me a full 2.5 years. It doesn't have that exhilarating feeling of cheating like before. Zhang Chen let out a heavy sigh. This won't do. Even though I have the Chaos Immortal Demon art, I still need to break through quickly and give that annoying number 1 righteous holy son a good beating as soon as possible. Ever since breaking through to the nascent soul stage, Zhang Chen had been targeted by those so-called righteous holy sons. Whenever his whereabouts were known, those holy sons would come aggressively shouting about eliminating demons and upholding the Tao, only to be beaten up by him. None of them could last 3 moves. But there was one exception. The first holy son, Yi Wushuang, who possessed the innate saintly body and Tao fetus, was at the peak of nascent soul, just half a step away from the divine transformation stage. After all, Zhang Chen was only at the early nascent soul stage, and neither he nor his old rival could overcome the other. But Yi Wushuang was extremely stubborn. Whenever he heard of Zhang Chen's whereabouts, he would travel thousands of miles to seek a decisive battle. Moreover, before every battle he would deliver a long lecture to Zhang Chen, which Zhang Chen had heard so many times that his ears were calloused. Zhang Chen resolves to cultivate and break through quickly, hoping to sew that annoying guy's mouth shut. Ding. Detected host's need. System is activating. System activation progress 1. Holy crap. A system. Just as Zhang Chen was about to get up and find another place to cultivate, a voice suddenly rang in his mind, making him freeze for a moment. System, you're finally here. Over 20 years. Do you know how I've lived these 20 years? That's right, Zhang Chen is a transmigrator. Over 20 years ago, on his way home during summer break from university, he accidentally walked onto a national highway. After a horn blast, he lost consciousness. Now thinking back, it must have been a stroke of luck. When he woke up again, he had arrived in this immortal cultivation world. He was born an orphan, a classic protagonist template, but unfortunately he found that he didn't have the standard protagonist cheat, a system. Just when he thought he would die as an ordinary mortal, a middle-aged man covered in black demonic energy adopted him. The handsome man said he was the reincarnation of a demonic pearl, a perfect demon-cultivating saint body, and directly accepted him as a true disciple. Later he learned that his master was the leader of the demonic path in this cultivation world, the sect master of the strongest demonic sect on the Zhongyuan continent, the heavenly demon sect. Zhang Chen also understood that in this life he was destined to walk the path of a villain, a man fated to become the demon king. Although he had no system relying on his demonic pearl reincarnated body, his cultivation advanced smoothly. He awakened the destined demonic path technique. At 3 years old he reached chi refining, at 9 foundation establishment, at 18 golden core, and before 25 he achieved nascent soul, breaking various records of the heavenly demon sect, crushing countless righteous holy sons and holy daughters, and shaking the continent. He directly became the devil child of the heavenly demon sect, the future sect master, a heartthrob among demon cultivators and a thorn in the side of countless righteous sects. System, why did you come so late? I'm almost at the peak of my life and you only just activated. Zhang Chen silently cursed the system for being unkind, making him work hard for so many years. But since the system was here, he would still use it. Who would complain about having too many cheats? Zhang Chen did not go to find another cultivation spot. Instead, he directly returned to his own cave mansion. For such an important moment for a transmigrator, he naturally wanted to bathe and change clothes, then carefully study his system. System activation progress 99. Looking at the light screen before him, Zhang Chen felt a little excited. Activate my system. Help me go further on the demonic path and become the destined great villain. Ding. Righteous Saint System Binding. Main quest 3-year appointment. Due to an unknown reason your cultivation base regresses, and you are cruelly divorced by your fiancé, Lu Rian, establishing a 3-year appointment. Side quest. Go out on a journey, obtain soul replenishing liquid, repair the soul of the old man in the ring, and gain a powerful master. Huh. Zhang Chen felt his vision go dark. System, are you kidding me? What the hell is a righteous saint system? I'm a demon cultivator. Bro, what the hell is a 3-year appointment? Who is Lu Rian? What the heck? This isn't right. System, are you joking? Are you stuck? In the spacious cave mansion, Zhang Chen stared and patted the light screen in front of him, suspecting that the system had a bug. A righteous system cultivation regression, a 3-year appointment. Lu Rian. What is all this? I'm a demonic cultivator reincarnated from a demonic pearl, loved by senior sisters, personally taught by the sect master, the future demonic leader. This template is wrong, right? This is exactly the kind of template that a righteous protagonist like Yi Wushuang would have. This system has not made a mistake. Please host, complete the first side quest as soon as possible. Go out on a journey, obtain soul replenishing liquid, repair the soul of the old man in the ring, and gain a powerful master. Only then can the system shop function be unlocked. Prepare for the 3-year appointment with Lu Rian. Crazy. Zhang Chen was almost amused by the system's irrelevant answer. When you're speechless, you really do laugh. Transfer me to a human agent. I want to complain about you. This system is a high-dimensional AI with no need to transfer to a human. You big stupid. Please host, watch your language. A crisp sound of clappers rang out, and Zhang Chen, with a dark face, launched a barrage of words at this AI idiot. He wanted to hit someone, and he had even bathed and changed clothes, preparing to welcome his system with a feast. What kind of crap was this? After a long stalemate, Zhang Chen finally resigned to his fate. This was his system, just acting strangely for some reason. He wondered whether to throw away this garbage system, but seeing that the system said completing the side quest would unlock the system shop, he became curious about what the shop might contain. Maybe there really were some good things. Moreover, this side quest didn't seem very difficult. Giving it a try wouldn't hurt. A side quest awaits. Venture out for training, obtain spirit mending liquid, repair the soul of the old master sealed within the ring, and gain a powerful teacher. How could this task sound so familiar? Inside his cave dwelling, Zhang Chen touched a black ring on his finger, an unremarkable ring he had picked up during a recent training expedition. At the time, Zhang Chen could not see through this ring, so he simply kept it on him, planning to ask his senior sister for help examining it later. So there is actually a powerful soul hidden within. Zhang Chen concluded that the ring the system mentioned must be this one. Though the system had gone haywire, it had identified the correct item. Based on his experience from his previous life reading novels, the system had originally intended for him the standard, trash protagonist engagement-breaking route. The path of 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Never look down on a poor youth. The lucky underdog route. But he was no trash, nor did he know any Lu Rian. He wasn't even sure if such a person existed. Lu Rian. Just hearing this name carries immense karmic weight. Forget it, who cares? First, let me complete this side quest. Zhang Chen steadied his mind, deciding to follow the system's instructions and complete the task first. After all, this information has no major impact on completing the side quest. Following the system steps, I need to go out for training, then obtain spirit mending liquid. This task is truly difficult. Zhang Chen's mouth twitched as he fell into troubled thought. As the young master of the foremost demonic sect on the Songyuan continent, Zhang Chen naturally had every cultivation resource imaginable at his disposal. But he had no spirit mending liquid on him. Because this thing was too low level, he simply didn't have any. Spirit mending liquid used to mend souls was greatly beneficial for chi refining and foundation establishment stage cultivators to strengthen their spiritual sense. When a cultivator's spiritual sense strengthens, their comprehension of techniques and divine abilities improves, correspondingly raising the ceiling of their future cultivation. However, spirit mending liquid had little effect on golden core stage cultivators. What should I do? A thought struck Zhang Chen's mind. He took out a jar of cyan liquid from his storage ring, and in an instant the entire cave dwelling was filled with an enchanting medicinal fragrance. He didn't have spirit mending liquid, but he had divine spirit liquid, whose medicinal effects were thousands of times stronger. His master had given him quite a lot before he achieved nascent soul, saying it could make the nascent soul more solid and greatly benefit future nascent soul to spirit transformation. Zhang Chen had used quite a lot of it, but a little remained. Not much, only about 1 or 2 tons left. Enough to drink as mineral water when thirsty without any problem. Zhang Chen took out a jar of cyan liquid from his storage ring, and in an instant the entire cave dwelling was filled with an enchanting medicinal fragrance. Come on, drink up, Elder Yao. No need to hold back, there's plenty to go around. Zhang Chen directly poured the entire jar of divine spirit liquid into the inner space of the black ring, without the slightest hesitation. If any orthodox cultivator were present, they would surely condemn Zhang Chen's extravagant wastefulness. One must know that outside, even a single drop of divine spirit liquid would attract a frenzy of golden core cultivators fighting for it. Yet Zhang Chen poured it in, as if it cost nothing. There was no helping it. Zhang Chen was simply this wealthy and willful. As the divine spirit liquid was absorbed after a short, while the black ring slowly emitted a faint glow and Zhang Chen could clearly sense a soul rapidly awakening within. That's not right. Why is the system giving no prompts at all? Watching the soul within the ring recover rapidly, Zhang Chen could already sense the cultivator's aura inside. It should have recovered nearly completely. But the elder within showed no signs of waking and the system remained silent. Chen Sheng found this hard to understand. I get it now. I must not have followed the system steps strictly. Zhang Chen instantly understood the system quest required him to first go out for training, and only after some trials and tribulations would he obtain the spirit mending liquid. Yet he had skipped straight to the final step, and the medicinal liquid he used was far too powerful. It didn't match the proper procedure. So the system judged the task as incomplete and refused to let the elder awaken. That must be it. Zhang Chen expressed his approval of the system's strictness, then directly extracted the divine spirit liquid back from the black ring before falling into troubled thought once more. It seems the sect treasury doesn't carry such low-end goods either. Even if they did, as the young master Zhang Chen would feel too embarrassed to take something so beneath him. Besides, the system required the spirit mending liquid to be obtained through proper trials and tribulations. Damn it. This garbage system is really troublesome. Where am I supposed to find trials and tribulations? This is the kind of thing only Qi refining and foundation establishment cultivators would scramble for. And you want me, a dignified nascent soul young master of the demonic sect, to fight over it with them? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Isn't this asking me to go bully noobs in the starter village? If this gets out, I, the continent famous villain, will be laughed to death by my peers. I won't be able to hold my head up in the sect afterwards. But this task must be completed. So what do I do? Wait. I just need to make sure no one discovers my identity. Zhang Chen suddenly had a flash of inspiration and finally convinced himself. He walked out of his cave dwelling and sped toward the sect's exterior on a beam of escaping light. But where do I find spirit mending liquid? The southern domain outside Wufang City, a stretch of woodland. A young man in blue robes walked with hurried steps, moving as fast as the wind. Beside him, 5 or 6 Qi refining stage guards wore equally grave expressions, shielding the youth in blue between them while scanning their surroundings with wary eyes. Faster, walk faster. The youth in blue touched the storage ring on his hand, urged the guards beside him, and quickened his pace once more. He had traveled thousands of miles to Wufang City just to purchase that half bottle of spirit-mending liquid from the city's auction house. He needed to find a place to refine it as soon as possible. There must be no mishaps. Fortunately, he had brought enough wealth to win the fierce competition at the auction for this spirit-mending liquid. But he also knew that from the moment he walked out of the auction house, many pairs of eyes had been watching him. So he deliberately chose the most inconspicuous route. There must not be the slightest mishap. The clan has placed all their hopes on me. The young man gritted his teeth. His family was in a remote small town that had offended a powerful clan in the same city. His people had been oppressed and bullied, nearly pushed to the brink of clan destruction. With this half bottle of spirit-mending liquid, he would surely break through his cultivation ceiling, reaching the 9th layer of Qi refining, and possibly even breaking through to foundation establishment. Then he would no longer fear that so-called great clan. The group walked for what seemed like an endless time without encountering any danger. Just as the youth in blue thought, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Young master, be careful. Someone ahead. A dark figure had appeared before them at some unknown moment without a sound. The young man hurriedly stopped, his brows tightly furrowed. All the guards faced the greatest danger they had ever known, shielding their young master tightly behind them. They felt a terrifying pressure emanating from the figure ahead. So it has come after all. What must come has finally come. Staring at the figure before him, the young man in blue swallowed hard. The pressure, foundation establishment. Only a foundation establishment cultivator could approach them so silently. Sir, what is your purpose in blocking our path? Though they were many, the highest cultivation among them was only the 7th level of Qi refining. Against a foundation establishment cultivator, they had no chance of victory. Upon hearing the guards question, the figure before them said nothing, but slowly approached with leisurely steps. It was a middle-aged man, his face wearing a contemptuous smile, as if looking at lambs awaiting slaughter. My purpose? You know full well. Hand over the spirit-nourishing liquid in your possession, and I'll grant you a whole corpse. So they had run into a case of dog-eat-dog after all. The young man in blue and the guards changed color instantly, drawing their weapons, abruptly staring at the approaching foundation establishment cultivator with heavy breathing. This middle-aged man must have followed them from the auction house. They still couldn't escape. Protect the young master. Young master, you must flee now. We'll hold him off. The guards reacted swiftly, forming a line before their young master, shielding him desperately. The enemy was at foundation establishment. They were certainly no match. They could only hope to buy the young master a bit more time to escape. Uncle Wu Yu. Go now. Young master, you have the highest talent in the clan. You cannot die. The old master is waiting for you. The leading old guard urged again, his tone resolute. Seeing the guards gripping their long blades with a look of death-defying determination, the young man in blue gritted his teeth, and without further hesitation retreated swiftly. A few Qi refining ants thinking they can stop me. Ridiculous. Seeing one escape, the middle-aged man was unconcerned. He had been stuck at the early stage of foundation establishment for years, waiting for that spirit-nourishing liquid to help him break through his cultivation limit and find the opportunity for advancement. How could he possibly let them go? The middle-aged foundation establishment cultivator suddenly burst forward, his figure rushing at the guards with the sound of breaking wind. The guards also raised their long blades in response. Boom! But with a single move from the middle-aged man, the guards spat out blood and flew backward in a mess, their weapons dropping, their lives unknown. A foundation establishment strike could shatter a building. How could any number of guards withstand it? After disposing of the guards in one blow, the middle-aged man instantly caught up with the young man fleeing in the distance. You? The young man's body stiffened abruptly, his lips trembling under the foundation establishment pressure of the person before him. Was this the power of foundation establishment? Killing a group of chi refining cultivators was like slaughtering chickens. Hand over the spirit-nourishing liquid yourself, and I'll make your death relatively painless. The middle-aged man's eyes were cold, exuding a terrifying pressure. But the young man was frozen, eyes wide, yet he made no move. Even when the middle-aged man, impatient, snatched the storage ring from his hand, he remained motionless. Scared stiff already. That's why using spirit-nourishing liquid on you chi refining trash is a waste. The middle-aged man sneered, about to end this fool with a single palm strike. The young man was terrified not by this foundation establishment cultivator, but by the black-robed man who had suddenly appeared out of thin air behind him. You can die now. The middle-aged man's palm wind arose, about to descend, when suddenly a hand lightly tapped his shoulder. Excuse me, big brother, sorry to interrupt, but I heard you have some spirit-nourishing liquid. Huh. The middle-aged man was also startled by the sudden voice and quickly dodged aside. When had this guy arrived? He couldn't sense any aura from him at all. You? Who are you? The middle-aged cultivator stared at the suddenly appearing black-robed man, fully on guard. He couldn't feel any trace of cultivation aura from this masked man. It was as if the man had materialized out of nowhere. Answer my question first, do you have spirit-nourishing liquid? Zhang Chen's tone carried a hint of urgency. He had been searching for ages and had finally found someone with it. Damn system, do you know how hard I've been looking? So what if I do? Are you thinking of taking it? The middle-aged man regained his composure and spoke. There were only two types of people he couldn't sense cultivation aura from: ordinary people who couldn't cultivate, and cultivators whose realm far surpassed his. At the very least, nascent soul stage masters. But why would a nascent soul stage master bother robbing small cultivators like them for half a bottle of spirit-nourishing liquid? It was useless to them. Unless that master was mentally unstable. Then it's simple: robbery. Hand over that spirit-nourishing liquid. Confirming it, Zhang Chen cut to the chase, not wanting to waste any time. What? The middle-aged man was also stunned, not expecting this guy was truly here to rob him. Wait, are you serious? This can't be right. Whether he was an ordinary person or a master, neither would say such a thing. Ordinary people wouldn't dare rob him, and masters would disdain it. His mind raced, and finally he understood. This guy is an idiot. You're courting death. Robbed by some idiot from nowhere, the middle-aged man flew into a rage and threw a punch at Zhang Chen, the air tearing with the sound of splitting. Oh, you can throw a punch. That's just perfect. This way it would truly demonstrate the trials and tribulations of his training. This stupid system should have nothing to say now. Zhang Chen gave up pretending. His eyes shifted slightly, and his terrifying nascent soul pressure slammed the middle-aged man to the ground along with the young man in blue beside him. Your nascent soul. The sudden terrifying pressure pinned the middle-aged man to the ground, unable to move, his voice trembling as if he had seen a ghost. Wow, he's a nascent soul cultivator. The young man, also pinned down by the pressure, widened his eyes in disbelief at what he was hearing. This senior was actually a nascent soul cultivator. But why would a nascent soul cultivator rob a foundation establishment? One. Senior, spare me. I'll give you anything you want. The middle-aged cultivator begged for mercy repeatedly, his face twisted, barely able to breathe. He was truly a nascent soul boss. A single spittle could kill him. What else could he do but beg for mercy? His heart was bitter. What the hell? A nascent soul boss robbing trash, like us foundation establishment cultivators. What's the meaning of this? Boss, you're seriously messed up in the head. He must have forgotten to check the almanac today. He just went out for a robbery, and he had the bad luck to run into a crazy nascent soul cultivator. But he dared not voice his complaints. He could only beg for mercy. Now you beg for mercy. Too late. Zhang Chen's face was expressionless beneath his mask as he spoke indifferently. With a casual wave of his hand, the middle-aged man didn't even have time to scream before he burst into a cloud of blood mist. This terrifying method left the young man in blue too frightened to make a sound. Wow, he's dead just like that. Zhang Chen was taken aback. He had only meant to create the illusion of a hard-won acquisition of the spirit-nourishing liquid for the system, but he hadn't expected the man to die so easily. Whatever. He wasn't a good person anyway. Killing him is fine. Besides, I'm in the demonic path. Why should I care? Zhang Chen dispersed his pressure, retrieved the storage ring from the blood mist, and took out the half bottle of spirit-nourishing liquid. Senior. The young man in blue wanted to say something, but then remembered that the other was a nascent soul boss. Even a fart from him could kill him instantly. He lost the courage to ask for the spirit-nourishing liquid. Just then a green bottle of liquid was tossed in front of him. The rich fragrance of the medicine intoxicated him. The young man's heart raced. Though he didn't recognize this medicine, he could sense it was worth countless times more than the spirit-nourishing liquid. This single bottle could make countless golden core cultivators fight to the death over it. The young man, overwhelmed with gratitude, quickly knelt and kowtowed in thanks, only to find that Zhang Chen had already departed as a beam of light. "Senior, may I ask your name?" "This junior is eternally grateful." The young man kowtowed repeatedly in thanks. "Holy son of Tianyuan sect, Yi Wushuang." Zhang Chen had gone, leaving only a voice echoing. "Uncle Wu, you say you know our savior?" The young man helped up the old guard who had not yet died. "Young master, this is your fortune. I know of the holy son of Tianyuan sect. He is the #1 holy son of the righteous path, a peak nascent soul master. The elixir he gave you is certainly extraordinary. Then why did holy son Yi fancy that half bottle of spirit-nourishing liquid? It's so insignificant in his eyes." "Young master, you wouldn't understand. Those peak powerhouses of the continent often have peculiar quirks. And so the rumor that Yi Wushuang, the righteous path's #1 holy son, had a robbery fetish spread like wildfire. No problems now, right?" Inside his cave-dwelling, Zhang Chen, having completed his so-called training steps, admired his own cleverness. "Let's see what this stupid system has to say now." Without hesitation, Zhang Chen poured the spirit-nourishing liquid into the black ring, then watched the ring's interior with slight tension. Sure enough, this time a flicker of soul aura stirred within the black ring. After a moment, a dazzling white light flashed, and an aged, gratified voice sounded. "Ha ha, young Zhang, I was right about you. You truly helped me mend my primordial spirit. Now let me take you to the pinnacle of this continent." "Huh. Wait, what is this place? What the hell?" The demonic path. Fu Chen's life was one of unparalleled brilliance. Born into the immortal Changxing clan, he awakened dual spiritual roots of gold and fire, a terrestrial grade root second only to the celestial grade. His talent was extraordinary. With the backing of his family's resources, his cultivation path was unobstructed. At 300 years old, he condensed his core into a nascent soul. Though he could not rival the continent's most supreme prodigies of his era, he stood proudly above the masses, striking fear into the hearts of his demonic counterparts. At the twilight of his 900th year, he obtained the sacred sun immolation art. Through a stroke of fortune, broke through to the spirit transformation stage and doubled his lifespan, allowing him to stand shoulder to shoulder with the continent's finest. Thereafter, he established his own sect in the southern domain, forging a legendary legacy and earning the title of Saint Sun, true monarch. Yet at the very zenith of his glory, he was betrayed and slain by the disciple he cherished most. Mercifully, Fu Chen's primordial spirit managed to escape in the final moments, concealing itself within a black ring. Countless years passed until the ring was found by a young man of exceptional talent. Fu Chen's spirit sustained itself by absorbing the young man's spiritual energy, preserving his existence. However, this came at a heavy cost. The young man's cultivation plummeted, and the once-renowned genius was subjected to endless bullying within his own clan. Tormented by guilt, Fu Chen spoke to the youth one night, promising that if he could procure a spirit restoration elixir to recover his spirit, he would lead the young man to the pinnacle of the continent. He then sank into slumber to conserve his fading strength. Some time later, Fu Chen felt his spirit being nourished by a rich medicinal force, his ethereal form rapidly restoring and solidifying. The young man had truly done it. He had found the spirit restoration elixir. Wait, this was no spirit restoration elixir. This was divine spirit liquid. Fu Chen was astounded. Even at his peak, he had never managed to gather half a vial of this legendary substance. Yet this young man had acquired it, and in staggering quantities. He felt as though he were submerged in an ocean of medicinal essence. As expected of the Zhang lad, "I underestimated your talent. To think you could procure so much divine spirit liquid. Impressive. Once I recover my spirit and find a suitable vessel, I shall slay that treacherous disciple of mine." This life he would reclaim everything he had lost. Fu Chen was overjoyed. But just as his spirit was on the verge of full recovery, moments before breaking free of the ring, the ocean of medicinal essence vanished abruptly. Every last drop of the divine spirit liquid was withdrawn, leaving nothing behind. What's happening? Fu Chen panicked. He was so close to complete recovery. Had something gone wrong outside? Was his grand revenge about to be strangled in its cradle once again? Fu Chen refused to accept this. Fortunately, before long, a surge of medicinal liquid flooded in once more. But why had it reverted to ordinary spirit restoration elixir this time? Though puzzled, he didn't dwell on it. His spirit recovered without further incident, and he breathed a sigh of immense relief. This Zhang lad has done so much for me. It's time I repay him. He should still be in the qi refining stage. With proper guidance, his future achievements will certainly rival mine. Fu Chen broke free from the ring, ready to take the young man outside as his disciple. But the sight before him left him utterly dumbfounded. Hold on. Where is this place? Why is everything surrounded by demonic energy? Zhang lad, you know? You're not the Zhang lad. You're a demonic path. Staring at the sinister-faced youth in black robes before him, Fu Chen was both bewildered and terrified. Who am I? Where am I? And who is this demonic youth? Fu Chen's aged face showed visible panic. He could sense the terrifying pressure radiating from the demonic cultivator. Nascent soul stage. How could there be a nascent soul cultivator this young? He was doomed. Righteous and demonic paths were irreconcilable, and in his current state he was barely at foundation establishment. This demonic cultivator could probably kill him with a single fart. Despair filled Fu Chen's eyes, a despair deeper than even the moment he was betrayed by his own disciple. Just then the grim-faced young man finally spoke, but his tone was dripping with disdain. Seriously, you damn system, you're telling me this pathetic weakling of a remnant soul in my ring is supposed to be a powerful master? Zhang Chen stared at the trembling remnant soul that had emerged from the ring, his face covered in black lines. He cursed his system with every insult imaginable. Come out here, you damn system. I promise I won't kill you. This dying remnant soul was clearly only at foundation establishment. Do you even know what powerful means, eh? I could crush 100 foundation establishment cultivators with a single palm strike. And you assign me this decrepit old man as a master. In our Demon Heaven sect, foundation establishment cultivators are a dime a dozen. I thought you'd at least arrange a void refinement master for me. But no, this guy's just foundation establishment. My current master at the Demon Heaven sect stands at the very apex of the continent. This old man's peak was merely spirit transformation, not even a fraction of my master's worth. Ding. Congratulations, host, for surviving life and death trials, obtaining half a vial of precious spirit restoration elixir, repairing the soul of the old man in the ring, and acquiring a powerful master. First side quest completed. Reward, 500 points. Points can be used to purchase items in the system shop. Obtained 1 high-grade chi refining pill and an earth-grade technique. Sacred Sun Immolation Art character panel unlocked. System shop unlocked. Next side quest will be activated later. Stupid. Zhang Chen was completely speechless at his cheap system. His mood was worse than if he'd eaten demon beast dung. What kind of garbage reward is this, eh? I'm a nascent soul cultivator, and you give me 1 chi refining pill. Damn system, are you trying to send me back to begging? High-grade chi refining pill. Those below the 6th level of chi refining can directly break through a minor realm by taking it. Good stuff. Keep it for yourself, damn system. In Zhang Chen's storage ring, he had piles of supreme-grade pills capable of directly pushing foundation establishment cultivators to the next level. 800 at least, if not 1,000. However, the earth-grade technique, the Sacred Sun Immolation Art, did pique Zhang Chen's interest slightly. With a thought, a golden jade slip appeared in his hand, radiating faint golden light, emanating an aura of profound sanctity. Zhang Chen slowly unrolled the slip to examine it, and gradually surprise crept into his eyes. Sacred Sun Immolation Art. Worthy of an earth-grade technique. Terrifying indeed. Good stuff. Trash it. Zhang Chen rolled the slip closed, and casually tossed it into a remote corner of the cave dwelling, as if nothing had happened. Cultivation techniques were ranked from low to high: mortal, yellow, profound, earth, and heaven. This earth-grade Sacred Sun Immolation Art, if released to the outside world, would undoubtedly trigger a frenzy among countless righteous spirit transformation cultivators. But for Zhang Chen, it was utterly useless. As the reincarnation of a demon pearl, he was born with a heaven-blessed demonic art that even his own master couldn't fathom, at least heaven-grade and possibly even beyond. Moreover, Zhang Chen was a demonic cultivator. What was the system thinking, giving him a righteous technique? Zhang Chen felt deeply insulted. Meanwhile, Fu Chen beside him was utterly shaken, his aged eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. How did the Sacred Sun Immolation Art he had cultivated end up in this dark-robed youth's hands? Wasn't it supposed to be with that disciple who betrayed him? That aura was unmistakably the Sacred Sun Immolation Art. Yet this youth had tossed it away like trash. That was an earth-grade technique. Young friend, even if you don't cultivate it, wouldn't you at least consider keeping it as a collector's item? Tossing it into a corner to gather dust? Wasn't that a bit of an insult to me? Though Fu Chen thought all this, he dared not voice it. He was terrified that this muttering young man might suddenly slap him to death. Then he'd be truly finished. And then there'd be no revenge at all. For now, Zhang Chen ignored the trembling old spirit beside him, and instead opened his character panel and the system shop. Host Zhang Chen, age 20, cultivation chi refining level 4, technique Sacred Sun Immolation Art, divine powers, none, current main quest, complete the 3-year pact with Lu Rian. Zhang Chen. Wait, what? Are you brain damaged? Zhang Chen. Can this junk system even get my name right? Inside the cave dwelling, Zhang Chen stared at the information panel he had obtained, a bit irritated. His name was Zhang Chen, so what the hell was Zhang Chen? This junk system must be illiterate. And he wasn't even 20 years old. None of the information matched. No. Zhang Chen seemed to realize something. Could it be that this system wasn't even his? Zhang Chen's face instantly darkened. He touched the black ring he had unexpectedly obtained, then turned to look at the old man's primordial spirit, who had been too afraid to speak. He needed to verify his thoughts. Hey, old man. Tell me about the original owner of this black ring, and don't hide anything. Seeing Zhang Chen's sharp gaze, Fu Chen was startled, yet also felt a sense of flattery. This demonic cultivator was finally willing to acknowledge him. Although Fu Chen didn't understand how the black ring had ended up in the hands of a demonic cultivator, he was terrified that Zhang Chen might smite his newly recovered primordial spirit with a single palm strike, so he dared not conceal anything. This demon, this Lord the Black Ring in which my primordial spirit resides, was picked up by a young man named Zhang Chen from a minor clan. Fu Chen actually didn't know much about that young man, because he spent most of his time sleeping and absorbing the youth's spiritual energy and cultivation. He only knew that the youth was born into a minor clan, had extraordinary talent, but seemed to have suffered some major upheaval. Due to his cultivation regression, his fiancée came to break off the engagement and set a 3-year agreement. After that he knew nothing more. You mean the original owner of this ring was called Zhang Chen? That Chen, the Chun of Star. As Fu Chen recounted the details truthfully, Zhang Chen's expression grew increasingly grim. Damn it, after all this crappy system really wasn't his. It belonged to another Zhang Chen. He had just obtained the black ring by chance, and the system had bound to him. No wonder this system was so retarded. It wasn't even his template. Yes, my lord. Although I don't understand what happened or how the ring came into your possession, I have spoken nothing but the truth. I beg you to spare my life. Fu Chen kept his head lowered, always addressing Zhang Chen as lord, his posture extremely humble as he pleaded. He had never seen such a young, nascent soul cultivator. This youth must be a demonic prince of some major demonic sect. This Saint Yang, true man once revered by countless people in his life, was now groveling before a demonic cultivator. But Fu Chen didn't feel ashamed. He had to survive, he had to take revenge. What did it matter to bow to the demonic path? Some so-called righteous sects were worse than the demonic path. Even if he knew his chances of survival today were slim, he still had to fight for it. He just wondered how that Zhang kid was doing now. He's dead, Zhang Chen said calmly. What? That Zhang Chen is already dead. Had the worst-case scenario come to pass? Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Fu Chen felt a surge of sorrow and regret. Without the spiritual energy nourishment from that Zhang kid, Fu Chen's primordial spirit couldn't have survived. He had planned to recover and then guide the youth in cultivation, repaying that kindness. Unexpectedly, he had died at the hands of a demonic cultivator. Did you kill him, Oi? Faced with Fu Chen's question, Zhang Chen said nothing. At that time, when he was out on a training journey and passed by that minor clan, the youth and his entire clan had already fallen under the blades of over a dozen Foundation establishment cultivators. They were likely the youth's enemies. He had noticed the strange black ring on the youth's hand, so he had killed those Foundation establishment cultivators with a single palm strike and obtained the ring. But Zhang Chen didn't want to explain to the old man because his mood was complicated. He wanted to be alone. After all this, he had gotten someone else's system. He had even foolishly completed the newbie tasks for a dead man. This was really fucked up. Zhang Chen's face was full of black lines, more uncomfortable than if he had eaten demon beast excrement. So he still hadn't awakened his golden finger. Why didn't he have a golden finger? Wasn't he worthy? Heaven, what do you mean? This is just wasting my feelings. Ding. Host has triggered the second side quest. Go to Ziyun's sect, pass the entry assessment, and become an outer disciple. Fuck. You dare to show up. Quickly self-destruct for this demon prince. Seeing this system that didn't belong to him popping up inopportunely and issuing this stupid task step by step, Zhang Chen was almost exploding with rage. Waste of time. Zhang Chen cursed, and just as he was about to throw away this junk system, he accidentally clicked on the system shop. But it was this inadvertent click that made Zhang Chen see the items in the system shop, and his eyes instantly went wide. Foundation establishment, pill, 800 points. Lihua art, yellow grade technique, 1000 points. Secrets of the Tribulation Transcendence to Immortality, insufficient points. Purchase permission not yet obtained. Chaotic Divine Demon Halberd, superior grade immortal artifact, insufficient points. Purchase permission not yet obtained. Great Dao Longevity Art, immortal grade superior technique, insufficient points. Purchase permission not yet obtained. Current points, 500 points. Holy shit. Secrets of the Tribulation Transcendence to Immortality. Immortal artifact. Immortal technique. Seeing those items in the system shop that had not yet been unlocked for purchase, Zhang Chen's heart raced. This shop actually sold these things. He naturally looked down on the ordinary items, but seeing the 4 characters, Tribulation Transcendence to Immortality, Zhang Chen instantly had other thoughts. For tens of thousands of years, no Tribulation Transcendence had appeared in the Songyuan continent. For thousands of years, no one had crossed the tribulation and ascended to immortality. The immortals of the immortal realm did not manifest, and the ultimate realm of cultivation was only the Mahayana stage. Those Mahayana stage predecessors and great powers spent their entire lives seeking the opportunity to become immortals, longing for longevity, but none achieved anything and finally fell with regret at the end of their lifespans. As a cultivator, Zhang Chen's ultimate goal was naturally to become an immortal and achieve longevity. If he had enough points to buy these secrets of the Tribulation Transcendence to Immortality, perhaps he might really have a chance to become an immortal. He had to admit Zhang Chen was tempted. Although this was someone else's system, if he could complete the tasks, he could also get points to purchase items. Right? He couldn't throw away this system. He had to complete the tasks. Zhang Chen calmed down, made a decision in his heart, then turned to look at the lonely old man's primordial spirit, lowered his brows and thought, pondering how to deal with him. If that young man named Zhang Chen hadn't died, this old man should have been his master, the so-called ring old man mentioned by the system who helps the protagonist grow. The system's early tasks should also be related to this old man. So if Zhang Chen wanted to complete the tasks, this foundation establishment old man couldn't die now. If the old man died, his tasks would be stuck and incomplete, and then who would he get his points from? Not only should this old man not die, but he should also bring him along when doing early tasks. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen looked at Fu Chun and slowly revealed a meaningful smile. Fu Chun felt a chill down his spine at Zhang Chen's gaze. What's coming has come. After killing the Zhang kid, this demonic cultivator doesn't intend to spare me either. Old man, tell me, if that young man named Zhang Chen had not died, were you planning to help him cultivate? Inside the cave dwelling, Zhang Chen stared at Fu Chen's primordial spirit and asked calmly, could it be that this demonic cultivator is not going to kill me? Fu Chun was surprised to see that Zhang Chen did not take action himself, and he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Yes, my lord. That young man had a kindness to me, and his cultivation was still shallow. If he were still alive, I would certainly guide him in his cultivation. Although Fu Chun was now uncertain whether that young man had been killed by this demonic cultivator, he still felt a lingering regret. Were you planning to have that young man join a sect called the Ziyun sect for cultivation? Zhang Chen asked again. My lord, how did you know? Fu Chun was astonished. According to his previous plan, he had indeed intended to have the young man first join a small sect to cultivate and eventually help him recover his physical body. Because cultivation required resources, but he now only had his primordial spirit left, having the young man first join a sect was the best choice. However, he could not choose a large sect, as that might expose his existence. Based on the region where the young man's family was located, that small sect called the Ziyun sect was the best choice. When he was still alive, he had learned about this sect, which was founded by a junior of the nascent soul stage. Moreover, this Ziyun sect had a low threshold. Anyone with spiritual roots, regardless of their aptitude, could join the sect for cultivation, and the instructors would carefully guide each disciple without bias. This kind of sect's cultivation atmosphere had become a refreshing current in the southern domain's cultivation world, making it most suitable for that young man. But how did this demonic cultivator know his thoughts? Could it be that he had cultivated a mind-reading divine ability? Thinking of this, Fu Chun became even more wary of Zhang Chen. So that's how it is. Zhang Chen finally verified his own thoughts. This system side quest really was related to this old man. To complete the subsequent side quests, he would have to keep this old man alive. He felt quite uncomfortable now, not because he had to keep a righteous old man by his side. After all, this old man was only at the foundation establishment stage and posed no threat to him. But if he wanted to complete the second side quest, he, a nascent soul stage cultivator, would have to go to a small sect as an outer disciple, and a righteous sect at that. What kind of nonsense is this? The system was making him descend into a lesser realm to stir up trouble. If his master and senior sister found out, how would he explain himself? And how would his fellow disciples view him, the demon heir? Damn it. For the sake of becoming an immortal, I, the demon heir, will go all out today. Zhang Chen gritted his teeth and comforted himself in his heart. For the sake of immortality and eternal life, it's not shameful. Besides, as long as he didn't reveal his identity, it would be fine. Tell me where that Ziyun sect is located. Zhang Chen grabbed Fu Chen's primordial spirit and asked coldly. My lord, what are you planning to do? Fu Chen regretted revealing the Ziyun sect. Could this demonic cultivator be so insane as to annihilate that small sect? I want to join the Ziyun sect. Join the Ziyun sect. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Fu Chen's mind went blank for a moment, wondering if he had misheard. You, a nascent soul stage cultivator, want to be a disciple in a small sect? Are you out of your mind? You could be a sect leader yourself. And besides, my friend, you are a demonic cultivator. Are you kidding me? Even if you dare to join, they wouldn't dare to accept you. Fu Chen found that he couldn't guess at all what this demonic cultivator wanted to do. His old mind raced, and finally he thought he understood. This demonic cultivator definitely had a peculiar fetish, a role-playing fetish. This young demonic cultivator would first pretend to be a disciple, then slowly dismantle and destroy that sect. He wanted to savor the pleasure of slowly torturing that sect. As expected of a demonic cultivator, truly perverse enough. Thinking of the tragic fate that awaited that sect, Fu Chen's aged primordial spirit couldn't help but shiver. Zhang Chen naturally had no idea about Fu Chen's wild imagination about him. He relaxed his grip slightly and said, don't worry. As long as you tell me and promise to stay quietly in this black ring from now on, I won't kill you. If you perform well enough, I might even help you recover your physical body in the future. Really, my lord? Can you really help me recover my physical body? Hearing Zhang Chen's extremely tempting words, Fu Chen's breathing became heavy, and he could hardly believe it. This demonic cultivator could help him recover his physical body. This young man was at the nascent soul stage, and he must have an extraordinary background. Helping him recover his physical body would certainly not be difficult. But what exactly was this demonic cultivator trying to do? Not only would he not kill him, but he could even help him recover his physical body. Fu Chen didn't know if this demonic cultivator was deceiving him. After all, demonic cultivators were always unpredictable. But at least he saw hope of recovering his physical body, so at this moment, he couldn't care about much else. Fu Chen told Zhang Chen the location of the Ziyun sect in detail. Righteous sects always helped each other. If the Ziyun sect were invaded by demonic cultivators, other sects would surely come to its aid. This young demonic cultivator should not succeed so easily. Fu Chen consoled himself like this to reduce his sense of guilt. Not bad. Seeing that this old man was very cooperative, Zhang Chen nodded with satisfaction. Next time the demon heir will have to go to the righteous newbie village again. Just as Zhang Chen was about to put away the black ring and leave the cave dwelling to head for the Ziyun sect, suddenly a pleasant female voice came from outside the cave dwelling. Junior brother, are you in the cave? Oh no, why did senior sister have to come at this time? Zhang Chen's heart skipped a beat. His only senior sister had a deep-seated hatred for righteous cultivators and was known for her ruthless nature. If she discovered this old man's primordial spirit, she would crush it directly. If this old man was gone, what would happen to his system quests in the future? Quick, hide back in the black ring. Don't make a sound, and absolutely do not come out without my order. Zhang Chen urged hurriedly. He didn't know if the black ring could completely conceal this old man's aura, but for now this was the only option. My lord, you are at the nascent soul stage, why are you so nervous? Seeing Zhang Chen frantically stuffing him into the black ring, Fu Chen was a bit puzzled. What kind of person could make this young man so nervous? He clearly couldn't sense the cultivation aura of the person outside. My senior sister is at the divine transformation stage. My lord, quickly put me back in and use a secret technique to seal off my aura. Fu Chen swiftly dove into the black ring, even more nervous than Zhang Chen. By the heavens, divine transformation stage. Why didn't you say so earlier, my lord? No wonder I couldn't sense her aura. Is your demonic sect that terrifying? A nascent soul stage cultivator, so young, with a divine transformation stage senior sister above him. What kind of great figure is your master? Is there no room for us righteous cultivators to survive? Could junior brother not be here? Strange, why is there a disgusting pseudo-cultivator aura? The female voice was filled with disgust, startling Zhang Chen, who had just used a secret technique to seal and isolate the black ring. Damn it, she's not really going to find out, is she? Junior brother, are you in the cave? Outside the cave, the female voice seemed to sense something unusual growing closer. I'm here, senior sister. Come in. Inside the cave, Zhang Chen, who had sealed the space of the black ring with a secret technique, quickly responded. The black ring appeared ordinary, but its internal space was difficult to probe. Senior sister probably wouldn't notice, right? Before long, a graceful figure stepped into the cave, accompanied by a lingering fragrance. The woman was tall and slender, clad in a black and red robe that accentuated her alluring curves. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, and her exquisite face bore an expression of coldness and aloofness. Between her delicate willow leaf eyebrows, a lotus mark added an otherworldly elegance, making her resemble a black lotus untouched by the mundane world. This was Zhang Chen's only senior sister, the Black Lotus, who made countless righteous cultivators feel ashamed. Shang Wanwan. Senior sister, what brings you to my place today? Zhang Chen asked, looking at the stunningly beautiful Shang Wanwan. Senior sister was extremely beautiful, even surpassing the so-called righteous immortals, but her punches were also quite painful. When Zhang Chen first joined the sect as a child, he had suffered many beatings from this aloof senior sister. However, as his handsome face gradually matured, senior sister's attitude toward him changed. She was no longer cold or harsh, and often guided him in cultivation late at night, doting on him as her only junior brother. Zhang Chen couldn't understand why senior sister's attitude had undergone such a drastic transformation. Indeed, women were fickle creatures. Zhang Chen still harbored a slight fear of Shang Wanwan as the shadow of childhood beatings lingered. Junior brother, I heard you've broken through to the mid-nascent soul stage, so I came to see you today. Upon seeing Zhang Chen, the coldness and aloofness on Shang Wanwan's face vanished, replaced by a gentle femininity. But I smell a disgusting trace of false Tao in your cave. With graceful steps, Shang Wanwan approached Zhang Chen, carrying an enchanting scent. Her brow furrowed slightly as she cautiously surveyed his cave, trying to locate the source of that aura, which made her very uncomfortable. She was worried that some lurking false Tao might harm Zhang Chen. Oh no, could senior sister have actually discovered it? Zhang Chen's heart leaped into his throat as he watched Shang Wanwan scanning the area. He quickly explained, Senior sister, today, I went to test my strength after the breakthrough. I fought 300 rounds with Yi Wushuang. He was no match for me and fled shamelessly. What you smelled should be his residual aura. Really? Shang Wanwan looked at the earnest Zhang Chen, still somewhat suspicious. Of course it's true. Would your junior brother lie to you? Seeing that senior sister remained doubtful, he pulled her to a jade table and took out an exquisite small bowl from his storage ring to divert her attention. Senior sister, look at this new type of snack I've developed. It's called pudding. Please try it. I guarantee you've never tasted it before. Pudding. Shang Wanwan looked at the jelly-like dessert in the small bowl. A light fragrance wafted to her, and her beautiful eyes flickered with interest. Her junior brother was not only highly talented, but also constantly concocting strange and delicious foods and trinkets, which often amazed her. That's right, senior sister. Please taste it, it's delicious. Shang Wanwan picked up a small spoon and brought a piece of pudding to her mouth. Though she had long since transcended the need for food, she always enjoyed sampling the delicacies Zhang Chen created. The pudding melted on her tongue, its smooth, delicate texture carrying a unique fragrance that made Shang Wanwan's eyes light up. She had never tasted such a delightful dessert. This is incredible. Did you really make this, junior brother? Shang Wanwan gently covered her lips with her jade hand, her slightly flushed face showing satisfaction. Surprised by Zhang Chen's culinary skill, Shang Wanwan couldn't help but scoop up a few more spoonfuls. Haha, I'm glad you like it, senior sister. I've made plenty more. You can take some back if you want. Zhang Chen watched as Shang Wanwan finished a bowl of pudding in a few mouthfuls, breathing a sigh of relief, while also marveling at how quickly she ate. Indeed, beautiful women loved food. This principle from his past life held true in this cultivation world as well. Fortunately, he had honed his culinary skills in his previous life, enjoying making delicious food and small gadgets. Things like cakes and jellies to make girls happy, or mahjong and basketball for the guys. These creations from his past life were very popular within the sect, allowing disciples to relax a little amid their cultivation. Basketball in particular was widely loved by the male disciples. Each peak had formed its own basketball team, and even the unformed 8 treasure chickens in the sect enjoyed playing basketball. This should dispel senior sister's doubts. Watching Shang Wanwan devour several more bowls of pudding, Zhang Chen inwardly congratulated himself on his cooking skills, otherwise the old man in the black ring wouldn't be safe. Oh, junior brother, I almost forgot. Before you went into seclusion, you sent me a message saying you had obtained a mysterious black ring and wanted me to take a look. Is that the one on your hand? Huh. This? At Shang Wanwan's sudden question, both Zhang Chen and Fu Chun in the black ring were startled, their breathing quickening. Damn, he had almost forgotten about this. He had intended to show the black ring to senior sister earlier. What should he do now? If he didn't show it, she would definitely become suspicious. But if senior sister examined it closely and discovered the old man's presence, it would be a disaster. He couldn't stop her. What's the matter, junior brother? Do you need me to take a look? Perhaps the aura earlier came from this ring. Shang Wanwan's beautiful eyes fixed on the black ring on Zhang Chen's finger, continuing her inquiry, unaware that his mind was already in chaos. Of course, please do take a look, senior sister. To completely dispel Shang Wanwan's doubts, Zhang Chen slowly removed the ring and handed it to her. This black ring was already mysterious, and with the secret technique applied, senior sister probably wouldn't notice anything unusual, right? Zhang Chen had prepared for the worst. If she really discovered something, he would have no choice but to confess the truth. Though he didn't want to reveal the system's information, he had to do so for the hope of achieving immortality. This black ring. Shang Wanwan examined the ring in her hand, using her divine sense at the divine transformation stage to probe deeply, her beautiful eyes growing serious. Inside the ring, Fu Chun trembled, sensing that he was being stared at by a terrifying existence, as if he would be crushed at any moment. Could this old man really meet his end here today? Seeing his senior sister's furrowed brows, Zhang Chen's heart nearly leaped into his throat. Strange. I can't discern the secrets of this black ring either. Fortunately, after a while, Shang Wanwan finally withdrew her perception and spoke calmly. Zhang Chen and Fu Chun let out a huge sigh of relief. Good, even senior sister couldn't find anything. But the next moment, Shang Wanwan's expression suddenly changed, and a powerful demonic energy surged from her hand, striking the black ring without warning. Zhang Chen didn't even have time to react, let alone stop her. Damn, my ring's old man is done for. What about my system task now? Junior brother, I'm returning this to you. I couldn't see any special qualities in this black ring, but I've already cleared away some minor hidden dangers for you. Perhaps you could ask Master to take a look as well. Inside the cave-dwelling, Shang Wanwan took Zhang Chen's hand and gently slipped the black ring back onto his finger. Then she collected the pile of pudding piled high on the jade table into her storage ring. What's wrong, junior brother? You don't look well. She suddenly noticed the desolation in Zhang Chen's eyes, as if he wasn't particularly happy. And nothing. Zhang Chen was utterly distraught, his mind in utter chaos. He had never expected his senior sister to act so suddenly. It's over. Done for. An attack at the nascent soul stage. The old man, at only the foundation establishment stage, must have been blown to bits. His mission was ruined, his system was dead. If there's nothing else, senior sister, I'll be heading back. Remember to come visit me and Master when you're not too busy with your cultivation. Shang Wanwan patted Zhang Chen's head and gave him that advice, then walked out of his cave, dwelling with graceful steps, leaving behind only a trace of fragrance, and Zhang Chen swaying in the wind. It was over. His senior sister had shattered his dream of becoming an immortal with a single palm strike. Zhang Chen was now in agony. Everything had happened too suddenly, and he once again wanted some peace and quiet. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Chen heard a hoarse voice in his daze. My lord, this old man is still here. Holy crap. You're not dead. So you old bastard were just pretending to be dead, weren't you? Watching Fu Chen slowly emerge from the black ring, Zhang Chen was both angry and overjoyed. So the old man wasn't dead after all. He had been upset for so long for nothing, now he wished he could smack this old geezer to death. My lord, don't be angry. Your senior sister is just too strong. This old man had to pretend to be dead and only dare to come out after she was far away. Fu Chen apologized sheepishly. That had been far too dangerous. If not for the protection of the black ring and Zhang Chen's secret technique, his soul might have truly scattered. That was the nascent soul stage. His lord's senior sister's cultivation was even more terrifying than his own peak in his previous life. All right, you stay put inside and don't come out without my order. Zhang Chen let out a deep sigh of relief, stuffed the old man back into the black ring, and added an extra layer of secret technique protection. The old man wasn't dead, his system was still there, and his dream of immortality was still alive. There was no time to lose, he had to hurry and complete his mission. Zhang Chen composed himself, walked out of the cave dwelling, and flew toward the purple cloud sect in a streak of light. Not long after Zhang Chen flew away, a black and red figure materialized at the entrance of his cave dwelling, staring in the direction he had gone, her beautiful eyes flickering. Although I don't know what secret you have, junior brother, I have placed a brand on that old man. If he dares to harbor any murderous intent toward you, his soul will scatter. In the Zhang continent, within a mist-shrouded mountain range in the southern region, peaks pierced the clouds, and from afar one could see cranes flying among the mountains. Countless cave dwellings and cultivation plazas dotted the peaks, and many cultivators rode their swords alongside the cranes. This was the renowned righteous sect of the southern cultivation world, the Purple Cloud sect. One by one, no cutting in line. Anyone with spiritual root aptitude, regardless of quality or cultivation level, may join the Purple Cloud sect. At the foot of the mountains on the Purple Cloud sect's recruitment square, a disciple was maintaining order among the crowd that had come for the entry test. Nearly 1,000 people had come for testing today, making the scene bustling and lively. Zhang Chen, dressed in black, mingled in the crowd. By now he had changed his appearance and used the artifact given by his master to conceal his cultivation, making him utterly unremarkable among the masses. After all, he was the #1 demonic son of the demonic path. Appearing openly in a righteous sect would not end well, so he naturally had to keep a low profile. His current identity was that of the deceased 20-year-old youth Zhang Chen, with only the 4th layer of qi refining. If he was going to play the part, he had to do it thoroughly. Zhang Chen glanced around and discovered that nearly 2/3 of the people were ordinary folks clinging to wishful thinking. Those with cultivation auras were at most at the 6th or 7th layer of qi refining. It seemed this sect was truly too small. Back at his own heavenly demon sect, even the sweeping and cleaning servant disciples had to be at the foundation establishment stage. Zhang, who knows spiritual root, cannot cultivate, does not meet the entry requirements. Next. Adept, are you mistaken? That stone tablet must be broken. How could I possibly have no spiritual root? When I was a child, a fortune teller told me I was a 1 in a million prodigy for immortality, and every night a fairy maiden would warm my bed. I don't believe it. I want to test again. A burly man with a full beard shouted at the unresponsive testing stone tablet. He had been overjoyed when he heard the fortune teller's words as a child. He had immediately led the sow that was about to give birth from his family to the fortune teller. His father was also thrilled when he found out. So thrilled that he went looking for a stick. He had traveled a long way to get here, and now they told him he had no spiritual root. How could he accept that? This testing stone tablet has existed since the founding of the sect by the Supreme Ancestor. It has never made a mistake. Don't cause trouble here. The disciple in charge of testing ordered the troublemaking man to be thrown out, shaking his head helplessly. He had seen this situation many times. There were always ordinary people who dreamed of embarking on the path of immortality, but this month the numbers were especially high. Looks like we won't be getting any good seedlings this month either. Li Liang, 5 spiritual roots, no cultivation, 18 years old, meets the entry requirements. Next. Zhang Fengyi, no spiritual root, 20 years old, does not meet the entry requirements. Next. Shifang, gold, fire, and earth, 3 spiritual roots, qi refining 3rd layer, 18 years old, not bad. Next. Suyao, earth, wood, and water, 3 spiritual roots, qi refining 6th layer, 17 years old, excellent. Next. Jilingfeng, gold and fire, dual spiritual roots, qi refining 9th layer, 18 years old. Holy crap, dual spiritual roots. A genius. Next. Zhang Chen. The testing disciple finally called Zhang Chen's name. Looking at the imposing black-clad youth, he inexplicably felt a hint of pressure and couldn't help but feel a bit more anticipation. This kid was definitely no ordinary mortal. Perhaps he too had dual spiritual roots. Zhang Chen stared at the testing stone tablet in front of him, troubled. He was a natural single spiritual root and the only one in the world, a demonic spiritual root. What do? I can conceal my cultivation with master's spiritual treasure, but spiritual roots are innate. There's no way to hide them. What if this thing detects my demonic spiritual root? I'd be exposed. Damn it, he hadn't thought of this. Crap, what now? Could he blow it up? Zhang Chen, hurry up and test. There are many people waiting behind you. Seeing that Zhang Chen was taking too long, the disciple urged him. Crap, you forced my hand. I wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but now I'm coming clean. A flash of inspiration struck Zhang Chen, and he finally thought of a solution. He placed a single hand gently on the massive stone tablet. Under the eager gaze of the testing disciple, the stone tablet erupted in a dazzling 5-colored light. Zhang Chen 5 spiritual roots, Qi refining 4th layer, 20 years old, meets the entry requirements. What? 5 spiritual roots? The testing disciple shook his head in disappointment. He had thought this kid was exceptional, but he turned out to be the most useless 5 spiritual roots. After all, having more spiritual roots wasn't necessarily better. Cultivation was like filling a large pool with water. 5 spiritual roots meant 5 large pools requiring immense resources to fill. Under the same cultivation time, geniuses with single or dual spiritual roots could break through to the nascent soul stage, while those with 5 spiritual roots might still be struggling at the Qi refining stage, unable to reach foundation establishment in their entire lives. Still, this Zhang Chen had managed to reach the 4th layer of Qi refining by age 20. He must have had some small fortuitous encounters and put in enough effort. But no matter how hard he tried, he probably wouldn't achieve foundation establishment in this lifetime, given his inherent limit. Seeing the disciple sigh in disappointment at his misjudgment, Zhang Chen was unperturbed. Fortunately, his demonic spiritual root could change at will, or this would have been troublesome. As long as there was no nascent soul stage cultivator who could see through the essence of spiritual roots, no one could see through his disguise. So many 5 spiritual root talents this month. At least we have 1 dual spiritual root, or I wouldn't have a decent report to submit. Watching Zhang Chen casually brush the dust off his hands and walk off the stage, the disciple couldn't help but twitch his mouth. How could this guy with 5 spiritual roots be so proud? The spiritual root test lasted half a day, and fewer than 300 disciples passed. The 5 spiritual root genius Zhang Chen was among them. Zhang Chen quietly probed with his divine sense, and stopped when he scanned a certain disciple in the crowd. It was a yellow-haired youth whom Zhang Chen vaguely remembered as the only dual spiritual root disciple who had passed, Lingfeng. This person had clearly also concealed his strength with a secret technique or spiritual treasure, but Zhang Chen had keenly noticed. He's actually at the foundation establishment stage. Interesting. Looks like there's a fellow traveler here. The spirit root examination has concluded. You are now disciples of the Qingyun sect and may address each other as senior brothers and junior brothers. On the examination square, the disciple responsible for the testing announced to the 300 candidates who had passed, his voice resonant and powerful. Those who have not yet reached the Qi refining stage are servant disciples responsible for the daily mundane tasks of the sect. Once you have cultivated to the Qi refining stage, you may be promoted to outer disciple status. Those who have broken through to the Qi refining stage are outer disciples. The sect holds an annual examination for outer disciples, and the top 30 may enter the inner sect, becoming disciples under the various peak lords and elders. Although you have been divided into outer and servant disciples, aside from the differences in cultivation resources, there is absolutely no distinction of high or low status among you. Each of you has the right to enter the scripture repository to select cultivation techniques and divine abilities. Moreover, the sect arranges for an outstanding inner disciple to answer your questions regarding cultivation every day. As long as you are willing to work hard in your cultivation, I believe that one day you will be able to enter the inner sect. After a series of encouraging words, the 300+ disciples followed the sect disciple into the mountains. Following a spatial fluctuation, they passed through the sect's protective formation and finally caught sight of the true appearance of the Qingyun sect. Amid the misty mountains suffused with immortal energy, a majestic and imposing mountain gate stood prominently. Before the gate, a massive sword nearly 100 meters long pierced directly into the clouds, its blade radiating an aura of overwhelming power, might, and solemnity. Simply gazing upon it evoked a sense of overwhelming sword energy, vast as the ocean, drawing forth admiring and reverent exclamations from the newly admitted disciples. Of course, this did not include Zhang Chen. I never expected such a minor sect to possess a spirit treasure. This must surely be the sect's foundational divine artifact. Among the crowd, a yellow-haired youth gazed at the enormous sword and secretly exclaimed with keen interest, "It seems I haven't come to the wrong place this time." But suddenly Lingfeng sensed a chill at his back. He noticed a black-clad youth in the crowd staring at him, a harmless smile playing across the young man's face, yet it made his heart grow cold. What's going on? Could he have discovered me? Lingfeng was startled within. Impossible. I have the secret treasure gifted by my master that conceals my cultivation. Even a nascent soul cultivator could not easily detect it. Yet the black-clad youth's gaze soon shifted away from him, finally allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Just a Qi refining 4th stage. It seems I was overthinking. But why does that youth give me an inexplicable sense of familiarity? Probably just an illusion. Zhang Chen had no intention of exposing Lingfeng. A foundation establishment cultivator posed no threat to him whatsoever. He couldn't be bothered as long as it didn't interfere with his mission. Following the main group into the sect, the 300 disciples were assigned one by one. Zhang Chen finally received his outer disciple token. From this day forward, he, the demon prince of the Tianma sect, was now merely an outer disciple of the Qingyun sect. Zhang Chen's cave dwelling was arranged in a more peripheral area of the outer sect. The spiritual energy in outer disciple cave dwellings was considerably thinner than in the inner sect, nowhere near comparable to the vast ocean-like spiritual energy cave he had enjoyed at the Tianma sect. However, for a qi refining cultivator like Zhang Chen, it was more than sufficient. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest after some difficulties and finally becoming an outer disciple of the Qingyun sect. The next side quest will be unlocked subsequently. Obtain 1,000 points. Points can be used to purchase items in the system store. 1 spiritual energy irrigation reward granted. Inside the cave dwelling, Zhang Chen sat cross-legged in meditation. The sound of completing the system quest arrived as expected, followed by a surge of warm spiritual energy appearing out of thin air, continuously pouring into Zhang Chen's body. So this is spiritual energy irrigation. How miraculous. Nice treat, but you can keep it yourself, you damn system. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen directly expelled the spiritual energy gifted by the system from his body, giving me just this tiny bit of spiritual energy. The system insults me. The spiritual energy concentration isn't even more than what this demon prince would produce from a single fart. Oh wait, this is meant for that qi refining 4th stage Zhang Chen. Never mind then. Sorry, this demon prince forgot again. This spiritual energy irrigation is absolutely enticing for qi refining cultivators. It could probably push someone directly from qi refining 4th stage to 5th stage. Zhang Chen had no intention of absorbing this negligible amount of spiritual energy. It wasn't that he looked down on the system, but since he cultivated the demonic path, what sense would it make to absorb righteous path spiritual energy? Zhang Chen opened the system store once more to check if his current points were sufficient to unlock purchasing permissions for the Immortal Tribulation secret. Current points 1,500 points. Insufficient points. Purchasing permission not yet granted. Chaotic Divine Demon Halberd Superior Immortal Weapon insufficient points. Purchasing permission not yet granted. Great Tao Eternal Life Art Immortal Grade Superior Cultivation Method insufficient points. Purchasing permission not yet granted. Damn it, even 1,500 points weren't enough to unlock the permission. This damn system wouldn't actually make me complete the main quest, the 3-year agreement, before I have enough points to unlock the permission, would it? Looking at those grayed out product images, Zhang Chen cursed the system once more. Please continue to work hard, host. As long as you keep completing quests, one day you will be able to purchase what you desire and ascend to the pinnacle of all realms. Tisk, you artificial idiot actually knows how to paint grand visions too. Zhang Chen felt somewhat speechless, but he thought about how if he could truly purchase the immortal weapons and immortal arts from the system store, he might be invincible even in the legendary immortal realm. Before obtaining this system, he only knew that cultivator weapons and secret treasures were ranked from low to high as magical artifacts, spirit artifacts, mystic weapons, spirit treasures, with each rank further divided into lower, middle, and superior grades. Powerful spirit treasures held immense allure even for nascent soul stage cultivators. As for ancient spirit treasures and mysterious heaven spirit treasures above spirit treasures, there were only a few in the entire continent, and even major powers at the return void stage might not necessarily possess them. As for the immortal weapons in the system store, Zhang Chen had never heard of them before. He concluded that these must far exceed the scope of continental spirit treasures and belong to weapons of the immortal realm. It seemed the path to achieving eternal life was still very long. He needed to continue completing missions diligently to earn sufficient points. Immediately afterward, Zhang Chen opened the system panel. Host Zhang Chen, age 20. Cultivation, Qi, refining 5th stage. Cultivation method, Holy Sun, blazing heaven art. Divine ability, none. Current main quest, fulfill the 3-year agreement with Lu Rian. This host is really pathetic enough. The damn system doesn't even reward a technique or two. How is he supposed to show off like this? Gazing at the empty divine ability section, Zhang Chen criticized once more. Divine abilities can be obtained by completing system quests. The host may also go to the sect's scripture repository to study. With guidance from a powerful master, mastery will come naturally. The next side quest will be unlocked subsequently. Stay tuned. After silently voicing grievances for the departed Zhang Chen ignored the system and sat cross-legged operating the Chaos Immortal Demon art to enter his daily cultivation state. This continued until the following morning. To avoid appearing unusual as a new disciple, Zhang Chen decided to imitate those earnest new disciples and head to the scripture repository to select some cultivation techniques and divine abilities. Just as he had barely left his cave dwelling, he heard the sound of an argument. Hurry up. You little brat. Clean my cave dwelling quickly. You're so clumsy. Look at your filthy appearance. Don't dirty my clothes. I'll beat you to death. Zhang Chen was walking to the sutra pavilion when he heard a shrill female voice especially grating. He followed the sound and saw a gorgeously dressed woman scolding a little girl in shabby clothes outside the cave dwelling, cursing very harshly. The woman was somewhat attractive, yet beside her stood a thin-built young man who coldly watched the messy girl, even revealing an amused smile. Did you water my spiritual plant to death? You can't even handle such a simple task, you stupid idiot. It wasn't me. I noticed your spiritual plant was a bit off yesterday, and I even reminded you. The girl looked barely over 10 years old. Her dirty and messy face couldn't hide her innocent beauty. Facing the woman's repeated accusations, she was full of grievance and pitifulness, but she only dared to lower her head and explain in a soft voice. You still dare to argue? Only you entered my cave dwelling. If not you, then who? You little wretch, you dare to lie. Are you itching for a beating? Seeing the girl actually dare to retort, the woman immediately frowned and fiercely poked the girl's forehead with her finger. The girl's shabby little body was thrown backward by the force, falling to the ground with a pained cry. But the woman showed no mercy, nor did the man who watched coldly from the side. You little wretch. Compensate me for that spiritual plant. Give me all the spirit stones you received this month. You. But I already gave you the spirit stones from last month and the month before. I have no more spirit stones. The girl endured the pain, stood up with difficulty, and still dared not speak loudly. I don't care about that. If you don't compensate me, you won't be able to stay in the outer sect. Zhang Chen watched this scene, shook his head, and understood that the man and woman were clearly trying to cheat the little girl out of her spirit stones. Another scene of seniors bullying newcomers. These so-called righteous sects are indeed fond of this. Zhang Chen had heard since he first entered the sect that the outer disciples often oppressed the handyman disciples. But Zhang Chen had no intention of meddling. He turned his head and continued walking toward the sutra pavilion. Ding! Detected a heaven's daughter. Triggered side quest: assist the heaven's daughter and guide her into the path of cultivation. In the future, she will become a great asset to you. Note: the cultivators bullying the daughter of destiny have higher cultivation. Host, please be careful. Heaven's daughter. What is that? Looking at the sudden system quest, Zhang Chen paused. Immediately, Fu Chun, who had been silent in the black ring, suddenly transmitted a message to Zhang Chen. Master, that little girl is a born divine body. Damn. Old man, why did you come out? Didn't I say you cannot come out without my permission? Zhang Chen scolded while also being amazed. A born divine body. Could the heaven's daughter the system mentioned be that little girl? But why can't I sense it? Oh, Master once said that some divine body constitutions are such that even returned to void stage experts might not be able to detect them at first glance. Perhaps this little girl has such a constitution. But how did this old man know? Master, please forgive me. Because this little girl's constitution is too special and rare, I couldn't help but feel a desire to cherish her talent. Fu Chen quickly apologized. What constitution does she have? And how do you know? Zhang Chen knew that only returned to void stage cultivators who had mastered the laws could see through others' constitutions at a glance, and this old man was at most at the nascent soul stage when alive. He questioned. Master, in my life, I also happened to learn from an ancient book about a divine body constitution, the jade pure ice body. The aura of that little girl is very similar to the description in the ancient book. The ancient book records that this jade pure ice body has a heaven-blessed affinity for the law of ice. Once the spiritual root awakens, it will definitely be a unique, mutated ice spiritual root, and its cultivation progress will be terrifying. With proper guidance, its future achievements will be no less than the return to void stage. I didn't expect such a small sect to hide a jade pure ice body. But judging by the little girl's lack of cultivation, I wonder if her spiritual root has awakened. If cultivated from a young age, she will definitely be a great help to you in the future. With Fu Chen's explanation, Zhang Chen finally confirmed the girl's identity. Jade pure ice body. This little girl is undoubtedly the heaven's daughter mentioned by the system. He had heard his master occasionally mention this constitution. Although it might not compare to his own chaos immortal demon body, if the system's normal plot proceeds, this little girl should slowly grow with the protagonist's help and become a pinnacle powerhouse of the righteous path in the future. Old man, you actually told me this news. Aren't you afraid I might lead her into the demonic path? Zhang Chen transmitted softly to Fu Chun in the black ring. Master, I have always believed in fate. This little girl meeting you here is her destiny. Whether she becomes righteous or demonic is her fate. Just as I fell into your hands. Oh, I mean this black ring fell into your hands, that is also fate. And whether you will help me restore my body in the future is also my fate. Damn, so you're hinting at me. Zhang Chen listened to the old man speaking seriously and felt speechless for a moment. So this guy said all that just to flatter me so that I, the demon seed, would help restore his body. This isn't believing in fate, it's cherishing your life. Able to bend and stretch, quite a character. This was Zhang Chen's fair assessment of this somewhat sycophantic righteous old man. Old man, your performance is not bad. You're becoming more and more like a demonic cultivator. Keep it up. Maybe one day I, the demon seed, will be happy and help you restore your body. Thank you. Master's praise. Hearing Zhang Chen's compliment, Fu Chen couldn't tell whether he should be happy, and he hid in the corner of the black ring saying nothing. This sect is probably doomed. The demonic cultivator who killed Zhang Chen has actually infiltrated here to satisfy his role-playing fetish. At this moment, Zhang Chen also stopped his steps toward the sutra pavilion, turned back to look at the arrogant pair and the little girl. He naturally intended to complete this side quest. One at Qi refining 6th layer, the other at Qi refining 8th layer. And the damn system actually gave a higher cultivation evaluation. Oh, I'm only at Qi refining 5th layer now, so that makes sense. Originally, I, the demon seed, didn't plan to crush noobs today. But blame your bad luck, you two, dogman and woman. Zhang Chen frowned and walked toward the two figures who were still furiously cursing. Brat, hand over spirit stones to compensate for my spiritual plants immediately, or I'll report to the outer sect steward and have you, a useless girl with no spiritual root, expelled from the sect. Outside the cave dwelling, Dai Ying, dressed in splendid attire, angrily scolded the disheveled little girl, Su Xian. Her voice was extremely shrill, causing many passing servant disciples and outer sect disciples to involuntarily stop and watch, but none dared to step forward to dissuade her. They feared Dai Ying's domineering nature, and even more so the young man named Gu Li beside her. Gu Li, relying on his connections in the inner sect and his cultivation at the 8th layer of Qi refining, often bullied others in the outer sect. How pitiful. If Su Xian's brother were still here, Gu Li and Dai Ying would certainly not dare to bully her like this. This pair is truly detestable. Why do they always target Su Xian? I heard that Su Xian's brother once offended Gu Li's cousin and his group in the inner sect. Su Xian's brother Su Yulong disappeared while on a mission a year ago, and there has been no news since. The sect's higher-ups have also given up the search. It's highly likely he was killed. That's why Gu Li and his gang are now picking on Su Xian like this. How infuriating. I heard Su Yulong was a dual spiritual root talent that the sect hadn't seen in a century, and even the sect master valued him greatly. Who would have thought he would meet such a fate? Alas, both siblings are ill-fated. Gu Li and his bunch are truly hateful. The disciples watching from afar whispered among themselves. Although they sympathized with the pitiful Su Xian, they could only silently support her in their hearts. Anyone who stepped forward to stop them would be opposing Gu Li and would have no peaceful days in the outer sect from then on. They were unwilling to be the first to stick their necks out. I really don't have any spirit stones left, sister. Please don't tell the steward. I can't leave the sect. I can clean your cave dwelling for free for another month to make up for your spiritual plants, and I can also give you the spirit stones I receive next month. Su Xian was startled when she heard Dai Ying threaten to tell the steward. At that moment she could no longer care about Dai Ying's slander. If Dai Ying reported her, she who had no spiritual root or cultivation would truly be expelled from the sect. She could not leave yet. Pa, Brat, it's already your honor to clean my cave dwelling. How dare you use that as repayment? If Brother Li and I hadn't shown mercy to give you a job, you useless brat would have been kicked out of the sect long ago. Dai Ying looked at Su Xian with full disdain, but Su Xian dared not retort. Ever since her brother disappeared, an elder had told her that as long as someone in the outer sect was willing to take her into work, she would not be expelled. Moreover, in consideration of her brother's contributions to the sect, she would be given a low-grade spirit stone each month in the hope that she might one day awaken her spiritual root and cultivate. But she found that aside from Dai Ying and Gu Li, no one in the outer sect was willing to take her in. So she had to swallow her bitterness in the face of their harassment. She feared that if Dai Ying grew displeased and refused to keep her, she would truly be expelled from the sect. After all, she had no spiritual root, so spirit stones were useless to her. As long as she could stay in the sect, she could give them all away. Brat, from now on all your spirit stones must be handed over to us, understand? Why aren't you saying anything? Keck out your tongue. Hey Xiaoying, don't be so harsh on a little girl. Brotherly you. Hearing her boyfriend actually stop her, Dai Ying was stunned for a moment, looking at Gu Li beside her with some surprise. After all, she is the sister of Su Yunlong. We should be a bit more polite to the genius's sister. Gu Li looked down at Su Xian and smiled with ill intent. Su Xian's somewhat dirty face could not hide its extraordinary delicacy. If she grew up, she would surely be a stunning beauty. This tender, exquisite face moved even Gu Li, who had seen countless women. This girl's future beauty would surely be no less than those holy maidens and celestial beings. If he could wait until she matured then. Su Xian felt no kindness in Gu Li's words. She only felt his smile was especially nauseating. For the genius's sister who has lost her brother and has no one to rely on, we naturally should be more considerate. When she grows up, she can come with us to the inner sect. Besides, she is clever and dexterous. It wouldn't be bad to have her as a warming bedmate. As he spoke, Gu Li scanned Su Xian's entire body, his face full of wickedness, as if he were imagining the scene when the girl grew up. The onlookers all silently cursed him as a beast. They certainly knew what disgusting schemes Gu Li was plotting, but none of them dared to step forward, nor did anyone dare to take Su Xian in. Brotherly, why bother being polite to the sister of that dead waste? This brat is clumsy and deserves to be scolded. If it weren't for the spirit stone she receives each month, I would have driven her out long ago. Dai Ying leaned against Gu Li's shoulder, seductively speaking without restraint. My brother is not a waste. He is not dead. Hearing Dai Ying mock her brother, Su Xian suddenly looked up, staring at the two with a firm gaze, unconsciously raising her voice. Her brother was her final bottom line, as she would not allow anyone to insult him. You brat, how dare you talk to me like that? You're asking for death, aren't you? Dai Ying saw that Su Xian actually dared to retort so boldly today, and her barely subsided anger flared up again. But this time Su Xian unexpectedly did not lower her head. Her large eyes on her dirty face still stared at Dai Ying. You're asking for death. Seeing Su Xian show such an unyielding look for the first time, Dai Ying was instantly enraged. Frowning, she suddenly opened her right palm and mercilessly swung it towards Su Xian's face. She was determined to teach this ungrateful brat a lesson today. This Daying is truly vicious. She actually intends to strike Su Xian. This is clearly not Su Xian's fault. Daying is at the 6th layer of qi refining. Even without using spiritual energy, an ordinary person simply cannot withstand her slap. It's over. Su Xian will surely be severely injured or even die. She really can bring herself to do it. Seeing Dai Ying's merciless attack, the watching disciples all worried and cursed inwardly, but they lacked the courage to step forward. Most of them were servant disciples, no match for Dai Ying, so they could only watch helplessly as Dai Ying struck. At this moment, the pitiful Su Xian was terrified as she saw the incoming slap. She certainly knew the power of Dai Ying's slap, but she could no longer dodge. She could only shrink her small body and close her eyes, hoping to lessen the damage. Now you're scared. Too late. Dai Ying looked at the frightened, shrinking Su Xian without a trace of pity and directly swung her hand towards Su Xian's dirty face. Slap. A crisp sound rang out. It was the sound of Dai Ying's slap being caught by a suddenly appearing arm. What? Dai Ying stared at the black-clad youth who had suddenly appeared before her, her face full of shock, then a surge of anger. In the outer sect, no one dared to lay a hand on her. Who are you? Don't you know who I am? Slap. The youth's handsome face was extremely cold and expressionless. He raised his hand and lashed out, and before Dai Ying could finish her words, she was directly sent flying by Zhang Chen's slap, to the shock of everyone. Dai Ying was slapped away by Zhang Chen's sudden strike, letting out a painful scream. The force of Zhang Chen's slap was so devastating that it sent Dai Ying spinning through the air like a top, flying backward over 10 meters before tumbling to the ground. Spewing a mouthful of thick blood, she cried out in agony on the ground, her earlier arrogance completely shattered. Who is that youth in black? How have I never seen him before? Is he a newly admitted disciple from yesterday? Could I be seeing things? He actually slapped Dai Ying away in one strike, without showing any mercy, and right in front of Gu Li. Dai Ying is at the 6th layer of qi refining, considered above average among outer sect disciples, yet she was sent flying by a single slap from this youth. What is his cultivation level? The entire crowd stared in shock at the suddenly appeared Zhang Chen and Dai Ying writhing in pain on the ground. Since Zhang Chen had only joined the sect the day before, most disciples did not recognize him, and they began speculating about the identity of this youth who had struck without warning. Seeing Dai Ying beaten, some felt a secret sense of satisfaction, yet at the same time, they couldn't help but worry about Zhang Chen. But he actually dared to injure Gu Li's girlfriend right in front of him. Does he have no idea who Gu Li is? If so, he's in serious trouble. He's truly a newcomer. Only someone who doesn't know Gu Li would act so recklessly. Dai Ying was beaten so badly that Gu Li will never let him go. Even if he escapes today, his days in the outer sect will be unbearable. Perhaps this youth has powerful connections within the sect. He wouldn't dare act unless he had his reasons. I've been in the outer sect for so long, and someone stood up for Su Xian. Seeing Dai Ying get what she deserved truly makes me feel satisfied. But if this youth has no backing in the sect, and is just some reckless fool who knows nothing, he won't survive today. Listening to the whispered gossip of the surrounding disciples, Su Xian, who had been huddled on the ground with her head in her arms, trembled. The expected blow never came, and she could roughly guess what had just occurred. Someone had stood up for her today. Slowly opening her tightly shut eyes, Su Xian clearly saw the black-clad figure standing before her, his back turned. Clad in black, his posture was tall and imposing. A gentle breeze stirred the long hair behind him, and at this moment, that dark silhouette shone brighter than the stars themselves. A familiar sensation rose in her heart, making Su Xian's nose tingle with unshed tears. Once upon a time, there had been someone just as towering who had stood between her and harm. Brother. Xiaoying, are you okay? Seeing his girlfriend sent flying, Gu Li's brows knitted together in anger. He hurried over to Dai Ying, who was still groaning in pain on the ground, and checked her injuries. Cough. Brotherly. Kill that kid. Dai Ying's words were slurred, her entire face swollen. Her facial bones seemed on the verge of shattering, and the pain was so intense, she nearly fainted. Her eyes fixed viciously on Zhang Chen, her rage reaching its peak. She had no idea who this sudden newcomer was, and she had never suffered such humiliation. All she wanted now was for him to die. Who are you? How dare you lay a hand on her? Don't you know who I Gu Li am? After soothing Dai Ying, Gu Li slowly rose to his feet, his brows deeply furrowed, his face dark with suppressed fury as he glared mercilessly at Zhang Chen. He did not strike immediately, but instead questioned in a cold tone. Though he had never seen Zhang Chen before, he was not foolish. A qi-refining 5th-layer cultivator daring to attack Dai Ying right in front of him. This person was either insane or had powerful backing within the sect. If he happened to be a relative of some elder, Gu Li would need to think twice. So he chose to confirm the other's identity first. Gu Li? I've never heard of him. Zhang Chen looked coldly at the arrogant couple, speaking with obvious disdain. Bullying your fellow sect members, laying hands on an unarmed little girl. Is this what you call the righteous path of our sect? Zhang Chen gave these two clowns absolutely no respect. If he hadn't wanted to cause too much trouble on his first day, that woman would have been reduced to nothing but scraps. Of course, he also had no desire to fight further. After all, using the strength of a nascent soul cultivator against two chi refining ants was entirely beneath his dignity. Even that single slap he had dealt dying now made him feel as though his hand were polluted. He would need to wash it thoroughly later. Seeing Zhang Chen completely disregard Gu Li, the onlooking disciples were once again stunned. Gu Li was ignored. That youth has some nerve. Even inner sect disciples wouldn't dare treat Gu Li like this. From the way he spoke, he really is a newcomer. Oh no, I thought he had some backing. Turns out he's just a reckless newcomer who's never even heard of Gu Li. This is bad. Gu Li will never let this go. In the entire outer sect, no one has ever dared to speak to Gu Li like that. What a pity. This newcomer is doomed. Gu Li is at the 8th layer of chi refining among the top cultivators in the outer court. Next month's assessment, he might even enter the inner sect. This newcomer has no chance against him. Besides, Gu Li fights ruthlessly. He won't be able to get out of bed for half a month, and his future in the outer sect will be miserable. What did you say? You seek death. Enraged that Zhang Chen would dare ignore him so brazenly, Gu Li's fury exploded. His eyes locked onto Zhang Chen, and a torrent of energy erupted violently from his body. Gu Li was now certain. This kid was simply a foolish newcomer with no sense of self-preservation. He had seen plenty of such reckless youngsters. Every new batch of disciples always had a few brave souls who didn't fear his reputation. Break them once, and they would behave. A newly admitted chi-refining 5th layer cultivator dares to be so arrogant. Today I'll teach you the rules of the Purple Cloud sect's outer court. Seeing Zhang Chen completely ignore him, Gu Li's anger grew even fiercer, shedding all restraint. He swung his fist directly toward Zhang Chen with a sound that tore through the air, unleashing the full power of his chi-refining 8th layer. He knew that Zhang Chen could only send dying flying because she had been caught completely off guard. Against his full force strike as a chi-refining 8th layer cultivator, this 5th layer kid would be crippled on the spot. Wait. Facing the aggressive Gu Li, Zhang Chen remained completely calm and raised both hands. What now, you're afraid? Seeing Zhang Chen raise his hands, Gu Li paused and stopped, somewhat surprised. This guy actually pauses mid-fight. Could he be terrified? Now you're scared? Too late. Dying, clutching her swollen face, limped over to Gu Li's side. She glared viciously at Zhang Chen, then turned to him with teary, aggrieved eyes. Brotherly, please don't let them off. When have I ever suffered such humiliation? Now you both kneel before Xiaoying and let her strike until she's satisfied. I may spare your lives. Gu Li, feeling heartache for the wrong dying, issued his command to Zhang Chen. After all, a chi-refining 5th layer cultivator was hardly worth his own hands. It's you who will be kneeling. Zhang Chen found the two clowns before him utterly ridiculous, laughing to himself. He couldn't even be bothered to fight such fools. Don't you know that those who bully the weak and torment the innocent invite heavenly retribution? When I raised my hand just now, I was merely reminding you not to get struck by lightning. You refuse to learn your lesson until the coffin is nailed shut. Gu Li's brows knit together. This guy had completely lost his mind. Bullying a little girl would bring heavenly punishment. What nonsense. Gu Li had acted this way in the outer sect for years without once fearing divine retribution. In the outer sect, he himself was heaven. Besides, it was broad daylight. Where would thunder come from? Brotherly, this kid has gone mad. Stop wasting words. Just cripple him. Die. Gu Li hesitated no longer and surged forward again with killing intent aimed at Zhang Chen. At that very moment, a startled cry rang out from somewhere. Look over there. What is that? The sky. It's gone dark. Both Gu Li and Dying suddenly felt a terrifying chill rise from their hearts. They looked up at the sky simultaneously and were instantly paralyzed with dread. The once cloudless sky had without warning been engulfed by dark storm clouds that covered the entire outer sect. Within those massive churning clouds, threads of light began to emerge, and a terrifying heavenly tribulation was rapidly gathering. What's going on? How did the sky suddenly turn dark? Where did these dark clouds come from? The sect's weather announcement today didn't mention any rain. A vast expanse of dark clouds gathered, shrouding the entire sky above the outer sect. Gazing at the abruptly darkened heavens, all the disciples present were bewildered until someone suddenly recalled something. Could this be the divine punishment that new disciple mentioned? Damn, how is that possible? It came right after he spoke. Look inside those clouds. Isn't that heavenly thunder brewing? Is it real? Could this tribulation really be meant to strike Gu Li and the other one? How could it be such a coincidence? The moment that youth spoke, the heavenly thunder arrived. Do you think this thunder was summoned by that youth? Impossible. Have you lost your mind? Summoning such a terrifying thunder tribulation out of thin air, even a nascent soul senior couldn't do that. Could a newly arrived disciple be a nascent soul senior? And look, the youth hasn't moved at all. He doesn't seem to be using any divine ability. In my opinion, just as the new disciple said, these two bullies who have been running rampant in the outer sect are finally facing divine retribution. The heavens have eyes. But I still find it puzzling. Gu Li and the other have done plenty of bad deeds before, so why did the thunder tribulation come only today? See, I told you to be careful. Zhang Chen gazed at the heavenly thunder that had fully formed above, a sinister smile curling on his lips as he spoke to Gu Li and the other. It would have been an honor for him to personally deal with these two chi refining stage brats, so instead Zhang Chen silently summoned the thunder tribulation from the shadows. He possessed the chaotic immortal demon art, and with a mere thought he could summon the chaotic thunder without anyone noticing, never revealing his true strength. The heavenly thunder descended upon the oppressor of the heaven's daughter. How fitting. Brotherly. Dying stared at the terrifying thunder tribulation in the cloud-filled sky, fear in her eyes. She was truly frightened. The heavenly thunder flickered with a terrifying radiance, as if it would pour down in the next moment, and it was aimed directly at the two of them. That was a thunder tribulation, something even nascent soul cultivators feared. How could two mere chi refining stage disciples possibly withstand it? Are you kidding me? Gu Li looked at the heavenly thunder above, furrowing his brow. He still refused to believe the tribulation was meant for him. He had acted this way for years in the outer sect, and had never encountered any thunder tribulation. How could it come just because a new disciple spoke of it, and specifically target him? It must be a senior in the sect cultivating or the sect leader engaged in a magical duel. With that thought, Gu Li flicked his sleeve and shouted, "I am a disciple of the illustrious Xian sect. Do you think I would believe?" Boom! Before Gu Li could finish, the terrifying tribulation thunder in the sky poured down, without mercy, striking the two of them. The blinding white light forced the onlookers to shield their eyes. The ground before the cave entrance exploded violently, and many disciples standing too close were knocked down by the blast. Then came two pitiful screams lingering in the air. The heavenly thunder came and went quickly. When everyone present opened their eyes again, they saw two pitch-black figures lying in a black pit, smoking and moaning in pain. All were stunned by the terrifying thunder tribulation, their mouths agape, silence hanging for a long time. Finally someone spoke slowly. Gu Li and Dying really received divine punishment. That thunder tribulation was truly aimed at them. This, aside from divine punishment, I can't find any other explanation. It can't be that the new youth did it, can it? That black-robed youth couldn't possibly be a nascent soul or higher senior. Does anyone know who this youth is? I recall something from yesterday's spirit root test. He's called Zhang Chen, a 5-element spirit root, with chi refining 4th layer. Only chi refining 4th layer, not 5th. But even chi refining 5th layer couldn't summon a thunder tribulation. Who cares how the heavenly thunder came? The point is seeing that arrogant pair of scoundrels get their divine punishment. I feel so relieved. Damn it, they've bullied countless outer sect disciples. Especially that little girl Su Xin. Her brother Su Yulong has contributed so much to the sect, and is now missing, yet they still bully his sister. Finally the heavens have opened their eyes. The crowd murmured, but dared not speak too loudly, fearing that Gu Li, who wasn't completely unconscious, might remember and retaliate. The sky remained dark and the massive thunderclouds had not dispersed, as if still craving more. By now Su Xian was staring with tearful, watery eyes at the tall black-clad figure before her, still unable to believe what had just happened. Her vision blurred. Had the heavenly thunder truly come to defend her? Or was it because of this brother who stood up for her? Before Su Xian could return from her thoughts, Zhang Chen's figure slowly walked toward where the thunder had struck. Zhang Chen slowly approached the two coal-black objects. A scent of burnt flesh wafted toward him, causing him to frown. If only I could sprinkle some spices, even the spirit beasts in the neighboring pens would be crying for a bite. This was the result of Zhang Chen holding back much of the thunder's power. If he had unleashed its full might, even a golden core cultivator would have been reduced to nothing. But he didn't want them to have such an easy end. Fellow disciples, why are you lying on the ground? This isn't a good place to sleep. Go back to your cave dwelling. Zhang Chen crouched down and asked with feigned concern, addressing Gu Li and Dai Ying, who were now black as coal. You? Cough. Both were now covered in black smoke, their clothes tattered and torn. Dai Ying's body was exposed, but it was too blackened from the lightning to see clearly. Many male disciples secretly lamented the missed sight. Dai Ying was acutely aware of her predicament. Shame overwhelmed her, but her charred face completely hid her flushed cheeks. She lacked even the strength to turn over. Though she had not died, she felt worse than death. Her body had been seen by so many. Oh, how could she ever show her face in the sect again? How could this be? Why did the heavenly thunder suddenly strike them? This thunder tribulation. You summoned it. Gu Li lay on the ground, his charcoal-like body so weak he could barely whisper. His heart was filled with disbelief and confusion. For a fleeting moment, he realized a seemingly impossible but terrifying explanation. Fellow disciple Gu, what are you saying? How could a chi refining 5th layer like me summon heavenly thunder? Zhang Chen revealed a mysterious smile, then reached out and removed the storage rings from the two. Besides, I did warn you to be careful not to get struck by lightning. You. Before Gu Li could finish, Zhang Chen stood up and walked away, ignoring him. The moment Zhang Chen left, the black clouds in the sky thickened again, and an even more terrifying lightning force began to brew, striking fear into the hearts of all present. Damn, not again. And you still say? This thunder wasn't summoned by you. Gu Li and Dai Ying stared at the impending thunder tribulation aimed at them, falling into despair. Meanwhile, in the depths of Zun's sect, within an unremarkable peak, the sect leader's secluded cultivation chamber, a seated figure slowly raised his head, gazing toward the outer sect direction with deep astonishment. Such a powerful energy fluctuation. What is it? Could a great cultivator be dueling near our sect? Above the outer sect, dark clouds loomed as a terrifying heavenly tribulation lightning rapidly gathered. All the watching disciples stood in utter silence, not daring to breathe, and no one stepped forward to help the charred figures of Gu Li and Dai Ying. They neither wanted to nor dared. They wished only to keep their distance, fearing that the descending tribulation lightning might catch them in its wake. Zhang Chen slowly approached the dazed little girl and crouched down, speaking gently. Are you all right, little sister? Your name is Su Xian, isn't it? Gazing at her stunningly beautiful face beneath the grime, Zhang Chen couldn't help but marvel silently. So this is the daughter of Heaven's Tao. Her aura is truly extraordinary. Once she grows up, she will surely possess a beauty that could topple nations, rivaling even his senior sister. With such a magnificent rescue, that dog system better reward me generously with points. I'm fine, thank you, big brother. Su Xian felt boundless warmth in her heart as she looked at the unfamiliar, yet gentle smile before her. It was the first time since her brother had disappeared that she felt this familiar warmth radiating from another young man. For a moment, the handsome face of the black-robed youth seemed to slowly melt the ice encasing her heart. These are the spirit stones they owed you. Keep them safe. Zhang Chen placed the storage rings he had just taken from Gu Li and Dai Ying into Su Xian's small palm. Big brother, this. Holding the two rings, Su Xian's grimy little hand trembled slightly, and she was at a loss for words. These rings contained far more than just spirit stones. Some of the menial disciples and outer disciples watching from the sidelines stared at the storage rings in Su Xian's hand with burning envy. The storage rings of Gu Li and Dai Ying were undoubtedly valuable, for the two had frequently extorted spirit stones and pills from outer disciples. After all, menial disciples could only receive 1 low-grade spirit stone per month for cultivation, and outer disciples received merely 10. Should one obtain those 2 storage rings, it would be an immense boost to their cultivation. Yet not a single person dared to seize them, not merely out of fear of Zhang Chen's strength, but also of that eerie heavenly tribulation. Zhang Chen, you dare? My cousin will never let this go. Your days in Zun's sect will never be peaceful again. Gu Li glared at Zhang Chen, mustering his last defiant feeble roar as the terrifying tribulation lightning prepared to descend. Noisy. Zhang Chen let out a cold snort, and a tribulation lightning far more dreadful than before came crashing down, its blinding radiance accompanied by a deafening thunderclap that drowned out the 2 victims' screams. Beneath the horrified and awestruck gazes of the crowd, Zhang Chen's nonchalant figure slowly receded into the distance. It was merely frying a few fish. Why all the shock? He truly couldn't understand these people. Zhang Chen leisurely continued his way toward the scripture pavilion, not bringing Su Xian along, for he knew she would come looking for him. Shortly after his departure, the outer sect erupted into an uproar. The reason was that they had caught sight of the sect master, who had been in seclusion for ages, a true nascent soul stage overlord. Some outer disciples might never have had the chance to glimpse this enigmatic sect master even once in their lifetime. Yet today he had unexpectedly descended upon the outer sect. That terrifying energy fluctuation was definitely coming from this direction. How could it have vanished? Has that mighty being already departed? The sect master of Zun sect, his body emanating Taoist resonance, stared puzzled at the large black pit before him. What are those 2 lumps of charcoal? I don't recall ever accepting foreign black-clothed disciples these past few years. Not long afterward, an urgent announcement was broadcast across the sect's skies. Today near the sect, a mighty battle between nascent soul stage or stronger experts is suspected to have occurred. 2 outer disciples were caught in the crossfire and are now in critical condition. The medical hall is making every effort to save them, but their prospects remain grim. All disciples are advised to refrain from going out unless absolutely necessary to avoid being caught in the aftermath. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen, already at the scripture pavilion, was unaware of the chaos outside, only noticing that the crowd within the pavilion was growing sparser. These so-called righteous cultivators aren't even diligent in their practice. No wonder this small sect can't grow strong. Zhang Chen shook his head disapprovingly at the lackadaisical atmosphere. With so few people even in the scripture pavilion, what could this sect ever hope to accomplish? The outer sect's scripture pavilion was far inferior to the inner one. It contained only a single shelf of cultivation techniques and divine abilities, modest in rank and limited in variety. Still, for Qi refining stage disciples, it was more than sufficient. Zhang Chen idly picked up a technique manual called Blazing Sun Fist. After 2 minutes of reading, he reached a conclusion: he had wasted 2 minutes. Such a mortal-grade technique wasn't even worth burning for kindling. Not that he cared. He was only going through the motions anyway. He had far more important matters to attend to, as his side quest was not yet complete. After wandering a while longer, and noticing that the pavilion was nearly empty, Zhang Chen strolled out. Just as he stepped through the door, he spotted a familiar small figure. But Zhang Chen felt not the slightest surprise. Little sister, were you waiting for me? He asked, walking slowly towards Su Xian, whose clothes were still soiled. Yes, yes. Su Xian straightened up as Zhang Chen emerged, her small face filled with nervousness and restraint. She had no spiritual root, not even qualifying as a menial disciple, and thus could not enter the scripture pavilion. She could only wait outside for him to come out. Thank you, big brother. Here are the 2 storage rings. I've already taken back all my spirit stones, and there's still so much more inside. Su Xian held out the 2 precious rings, her small hands trembling with nervousness. She didn't truly know this brother who had suddenly stood up for her. They had barely exchanged a few words, yet she found him somewhat strange, and also somehow endearing. But with Dai Ying and Gu Li's fates uncertain, she wondered who in the outer sect would take her in now. If no one did, she could no longer remain in the sect. So she had come to wait for this brother, hoping he might be willing to take her in. Zhang Chen looked at the kind-hearted daughter of Heaven's Tao declining the rings, while inwardly pondering whether this side quest could be considered complete. The reason he hadn't brought Su Xian along earlier was precisely to avoid appearing too deliberate, allowing the daughter of Heaven's Tao to lower her guard around him. Just in case that dog system tried to pull something sneaky again. Damn it. He had clearly saved the child of destiny, yet the dog system still hadn't given him the task completion notification. Had his points been swallowed up by the system? Could it be that the system required him not only to save the girl, but also to guide her onto the path of cultivation to complete the task? But this daughter of Heaven's Tao didn't seem to have awakened her spiritual root yet. How was he supposed to bring her onto the path of cultivation? If Su Xian didn't awaken her spiritual root for years, his task would remain incomplete for years. What the hell was he supposed to do then? Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully aiding the daughter of Heaven's Tao after a fierce battle. Quest reward 1200 points. Side quest updated: head to the Ironwater City auction house to seize the Spirit Bone Pill and help Su Xian, the daughter of Heaven's Tao, awaken her spiritual root ahead of time, setting her on the path of cultivation. Friendly reminder: the host currently lacks the financial means, so you must obtain the Spirit Bone Pill through unorthodox methods. Join forces with your master to rob the robbers. Damn, rob the robbers. Are you sure this is the righteous Holy Sun system? Damn, black eats black. Are you sure you're the righteous Saint system? Zhang Chen stared at the system's frivolous mission prompt, rendered somewhat speechless. He walked to a corner of the scripture library's entrance and cursed to himself. Lack of financial resources. Which dog system dares to look down on me? The wealth of this demon heir can easily buy you 10 million cities. Million City was near the Xian sect. Zhang Chen had learned a bit about it when he arrived. The auction house in the city was the most luxurious for 1,000 li around, but the items auctioned there still couldn't catch Zhang Chen's eye. As for this Spirit Bone Pill, it was extremely precious to some cultivation families or sects, since many wished for their family or sect disciples to awaken their spiritual roots early, gaining a head start in cultivation over their peers. It was a good thing for them, but still not worth Zhang Chen's notice. What Spirit Bone Pill? If he went, he could buy the entire auction house. Why bother with all that trouble? But after seeing the system's prompt, Zhang Chen instantly abandoned that thought. He knew the nature of this idiotic system. If he didn't follow its steps, he might be judged as failing the mission. This damn system clearly wanted him to go rob and go fish fry again. He was so done. Damn weeds. You dog system actually want me, the proud demon heir of the #1 demon sect, to be a babysitter for a righteous heavenly daughter? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ding. Since this side mission requires the host to face Foundation establishment cultivators, it is extremely dangerous. After completing the mission, the host can obtain an additional reward, the Heavenly Dao Qi buff. Bro, I admit I was a bit too loud just now. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up at the system's additional reward. Heavenly Dao Qi. This dog system didn't seem completely useless after all, it actually gave him something good. The Heavenly Dao is the product of the world's will and the order of rules. With the enhancement of Heavenly Dao Qi, cultivators will have a natural affinity for the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and their cultivation speed will undergo a qualitative leap. Their progress will be faster than cultivators of equal aptitude. Although Zhang Chen possessed the chaotic immortal demon body, which already gave him an abnormally fast cultivation speed, with the addition of Heavenly Dao Qi, it would undoubtedly be like adding wings to a tiger. His progress would be even faster, and he believed it wouldn't be long before he could sew Yi Wuxuan's mouth shut. Looks like I can get another power-up. Great. As expected of the system. Even though you belong to someone else, it doesn't matter. This mission is good. I have to do it. I, the demon heir, have cultivated bitterly for over 20 years. What's wrong with a little fish frying? The 1,200 points I just earned are still not enough to unlock the divine artifacts and secret scriptures in the shop. I need to keep working hard. While Zhang Chen was consoling himself, the system sent another mission prompt. Last warm reminder: the host has already offended inner disciples. To ensure the safety of the heavenly daughter, please bring her along when executing the mission and increase the heavenly daughter's favorability. The higher the favorability, the more mission points you will receive. Damn. Can't you finish in one go, meow? Zhang Chen was speechless. What do you mean? You're even adding a favorability system? She's just a child. You want me to court a little girl? Dog system, aren't you being too beastly? He was a dignified demon heir. How could he know how to please a little girl? But for more points, Zhang Chen decided to consult someone first. I should ask senior sister. She's a woman too, as she must know. Zhang Chen took out a sound transmission talisman. It was a spiritual communication treasure given to him and his senior sister by their master, allowing them to communicate anytime, even across millions of li, much like a telephone from his past life. Senior sister, do you have any way to win the favor of a cute and pretty little girl? Junior brother, why are you asking? Have you found a little girl outside? Where are you? Shangguan Wan's displeased voice came through the talisman. Not knowing why she was angry, Zhang Chen quickly made up an excuse, and then hung up, afraid that his senior sister would discover his current situation. It seems senior sister didn't know either. He would have to rely on himself. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Xian, seeing Zhang Chen turn away in silence and mutter to himself in a strange manner, panicked instantly. This brother wouldn't think she was impatient or unhappy, would he? If even he didn't want to take her in, then maybe no one in the entire outer sect would keep her. After some inner struggle, Su Xian finally mustered the courage to walk behind Zhang Chen and asked tremblingly, "Brother, can you keep me? If no one takes me in, I'll have to leave. I don't want to go, I still want to stay in the sect." Su Xian's voice was exceptionally soft and humble. "I know you are a good person, brother. As long as you take me in, I can do anything. The spirit plants of sister dying really weren't killed by my watering." Zhang Chen heard the soft voice behind him, slowly turned to look at Su Xian in her dirty clothes, and sighed lightly. He never expected that the dignified, heavenly daughter would end up in such a state. "Alas, you have suffered such bullying in the sect. Have you never thought of leaving? Why must you endure this? I'm waiting for my brother." Hearing Zhang Chen's kind voice, Su Xian slowly raised her head. "Before my brother left the sect, he told me he would definitely return. So I can't leave. I have to wait for my brother to come back." This. Looking at Su Xian's determined eyes, Zhang Chen was a little speechless. "Little girl, your brother might already be dead." Before he acted, Zhang Chen had more or less gathered from the gossiping disciples that this little girl's brother had likely been killed while carrying out a sect mission. But seeing Su Xian's stubborn gaze, Zhang Chen couldn't bear to voice his thoughts. This little girl was too naive. "Do you want to cultivate?" Zhang Chen asked in a low voice. "Cultivate? Me?" Zhang Chen's words left Su Xian stunned for a long time. Cultivate? Of course she wanted to. If she could cultivate, she wouldn't have to worry her brother, and she could go out and find him on her own. But she had no spiritual roots. How could she cultivate? But seeing the earnest look in Zhang Chen's eyes, for some reason, Su Xian felt a strange sense of trust. "Brother, I want to cultivate." "Good, then come with me." Zhang Chen nodded lightly and walked toward the sect gate. Su Xian quickly followed. Meanwhile, at the Ziyun sect's healing hall, Zhou Mao frowned as he looked at the two people lying on the hospital beds wrapped in white cloth, like Zongzi, their breaths faint. "You're saying a new outer disciple named Zhang Chen did this to my cousin?" Zhou Mao's sleeve lashed out, making the inner disciple token hanging at his waist sway. He asked the lackeys beside him. "Brother Mao, although we don't know where that strange heavenly thunder came from, it was indeed that kid Zhang Chen who opposed Gu Li and stood up for Su Yulong's sister." A lackey nearby replied, "Oomph. A newcomer at the 5th layer of Qi refining, and he doesn't know his place. Regardless of whether my cousin's injury is his doing, he dared to stand up for that damned Su Yulong's sister. I think he's tired of living. Brother Mao, such outer sect trash doesn't require your personal intervention. In a few days, it's my turn to teach the outer sect lecture. I can easily kill a Qi refining 5th layer without anyone knowing." A lackey beside him volunteered. "Fine, Liang Hu. Make it clean. If possible, leave him alive and bring him to me. If you can't, then don't let him die too easily." Zhou Mao's eyes were icy as he gave the order. "My cousin is critically ill. In the next few days, I need to go to the Taishui City auction house to bid on a rare pill for my family and also buy some life-saving pills for my cousin. When I return, I don't want to see that Zhang Chen still alive and unscathed. Leave it to me, Brother Mao." Taishui City was the most prosperous city within a 1,000 li radius of the Purple Cloud sect. At this moment, the city's main thoroughfare bustled with people. Shops, brothels, and peddlers' cries intermingled in a lively cacophony, and cultivators could be seen passing by from time to time. Dressed in black, Zhang Chen walked slowly along the street, with Su Xian, whose clothes were dirty and disheveled, heading toward the auction house at the city center. "Little girl, would you like a sweet and fragrant candied hawthorn stick?" An old man smiled, offering the bundle of candied hawthorns he held. Zhang Chen turned around and saw Su Xian stopped in front of a stall, her big watery eyes fixed on the tempting red treats as she swallowed hard. "Want one?" Zhang Chen walked over to the little girl. Su Xian looked at him, then shook her head shyly. She wanted one, but with not a single coin to her name, she felt embarrassed to ask, and was about to leave. "Sir, have one. Just 10 coppers. I guarantee you won't find another stick this good on this whole street." "I'll take the whole bundle." Zhang Chen handed the old man a spirit stone. "Keep the change." He had no idea how to raise the daughter of heaven's favor to earn more mission points, but he figured that girls all liked good food, so buying it was the right move. He had money to burn. "Sir, this." The old man stared at the spirit stone in his hand, his mind going blank for a moment. This was the spirit stone of those immortal cultivators. One such stone could buy an entire large shop in the city. Shaken by this sudden windfall, the old man's hands trembled violently. A cultivator had actually come to buy his candied hawthorns. Thank you, immortal master. Brother. This. Su Xian was stunned too, and wanted to persuade Zhang Chen to take back the stone, knowing how precious it was. Take it. Don't you want to eat? But, looking at the bundle of candied hawthorns in her hands, Su Xian felt a mix of emotions. The last time she had eaten one was when her brother took her to buy it. She couldn't even remember how long ago that had been. In the days without her brother, even finding enough to eat in the outer sect had been a struggle, let alone indulging in such sweets. She had long forgotten the exact taste of candied hawthorn, only remembering that it was sweet and delicious like honey. Brother, you eat first. Zhang Chen strolled through the bustling street with a candied hawthorn between his lips, followed by Su Xian, who carried the bundle over her shoulder. The little girl munched on her treat, laughing. She had never been this happy before. This should boost my favorability now, right? You damn system doesn't even show the favor meter in real time. You're not skimming my mission points again, are you? Zhang Chen glanced at the delighted daughter of heaven and cursed the system under his breath. Damn, little girl, how are you eating so fast? Half the bundle's gone already. That speed rivals my senior sister's. After that little episode, Zhang Chen led Su Xian to the entrance of an especially luxurious auction house. The crowd here was noticeably thinner as the auction house was open only to cultivators. Common folk were not allowed near. Are you two here to bid or to auction treasures? As Zhang Chen and the girl approached, a woman in a striking red cheongsam came forward to greet them, her face beaming with charm. But upon noting Zhang Chen's plain attire and Su Xian's nervous beggar-like appearance, her smile quickly cooled. These two siblings didn't look like they had any money to bid. Zhang Chen, unfazed by the receptionist's look, said calmly, "All right, please wait over there, and someone will guide you." The receptionist spoke indifferently, leaving Zhang Chen and Su Xian aside as she went to attend to other guests. "Oh, if it isn't young Master Zhang. It's been so long, I was afraid you'd forgotten little Sushuan." Sushuan's commission was tied to the guests she attended to. As a cultivator at the third level of Qi refinement, she could sense that Zhang Chen's cultivation wasn't much higher than hers, and judging by their attire, they clearly couldn't afford to bid. Likely just itinerant cultivators there to gawk at the spectacle. She had seen plenty of such guests. Besides, her usual clientele included members of cultivation families and sect disciples, as she had even had the honor of serving a golden core cultivator. Attending to penniless wanderers was a waste of her time. Zhang Chen couldn't be bothered to respond to such snobbery. There were far too many such opportunists in the righteous path. After all, he had only come to the auction house to see which poor soul would end up buying that spirit bone pill at the auction later. Zhang Chen led Su Xian to a seat on the side. Su Xian, an ordinary mortal, felt extremely out of place and uneasy in such a luxurious setting for the first time. In particular, the elegant pale green dress adorned with embroidered patterns displayed in a frame at the front desk caught her eye. Its lines were both ornate and graceful, far more beautiful than anything the senior sisters in the sect wore. Even she could sense the faint Tao resonance emanating from the garment. At heart, Su Xian was still a girl who loved pretty things. The dress was so gorgeous she could hardly tear her eyes away, but she could only admire it from afar. Something placed so prominently must be extremely expensive. But wasn't brother Zhang Chen supposed to be teaching her cultivation? Why had they come to an auction house? Are you two here to bid on treasures? Before long, another woman in a green cheongsam approached them. Her face was radiant, her manner modest, and her voice warm and gentle, a stark contrast to Sushuan. Su Yener had joined the auction house only a few days ago. As a newcomer, she had little influence there, and was often targeted by veterans like Sushuan who offloaded ordinary guests she didn't want onto her. But she didn't mind. She treated every guest with the proper respect and enthusiasm, believing that with a few more years of hard work things would surely improve. Yes. Su Yener's voice was pleasant to Zhang Chen's ears, and he nodded. Very well, please follow me. Su Yener made a polite gesture. Noticing Su Xian's somewhat dirty clothes, she continued. If this young lady wouldn't mind, our auction house has bathing and changing facilities, and the clothes are free of charge. If you need to freshen up, I can take you there. Bathe. Su Xian instinctively hid behind Zhang Chen at the mention of a bath. But then she looked down at her dark, slightly smelly clothes and felt utterly out of place in this grand setting, a wave of inferiority washing over her. Zhang Chen thought it was a good idea. Giving Su Xian a bath and a change of clothes would be nice. He'd wanted to suggest it himself, but as a man it was awkward to bring up with a little girl. With the receptionist offering, it was perfect. All right, thank you for your trouble. Zhang Chen spoke, and Su Xian also nodded shyly. No trouble at all. Su Yener smiled and summoned a few maids to take Su Xian for her bath. With Zhang Chen's nascent soul stage perception, he had no concerns about Su Xian's safety. Good service attitude. As the maids led Su Xian away, Zhang Chen nodded and said casually, that dress displayed at the front desk looks nice. I'll buy it. Have it delivered to the little girl. Zhang Chen had noticed Su Xian staring at the dress for a long time. Buying it for her would surely boost her favor considerably. This demon prince is so thoughtful. The damn system better give me extra points for this. But it was precisely this calm remark that made everyone at the front desk turn to stare at him in shock, including Su Xuan, who had left them standing aside earlier. Young master, you say you want to buy that dress? Su Yin'er, standing nearby, was also taken aback for a moment, hardly believing her ears. What's the matter? Is the long dress not for sale? At the auction house's front desk, Zhang Chen looked at Su Yin'er with confusion. And no, it's not that. Su Yin'er hastily shook her head. It's just that the price of that dress is a bit expensive. You see, this flowing rainbow blue flower gown was entrusted to us for auction by a senior at the Golden Core stage. Not only is it splendid and elegant, but legend has it that it can withstand a single strike from a Foundation establishment cultivator, comparable to a one-time defensive artifact. However, the price set by that senior was somewhat too high, so it remained unsold through multiple auctions. In the end, the head manager hung it at the front desk waiting for the right person. Su Yin'er explained with some difficulty. Though she had only recently started working here, she was well aware of the origins of this dress. Regular customers all knew the dress was outrageously priced, so they generally wouldn't ask about it. Only newcomers would be drawn to it upon entering, only to shake their heads helplessly upon hearing the price. This was the first time she had seen someone like Zhang Chen who wanted to buy it the moment he spoke. How expensive is it? 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. The Golden Core senior said this dress holds special significance. 150,000 spirit stones, not a single one less. Though she knew Zhang Chen would surely back out upon hearing the price, Su Yin'er still patiently stated it. 150,000 low-grade spirit stones could buy a truly remarkable artifact. What normal person would spend that on a pretty dress? At this moment, several onlookers were waiting to see the newcomer make a fool of himself. No problem. I'll take it. Zhang Chen's voice was calm, as if he were talking about something trivial. Though not loud, it echoed across the entire front desk. Everyone turned to stare at him in shock, and the air grew still. What did he say? He's buying it. There really is a fool who'd pay that. Just how filthy rich must he be? Young master, are you certain you want to buy it? Su Yin'er, who had been fully expecting Zhang Chen to back down, was stunned once more. She hadn't expected this young man to actually buy it, and without the slightest hesitation. Su Yin'er felt light-headed, her mind spinning. This was 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. How much commission would she get from this? The entire Miyun city hadn't seen a single item sell for over 100,000 spirit stones in years. And now this heaven-sent fortune had just crashed right into her lap. I'm sure. Take it down and have that little girl try it on. Zhang Chen nodded nonchalantly. A mere 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. Who did they think they were underestimating? He'd thought it would be something truly expensive. In every auction house this demon lord had visited, the bidding currency was at minimum high-grade spirit stones. 100 low-grade spirit stones exchange for 1 mid-grade spirit stone, and 100 mid-grade spirit stones exchange for 1 high-grade spirit stone. Compared to the mission points he could earn, 150,000 low-grade spirit stones was practically pocket change. Very well, young master. I'll fetch it for you. Having discerned from Zhang Chen's firm tone that he was truly set on buying, Su Yin'er suppressed the joy surging within her and prepared to personally retrieve the flowing rainbow blue flower gown. Yin'er, go inform the head manager. I'll attend to this young master myself. At that moment, Su Xian's voice suddenly cut in, stopping Su Yin'er in her tracks. Having caught wind of a big spender, Su Xian promptly abandoned the guest she was tending to and sashayed over with a sweet smile, her hips swaying. She hadn't expected this plainly dressed young man to be such a genuine tycoon, spending 150,000 spirit stones without batting an eye. She certainly had no intention of letting this heaven-sent fortune go to a newcomer. Sister Suyu. Su Yin'er stopped, her expression souring. She knew this veteran employee intended to swoop in and steal her deal, yet she found herself at a loss for how to refuse. Such was the predicament of being a newcomer in the workplace. She couldn't outmaneuver these seasoned old hands. But she was unwilling to give up so easily. 150,000 spirit stones. The commission from an entire year of attending customers wouldn't even match this single transaction. But Su Xian paid no heed to the troubled Su Yin'er. She simply walked past her, and with her sinuous snake-like waist approached Zhang Chen. Young Master Yin'er is new and not yet familiar with the ropes. Allow me to explain all about this flowing rainbow blue flower gown. Su Xian looked at Zhang Chen, every smile and gesture dripping with seductive charm, a stark contrast to her earlier coldness. Not needed. Zhang Chen's expression was frigid. He didn't even spare Su Xian a glance. Rushing past her, he addressed Su Yin'er directly. Are you going to take it down or not? Why, yes. One moment, young master. Head manager. You're here too. Su Yin'er snapped back to reality and noticed the auction house's head manager had already arrived at the front desk. She quickly bowed in greeting. Forgive this humble Lin for any lack of hospitality, having failed to greet our distinguished guest sooner. Head manager Lin Zheng stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Zhang Chen. In truth, the moment Zhang Chen expressed his intent to buy the gown, Lin had received word and hurried out to receive him. After so many years, a deep-pocketed, a distinguished buyer had finally come for this stubborn piece of merchandise. If it hadn't sold, he'd have been forced to return it to that senior. To purchase this grotesquely overpriced flowing rainbow blue flower gown, without the slightest hesitation, this young man had to be from some great cultivation clan or major sect, perhaps even larger than the Ziyun sect. As the head manager Lin Zheng naturally had to cultivate a connection with such an important figure. He absolutely could not afford to be negligent. If the young master doesn't mind, would you honor us with a visit upstairs? Zhang Chen considered it. A quiet place to watch the auction was just as good, and he could better observe which unfortunate soul ended up with that spirit bone pill. Fine. Under Lin Zheng's enthusiastic invitation, Zhang Chen walked toward the upper chambers, Su Yan'er following along, leaving only Su Xian standing frozen in place. Su Xian's face was pale as death. She knew her arrogance today had cost her a major client, a truly monumental one. She had personally handed a heaven-sent fortune to a newcomer. Waves of regret and self-loathing crashed over her. Su Xian, what are you standing there gaping for? More guests have arrived. Go attend to them. At that moment, another young man entered the auction house accompanied by an elderly figure. Lin Zheng barked the order at Su Xian without the slightest courtesy. Zhang Chen happened to glance at the young man as well, and the two locked eyes briefly. A disciple of the Ziyun sect, it seems. Zhang Chen noticed the young man was clad in a Ziyun sect robe with an inner disciple token hanging at his waist. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Two Foundation establishment cultivators. The old man was stronger, at the peak of Foundation establishment. But considering the Ziyun sect was situated not far from Miyun City, it wasn't unusual to see its disciples here. Zhang Chen had only joined the Ziyun sect yesterday and wasn't wearing its uniform, so he wouldn't be recognized as a fellow disciple. His figure vanished into the upper chambers. Young master, what's wrong? The old man noticed Zhou Mao suddenly stop and asked with curiosity. Nothing. Zhou Mao averted his gaze from the upper chambers. Was it just his imagination? Why did that person give him an unsettling feeling in his chest? Yet his spiritual sense only detected the 5th level of qi refining. 5th level of qi refining. That Zhang Chen fellow was also at the 5th level. It must be a coincidence. How could someone who just joined the sect yesterday possibly be here? Zhou Mao immediately dismissed the thought. Elder Mo, today our target is that spirit bone pill. Competition from the other families is bound to be fierce. Do we have a real shot at winning it? Zhou Mao turned to look at the old man. Rest assured, young master. The master has gone all out for that spirit bone pill meant for the young master. We're determined to secure it. And even if we fail to win it at auction, it will still end up in our hands in the end. Elder Mo's gaze turned chillingly cold as he finished speaking. Zhou Mao naturally understood what Elder Mo meant. It was no coincidence that his father had sent the clan's top fighter Elder Mo at the peak of Foundation establishment to accompany him. The grand auction house was packed to capacity with not a single seat vacant. The Midwa City auction house was indeed the most renowned and luxurious venue within 1,000 li. The entire auction house was filled with cultivators from various cultivation families and sects of all sizes, with quite a few Foundation establishment cultivators in attendance. On the second floor, an exceptionally opulent private box stood out, a space reserved exclusively for the auction house's most distinguished guests beyond the reach of even some notable cultivation families and sects. Within this luxurious private box, Su Xian wore a gorgeous, yet elegant long dress, her freshly washed face radiant with beauty. Even the striking Su Yan'er beside her couldn't help but be captivated. After the dirt was washed from the little girl's body, she was like a completely different person. If Su Xian had previously resembled a little beggar, one could now confidently say she looked like the immortal maiden of a great sect. Yet at that moment Su Xian felt a dizziness clouding her mind. She stood dazed beside Su Yan'er, too timid to take a seat. What was going on? Wasn't that the exquisitely beautiful dress from the front hall? How could that sister have taken it down and dressed her in it after her bath? It must be absurdly expensive. Su Xian felt as though she were dreaming. She wouldn't dare to imagine it. Such a dress, which even the senior sisters in her sect couldn't afford, was now gracefully adorning her body. For the first time in her life, Su Xian had never worn such an expensive and beautiful dress. She was delighted, yet a deep unease lingered. So when Su Yan'er brought the dress over, Su Xian dared not take it. She repeatedly confirmed with Su Yan'er whether there had been a mistake, and only after Su Yan'er assured her multiple times did she finally let her help her change. She was then led to this luxurious room, which left her even more shocked. She thought she had entered the wrong place. Those great cultivators could only sit below, yet she was seated upstairs. Even though she had never been to such an auction house before, she could tell that the sole private box on the upper floor was extraordinary. This was definitely not a place a common little girl like her should be entering. Su Xian had briefly worried that Su Yan'er was selling her off. Only when she saw the familiar figure of Zhang Chen inside the room did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. Could all these dreamlike moments be because of brother Zhang Chen? Su Xian looked at Zhang Chen lounging leisurely on the opulent recliner, her eyes growing misty. Brother Zhang Chen, did you buy this dress? Although she had already guessed the answer, Su Xian still asked in disbelief. How is it? Do you like it? I have some connection with the manager here. He gifted it to me. Zhang Chen, seeing the completely transformed Su Xian, couldn't help but reflect, once this girl grew up, her beauty would surely rival his senior sisters. Facing Su Xian's questions, Zhang Chen did not wish to reveal too much, so he simply made up a casual excuse. As for the alleged friendship with the auction house director, he was not lying. After displaying even a fraction of his wealth in the pavilion, Lin Zhong had treated him like a revered elder, handing him a black gold token, after which he was immediately arranged to this place. But this location offered a decent view and was quite quiet, indeed not bad at all. Judging by those little eyes of the heavenly Tao's daughter, his affinity score must have doubled. Damn it, this damn system. I've never even bought clothes for my senior sister, yet it treats me as the nanny for the heavenly Tao's daughter. But for the sake of heavenly fortune and points, this devil will hold his tongue. For now. Don't feel burdened. Sit down, it wasn't expensive. Zhang Chen, noticing Su Xian's hesitance, gestured for her to take a seat. Su Xian was reluctant, hesitating for a long moment before slowly sitting down. Gazing at Zhang Chen's carefree expression, something deep within her heart seemed to be stirred. The fact that people here showed him such respect made it clear he was certainly not an ordinary person. They had known each other for less than a day, yet his background must be immense, perhaps even more mysterious than the inner sect seniors she knew. But why would he help her? Su Xian couldn't figure it out, yet she felt no fear. Somehow she sensed no malice from him. Instead, an inexplicable warmth radiated from him, something she hadn't experienced since her brother disappeared. On the first floor below, a conspicuous area was reserved for cultivation families and sect disciples. In this section, Zhou Mao, possessing dual identities, naturally sat closer to the center. Amidst the bustling crowd, he was gazing up at the luxurious second-floor private box with some surprise. I remember this private box hasn't hosted guests in a long time. Looks like someone important has arrived today. But why only Qi refining 5th layer? Could it be that young man from earlier? Due to the special decorations of the private box, he couldn't see who was inside. He could only sense the aura within. But he did not dwell on it further. Today he was determined to secure the spirit bone pill and bid on a few medicines to treat his cousin Gu Li's injuries. Thank you all fellow cultivators for gracing us with your presence at today's auction. Now allow this humble one to introduce our first lot. With the opening remarks from the most gorgeous woman in a cheap house standing at the very front of the auction house, the auction was officially declared open. It's finally begun. This devil wants to see which unfortunate soul will end up with the spirit bone pill today. Zhang Chen lazily observed the lively scene below, but soon grew tired of it. It was undeniable that nothing at this auction caught Zhang Chen's interest. Yet it hardly was the auction house's fault. He was a nascent soul stage cultivator far above what this venue designed for Qi refining and foundation establishment stages could offer. Lot after lot was auctioned off, the competition below growing increasingly fierce to the point where Zhang Chen above felt drowsy watching it all. Beside him, Su Xian's eyes widened in astonishment as these breathtaking treasures, valued beyond her imagination, were sold one by one. It wasn't until a particular lot appeared that the little girl's sudden exclamation instantly dispelled Zhang Chen's drowsiness. Esteemed guests, this lot is called the Blood Restoration Pill. Though it's a first-grade pill, its effects rival certain second-grade pills. It can rapidly heal fatal injuries below the foundation establishment stage. The opening bid is 800 low-grade spirit stones. Fellow cultivators, please place your bids. The Blood Restoration Pill, excellent. It's perfect for treating my cousin's injuries. Hearing the elegant woman's introduction, Zhou Mao, who had remained silent throughout, finally lit up and called out. I bid 900. This pill is of great use to me, Zhou Mao. I ask all fellow cultivators to show kindness to my Zhou family. Zhou Mao's voice rang out clearly, announcing his family name for all to hear, drawing every gaze in the auction house toward him. Zhou Mao? Why is he here? How did he come to? At that moment, Su Xian inside the private box froze at the sound of Zhou Mao's voice. Turning to look at him, her body began to tremble visibly once she saw his face. What's wrong? Zhang Chen also noticed Su Xian's abnormality and turned his head to ask. And nothing. Su Xian's voice trembled with evident fear. That man is Gu Li's cousin. Then she remembered something and hastily added. Brother Zhang Chen, you must be careful around him. He's a bad person. When my brother and I were still in the inner sect, he constantly targeted us with malicious acts. He's even responsible for. You struck his cousin, so he'll surely retaliate against you. You must watch out for him. Su Xian watched Zhou Mao caught between intense fear and anger. She couldn't understand why this Zhou Mao targeted her brother, only knowing he was cruel, possibly even connected to her brother's disappearance. She also feared Zhou Mao might harm brother Zhang Chen. Oh, but Zhang Chen showed no fear. In fact, he studied Zhou Mao below with keen interest. So the guy wearing the purple cloud sect robe was indeed Gu Li's cousin and the heavenly Tao's daughter's adversary as well. So you're the villain, are you? That explains it. I was wondering how to build favor. Brother Zhang Chen, you must be careful around him when you return to the sect. He's very... It's fine. Before Su Xian could finish, a spark flashed in Zhang Chen's eyes. He sat up straight and waved at the auctioneer below, calling out. 200,000. I'll take the pill. With those words, the bustling auction house fell into complete silence. Everyone as if robbed of their voice. I bid 900. This elixir is of great use to me, Zhou Mao. I ask all fellow cultivators to grant my Zhou family some face. Zhou Mao stared at the pill emanating a medicinal fragrance on the auction stage and declared loudly. His voice was resounding, stirring murmurs among the auction crowd. Zhou Mao, the eldest young master of the neighboring city's cultivation clan, the Zhou family. I didn't expect him to come. Damn it, I was planning to buy that pill for my injured son, but now that he's set his sights on it, it seems I've lost my chance. Indeed. Did you see the old man beside him? If I'm not mistaken, that's the Zhou family's top expert, old Mo, at the peak of Foundation establishment. Already the pinnacle of combat power among cultivation clans. I've heard that Zhou Mao holds grudges. If you dare compete with him, you might not live to enjoy the prize. Alas, even if I dared to compete, I lack the wealth. I'm just a loose cultivator. How could I compare with a well-established cultivation clan in terms of spirit stones? Those qualified to contend with him are likely only other cultivation clans and sect disciples. I'll just wait and see if I can snatch something later. Zhou Mao's words, seemingly polite but actually overbearing, extinguished the competitive desire of many loose cultivators who had been eyeing the pill. Who would dare offend the young master of a cultivation clan and a disciple of the Purple Cloud sect at that? To compete with him would be sheer madness. Brother Zhou Mao seems to need that pill greatly. Our Liang family will not deprive you of what you cherish. A young man nearby, fanning himself with a folding fan, spoke with a smile, clearly also a scion of a cultivation clan. Thank you, Brother Liang Hui. Then our chief family will also step aside. It's not of much use to me anyway. Seeing the surrounding cultivation clans showing deference, Zhou Mao responded politely, a knowing smile spreading across his face. It was best if no one dared compete, saving him spirit stones for the grand finale. Since no one else bids, this blood restoration pill belongs to. Just as Zhou Mao thought the pill was his, a voice suddenly rang out from the private box above. Waiter, I bid 20,000. I want this pill. At these words, Zhou Mao's smile froze. The once noisy hall fell silent. Everyone turned their gaze to the box above, their eyes filled with shock, wondering if they had misheard. What did he say? How much did he bid? 20,000. For a pill that only works for chi refining cultivators, he offered 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. Did I hear that right? Who was in that box? The starting bid was 800. Young Master Zhou bid 900, and he directly jumped to 20,000. What a huge leap. That's not how auctions work. Did he make a mistake? That's outrageously extravagant. 20,000 low-grade spirit stones is equivalent to the annual income of some cultivation clans. Damn, that's ridiculously rich. Saying 20,000 so casually. If he weren't in the only private box up there, I'd think the village idiot had wandered in. 20,000 is nothing. Before the auction started, I saw some tycoon spend 150,000 on that gown that had hung at the front counter for ages without even blinking. Wait, could that gentleman be the one in the box? In all my years at this auction, I've never seen such generosity. Is that tycoon from a major cultivation clan or a sect from another dynasty? The hall buzzed with speculation about the identity of the person above. The beautiful auctioneer also stood stunned for a long time. In all her years at this venue, she had never witnessed such an outrageous bid. Before the auction began, she had only heard that an exceptionally wealthy guest had arrived, but she never imagined such extravagance. It almost left her speechless. Young master in the box, are you sure you bid 20,000? Yes. Zhang Chen's calm voice drifted out, utterly unruffled. Very well then. Are there any fellow cultivators present who wish to bid higher? The woman's voice echoed through the hall, but no one spoke up. Ridiculous. Only a fool would bid 20,000 low-grade spirit stones for a blood restoration pill. Wasn't that insane? They weren't like the tycoon upstairs. Many suspected the person above had some peculiar hobby, otherwise he wouldn't engage in such abnormal behavior. At this moment, no one's expression was more sour than Zhou Mao's. He hadn't expected anyone to dare bid, let alone shout 20,000 outright. Seriously, who is that up there? Is he crazy? Haha, Brother Zhou Mao, it seems that distinguished guest upstairs also wants that pill. You have a rival now. The young man with the folding fan watched with an amused expression. You? Zhou Mao stared at the box above, feeling an urge to voice something, but old Mo beside him stopped him. Young master, we cannot. Our target today is not the blood restoration pill. Avoid unnecessary trouble. Old Mo looked up at the box, his gaze far calmer than Zhou Mao's. Whoever sat up there was no ordinary person. Although he could clearly sense that the speaker's cultivation was only at the 5th layer of chi refining, there must be someone secretly protecting him. They couldn't afford to provoke him now. Fine. Yielding to Old Mo's advice, Zhou Mao finally sat back down. Old Mo was right, today's target was the spirit bone pill, and there should be pills for his cousin's injuries later. This one wasn't essential. Yet Zhou Mao couldn't shake the feeling that the person upstairs was targeting him. Perhaps it was just his imagination. Very well then, this blood restoration pill belongs to the young master upstairs. Next, this pill is called the bone healing pill, which can restore broken tendons and bones. The starting bid is 900. I bid 1,000. This pill is of great use to me, Zhou Mao. I ask all fellow cultivators to grant my Zhou family some face. Another healing pill. Zhou Mao breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected it to come so soon. Surely no one would compete with him this time. Waiter, I bid 20,000. Leave this pill for me. The same calm voice from above echoed again, and the entire hall fell silent once more. This? Damn. Again. Such extravagance. Do these two have a grudge? No one dared speak now. They were both shocked and eager to watch the drama unfold. Brother Zhou Mao, do you have a feud with the person upstairs? Sir, are you deliberately targeting me? Zhou Mao finally spoke up, his expression extremely grim, ignoring old Mo's attempts to stop him. It was one thing to compete once, but twice, by the same person at the same outrageously high price, made it hard for Zhou Mao not to suspect persecution. Old Mo also stared fixedly at the box, his mind racing. Had the Zhou family offended some great clan? Fellow cultivator, why do you say that? A calm and seemingly innocent voice came from above, and then Zhang Chen's figure appeared at the railing of the box. I have never met you, nor do I bear any grudge against you. Why would I target you? At the railing, Zhang Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he looked down at Zhou Mao. If you manage to buy a single pill today, I lose. Behind him, Su Xian watched Zhang Chen, who was lavish yet unperturbed, both shocked and slightly amused. Meanwhile, Su Yan'er, who was attending, had eyes sparkling with excitement. Rich. 20,000. Another 20,000. How much commission will she get today? Who is that person? Does anyone know him? I've never seen him before. He must be from out of town. Oh, I remember now. He's the one who bought that expensive gown at the front counter earlier. To think he's competing with young Master Zhou. But daring to compete with young Master Zhou, I think he might be overestimating himself. Sure enough, he's from elsewhere, still too young. Although he's rich, doesn't he know that a mighty dragon cannot crush a local snake? Young Master Zhou has not only the Zhou family behind him, but also the Purple Cloud sect. Even families from other places have given him face before. Young Master Zhou is notoriously domineering. Whoever dares to snatch something from him, I'd say that person is in danger once they leave the auction. It was him. Zhou Mao recognized Zhang Chen at a glance. The same person he had briefly seen entering the auction hall. Then what did you mean by that? Obviously Zhou Mao didn't believe Zhang Chen. Squinting, his face darkened as he stared at the box, feeling that the person upstairs was indeed targeting him. There are exactly 2 injured people in my household, and I urgently need this pill to treat their wounds, hence my bid. At the railing of the auction hall's private box, Zhang Chen looked at Zhou Mao with a slight smile. Urgently need the pill, eh? Zhou Mao stared at Zhang Chen's, suspicion rising in his heart. The reason seemed plausible, but in reality, it didn't hold water at all. You urgently need the pill, and directly raise the price from 1,000 to 20,000. What decent person would do that? How desperate must you be? Could this person really have a grudge against me? Zhou Mao and old Mo beside him were both racking their memories for any enemies of the family who matched this description. Such a lavish spender surely wasn't an ordinary person, but after long deliberation, they couldn't figure it out. None of the family's adversaries fit the profile. Could it be that I'm overthinking and he's just a fool with too much money? Zhou Mao stared at Zhang Chen with a complicated expression. Just as he was about to stand up and say something else, old Mo stopped him again. Young master, this person's origins are unknown. We must be cautious. Looking at the old and young pair, Zhang Chen continued with a smile. Daoist friend, there are still more pills to be auctioned later. Why fixate on these two? Seeing Zhang Chen's friendly smile, Zhou Mao thought the other party had already made a concession, so he heeded old Mo's advice and said no more. He wasn't foolish, or anyone sitting upstairs surely had a background. It was better to avoid trouble. The other party had already conceded, so he wouldn't lose too much face. Moreover, this person's words were not without reason. There were still several healing pills to be auctioned later, and judging by his tone, he probably wouldn't bid again. Zhou Mao then averted his gaze from the box, recomposed himself, and sat back down, waiting for the next healing pill to appear. The murmurs in the venue about the two men gradually subsided. Good, then this bone healing pill also goes to the young master upstairs. Seeing the confrontation between the two, the beautiful woman breathed a sigh of relief, and the auction continued. After several more rounds of items, another healing pill appeared. Good, the next pill is called the blood transforming pill, which has the effect of restoring blood and chi. The starting bid is 900. I bid 1,100. This pill is of great use to me, Zhou Mao. I ask all fellow Taoists to grant my Zhou clan some face. Zhou Mao naturally wouldn't let it slip away. To avoid competition, he raised the price slightly. However, waiter, I bid 20,000. I need this pill. You? Seeing Zhang Chen bid again, Zhou Mao's mouth twitched. Taoist friend, didn't you say there were only 2 injured in your household? What do you mean by bidding again? Don't tell me you're simply trying to embarrass me, Zhou. Taoist friend, you worry too much. I suddenly recalled that the demon beast I keep at home was also injured and needs a pill. There should be a few more later. Just bid with confidence. Zhang Chen's amiable smile almost threw Zhou Mao off. You? Fine. Zhang Chen's innocent smile made Zhou Mao choose to trust him one more time. After a few more rounds, another pill was presented. Good, the next pill is called the blood clotting pill, which has the effect of restoring blood and chi and treating fatal wounds. The starting bid is 1,000. I bid 1,200. This pill is of great use to me, Zhou. I ask all fellow Taoists upstairs to grant my Zhou clan some face. Zhou Mao felt inexplicably uneasy. I bid 20,000. That pill belongs to me. I just remembered that the Sao demon beast raised by my clan is having difficulty giving birth. This pill is of great use to me. Puffed. Many people in the upstairs auction crowd couldn't help covering their mouths and laughing, but the sound was extremely soft, afraid that Zhou Mao would hear. In such a serious setting they normally wouldn't dare laugh unless they couldn't hold it back. You? Outrageous. Zhou Mao's face was darker than his cousin's when he was struck by lightning. He frowned, glaring at Zhang Chen, ready to stand up and argue. Young master, don't be angry. The bigger picture is more important. Old Imo stopped him again. Old Imo held a high status in the family, so Zhou Mao naturally had to listen somewhat. In the end he could only glare and then calm down. After a few rounds another pill was presented. The next pill is called the sinew tempering pill, which has the effect of strengthening the body and enhancing physical toughness. The starting bid is 1,200. I Zhou bid 2,000. This pill is of great use to me. I'd like to see who else dares to bid. Waiter, I bid 20,000. That pill is mine. It's not a healing pill. Never mind the demon dog at home, just needs something to strengthen its waist. You? Young master, calm down. Focus on the bigger picture. Elder Imo, whose side are you on? Good. The next pill is called the warm bone pill, which has the effect of... The starting bid is 1,000. I Zhou bid 1,500. I'd like to see who dares to disrespect a disciple of the Xian sect. I bid 20,000. I'll take this pill. You? Too much. This is simply too much. At this moment Zhou Mao could no longer hold back. He completely exploded, standing up abruptly as his terrifying aura erupted fully, catching even old Imo off guard. The nearby qi refining cultivators were almost blown away. He had finally figured it out. The guy upstairs was definitely targeting him beyond any doubt. Otherwise why would he bid again, and only when he himself bid? The other items he didn't follow at all. Once or twice might be excusable, but this guy followed every single bid he made. Just now to test it he specifically bid on a pill he didn't need, and the guy still followed. Moreover, he always bid exactly 20,000, not a single coin more or less. A price that he couldn't possibly match. If he did follow, he wouldn't have enough money to secure the final spirit bone pill. This was simply too much. Although he didn't know why this guy was targeting him, he had never been treated like this in this auction house. Even the great clans from other places dared not to insult him so blatantly. This guy was now riding on his head, which was utterly unbearable. If there's no more tolerance, then there's no need to tolerate. Zhou Mao's mouth was nearly twisted with rage. He shouted directly at Zhang Chen, who had been bidding all along upstairs. You upstairs? You've been targeting me all along. Don't think I Zhou am someone to be trifled with. If you don't give me an explanation today, you won't leave safely. Zhou Mao's robes fluttered in the wind of his aura, and his domineering, furious roar echoed through the entire auction hall. The hall fell silent, as if the very air were about to freeze. Oh no, young Master Zhou is truly enraged this time. This situation is really hard to handle. This black-clad youth has been targeting young Master Zhou again and again, clearly showing he doesn't want to give him face. Do they have some grudge? Grudge or not, this out-of-towner may have really kicked a steel plate. It seems he doesn't know young Master Zhou's temper. Young Master Zhou has already tolerated him several times, but that guy doesn't know when to stop. Maybe he is backing that doesn't fear young Master Zhou. Backing, don't you know? Last time a reckless outsider came to that box. He offended young Master Zhou, and after leaving the auction, he was dealt with by young Master Zhou. Moreover, that guy upstairs seems to have no personal guards. He's just rich and doesn't know his place. The Zhou clan is the most renowned cultivation clan for 1,000 li around, and they also have strong ties with the Xian sect. This rich outsider is too young. Of all people, why did he have to provoke young Master Zhou? Everyone looked at the black-clad youth upstairs, some with worry, some with curiosity, all wanting to see how Zhang Chen would handle the situation. You upstairs are simply too overbearing. If you don't give me an explanation today, this matter will never end peacefully. Zhou Mao glared at Zhang Chen in the second-floor private room, his foundation establishment stage cultivation fully exposed, causing the breaths of some qi refining stage onlookers in the auction hall to grow heavy. Old Imo beside Zhou Mao did not stop him this time. He had previously been wary of the identity of this free-spending young man, suspecting that there might be hidden guards lurking in the shadows. But this young man was truly too outrageous. He and his young master had already repeatedly tolerated him, yet the young man had only escalated further, showing them no respect at all. Now, with so many families and cultivators in the auction hall, if they continued to tolerate this, where would the Zhou family's face be? Even if the opponent had a protector, it should not surpass the foundation establishment stage, so he had no fear. After all, if someone could have a golden core stage or stronger cultivator as a guard, why would such a person come to an auction of this level? Thinking of this, old Mo's expression turned cold, his gaze fixed on Zhang Chen upstairs, while also sensing the surrounding aura to locate Zhang Chen's guard. But Zhang Chen remained calm, completely unaffected by the two, even feeling a bit amused. Two foundation establishment stage cultivators with such momentum was truly terrifying for a qi refining fifth layer like me. Young Master Zhou, the rule of the auction is that the highest bidder wins. Please do not be angry and harm the harmony. The beautiful woman in charge of the auction tried to mediate as the atmosphere grew tense. Harm the harmony. Miss Zhou, this person has repeatedly targeted me. How can I swallow this anger? If this brat doesn't give me a satisfactory explanation today, then let's stop this auction right now. Zhou Mao's voice was extremely domineering, leaving no room for negotiation. With the Zhou family's status and wealth plus his background in the Purple Cloud sect, even this auction house had to show him respect. Usually he rarely went too far, but now that this brat had climbed onto his head, he couldn't be blamed for not showing face. The beautiful woman was also in a dilemma. One was a frequent guest from a powerful family, the other a nouveau riche. Neither side could be offended, and she didn't know what to do. You have quite the presence, fellow Taoist. But where is the targeting? Haha. Zhang Chen finally spoke, smiling without changing his expression. You? What do you mean? Every time I bid, you bid 20,000 repeatedly. Where does that leave my dignity? Zhou Mao grew angrier as he spoke. Does the auction house forbid bidding 20,000? Haha, it seems I'm ignorant. I'll remember that next time, haha. Zhang Chen finished speaking, slowly turned around, and walked back toward his private room, ignoring the two. Since there were no more healing pills being auctioned, he would let these two fume. He had probably earned quite a bit of goodwill by now. He wasn't in the mood to deal with two foundation establishment stage cultivators, and he might keep them around to earn some more goodwill. Arrogant. Seeing Zhang Chen about to walk back, without even looking back, showing no regard for him at all, Zhou Mao was consumed by rage. His hair stood on end and his face was extremely ugly. No one in this auction house had ever dared to treat him like this. A chi refining 5th layer, you're asking for death. Without any hesitation, Zhou Mao erupted with a terrifying aura and charged straight toward Zhang Chen in the upstairs private room, his incredible speed startling everyone. Wow. I can't believe young Master Zhou actually made a move without any warning. He's at the foundation establishment middle stage. That young man is only at the chi refining 5th layer, even lower than my cultivation. That punch will surely be fatal. It's his own fault for being so arrogant. A chi refining 5th layer daring to completely ignore Zhou Mao. Even if he comes from a big family, he should be more restrained. He doesn't even have a guard nearby, and still acts so arrogantly. I think he's used to being pampered and hasn't experienced the harshness of the cultivation world. Don't be fooled by Zhou Mao's refined appearance. He's known for his ruthlessness. He never holds back against his opponents, and with the terrifying techniques of the Purple Cloud sect, that young man is in grave danger. Even if Zhou Mao holds back out of consideration for the boy's identity, he'll, at least, end up crippled. Many people downstairs began to sympathize with this reckless young man. Brother Zhang Chen, be careful. Even the ordinary mortal Su Xin could sense the terrifying killing intent approaching from downstairs. Her pretty face changed drastically as she hurriedly warned. This Zhou Mao was terrifying. She had deeply felt it when she was in the inner sect with her brother, and he was definitely not someone Brother Zhang Chen could handle now. Although she didn't know why Brother Zhang Chen was targeting this annoying bastard, and watching him get humiliated gave her a strange satisfaction, she didn't want Brother Zhang Chen to be seriously injured because of this. Su Yen'er beside her was also full of worry. She knew Zhou Mao, who appeared polite on the surface, but was notoriously ruthless and vicious when truly angered. Such people were often the most dangerous, and this young Master Zhang was only at the chi refining 5th layer. Grave danger indeed. But with his back to the murderous Zhou Mao, Zhang Chen remained completely calm, not even turning around. He raised his hand to stop the two women who were about to step forward. Zhou Mao surely recognized Su Xian, and he didn't want him to see her yet. Die. Seeing Zhang Chen not even turn his head, Zhou Mao's fury intensified. He increased the force of his fist. For a chi refining 5th layer, no technique was needed to cripple him. Zhou Mao moved swiftly, instantly reaching the railing. His fist whistled through the air as it aimed at Zhang Chen's back. Many people downstairs couldn't help but squint, unwilling to witness the bloody scene about to unfold. But suddenly Zhou Mao's face froze for an instant. For some reason he felt a terrifying oppressive force from Zhang Chen's back, making his heart race. That ordinary-looking back actually made him feel a chill of terror, as if something catastrophic was about to happen. This oppressive feeling came from his very instincts. Is it my imagination? But Zhou Mao was no longer going to pull back his punch. Suppressing the fear in his heart, he struck down fiercely, yet Zhang Chen's figure remained completely still. The next moment a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire auction hall, followed by a booming voice. How dare you? Attacking my honored guest. Do you think the Iron Water City auction house has no one? Presumptuous. How dare you lay hands on my VIP guest, as if there were no one in Taishui City's auction house. Within the auction hall, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended, shocking everyone to their cores. In the next instant a figure appeared from nowhere, and was already before Zhou Mao. Zhou Mao, who had been about to strike Zhang Chen, was startled by the sudden appearance of the middle-aged man. Manager Lin Zheng. Everyone could now clearly see the newcomer. It was Lin Zheng, the auction house manager. Young Master Zhou, you've gone too far. Lin Zheng stepped in front of Zhang Chen and seized Zhou Mao's fist with a firm grip, halting him completely. You? Before Zhou Mao could finish, Lin Zheng flicked his wrist with a single hand, and Zhou Mao was sent flying down the stairs like a kite with a severed string. The gap in their strength was enormous. Zhou Mao had no chance to resist. Young Master Zhang, are you unharmed? Having blocked Zhou Mao, Lin Zheng quickly turned to check on Zhang Chen. This was a benefactor he could not afford to lose. Fortunately, he had acted in time. If Zhang Chen had been injured, he would have had nowhere to turn for comfort. It's nothing, Zhang Chen said with a casual wave of his hand, not even bothering to look back. He slowly walked back to his reclining chair as though nothing had happened. After signaling to Su Xian and Su Yinar not to worry, he sat down gently, as if no incident had occurred. He had originally considered summoning heavenly lightning again, but it seemed unnecessary now. Besides, damaging someone else's auction house was hardly ideal, and attacking 2 Foundation establishment cultivators in front of so many witnesses would have been deeply humiliating. This damn system doesn't even provide feedback on affection values. What a waste. But I guess I've maxed it out by now. Honestly, if I were the Heavenly Tao's chosen daughter, I'd probably fall for myself too. All the healing pills had already been auctioned off, and Zhou Mao hadn't secured a single one. Zhang Chen could no longer think of a way to further increase the Heavenly Tao daughter's affection, so he simply waited for Lin Zhang to handle it himself. Young master. Elder Mo, sensing the situation shift, rose abruptly and unleashed an aura no weaker than Lin Zhang's. He sped forward to intercept Zhou Mao before he could crash to the ground. After both landed safely, Elder Mo looked up sharply, locking eyes with Lin Zhang upstairs. Lin Zhang did not back down. The 2 invisible auras collided violently in the air above, making it nearly impossible for many in the crowd to breathe. Good heavens. Even Manager Lin has intervened. Who exactly is that young man in black? Manager Lin is defending him. I have never witnessed anything like this, nor have I ever seen Manager Lin take action. This is shaping up to be quite the spectacle. I heard Manager Lin reached the peak of Foundation establishment years ago, and judging by now, he must be even stronger. Probably just a half step away from condensing the golden core. Zhou Mao has truly provoked the wrong person today. The fact that Manager Lin himself has been drawn into this speaks volumes about the young man's formidable background. No ordinary cultivation family could match this. There's a good show to watch. The confrontation between 2 Foundation establishment peak experts drew numerous onlookers eager for drama. Seeing that Zhang Chen was unharmed and harboring no grievance, Lin Zhang finally felt relieved. His brow furrowed as he glared down at the 2 figures below. Young Master Zhou, I typically turn a blind eye to how your Zhou family conducts itself. However, if you dare lay a hand on this young master, don't blame me for severing all ties with you. Lin Zhang's resonant voice echoed through the hall, radiating undeniable authority and dominance. In the past, he had overlooked the young master of the Zhou family's domineering behavior largely, because he was generous with his spending, consistently ranked among the top patrons, and rarely pushed things too far. But today was different. No matter how wealthy the Zhou family was, could they compare to this young Master Zhang? He had thrown 15,000 spirit stones around, without hesitation raising his bids by 20,000 at a time. Others might not know, but Lin Zhang had witnessed it firsthand. The young Master Zhang had only revealed a fraction of his true wealth. Lin Zhang was certain that if this young master wished, purchasing the entire auction house would be trivial. He undoubtedly hailed from one of the top cultivation clans in the major regions, possibly even an immortal lineage. A person not to be trifled with. Those 2 might be foolish, but he certainly wasn't. He could clearly distinguish who the real power brokers were. Manager Lin, the cultivator upstairs, has targeted me repeatedly, without any sign of restraint. If no explanation is offered, where does that leave the dignity of our Zhou family and the Purple Cloud sect? Zhou Mao watched as Lin Zhang stood in Zhang Chen's defense. Though he dared not strike again, a deep resentment simmered within him, an unresolved frustration that refused to settle. The Zhou family, the Purple Cloud sect. It seems young Master Zhou has grown accustomed to running rampant in my auction house. Lin Zhang sneered coldly. The Purple Cloud sect was nothing to boast about. Its patriarch was merely at the nascent soul stage. If this young Master Zhang truly came from an immortal lineage, his clan would surely have at least 8 or 10 elders at the soul formation realm, or higher. The Zhou family was even less impressive. Their pinnacle cultivator barely reached the peak of Foundation establishment. If young Master Zhang decided to humiliate Zhou Mao, Lin Zhang would be the first to praise him for it. It appears our chairman has been absent for so long that some have forgotten who she is. Let alone a mere inner disciple like you. Even if your sect patriarch arrived, he would still address her as a senior. Lin Zhang said, showing Zhou Mao no mercy. Zhou Mao yielded. Elder Mo also yielded. Both men immediately withdrew their auras. They naturally knew who the elusive chairman of Taishui Auction House was. A genuine powerhouse at the nascent soul stage and grand elder of the Qingyun sect, one of the major establishments in the southern region. Since founding the auction house, she had remained secluded within her sect, and few had ever laid eyes on her face. Some had even believed she had completely abandoned oversight of the auction house, which is precisely why these cultivation families had grown so brazen in their conduct. With Lin Zhang invoking the presence of a nascent soul stage chairman, there was nothing Zhou Mao and Elder Mo could say. Her prolonged absence from public view did not mean she had relinquished control over the auction house. The Zhou family simply could not afford to cross such a figure. Though the names of the Purple Cloud sect and Qingyun sect differed by only a single character, their legacies diverged dramatically. The Qingyun sect's patriarch was a true soul formation powerhouse, and its elders were none below the nascent soul stage. The Purple Cloud sect's patriarch and the reclusive supreme patriarch had both only reached the nascent soul stage. The gap between these two sects was the difference between a modest hill and an imposing mountain range. The auction attendees, upon hearing the chairman's name, were equally astonished and turned their gaze upward toward the private box where Zhang Chen had vanished from view. I never expected Manager Lin to invoke the chairman's authority on behalf of that youth, utterly disregarding even the Purple Cloud sect's standing. Who exactly is this young man? I've heard the Taishui auction house's chairman Yun Zhongfeng was renowned throughout the southern region for her beauty in days of old. She condensed her golden core and formed her nascent soul 3 centuries ago, becoming the youngest grand elder in Qingyun sect's history. Rumors suggest she has since shattered through to the soul formation realm. Such an existence would indeed command respect, even from the Purple Cloud sect's patriarch. I've also heard rumors that the chairman has largely withdrawn from managing the auction house because she took on a gifted personal disciple, spending most of her time mentoring them in cultivation. I've heard similar tales. That personal disciple is named Lu Rian, born with a pure spiritual root. Her beauty rivals even her master Yun Zhongfeng. Since joining Qingyun sect, she's shattered record after record, reaching the peak of foundation establishment before 20 mere steps from condensing her golden core. She's renowned across the southern region as a prodigy coveted by countless brilliant youths. Though there are whispers of a prior engagement to some disregarded young master from an obscure family. Recently I heard she broke off those ties and made some 3-year pact with her former fiancé, though the details escape me. Lu Rian. Zhang Chen's hearing was remarkably acute, and upon catching the voices from below, his eyes widened sharply. A wasted young man, a broken engagement, a 3-year promise. How familiar this plot sounded. Damn it. Lu Rian actually existed. And he had only stepped out for how long before hearing news of the Lu Rian Empress? Such coincidence. Old man, do you know any information about the fiancé of that young man named Zhang Chen, the one bound by the 3-year pact? Inside the private booth, Zhang Chen suddenly realized that Fu Chun might know more about the original owner of this system than he did, and transmitted his voice into the black ring. My lord, I am not entirely certain of the specifics. I only know that the woman betrothed to that young man is named Lu Rian from a sect called the Qingyun sect. In truth, it is this old man's fault that the youth suffered. Had I not drained his spiritual energy, he would not have. Fu Chen's guilt-laden voice echoed from the black ring before he suddenly realized something terrifying. I have never told this demon about the Zhang boy's 3-year pact. How could he possibly know about it? Could it be that this fiend had his eyes on the Zhang boy long ago just to satisfy his own perverse obsession with role-playing? Does he intend to impersonate the Zhang boy and attend that so-called 3-year pact in the future? A shiver ran down Fu Chen's spine. Truly a demonic path. His fetishes are beyond twisted. He quietly retreated into a corner, offering a moment of silent mourning for Lu Rian. So it is her. Zhang Chen was now entirely certain that the system's mission target was Lu Rian of the Qingyun sect. It seemed this trip would yield unexpected gains. Meanwhile, the commotion downstairs gradually subsided under Lin Zhang's commanding presence. Zhou Mao and old Mo dared not speak further and returned to their seats. Yet Zhou Mao's eyes remained fixed on the private booth above, his expression grim. He transmitted his voice to old Mo. Have someone keep an eye on him. Find out if he has any guards. If he doesn't, it should be rather simple to make a Qi refinement level 5 cultivator vanish in the wilderness without a trace. The auction finally resumed, and the beautiful woman on stage continued the proceedings. Young Master Zhang, our auction house has been remiss in its hospitality. My apologies for this unpleasantness. To prevent any further troublemakers like Zhou Mao, Lin Zhang chose to stand directly beside Zhang Chen as a show of protection. It's no trouble, Steward Lin. Your guild master is truly a remarkable figure. Just a single name was enough to subdue those two. Should the opportunity arise, I would like to make their acquaintance and that of their prodigious disciple. Zhang Chen waved his hand magnanimously, using this as a chance to glean more information about Lu Rian. Haha, young Master Zhang is most generous. Our guild master would certainly be delighted to meet you. However, she has been residing at the Qingyun sect for the past few years and rarely manages the affairs of the auction house. As for her disciple, Lin Zhang laughed heartily, speaking to Zhang Chen as if they were old friends reuniting after years apart, recounting the details of his master and Lu Rian. This affable demeanor stood in stark contrast to his earlier imposing and authoritative posture. Su Yan'er, standing nearby, was bewildered. She had never seen Steward Lin adopt such an expression towards anyone before. It seemed she still had much to learn from him in the finer arts of discretion. Su Xian, seated beside her, was utterly stunned. She had thought Zhang Chen would be harmed, but instead the steward had intervened to protect him. So this was the acquaintance her brother had mentioned. Judging by the steward's demeanor, he seemed more like a devoted attendant than a mere acquaintance. Brother Zhang Chen must come from an extraordinarily prestigious family, at the very least far more prominent than Zhou Mao's. The two chatted amiably. Although Zhang Chen knew Lin Zhang would not reveal overly sensitive information, he had nonetheless gleaned a general picture of Lu Rian's circumstances. Lu Rian, the foremost prodigy of the Qingyun sect's inner court, was at the peak of foundation establishment and could potentially form her golden core at any moment. She was a celebrated genius throughout the southern domain. Golden Core Stage. If that Zhang Chen had not perished, defeating Lu Ruyan in 3 years would indeed be a daunting challenge. But Zhang Chen was at the nascent soul stage, further enhanced by the system. By then he would be far beyond mere nascent soul. So Lu Ruyan was at best only at the Golden Core Stage. 3 years from now he, the honored first demon son, would still be trampling over lesser talents. Well, whatever. It hardly mattered. Zhang Chen had grown accustomed to such trivialities. That was a matter for 3 years hence. He could hardly march into the Qingyun sect now and destroy Lu Ruyan with a single palm strike. For the moment, it was better to focus on the side mission. Zhang Chen shifted his gaze back downstairs, curious to see which unfortunate soul would end up purchasing the spirit bone pill. Very well, let the auction continue. With Lin Zheng presiding over the booth above, no one dared cause further trouble, and the remainder of the proceedings went exceptionally smoothly. Zhou Mao made no further bids, and Zhang Chen in his booth did not inflate prices maliciously. Some in the crowd were disappointed at missing another spectacle. Before they knew it, with one gavel after another, the auction drew to its climax, arriving at the final and most prestigious item. Ladies and gentlemen, we now present the final item of today's auction, and the most valuable one at that. I am certain many of you have come specifically for this, the spirit bone pill. As the enchanting woman's voice faded, a medicine case on the stage was opened, revealing a pill radiating a dark golden glow. Instantly, a rich medicinal fragrance permeated the entire venue. It's here. The moment the spirit bone pill appeared, cultivators from various families and sects straightened their postures, their eyes fixed unblinkingly upon the pill. They had all come for this very pill. I am certain you are all aware of the spirit bone pill's effects, but allow me to elaborate nonetheless. The spirit bone pill is a grade 3 pill. While its grade may not be considered high for seasoned cultivators, the required ingredients are extremely precious, and in our region it is often impossible to procure at any price. Anyone who has not yet awakened their spiritual root can consume this pill to awaken it prematurely and embark on the path of cultivation. As we all know, the years before 20 are of paramount importance to a cultivator. It is the foundational stage of one's training. Should one be able to cultivate several years earlier than others, their future progress will outpace their peers, and they may even reach far greater heights. Therefore, the starting bid for this pill is 15,000 low-grade spirit stones. Let the bidding commence. The melodious voice fell, and a wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. 15,000 low-grade spirit stones. No one found the price excessive. If anything, it seemed affordable. Though they all knew the final price would far exceed this sum. This would undoubtedly trigger a frenzy among the families and sects, for whoever secured this spirit bone pill would effectively gain a cultivator destined to outpace their peers. One might as well say they had acquired a genius outright. Most crucially, if the person who consumed it was already endowed with extraordinary bone structure and a naturally gifted Dao bone, the outcome would be truly terrifying. Thus, whenever a family or sect discovered a junior with remarkable cultivation talent, they would go to great lengths to obtain a spirit bone pill, for it represented the hope of leading their lineage to even greater glory. Every appearance of the spirit bone pill drew countless contenders. I bid 20,000. I hope you will grant me this favor. The Zhou family will remember this kindness. Zhou Mao was the first to bid once again. His primary purpose for coming here was this spirit bone pill. A prodigy with exceptional bone structure had emerged among his younger kin. A great cultivator had once passed by and remarked, "This child has the potential for nascent soul." Though he had failed to secure the healing pill for his cousin, he absolutely could not fail to obtain the spirit bone pill. It was the hope of the Zhou family's ascension to new heights. 20,000 low-grade spirit stones was almost the Zhou family's annual income, yet he felt not a shred of reluctance, for it was worth every last stone. His words were directed not only at the assembled families and sects, but also at the individual in the booth above. He had arrived today with full confidence in securing the spirit bone pill, having brought nearly the entirety of his family's savings. Surely few could outbid him. But the appearance of Zhang Chen had shaken his confidence. That man could casually drop 20,000 or more, and more than once. He had already spent no less than 100,000 spirit stones, giving the impression that his supply was inexhaustible. If that man entered the bidding, he would stand no chance. But would he hold back? He had been opposing him at every turn, always outbidding him with exorbitant prices. And given that he had just launched an attack at him, there was no way the man would stay silent now. Zhou Mao braced himself for Zhang Chen to bid an astronomical sum. If he failed to secure the pill through legitimate means, he would resort to other methods. Even if Zhang Chen had guards, he and old Mo would have to try. With that thought, Zhou Mao and old Mo exchanged a cold glance, their eyes turning towards the private booth. When Zhou Mao made the opening bid, no one in the entire auction house followed suit. Even the great families and sects remained silent, all eyes fixed on the booth above. Following the pattern set earlier, the black-robed youth would surely make a move. If he bid, they would have no chance whatsoever. They all wondered what astronomical price the capricious young man would name. "Young Master Zhang, do you intend to place a bid on this pill?" The excitement in Lin Zheng's voice was barely contained. He was convinced this young lord would make a move, and it would be at a staggering price. Perhaps the auction house's annual performance would hinge on this very transaction. He struggled to keep his composure as he posed the question. Zhang Chen glanced at Lin Zheng, whose eyes were practically pleading, then looked down at the sea of fervent gazes below. Somewhat puzzled, he asked, why are you all staring at me? Go ahead and bid. There's no money on my face. Why are you all staring at me? Bid. I don't have money on my face. From the upstairs private room, Zhang Chen's puzzled voice drifted down, catching everyone below by surprise. That big shot isn't bidding anymore. What's going on? Wasn't he just targeting that Zhou Mao all along? Who knows? Maybe he's too proud to bother with the likes of Zhou Mao, or perhaps he's showing respect to manager Lin Zheng. Whatever the case, I don't understand the world of the rich. But since he stopped, it means I have a chance to bid for that spirit bone pill. Standing beside Zhang Chen, Lin Zheng was equally surprised. Though a bit disappointed, he said nothing more, only watching Zhang Chen with a puzzled expression. Zhang Chen felt rather helpless. Why are you all so surprised? This demon's son never intended to buy it anyway. According to the dog system's mission requirements, he had to wait for some sucker to buy it first, then swoop in for a classic black-hearted heist. As for who that sucker would be, time would tell. At least he knows his place. Seeing Zhang Chen stop bidding, Zhou Mao and old Mo finally let out a huge sigh of relief. If that fellow had actually bought it, they would stop at nothing to snatch it regardless of who he was. At the same time, like everyone else present, they were puzzled. But on reflection, it made sense. If that young man truly came from a prominent cultivation family, then a pill they considered precious would be nothing to him. Since that guy is out of the picture, this spirit bone pill is destined for the Zhou family. But just as Zhou Mao began to celebrate, a jarring voice interrupted from beside him. Since the Taoist friend upstairs has no interest in bidding, I suppose the Liang family has a chance. I, Liang Hui, bid 21,000. The speaker was none other than the young man in the white robe who had been sitting beside Zhou Mao earlier, fanning himself with a paper fan. A smile lingered on his face, but his tone was remarkably firm. You? Brother Liang Hui, are you also targeting me? Zhou Mao's face turned cold, though not entirely surprised. He knew it wouldn't be easy to secure the pill. You misunderstand, Brother Zhou. It's just that a junior in my clan also needs this pill. Liang Hui explained, unhurriedly fanning himself. I heard that several years ago a celestial phenomenon appeared in the sky above the Liang residence, heralding the birth of a prodigy. The rumors must be true. But our Lingfeng sect also has a disciple in need of this pill. Our sect bids 25,000. Another voice chimed in, a cultivator dressed in sect robes. Since everyone is being so open, I'll be straightforward too. The Qi family bids 27,000. The Yujian sect bids 30,000. I yield to none here. The Li family bids 35,000. The Yun family bids. You all. More and more cultivation families and minor sects joined the bidding frenzy, the price climbing ever higher. Zhou Mao's face darkened with each passing moment. Fine. So you've all been waiting for this moment, huh? Zhou Mao realized that some families didn't actually need the pill, they just feared a rival acquiring it and gaining an advantage later. Such was the brutal reality of rivalry among cultivation families. The Zhou family bids 45,000. As the words left his mouth, Zhou Mao's lips twitched involuntarily. That sum constituted half of their family's entire liquid assets. It should be enough to intimidate them. The Liang family bids 50,000. Liang Hui continued, waving his fan, fully prepared and determined. This is insane. From a starting price of 20,000, it's now at 50,000. I'm out. Hearing Liang Hui's bid, several competitors dropped out. The Zhou family bids 60,000. Anyone else daring to raise the price? Zhou Mao's heart bled as he shouted, yet the room fell into a deathly silence. No one dared to counter. Damn it. I couldn't beat that guy upstairs, but I sure as hell won't lose to you lot. The Liang family bids 65,000. Liang Hui snapped his fan shut, refusing to back down. The Zhou family bids 70,000. Young master, we can't bid any higher. Old Mo couldn't help but remind Zhou Mao that they didn't have enough money. The Liang family bids 80,000. Brother Zhou, I suggest you stop. You? Zhou Mao fell silent, completely outmatched. He wanted to bid, but was out of funds, and could only watch helplessly as the ever-prepared Liang Hui claimed the spirit bone pill. He was utterly dejected. He had arrived so confident today, only to be outdone by some mysterious upstart, and couldn't even secure a pill meant to heal his cousin. And just when he thought the ordeal was over, that wretched Liang Hui had to stab him in the back. He had brought so much money, yet left empty-handed. He felt worse than if he'd swallowed demon beast dung. Should have checked the almanac before leaving today. This spirit bone pill goes to young Master Liang. Congratulations. Thank you, everyone. Liang Hui said, clasping his hands in a gesture of humility. Having secured the pill, Liang Hui bowed to the crowd, exuding a refined and modest air. Oh, the lucky one finally shows up. Zhang Chen watched the lively scene below with a faint smile. He had thought Zhou Mao would win the pill, but it turned out to be someone else entirely. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. Now it's time for this demon's son to make his move. That guy seems to be only at Foundation establishment. How annoying, another easy prey. Meanwhile, downstairs, Zhou Mao stared expressionlessly at the smiling Liang Hui, his gaze turning cold. Old Mo, keep an eye on him. Once he leaves the auction house, we move. And remember to have someone watch that young man upstairs. See if he has a protector. If not, we'll have no worries. Yes, young master. As the auction drew to a close, the guests gradually dispersed. Zhang Chen from his private room above watched Liang Hui's hurried departure. He also noticed several groups of people quietly slipping out after him. Looks like the pond is about to get more crowded. Young Master Zhang, would you like me to escort you back? A few reckless tales seem to have taken an interest in you. Lin Zheng approached Zhang Chen and asked. Though no fights broke out within the auction house, robberies and treachery outside were not uncommon. Lin Zheng had long sensed many eyes fixed on Zhang Chen near the auction house, and he worried for the safety of this honored guest. He knew Zhang Chen was only at Qi refining level 5 and had seen no sign of a guardian. Zhang Chen had also noticed those watching eyes, some of them at Foundation establishment. He replied calmly, "No need. Let them come." Outside Taishui City, within a dense forest, several figures flashed by on flying swords at incredible speed, all of them at the Foundation establishment stage. Many low-level beasts avoided them in fear. Uncle Yuan, have the tales behind us been dealt with cleanly? Liang Hui's face was stern, his hand gripping the folding fan tightly. The flying sword beneath him whistled through the air with a middle-aged man by his side and several Foundation establishment guards following behind. In order to successfully obtain this spirit bone pill, all the Foundation establishment experts from their clan had been dispatched just to bring this hot potato back to the gifted junior in the family who was the hope of their clan's resurgence. He knew that someone would not let it go so easily, especially that domineering Zhou Mao. He was not afraid of the others, but his greatest worry was old Mo beside Zhou Mao. That was a peak Foundation establishment expert. Among their 6 members, only Uncle Yuan was at the late Foundation establishment stage, while the rest were at the middle stage. Facing old Mo, they were not completely confident they could escape. Young master, we have eliminated some small tails just now, but we haven't seen Zhou Mao or old Mo yet. We must not let our guard down. They will surely make a move. Liang Yuan explained while reminding. Liang Hui nodded. He certainly knew that given Zhou Mao's character, he would definitely come to intercept the goods. But what puzzled him was why, after they had traveled so far, Zhou Mao's people had not yet appeared. Had they been delayed by something, or had they gone to intercept someone else? Had they gone to intercept that black-clothed youth? For some reason, Liang Hui thought of that black-clothed youth who had inexplicably targeted Zhou Mao today. Could it be that the two actually had a grudge, and that the black-clothed youth had already sent someone to deal with Zhou Mao? If that were the case, so be it. A flicker of hope arose in Liang Hui, but suddenly 2 terrifying auras came from ahead, causing him to frown. Young master, they're here. Brother Liang Hui, why are you in such a hurry? Why not stay and reminisce with me, Zhou? Sure enough, it was Zhou Mao and old Mo. The appearance of the two made Liang Hui's party come to an abrupt halt, staring fixedly at the blockers. Brother Zhou, why beat around the bush? We all know what's going on. If you two let us go, our Zhou family will surely not treat you poorly. Although there were only 2 on the opposite side, Liang Hui was not completely confident he could escape. Zhou Mao's smile was especially cold. Although the experts his family had brought were all watching the black-clothed youth, he and old Mo were more than enough to deal with Liang Hui's group. Clearly, he wanted to obtain the spirit bone pill, while also not letting go of the youth who had opposed him. Just now, Zhou Mao had heard through long-range transmission from those Foundation establishment guards that the youth had no protector and was alone. He figured the youth would not be able to escape. As long as the youth dared to step out of the auction house, the guards had 100 ways to make a Qi refining layer 5 cultivator meet his end. Without a protector, he dared to be so arrogant, deserving of death. It would be convenient to take the healing pills the youth had just purchased. You can leave, but leave this spirit bone pill behind. Old Mo's gaze was cold. Then there is nothing to discuss. In that case, let's fight. Liang Yuan and the 4 guards simultaneously erupted with Qi, shielding Liang Hui behind them. Young master, go quickly. We'll hold them off. Without any more words, the 2 sides clashed, and wave after wave of sonic booms rang out. Liang Hui, without hesitation, fled on his flying sword. Trying to escape, old Mo casually punched Liang Yuan away, causing him to spit a mouthful of blood. The gap in their cultivation levels was simply too vast. The 4 guards beside him, unafraid of death, came one after another, employing all kinds of techniques to their fullest, which did hinder old Mo. The combined efforts of the 5 momentarily kept old Mo occupied. Young master, leave Liang Hui to you. I'll be there soon. All right. With all 5 held back by old Mo, Zhou Mao directly chased after the fleeing Liang Hui on his sword. Although both were at the middle Foundation establishment stage, Zhou Mao was an inner disciple of the Ziyun sect, and his cultivation base was deeper than Liang Hui's. Liang Hui was caught up in an instant. The 2 also erupted into battle. Brother Liang, leave the pill behind. Considering our years of acquaintance, I can still spare your life. Facing Zhou Mao's fierce attacks, Liang Hui gradually fell into a disadvantage. He did not reply. This spirit bone pill must not be taken away under any circumstances. Stubborn fool. Purple flame art. Zhou Mao, losing patience, shouted and burst into purple flames, quickly throwing a punch. With a boom, Liang Hui could no longer withstand the attack. He was sent flying dozens of meters, his upper garments destroyed, and his chest emitting terrifying black smoke. Extensive burns turned his chest almost into charcoal, and the searing pain penetrating to the bone kept him on the ground for a long time. My purple flame art. Even a late foundation establishment cultivator may not be able to withstand it. Don't resist, Brother Liang. This spirit bone pill is mine. Zhou Mao slowly walked toward Liang Hui, who was struggling painfully on the ground, feeling extremely pleased. This spirit bone pill was his. If nothing unexpected happened with his guards, the black-clothed youth would not escape either, and those healing pills would also be his. And the key was that he hadn't spent a single spirit stone. Today was truly a windfall. With old Mo, a peak foundation establishment master, on his side, he could act with impunity in Taishui City. The feeling of backstabbing was exhilarating. You? Looking at Zhou Mao's sinister smile, Liang Hui's face turned pale, his life force nearly extinguished. He knew he had fallen today. Zhou Mao could be so shameless. He estimated that Uncle Yuan's side wouldn't last much longer either. The Liang family was finished today. Liang Hui could only watch helplessly as Zhou Mao took the storage ring containing the spirit bone pill from his hand, unable to move at all, powerless and despairing. Just as Zhou Mao was about to kill Liang Hui, a voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Oh, what a coincidence. It's you again. Looks like it's quite lively here. Huh, who's there? Zhou Mao jerked, turning to stare at the suddenly appearing figure. Then he sensed the newcomer's aura. Qi Refining Layer 5. Zhou Mao was shocked. When had a Qi Refining Layer 5 appeared here? And he had only just noticed. Then he recognized the face, and was even more shocked, his pupils contracting. How is it you? You're fine. What about my people? Looking at the unscathed Zhang Chen, Zhou Mao couldn't comprehend. How could this guy be here? Had he escaped? Didn't he have no protector? My foundation establishment guards couldn't even kill him. Could the intelligence be wrong? Zhou Mao hurriedly took out a transmission talisman to confirm with the guards. No one responded. Don't bother calling. No one will answer. Zhang Chen, looking at Zhou Mao, who was almost speechless from shock, slowly spoke. So those little flies crushed into bloody mist were this person's underlings. What a coincidence. The spirit bone pill is in your hand, isn't it? Zhang Chen looked at the storage ring in Zhou Mao's hand, inwardly cursing. Damn it, this dog system coming to stir up trouble again. The spirit bone pill is in your hands, isn't it? In the mountain forest outside Iron Water City, Zhang Chen looked at Zhou Mao and asked slowly. So what if it is a? Seeing Zhang Chen, who was only at the 5th level of Qi refining, Zhou Mao warily scanned the surroundings. After confirming that Zhang Chen had no guardian nearby, he quickly regained his composure. Wait, he's just at the 5th level of Qi refining. Why am I nervous? Then it's simple. Hand it over obediently. I'm here to rob you. Zhang Chen confirmed his target, skipped the pleasantries, and got straight to the point. Rob you? Seeing Zhang Chen so direct, Zhou Mao was taken aback. He thought this guy was just passing through, but it turned out he was here to rob him, just like himself. But wait, this guy is so wealthy. Why didn't he just buy the spirit bone pill at the auction earlier instead of resorting to robbery? Could he have some strange fetish? And you, a mere 5th level Qi refiner, are openly trying to rob a bunch of foundation establishment cultivators. Are you out of your mind? Hey, robbing me. This friend must be joking. Looking at Zhang Chen's serious expression, Zhou Mao found it amusing. You must have been pampered in your big family, unaware of your own limits. A 5th level Qi refiner trying to pull off a robbery. Once you leave Iron Water City, no one will indulge your young master antics. Zhou Mao suppressed his surprise and stepped forward, a mocking smile gradually spreading across his face. I don't know how you escaped from my guards. Probably with the help of Steward Lin, but you're stupid enough to walk right into my trap instead of fleeing. Well, that works for me, though I was worried you might run away. Heh. Since this fool had delivered himself, it suited him perfectly. He hadn't expected the guy to escape his guards, but luckily he was stupid enough to come back. Otherwise he'd have gotten away. Zhou Mao's aura erupted with terrifying spiritual energy, revealing his mid-foundation establishment cultivation. Liang Hui, who was lying on the ground nearby, was almost knocked unconscious by the blast. He thought a savior had arrived, but it turned out to be a fool. Young master. Suddenly another terrifying aura descended. It was old Mo, who had just dealt with Liang Yuan and his group. What's going on? Old Mo arrived beside Zhou Mao, reeking of blood. Clearly those 5 men were already dead, and he seemed slightly winded but uninjured. When he saw Zhang Chen, old Mo was startled and quickly scanned the area for any other hidden experts. After a brief exchange of glances with Zhou Mao, he grasped the situation and became even more astonished. A 5th level Qi refiner daring to rob them. Old Mo didn't understand, but he respected it. If someone wants to die, there's no one to blame. Old Mo, no need for you to handle this fool. I'll take care of him. Having just endured a fierce battle, Zhou Mao told old Mo to rest. He didn't need old Mo's help to deal with a mere 5th level Qi refiner. Just a casual slap would crush an ant like him. Zhou Mao advanced with an imposing aura, gazing at Zhang Chen as if he were already dead. The pressure alone could make any Qi refining cultivator tremble. This guy had embarrassed him at the auction, so he wouldn't let him die so easily. Die, you ant. Zhou Mao wasn't polite at all. To him, Zhang Chen was just an ant to be crushed, not even worth wasting a technique on. Once he crushed this ant, all the pills he had bought would be his. Besides, this kid seemed quite wealthy, surely carrying plenty of treasures and money. Zhou Mao felt a surge of excitement. In your next life, remember, without strength, don't try to rob others. Zhou Mao stepped in front of Zhang Chen and struck down with an open palm, a whistling wind trailing his hand. Just as he imagined Zhang Chen's head bursting like a melon, Zhang Chen smiled slowly and said, "I think you're right." The next moment, an earth-shattering pressure slammed Zhou Mao and old Imo to the ground. Your nascent soul. Zhou Mao and old Imo were pinned to the ground by Zhang Chen's terrifying aura, unable to muster a single strand of spiritual power. They felt as if their bodies were about to explode at any moment. Struggling to raise their heads, they stared at the motionless black-robed youth before them. Utter disbelief filled their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. This pressure, this primal fear, it was definitely nascent soul, even more terrifying than the sect master of Purple Cloud sect. Impossible, how can he be nascent soul? They had thought the Foundation establishment cultivator's nascent soul was their greatest threat, but this youth was the real terror. They racked their brains, unable to understand why this nascent soul master would disguise himself as a 5th-level chi refiner and come to rob them. Isn't that just plain crazy? A nascent soul master in need of such things. And if he really needed it, why not just buy it at the auction instead of fighting with a bunch of Foundation establishment cultivators? At that moment, Zhou Mao recalled how this nascent soul master had targeted him during the auction, and he was even more baffled. Apart from his special disdain for that Su Yulong within the sect, he couldn't remember ever offending someone of this caliber. And why would this nascent soul master disguise himself as a foolish 5th-level chi refiner to attend such a minor auction? If Zhou Mao had known he was dealing with a nascent soul master, he wouldn't have dared to act, even with 1,000 guts. The more they thought, the more confused they became, feeling their brains were inadequate. Finally, they reached the same conclusion: this master is deranged, has bizarre fetishes, and is seriously ill. Senior, please spare us. We were blind and offended you. Please, in the name of the Purple Cloud sect, spare our worthless lives. Zhou Mao, now looking at the calm youth as if he were a demon, hurriedly invoked the Purple Cloud sect's name to beg for mercy. The Purple Cloud sect was prestigious within 1,000 miles. Though not as powerful as the Azure Cloud sect, its sect master was a true nascent soul master. This senior might spare them for the sect master's sake. Besides, a nascent soul master wouldn't deign to kill ants like them. But Zhou Mao seemed to be mistaken. Purple Cloud sect. Sorry, never heard of it. Without further ado, Zhang Chen simply raised his hand and waved, and in an instant the two were obliterated, turning into puffs of blood mist. Zhou Mao was a disciple of the Purple Cloud sect, and Zhang Chen still had tasks to complete within the sect. To avoid unnecessary complications, he could not let them live. These two didn't seem like good people anyway, so killing them was no loss. Besides, he had already amassed enough favor with the Heaven's chosen daughter. These two had outlived their usefulness. Zhang Chen retrieved a storage ring and confirmed that the spirit bone pill was inside. Though it was a small win, he felt quite pleased. This should be fine now. All I need is to have that little girl take it to awaken her spiritual root, and the task will be complete. The heavenly Tao energy should be secured. I just wonder how many points that damn system will give. Liang Hui, still lying on the ground nearby, was utterly shocked. He hadn't expected the youth from the auction to be a hidden nascent soul master, though his methods were rather peculiar, and he had casually slain Zhou Mao and the others. Such terrifying power left him stunned. But seeing that Zhang Chen didn't make a move against him, Liang Hui breathed a sigh of relief, secretly grateful that he hadn't offended this master at the auction. He could forget about the spirit bone pill. Just surviving was a stroke of luck. Thank you for saving my life, senior. May I ask your name? My name is Unchanged, whether sitting or standing. Hearing Liang Hui's gratitude, Zhang Chen rose into the air. I am the first holy son of Tianyuan sect, Yi Wushuang. Zhang Chen's light vanished into the distance, his voice echoing through the forest. The first holy son, Yi Wushuang. Liang Hui struggled to his feet, gazing at the direction Zhang Chen had gone, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He had heard of that title and some rumors. It seemed those rumors were true. The legendary first holy son of the righteous path was the youngest nascent soul master, and apparently had some strange habits. Recently, there had been rumors that the first holy son of the righteous path had a penchant for robbery, and now it seemed he also had a penchant for role-playing. Indeed, the world of geniuses was beyond his understanding. At dusk, inside Zhang Chen's cave dwelling in the Xian sect, Su Xian, if you take this elixir, will you really be able to cultivate? Su Xian gazed at the golden elixir in her hand, her expression complex. She had changed into a more ordinary dress, as wearing the flowing blue floral skirt would attract too much attention. What, are you afraid I'd harm you? No, I just don't understand why brother Zhang Chen is so good to me since we only met today. Su Xian's cheeks flushed slightly. She knew that Zhang Chen would never harm her. Moreover, she had seen this elixir at the auction. It could awaken one's spiritual root ahead of time, a treasure of immeasurable value. But wasn't this elixir bought by someone else? Could it be that during the time brother Zhang Chen left, he went for this elixir? She still couldn't understand why Zhang Chen was so good to her. She was just a dirty child about to be expelled from the sect. Perhaps I just can't stand seeing a little girl bullied. Zhang Chen glanced at Su Xian's delicate face and offered a random excuse. He couldn't tell her that he acted only to complete the mission from this damned system. Hurry and eat it. Okay. Su Xian didn't overthink. Zhang Chen gave her an indescribable sense of trust and warmth. If she could cultivate, she wouldn't have to worry about being expelled from the sect, and could even search for her brother. Then the spirit bone pill entered her throat. In an instant, the overwhelming medicinal power surged wildly within Su Xian's body, flowing through her limbs and bones. A rich herbal fragrance emanated from Su Xian. She first felt a warm current rushing into her dantian, as if the shackles in her body were slowly being unlocked. This sensation was wondrous, and Su Xian's little face was filled with bliss. After a while, Su Xian felt a dull thud inside her. The shackles of her body were completely broken. Then a terrifying cold burst forth from within her, instantly filling the entire cave. The tea froze. The cave was covered in white frost, and even Zhang Chen felt a chill. So this is the jade, clear ice body. This cold is indeed something special. Zhang Chen waved his hand, sealing off the entire cave's aura, fearing that this phenomenon would attract the sect's attention. The cold spread, and Su Xian's expression grew painful. Her body could not withstand the freezing, slowly icing over. Her eyes closed, her consciousness fading. Not good. It seems the ice spiritual root awakened prematurely, and her frail body can't bear it. If this continues, she might die. Zhang Chen immediately sensed the anomaly and hastily channeled demonic energy into Su Xian's body. If this heavenly daughter froze to death, where would he find his mission rewards? The nascent soul-level demonic energy entered her body, neutralizing the terrifying cold. After an unknown time, the pain on Su Xian's delicate face slowly eased. The surrounding cold, as if summoned, suddenly retracted into Su Xian's body. The mutated spiritual root, the ice spiritual root, had finally awakened. The next moment, Su Xian's cultivation level surged. Qi refining first layer, Qi refining second layer, Qi refining sixth layer. It finally stopped at the sixth layer. Congratulations, host, for helping the heavenly daughter awaken her spiritual root. Side mission completed. Rewards are being calculated. Finally, this damned mission is done. Seeing Su Xian's condition stabilize, Zhang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of the heavenly daughter, she directly reached the sixth layer of Qi refining upon awakening her spiritual root. Back when he first awakened his demonic root, he was merely at the ninth layer of Qi refining. Su Xian's talent was already a genius among geniuses, perhaps even comparable to that Yu Wuxuan. Su Xian, who had been unconscious, slowly came to. In her daze, she felt an endless chill, as if falling into an icy abyss. Suddenly a warm current enveloped her, pulling her back. This power. Have I really awakened my spiritual root? Feeling the abundant spiritual energy within her, Su Xian was both overjoyed and incredulous. This was undoubtedly the power of a cultivator. Not only had she awakened her spiritual root, but she had also broken through several realms. Was that warm power brother Zhang Chen? Su Xian looked at Zhang Chen, who was calmly meditating nearby, her heart surging with emotion. Brother Zhang Chen had truly helped her awaken her spiritual root. Today felt like a dream. Awake, Zhang Chen said calmly. Thank you, brother Zhang Chen. Su Xian didn't know what else to say besides gratitude. Since you're awake, return now. Since the mission was complete, Zhang Chen had no intention of keeping the girl around. He needed to thoroughly review the system's rewards, and having someone nearby was inconvenient. Return. Hearing Zhang Chen tell her to go back, Su Xian was momentarily at a loss. Brother Zhang Chen had helped her awaken her spiritual root and didn't ask for anything in return, just told her to leave. Had she done something wrong? Brother, can I stay and help clean your cave, water the flowers, wash your clothes? I'll do anything as long as you don't mind me. I don't know how else to thank you. No need. Hearing Su Xian's earnest attempts to prove her worth, Zhang Chen refused flatly. Now that you've awakened your spiritual root, go register with the outer sect steward. You'll be a sect disciple from now on. Cultivate well. But Su Xian hesitated, wanting to stay and help, but eventually nodded, lowered her head, and walked out of the cave, not disturbing the meditating Zhang Chen. With a spiritual root, her life would be different. She could cultivate, have her own cave, search for her brother, and do many things she couldn't before. Brother Zhang Chen. What? Something else. Zhang Chen looked up at Su Xian, who paused at the cave entrance. I will definitely cultivate hard, and like my brother slay demons, and uphold justice. Su Xian's gaze was unusually resolute. She believed that brother Zhang Chen, who had helped awaken her spiritual root, must want her to cultivate diligently and promote the righteous path. She must not disappoint brother Zhang Chen's expectations. Zhang Chen's face darkened. Who exactly are you going to slay? What would this little girl think if she discovered he was the greatest demon lord? Alright, go now. Zhang Chen waved his hand, watching Su Xian leave the cave. Ding. Side mission completed. Issuing mission rewards. Finally, Zhang Chen looked at the system's reward notification with slight excitement. Congratulations, host. Your affection level with the heavenly daughter has reached 100. The heavenly daughter now regards you as her own brother. Obtain maximum mission points, 3,500 points. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the reward Heavenly Dao Qi Enhancement. New side missions will be updated shortly. Here it comes. My heavenly Dao Qi. In an instant, a breath of energy materialized from the void, enveloping Zhang Chen's entire being, including his nascent soul. This energy was invisible and intangible, yet it brought an extreme warmth to Zhang Chen. He felt the spiritual energy of heaven and earth become exceptionally intimate. Countless streams of spiritual energy poured into Zhang Chen's body, converting into demonic energy that wrapped around his nascent soul at a speed several times faster than before. So this is the heavenly Dao Qi, truly wondrous. Inside the cave dwelling, Zhang Chen marveled as he felt the surge in cultivation speed granted by the blessing of heavenly Dao Qi. The heavenly Dao was the manifestation of the world's will and the order of rules. With the enhancement of heavenly Dao Qi, his cultivation speed increased manifold. Coupled with his chaos immortal demon body, he believed it would not be long before he broke through to the late nascent soul stage. As expected of the system, the things it provides are excellent even if it's not mine. Zhang Chen exhaled a turbid breath. The rewards from this mission were far from trivial. This mission was a good one. More missions should be done. Thereupon Zhang Chen once again opened the system shop to see if he could unlock anything new. Current points 6,200 points. Secret of the Immortal Tribulation, insufficient points, purchase permission not yet granted. Chaos Divine Demon Halberd Superior Immortal Armament, insufficient points, purchase permission not yet granted. Great Dao Longevity Art Immortal Grade Superior Technique, insufficient points, purchase permission not yet granted. Apart from some relatively low-level items being unlocked, everything related to Immortal remained locked. It seems this damned system truly intends for me to finish the main quest, 3-year promise, before I accumulate enough points to unlock the permissions. Zhang Chen was not at all surprised by this outcome. After all, matters concerning immortality were bound to be difficult to obtain. Ding. Side quest updated. Please host within a few days achieve outstanding performance in the Inner Disciple Teaching Session and obtain a spot in the Nascent Soul Secret Realm. Nascent Soul Secret Realm. What kind of task has this damned system arranged now? Zhang Chen narrowed his eyes. He was indeed aware of the Inner Disciple Teaching Sessions. Every month, inner disciples would come to the outer sect to teach and guide the outer disciples in their cultivation. Calculating the time, it was indeed a few days away. Note the inner disciples teaching this time have a connection with the host, and they are all at the foundation establishment stage. The host is only at the Qi refining stage. Please proceed with caution. Damn, is there no end to this? Even attending a lecture invited trouble. Being the righteous holy son was no easy task. However, Zhang Chen was not particularly concerned about these so-called teaching disciples. Foundation establishment was nothing to fear. They could hardly cause any waves. This mission should not be too difficult. He wondered what rewards this damned system would give. Then Zhang Chen opened the system panel again. Host Zhang Chen. Age 20. Cultivation Qi refining 7th layer. Technique Sacred Sun burning heaven art. Divine ability Blazing Sun Fist. Current main quest complete the 3-year promise with Lu Rian. Already at Qi refining 7th layer. Under normal circumstances, the original owner of this system should have progressed rapidly with the blessing of heavenly Dao Qi. Reaching the 7th layer so quickly is reasonable. Then Zhang Chen closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. Since the inner disciples lecture was still a few days away, he planned to stay indoors for the next few days, adapting to the boosted cultivation speed granted by heavenly Dao Qi. At nightfall, the Ironwater City auction house. Lin Zheng bowed respectfully to a stunningly beautiful woman seated upright on the main chair in the hall, disbelief evident in his eyes. The woman wore an elegant long dress, breathtakingly beautiful, her eyes like autumn water, and every move exuded an undeniable grace. Standing beside the woman was another lady of comparable beauty, around 20 years old, with a curvaceous figure and fair skin like flawless jade. The two women had similar auras, or anyone would think they were a pair of exquisite sisters. But only Lin Zheng knew that the seated one was the true protagonist, and she was not merely a young woman in her 20s. President, why have you returned? The visitor was none other than the president of the Ironwater Auction House, Yun Zhongfeng. Standing beside her was her sole direct disciple, Lu Rian. Faced with the sudden return of the president, Lin Zheng was flattered. He had not seen her for years. I happened to pass by with Rian on some business and decided to check in. Yun Zhongfeng spoke calmly, her ethereal voice echoing in the hall. Have there been any major incidents at the auction house during my absence? Having been away from the auction house for so long, Yun Zhongfeng felt a sense of guilt toward the staff under her command. In reply to the president, nothing of great significance happened. With your prestige, no one dared to cause too much trouble at the auction house. In fact, some prominent families even came seeking you out. Listening to Lin Zheng's detailed account, Yun Zhongfeng's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, and she nodded slowly. It's good that everything is normal. It seems the battle aura we sensed outside the city earlier has nothing to do with our auction house. Battle aura. A battle aura that caught your attention must be extraordinary. Lin Zheng was puzzled. The president was at the nascent soul stage. The only auras above nascent soul could draw her notice. If such a battle had occurred outside the city should have sensed it, but he had heard nothing at all. The battle was an absolute one-sided slaughter. By the time we arrived, only a strong scent of blood and residual nascent soul aura remained. The deceased seemed to be an inner disciple of Purple Cloud sect. Yun Zhongfeng produced a bloodstained token of the Purple Cloud sect, the very one from Zhou Mao. She had some ties with the Purple Cloud sect from earlier years, and since their destination this time was precisely that sect, she had paid extra attention. This token, Lin Zheng was also startled. A Purple Cloud sect inner disciple token appearing today outside Ironwater City made it hard not to associate it with Zhou Mao, who had attended the auction. Could the nascent soul cultivator who struck be the mysterious young Master Zhang's guard? Zhou Mao had clashed with young Master Zhang, and the timing of Zhang's departure matched. What it seems you know some inside story. President, I do have some conjectures. Today we had an honored guest from a major family. Lin Zheng roughly recounted the situation regarding Zhang Chen and Zhou Mao at the auction house. You mean it might have been the young man's guard or protector who acted? If Lin Zheng's story was true, the young man who spent so lavishly must hail from a major or even immortal family and would certainly have a hidden protector. It was possible that protector had made the move. Do you know the young man's name? I don't know his exact name, Lin Zheng answered honestly. I only know his surname is Zhang, around 20 years old, and his cultivation is only at the qi refining 5th layer. Surname Zhang. Hearing Lin Zheng's description, Lu Rian, who had been idly standing by, suddenly frowned. Her usually cold expression rarely showed emotion, and her aura even wavered slightly. Surname Zhang, 20 years old, qi refining 5th layer. The description was too similar to that person. Rian, calm your heart. Yun Zhongfeng snapped coldly, pulling her disciple back from her thoughts. She naturally knew what her disciple was thinking. Forgive me, master. I lost my composure. Lu Rian quickly readjusted her aura, her pretty face returning to its cold expression. Yes, although the description was somewhat similar, he came from a small family and could not possibly be him. Alas, master knows you feel guilty toward that young man from the Zhang family, but what's done is done and cannot be undone. This is also a trial on your path of cultivation. Yun Zhongfeng comforted her. I was just thinking, if I had not gone to annul the engagement, perhaps the Zhang family would not have been wiped out. That annulment had become an insurmountable hurdle in Lu Rian's heart. Shortly after she broke off the engagement with the Zhang family, she learned from her father that the Zhang family had been massacred by enemies. No survivors, including Zhang Chen. Lu Rian knew that the annihilation of the Zhang family was to some extent causally related to her breaking off the engagement. Without the deterrence of a Qingyun sect disciple as a fiancé, those enemies dared to strike at the already declining Zhang family. Thus Lu Rian had always carried guilt, which was why she had lost her composure upon hearing Lin Zheng's description of a young man so similar to Zhang Chen. If you cultivate my supreme jade purity art, you must sever all worldly emotions. That engagement was bound to be annulled sooner or later. It is not your fault. Seeing Lu Rian sinking into guilt again, Yun Zhongfeng comforted her once more. I visited the Zhang family. I searched through all the corpses but did not find the young man's body. Perhaps he is still alive. Master, are you saying Zhang Chen is not dead? Lu Rian's expression changed slightly. Her master had never told her this. Not necessarily, he might be dead. Even if he is alive, he cannot be the young Master Zhang that Lin Zheng mentioned. Whether he is still alive you will know when your 3-year promise arrives. For now what you need to do is cut off all romantic attachments, cultivate diligently, and condense your golden core as soon as possible. Yes, master. Lu Rian bowed to Yun Zhongfeng and nodded firmly, restoring her cold demeanor. Emotional attachment was a great taboo in cultivating the supreme jade purity art. Whether Zhang Chen was still alive would be revealed in 3 years. She knew that if he were alive his character would compel him to keep the appointment. No matter the outcome, everything would be settled then. Alright, I'm glad you've come to understand. Yun Zhongfeng's expression was also cold. In a few days we will go to the Purple Cloud sect. The secret realm where a nascent soul cultivator fell, which they discovered, should be a good training ground for you. Inside a cave dwelling on the outer sect of Ziyun's sect, Zhang Chen slowly exhaled a turbid breath, his demonic energy converging. With the barrier he had set up, he was not worried that his demonic aura would be sensed by other members of the sect. The cultivation methods of the righteous path tend to be gentle and nurturing, aiming to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate the foundation and steadily improve. Demonic cultivators, however, pursue extreme power, refining spiritual energy into a more overbearing demonic energy. Their methods are too aggressive, making them more prone to losing control and falling into evil. As their cultivation deepens, their minds become easily twisted, gradually straying from the path of humanity and becoming heretical cultivators. This is why the demonic path is seen as deserving of extermination by the righteous. Few, this heavenly Tao energy is indeed potent. Zhang Chen had fully adapted to the accelerated cultivation speed granted by the heavenly Tao energy over the past few days. The nascent soul within him had grown more and more powerful. At this rate, he might break through to the late nascent soul stage in less than a year. What a terrifying cultivation speed. Once he broke through to the late nascent soul stage, if he ever encountered that Yu Wushuang he'd so that mouth shut. Zhang Chen hadn't left his cave dwelling in recent days, though Su Xian had come to visit him in the meantime. The girl had thoroughly cleaned Zhang Chen's cave dwelling. She said that after reporting her awakened spiritual root to the outer sect steward, she was granted entry into the inner sect, and became the personal disciple of the supreme ancestor who had not emerged from seclusion for who knows how many years. The girl wasn't particularly happy about it. She just felt that she would rarely have the chance to visit Zhang Chen's cave dwelling in the outer sect again. So after finishing the cleaning, she chatted with Zhang Chen for a long while before reluctantly taking her leave. Zhang Chen was not surprised that Su Xian's talent had led her to be taken as a personal disciple by the supreme ancestor of this small sect. He just felt a bit regretful that this adorable girl had eaten all the pudding he had stored in his storage ring, leaving none for him. This foodie trait was exactly like senior sister's. Good thing she won't be coming around often anymore. I think today should be the day the inner sect disciples give their lecture. Zhang Chen got up and slowly walked out of the cave dwelling. Time to go complete the dam system's quest again. At noon, the outer sect's lecture square was bustling with a dense crowd. Today was the day inner sect disciples came to the outer sect to give lectures as announced in the sect's daily bulletin. However, today's lecture format seems somewhat different. Did you see the announcement today? Today's lecture seems different from before. Only outer sect disciples at the 6th level of Qi refining or above can attend. I saw it too. Although this is framed as a lecture, it's actually a selection for spots in the nascent soul secret realm recently discovered by the sect master. The burial ground of a nascent soul powerhouse is extremely dangerous, hence the cultivation restriction. Those with lower cultivation would just be throwing their lives away. I heard all inner sect disciples will enter, and with so many people there won't be many spots left for the outer sect. Good thing I just broke through to the 6th level of Qi refining a few days ago, or I'd have missed out. That's the nascent soul secret realm. Though dangerous, there must be plenty of opportunities. Maybe it could help me break through to the foundation establishment stage. The square was filled with outer sect disciples of the 6th level of Qi refining and above. Many acquaintances were whispering to each other, occasionally chatting about sect gossip. Senior brother Mo, I heard from a little bird that our Ziyun sect has distinguished guests today, from the Qingyun sect, a grand sect from the southern region. And one of their genius disciples will be entering the nascent soul secret realm with us. I know. It's the personal disciple of Yun Zhongfeng, the chief elder of Qingyun sect, Lu Rian, a genius renowned throughout the southern region. Lu Rian and her master Yun Zhongfeng are both famous beauties in the southern region. This morning I saw 2 graceful figures flying toward the sect. They were breathtakingly beautiful, like celestial maidens. Just thinking about it made the disciple's face flush. Wipe your drool and stop being so lovesick. Such fairies are far beyond our reach. Not to mention our Ziyun sect is nowhere near Qingyun sect's level. Besides, I heard that Fairy Lu broke through to the peak of foundation establishment at just 20 years old. I'm sure she'll form her golden core before 25. With such talent and cultivation, even senior brother Liang Yun, the best among the inner disciples, is far inferior. Only senior brother Su Yulong, who mysteriously disappeared, could compare. The disciple felt a pang of regret, then added, but if I can secure a spot in the secret realm today and get a close look at Fairy Lu Rian's celestial beauty, that would still be a blessing. You're right, senior brother Mo. That would indeed be a wonderful thing. As the 2 disciples stared at the sky in boundless reverie, a hand suddenly slapped their backs, interrupting their daydream. Fellow disciples, what were you just talking about? Lu Rian is here. Startled by Zhang Chen's sudden appearance from behind, the 2 were about to curse, but held back when they saw he was at the 7th level of Qi refining. What's this? Judging by your tone, do you happen to know Fairy Lu Rian of Qingyun sect? You could say I know her. Thanks, both of you. After offering a word of thanks, Zhang Chen walked forward, leaving the 2 in stunned silence. They hadn't expected someone even more shameless than themselves. They only dared to imagine such things, but this brother at the 7th level of Qi refining actually claimed to know the proud daughter of heaven from Qingyun sect. Is the sect's food that good? How much did you have to drink to get this delusional? Ignoring them, Zhang Chen slowly made his way into the lecture square. He hadn't expected Lu Rian to come to this small sect either. He had just heard news of her a few days ago, and now she was already here. Could the 3-year promise be triggering ahead of schedule? Probably not. The dam system hasn't given any prompt. Lu Rian likely just happened to come here. Zhang Chen dismissed the thought. Based on what those 2 had said, Lu Rian was probably after the nascent soul secret realm, and there was no way she'd notice him. Even if they entered the secret realm together, given her status, Lu Rian wouldn't pay attention to the name of some insignificant outer disciple of a small sect. Even if she knew the name Zhang Chen, he had no need to worry, because although he went by the name Zhang Chen, he wasn't using Zhang Chen's appearance. He wasn't concerned about Lu Rian recognizing him and affecting the main quest of the dam system. For now, let's focus on completing this side quest from the dam system. I'm curious which unlucky bastard is giving the lecture. Putting aside his thoughts, Zhang Chen found a stone platform at random in the square and sat down, then looked at the 2 inner sect disciples on the platform ahead. Brother, who that kid Zhang Chen won't be able to make it right. I remember he's only at the 5th level of Qi refining. He doesn't meet today's attendance requirement. On the lecture platform, a lean man said to Liang, who beside him. They had originally received instructions from Zhou Mao to cripple Zhang Chen during today's lecture and bring him to Zhou Mao. But the sect had issued an urgent notice to select promising outer disciples to enter the nascent soul secret realm, which had disrupted their plans. If he can't get in, we'll just have to find another way to deal with him after class. Liang Hu's expression darkened. Fortunately, there had been no word from Brother Zhou Mao these past few days, so they still had time to handle the kid. Brother Hu, look. Isn't that the kid? The lean man suddenly spoke, calling Liang Hu's attention. Liang Hu's gaze followed, and he saw Zhang Chen smiling at them from below the platform. A smile that was somewhat eerie. It really is him. Liang Hu had specifically investigated Zhang Chen's appearance, so there was no mistaking him. 7th level of Qi refining. Impossible. Wasn't he only at the 5th level just a few days ago? Qi refining layer 7. How is this possible? Could the intelligence be wrong? How could Zhang Chen have broken through from Qi refining layer 5 to layer 7 in just a few days? Liang Hu and Mu Wei stared at Zhang Chen below the platform, astonishment flickering in their eyes. Such a cultivation speed rivaled that of the prodigies from the great sects. Brother Hu, that kid seems quite talented. Should we still mess with him? Mess with him? Why not? No matter how talented, he's still only at the Qi refining stage. What waves can he stir up? Liang Hu's voice was cold. That Su Yunlong back then had heaven-defying talent too, but in the end he was done in by Brother Mao and his crew. No one who opposes them has a good ending no matter how gifted. Alright, but we need to be careful when we act. The elders are watching from the shadows. We can't be too obvious. After giving Mu Wei these instructions, Liang Hu cast another cold glance at Zhang Chen. Is it my imagination? Why does that kid's smile feel so unsettling? But he didn't dwell on it. A mere Qi refining layer 7. What storm could he stir up? Soon he'll be unable to smile. So it's that Zhou Mao's lackey. I thought it was someone else. It seems they don't know that Zhou Mao has already restarted his account. With Zhang Chen's nascent soul-level perception, their whispered conversation was as clear as if they were shouting through a loudspeaker. To be honest, he was a bit curious to see what tricks these two Foundation establishment fellows could pull off. As more people took their seats, all the Qi refining layer 6 outer disciples had arrived, around 200 to 300 in total. Zhang Chen noticed that the yellow-haired Foundation establishment peak cultivator, who had been hiding his true cultivation, was also present not far from him. Ji Lingfeng, with his shock of yellow hair, also noticed Zhang Chen. He had remembered him from when they entered the sect together, and now he felt a hint of surprise. I didn't expect this guy to break through to Qi refining layer 7 in just a few days. Among these righteous path cultivators, he's a rare genius. If I defeat him later, my demon role-playing art should improve considerably. No wonder my master told me to start from a small sect. After a brief exchange of glances, they both looked away. Fellow disciples, I believe you've all received the sect's announcement. Today's lesson is different from usual. On the platform, Liang Hu began the day's instructional session before the 200 to 300 disciples below. A few days ago, the sect leader discovered a nascent soul expert's fallen secret realm. 50 outer disciples will be selected to enter it, so the two of us have been sent to assess your cultivation achievements and mental state. The top 50 performers will earn the opportunity. The nascent soul secret realm is full of opportunities. Those who excel there may be exempted from the regular assessment and promoted directly to inner disciples. Perform well, everyone. Liang Hu's words stirred many disciples' hearts. I didn't expect that being in the top 50 not only grants entry to the secret realm, but also a chance to skip the assessment and enter the inner sect directly. Normally we'd have to rank in the top 30 in the outer disciple assessment a year from now to become inner disciples. Doesn't that mean if I can secure one of the 50 spots today, I can enter the inner sect early and become a disciple of a peak master or elder? This is a real treat. Amid the murmurs, Liang Hu spoke again. Today's assessment consists of 2 parts. The first is the cultivation evaluation, led by Junior Brother Mu. Junior Brother Mu, take over. After speaking, Liang Hu turned to Mu Wei and transmitted his voice coldly. Be careful. Just cripple him. Leave him with one breath until Brother Mao returns. Don't worry, Brother Hu. Leave it to me. Mu Wei's face turned icy. He cast a cold glance in Zhang Chen's direction, as if already envisioning the moment Zhang Chen would become a cripple. Then he slowly descended from the platform, walked among the disciples, and wore an arrogant expression. As cultivators, especially those on the righteous path, we emphasize a stable foundation and steady progress, not blindly chasing higher cultivation through shortcuts that lead to a shaky foundation. This is the first lesson I will teach you today. As soon as Mu Wei finished speaking, he let out a cold shout, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Without any warning or hesitation, he released a wave of spiritual pressure. The terrifying spiritual pressure slammed directly into the surrounding disciples. The outer disciples nearby all changed expressions, drastically caught off guard by Mu Wei's sudden attack. They hastily mobilized their own spiritual energy to defend themselves. Yet some failed to withstand it, and were blasted to the ground, a few even coughing up blood. Anyone within a 20-meter radius who falls leave the square immediately. Mu Wei's voice was cold, not even sparing a glance at the fallen disciples. As an inner disciple, he carried an inherent arrogance. Speaking even one extra word to these outer disciples who hadn't even reached Foundation establishment felt like a waste of time. I've already controlled my spiritual power. Those above Qi refining layer 6 with a stable foundation would never have fallen. Yet I even saw Qi refining layer 8 ones lying on the ground. Get back and train properly. Don't waste the sect's resources. Mu Wei looked at the nearly half of the disciples within the 20-meter radius who were lying on the ground and scolded them arrogantly. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother Mu. Though Mu Wei's words were harsh, not a single fallen disciple dared to refute. They could only struggle to their feet and leave the square with regret. The disciples who had held their ground and not fallen were all drenched in sweat, grateful for their perseverance. With this simple show of force, the pass rate was less than half. Mu Wei shook his head and then walked toward another group of disciples, unleashing waves of spiritual pressure one after another, sending rows of disciples tumbling. Mu Wei showed no mercy, and the assessment proceeded swiftly. Within a quarter of an hour of the 200 to 300 disciples, only Zhang Chen's area remained untested. That was Mu Wei's deliberate choice, to leave him for last, making it easier to act. Hey, your turn. Mu Wei slowly walked toward Zhang Chen, a cold smirk curling on his lips. The spiritual power he was about to unleash would be far from restrained. Even a Qi refining layer 9 cultivator would be knocked unconscious. Junior brothers, are you ready? Mu Wei arrived at the last area and unexpectedly flashed a rare smile. The yellow-haired Ji Lingfeng was also in this area. He sensed something ominous in Mu Wei's smile. We're ready. The remaining disciples, seeing the arrogant senior brother Mu smiling at them, were all eager and assumed defensive stances, brimming with confidence. Zhang Chen, however, remained utterly calm, showing no signs of wariness. This only made Mu Wei's smile widen. On the platform, Liang, who also watched Zhang Chen with a sneer. This guy has no idea what's coming for him. Good, then here I come. The next moment, without any hesitation, Mu Wei unleashed a wave of spiritual energy, far more powerful than before, hurtling toward the group. The disciples who had been waiting for the assessment instantly turned pale with terror. No, senior brother, this isn't right. Meanwhile, two figures were flying on swords from the inner sect toward the outer sect. Miss Liu and Senior Yun have traveled far. It is my honor, Liang, to show Miss Liu around the Ziyun sect. The speaker was Liang Yun, the top inner disciple of the Ziyun sect. He was now making polite conversation with the ethereal Lu Ruyan beside him. Thank you for the trouble, senior brother Liang. Lu Ruyan's pretty face remained cold, her voice equally detached. Yet this coldness only made her seem more like a celestial maiden far from the mortal world, stirring a ripple in Liang Yun's heart. He had never seen such a breathtaking beauty. If he could become her Tao partner, his path of cultivation would have no regrets. But Liang Yun forcefully suppressed his inner agitation, maintaining a refined demeanor. The sect leader had tasked him with showing Miss Liu around the sect. This was an opportunity he had to seize. With such looks and talent, only he, the top inner disciple, could be worthy of her. It's nothing, Miss Liu. Accompanying you on a leisurely stroll is a pleasure. Later, when we enter the nascent soul secret realm together, we can look out for each other. Liang Yun's voice was gentle, trying to bridge the distance between them. Although Lu Ruyan was as aloof as her master, if he could perform exceptionally in the secret realm, wouldn't he have a chance? Lu Ruyan's expression remained cold and indifferent. She did not reply and barely glanced at Liang Yun. She had seen too many people like him. If her master hadn't needed to converse with the Ziyun sect leader, she would have preferred to stay by her master's side. Unconsciously, as they strolled, they arrived above the outer sect and noticed the many figures gathered on the training square below. What's this? Lu Ruyan asked casually. Oh, Miss Liu, today is the day the outer disciples are selected for the secret realm. But it's just a minor affair among Qi refining disciples. Nothing worthy of your attention. Liang Yun had no intention of elaborating on these outer disciples. After a brief explanation, he was about to lead Lu Ruyan elsewhere. Suddenly a piercing, miserable scream came from the square below, causing both of them to pause. A wretched scream shattered the silence across the entire square. Mu Wei, who had been gathering his spiritual energy to strike at Zhang Chen and the surrounding disciples, suddenly rocketed backward through the air. Like a severed kite string, he sprayed a mist of crimson into the air before crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact, letting out agonized groans that lingered for a long while before he could even attempt to rise. What happened? The disciples, who had been paralyzed by terror just moments before, now experienced a mixture of relief and profound shock. They could distinctly perceive that Mu Wei's spiritual pressure just now had been several times greater than before. Had that attack landed on them, they would have suffered severe injuries without exception. But what exactly had transpired? Why had senior brother Mu suddenly unleashed such power, and why had he collapsed unconscious so abruptly? Zhang Chen, however, maintained his serene smile as he leisurely approached the bleeding Mu Wei, asking with apparent concern. Senior brother Mu, are you unharmed? This place isn't suitable for slumber. Do get up. Facing a cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment, Zhang Chen couldn't be bothered to strike personally. He had simply manipulated the spiritual energy within Mu Wei's body, causing it to backlash against its host. You? Faced with Zhang Chen's tender solicitations, Mu Wei, already grievously wounded by the spiritual energy's reversal, nearly choked on his rising fury. He simply could not comprehend why his spiritual energy had suddenly turned violent and chaotic, inflicting such a terrifying backlash upon its owner. His features already contorted in agony, the sight of Zhang Chen's smile ignited such seething rage within him that before he could voice a single word, another wave of violent backlash surged through his body. He vomited another mouthful of blood and collapsed into unconsciousness. Brother Mu. Seeing the situation deteriorate rapidly, Liang, who rushed down from the platform to examine Mu Wei's injuries. His meridians were damaged, suffering from extremely severe internal trauma. His condition was dire. What in the world happened? Gazing upon Mu Wei's inexplicable collapse, Liang, whose expression turned grim. For the life of him, he could not understand what had just transpired. Liang, who was utterly perplexed. After a long moment of contemplation, his gaze fell upon Zhang Chen, who had remained composed with an enigmatic smile throughout. Zhang Chen, was this your doing? Zhang Chen. Liang, whose thunderous shout echoed across the square and into the heavens above. Hearing a familiar name as she was about to depart, Lu Ruyan instantly halted. The rare expression of shock that flickered across her usually cold visage was unmistakable. Zhang Chen, could it be as my master foretold that he did not perish? Or is this merely a coincidence of names? Lady Lu, what is the matter? Witnessing the typically aloof fairy suddenly display such an unusual reaction, Liang Yun, beside her, felt a surge of bewilderment. Nothing. Lu Ruyan's features once again settled into cold indifference. However, I find myself somewhat intrigued by the qualification examination unfolding below. Whether that Zhang Chen is the one, I need only see for myself. Excellent. If Lady Lu is inclined, we may observe from the viewing platform below. Though he couldn't fathom why Lu Ruyan would take interest in a mere chi refining stage examination, Liang Yun was determined not to squander this opportunity to accompany such a fair lady. No need for such trouble. We may simply observe from up here. No need to disturb them. She then cast her gaze toward the square below, where a young man stood among the gathered disciples. Whatever do you mean, senior brother? I am merely at the 7th stage of chi refining. How could someone like me possibly cause a foundation establishment cultivator to collapse, critically injured? Though I must say I am somewhat surprised that senior brother recognizes me. Zhang Chen's expression radiated perfect innocence. I believe it must have been that senior brother Mu expended too much spiritual energy during his earlier display. Upon witnessing so many fellow disciples fail to pass, he overexerted himself. The sudden surge of frustration agitated his inner fire, and in a moment of carelessness the spiritual energy rebounded. If this fellow had not needed to continue presiding over the remaining examination, Zhang Chen would have long since sent him sprawling on the ground alongside Mu Wei. You? Listening to Zhang Chen's string of baseless conjectures, Liang, whose complexion flushed crimson with fury, yet for a time, he could find no words of rebuttal. Zhang Chen was merely at the chi refining stage. No matter how gifted his talent, he truly could not accomplish such a feat. Perhaps he had been overthinking this. But Mu Wei had cultivated at foundation establishment for years. Could he truly suffer spiritual backlash from something as trivial as this examination? Liang, who remained utterly confounded, fetched someone to carry brother Mu away for treatment. Still unable to discern any logic in what had transpired, but the examination could not be postponed. Liang, who could only order Mu Wei to be carried off first. There were more pressing matters at hand. I never imagined this Mu Wei would prove so useless. It seems I shall have to act personally. For the next trial you won't be so fortunate. Having taken over from Mu Li to preside over the examination of the final group of disciples, Liang, who did not specifically target Zhang Chen again. He knew full well that Zhang Chen would not escape the second trial so easily. The second trial shall now commence. Ji Lingfeng, who had also successfully passed the first trial, gazed at Zhang Chen with a puzzled expression. When Mu Wei had made his move earlier, Ji Lingfeng had originally intended to intervene as well. However, Mu Wei had inexplicably collapsed without warning. Could this Zhang Chen have been responsible? Ji Lingfeng could not detect anything unusual about Zhang Chen. Nevertheless, his attention toward this individual had intensified considerably. Zhang Chen. This name bore a striking resemblance to that formidable figure of the demonic cultivation faction. After the first trial concluded, fewer than 100 disciples remained in the competition. The second trial begins now. Follow me, fellow disciples. Liang, whose voice carried a frosty detachment as he led the group away from the square toward the sect's beast pen area. In a short while they arrived before 5 cavern entrances. Each cavern mouth stood several tens of meters high, their interiors shrouded in impenetrable darkness. The interior conditions remained invisible, punctuated by occasional terrifying growls from the beasts within. A potent wave of blood-scented air assailed their senses, emanating fierce and savage spiritual energy from within. Merely standing before the caverns was enough to make numerous disciples' hair stand on end. The beasts within were assuredly at the foundation establishment level at minimum. Fellow disciples, the path of cultivation is fraught with hardship and peril. What we test is not merely cultivation realm and power, but more importantly wisdom, courage, and the nature of one's heart. This is the essence of the second trial. Liang, who stood before the 5 cavern entrances, his expression grave as he explained. As you have surely perceived, inside each cavern awaits a foundation establishment stage monster. This is the site of your second trial. Liang, who then produced a small crimson sphere roughly the size of a palm. Your task is simple. Enter the caverns and retrieve a sphere similar to this one from beneath the beasts. Those who succeed will pass and earn their qualification. You're asking us to venture inside and snatch something from the grasp of a Foundation establishment beast. Isn't this tantamount to sending us to our deaths? We're all merely at the chi refining stage. The disciples erupted in objections and heated discussion. Those at the chi refining stage would not even satisfy the appetite of the beasts within. Silence. Do not be overly concerned, fellow disciples. The 5 beasts within are all in a state of slumber. As long as you are sufficiently clever and courageous, you may retrieve the spheres without disturbing them. Liang Hu signaled for calm. Then he added, furthermore, these 5 beasts have been specially trained by the sect. Should danger arise, simply shout, I withdraw, and the beasts will not harm you. But you must remember to shout quickly. Otherwise, even I cannot guarantee your safety. And naturally, that would also mean failing the trial. Enough preamble. Each cavern contains only 10 spheres. Places are limited. First come, first served. After explaining the rules, Liang Hu cast a casual glance toward Zhang Chen, who remained impassive in the crowd. A sneer that others could not detect flickered across his face. This trial indeed poses no mortal danger for most. But for this Zhang Chen it shall be an entirely different story. Having once undertaken the task of feeding the Foundation establishment beast Liang, who had grown rather close with one of the 5 creatures, a fireland bear, he had specifically instructed this beast to pay special attention to anyone named Zhang Chen. Foundation establishment beasts possessed limited intelligence, their minds utterly guileless. Through treats and clever persuasion, Liang, who had successfully persuaded the fireland bear to comply. Injuries during trials were commonplace occurrences. The elders, secretly observing, would surely not investigate too deeply. Liang, who merely hoped that this Zhang Chen would not be completely shredded to bits by the fireland bear. At the very least, he should be left breathing until Brother Mao returned. Upon hearing Liang Hu's explanation, the assembled disciples breathed sighs of relief. Many shed their excessive apprehensions, and several individuals began displaying eager anticipation. So that's how it is. Since places are limited, I'll go first. Very well, I'll try as well. Alright, Hu Wei Fong, Li Hu Peng Zhang Yuliang Jiang Chong. You 5 go in first. Outside the beast's lair, Liang Hu took the lead, calling out the first 5 disciples, who stepped forward, assigning each of them the cave they were to enter. About half a quarter of an hour after the 5 entered, the crowd saw 2 figures rushing out of the cave mouth, panic-stricken, clutching red spheres in their hands. The 2 who emerged were drenched in sweat, their faces pale as death, bearing the look of survivors who had narrowly escaped disaster. Though they had retrieved the spheres, they were evidently severely shaken. Fortunately, they were quick-witted and managed to snatch the spheres without incident. Facing a Foundation establishment stage beast, who wouldn't be terrified? If they had awakened it and failed to withdraw in time, they might have suffered grievous injury, or even disability. Roar. Sure enough, shortly after the 2 emerged, earth-shattering roars erupted from the other caves, sending chills down everyone's spines. It seemed the 3 unfortunate souls had roused the slumbering beasts. I forfeit. Don't eat me. I forfeit. I'm done. Mother, I want to go home. More terrified pleas followed, and the 3 beasts' roars gradually subsided, as if the sect had commanded them to feign sleep, once more awaiting the next test takers. Worthless. Liang Hu stormed into the cave and dragged out the 3 who were too petrified to walk. One of them even reeked of urine and feces. With such cowardice, you still want to cultivate immortality. Get out. Liang Hu pinched his nose and tossed the 3 out like garbage. Next batch. 2 out of 5 had passed, a fairly high success rate. The remaining disciples began to grow eager. Though they didn't know what awaited inside, they knew that as long as they shouted, I forfeit, quickly enough, they wouldn't be in mortal danger. At worst, they'd wet their pants. Then came wave after wave of beast roars and cries of surrender. More and more disciples were eliminated and more advanced. Within less than half an hour, the assessment neared its end. Alright, next batch. Finally, it was your turn, Zhang Chen. At last, Zhang Chen's group was called, and Liang Hu's lips curled into a cold sneer. Zhang Chen in turn smiled. He knew this test was far from simple. He was curious to see what tricks Liang Hu had up his sleeve. Jiling Feng. Zhang Chen, your turn, go in. Liang Hu deliberately emphasized the name Zhang Chen, alerting the Blaze Spirit Bear inside the cave. Then Liang Hu assigned Zhang Chen to the Blaze Spirit Bear's cave. In the pitch-black depths, a massive crimson bear slowly opened its eyes. Zhang Chen. Is that him? Lu Rian, who had been observing from above, heard the name Zhang Chen, and her beautiful eyes flickered as she discerned his appearance. This face. Indeed, it's not that person, only a namesake. Though she had anticipated this outcome, Lu Rian couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. Yet his chi refinement, 7th layer cultivation, and his demeanor bore a resemblance to that youth. Could he have changed his appearance? Miss Lu, do you know this Zhang Chen? Seeing Lu Rian fixated on the youth below, Liang Yun asked in confusion. No, I don't. Let's continue watching. Lu Rian's voice was cold and clear. For some reason, she suddenly wanted to see how this Zhang Chen would perform. Zhang Chen naturally noticed the 2 figures in the sky as well. Seeing they were only at Foundation establishment, he paid them no further heed. Then, urged on by Liang Hu, he slowly walked into the cave. He was curious to see what tricks that little beast inside could pull. Zhang Chen advanced deeper into the cave, his vision gradually brightening. The air was thick with the stench of blood and the urine of earlier disciples. There a massive crimson bear lay sprawled on the ground, several small spheres pressed beneath it, its eyes fixed on Zhang Chen. You are Zhang Chen. The blazed spirit bear spoke in a human tongue, its voice a deep guttural growl, halting and awkward as it interrogated Zhang Chen. What do you know me? Zhang Chen remained unfazed, even slightly amused. So it was a conspiracy between man and beast. No wonder he was so arrogant. That's right. Little brother who promised me a month's worth of rations if I tear you apart. The blazed spirit bear was simple-minded and didn't hesitate. It slowly rose to its feet, its nearly 8-meter-tall frame exuding an overwhelming pressure. The fiery aura radiating from its body made the entire cave swelter. Don't worry, little brother who said to leave you with one breath. Though it didn't understand why this mere chi refinement 7th layer human had offended little brother, who the blazed spirit bear didn't care to think. It only knew that after finishing the job, little brother who would bring it plenty of tasty food. Roar. The next moment a terrifying roar shook the cave, the temperature skyrocketing. Even the disciples outside were startled. Then the blazed spirit bear opened its enormous maw, the oppressive aura of a Foundation establishment beast fully displayed. Its jaws reeking of a nauseating stench lunged at Zhang Chen as if to swallow him whole. Zhang Chen laughed. Even nascent soul beasts on the verge of transformation dared not strike at him, yet here was a newly awakened Foundation establishment beast trying to devour him. Little bear cub, are you kidding me? Facing the charging blazed spirit bear, Zhang Chen stood motionless, then suddenly raised his head, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Without summoning a trace of demonic energy, a single glance instantly froze the monstrous beast, which then began to tremble uncontrollably. You. The blazed spirit bear was so terrified it could barely speak, its eyes turned clear and innocent. It didn't know why it was afraid, but it was a primal instinctive fear. Though the human before it was only a chi refinement, the bear felt as if it were facing an ancient great demon. What was happening? Scram. Before the blazed spirit bear could comprehend, Zhang Chen's gaze flashed again, and the bear's clear eyes turned bloodshot, its aura becoming abnormally ferocious. Roar. The blazed spirit bear bellowed once more, its massive body charging out of the cave. Outside, the disciples heard the successive roars from within, and many retreated in fear. They could clearly sense that these roars were far more intense than before. The beast was truly enraged. Could the person inside still come out alive? Liang Hu, for his part, wore a broad, satisfied grin, knowing that Zhang Chen was doomed. He had specifically instructed the blazed spirit bear to strike fast, never allowing Zhang Chen to utter the word forfeit. Facing a full power attack from a Foundation establishment beast, Liang Hu couldn't imagine what a chi refinement 7th layer cultivator could do. I'd better go in and check. That stupid bear doesn't know its own strength, and we can't have it kill Zhang Chen outright. The blazed spirit bear's roars unsettled even Liang Hu, who feared the bear might not leave Zhang Chen with even one breath. But just as he was about to rush into the cave, a massive silhouette burst out of the cave with searing heat. Damn, what's wrong with that stupid bear? Why did it run out on its own? Damn it! How did that wretched bear get out? Liang Hu exclaimed in astonishment as the massive Huolin bear suddenly emerged. Logically, it should not have been able to leave before all disciples completed the test. Roar. The Huolin bear, now under Zhang Chen's control and driven into a frenzied state, paid no heed to Liang Hu. It let out a thunderous roar. The deafening sound caused the disciples to retreat in terror. What's going on? How did this beast escape? Has it gone berserk? That's a Foundation establishment beast. Could Zhang Chen already be dead inside? If it truly loses control, none of us will escape, either. The disciples trembled as they watched the giant bear with bloodshot eyes. Many were already contemplating flight. Fellow junior brothers and sisters, do not fear. Liang Hu turned calmly his back to the Huolin bear as he sought to reassure the crowd. This Huolin bear has low intelligence, no different from a 3-year-old child. It is a beast raised by the sect, and will not harm anyone without my command. Really, senior brother Liang. But it doesn't look right. They eyed the massive bear with steam rising from its nostrils behind Liang, who clearly unconvinced. Would I deceive you? Liang, who though uncertain why the wretched bear had emerged, was certain that Zhang Chen had already been dealt with. Buoyed by a sense of elation, he naturally wished to display his prowess before these outer disciples, thus establishing his authority as an inner disciple senior brother. Hey wretched bear, get back inside. The assessment isn't over yet. Why have you come out? Liang, who turned and barked at the Huolin bear. Roar. The Huolin bear remained motionless, then let out another mighty roar. Oh, you dare to defy my words. Get back now. Seeing the Huolin bear disobey him, Liang, who felt a deep loss of face. His face darkened, he scolded again, then lowered his voice to transmit a message. After you finish that kid, go back quickly. I only said you weren't too bright. Why hold a grudge? If you don't return, your month's rations will be. Before he could finish, the Huolin bear let out a roar and struck the unprepared Liang, who with a single swipe, sending him flying. With its ears now free of distractions, the Huolin bear charged straight into the crowd, tearing and biting wildly. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Ah, the beast is attacking. Help! Damn it, I don't want to die. Senior brother, save me. Facing a Foundation establishment beast, these outer disciples were no match. Soon some were gravely wounded and crying for aid. What madness has seized you today, wretched bear, that you dare strike even me? Liang Hu clambered back to his feet. Also at the early Foundation establishment stage, the Huolin bear's swipe had not inflicted fatal damage. Everyone stand back. Today I shall teach this brute a lesson. Liang Hu, his face twisted with rage, drew his treasured sword. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. Sword of Faith. Liang Hu's sword hovered in midair as he stepped onto it. Spiritual energy enveloped him, and he shot toward the frenzied Huolin bear. The ferocious momentum startled all the disciples. This is the Sword of Faith. I've heard that the Sword of Faith is senior brother Liang Hu's signature divine ability. He stands on the blade channels, all his spiritual energy merges man and sword and sacrifices himself in one strike. Its might is terrifying. I've heard senior brother Liang Hu once defeated a mid-Foundation establishment cultivator with this technique. To think he's using it today, he must be truly furious. That Huolin bear is at most early Foundation establishment. It can't withstand senior brother Liang's sword. We are saved. Under the expectant gazes of the disciples, Liang Hu rode his sword, radiating dazzling golden light, and plunged straight toward the Huolin bear's head. With a sharp whistle of wind, the sword precisely entered the Huolin bear's massive mouth. Crunch, crisp like chicken. But how could Liang Hu have known that the Huolin bear, now controlled by Zhang Chen and driven berserk, was no longer at the early Foundation establishment stage? Liang Hu's agonized scream echoed. The disciples' hair stood on end, and they cried out in terror, stunned by the sudden reversal. They scattered in all directions. Little Hu. A figure descended from the air. It was Liang Yun, Liang Hu's cousin. Unable to hold back any longer, Liang Yun struck, appearing before the frenzied Huolin bear and unleashing a palm strike. Liang Yun was at the late Foundation establishment stage. No matter how frenzied, the Huolin bear was only at mid-Foundation establishment. It was sent flying by the palm strike, saving Liang Hu, who was nearly torn in two. At that moment, another graceful figure descended from the sky, carrying an enchanting fragrance. It was Lu Ruyan. The rescued disciples, upon seeing Lu Ruyan's breathtakingly cold and beautiful face, stared wide-eyed, almost breathless. They had never beheld such a stunning woman. That immortal fairy. Could it be Lu Ruyan? With that countenance and aura, it must be her. My heavens, such a ravishing beauty exists. It seems the rumors are true. The Southern Domain fairy has indeed come to our Xian sect. What a celestial presence. Just a glimpse feels like an honor. I wonder which prodigy will eventually become her Tao companion. How enviable. Don't get your hopes up. I heard that Fairy Lu, studying under her master Senior Yun, practices a technique that requires severing all emotional ties. She will have no romantic entanglements. I also heard a rumor that for the sake of cultivation, she even broke off her engagement with her betrothed. I wonder if it's true. Lu Ruyan paid no heed to the burning gazes and whispers around her. Her clear, cold eyes fixed on the cave entrance where Zhang Chen had entered. Yet she sensed no fluctuation of spiritual energy. That man is only at the 7th layer of Qi refining. Facing a Berserk Foundation establishment beast, he likely did not survive. She had been overthinking. But why did she care about an ordinary Qi refining disciple? Was it merely because of the same name? Perhaps her master was right. She still could not completely let go of Zhang Chen. Well, if he is dead, it serves as a tempering of my mind. Lu Ruyan composed herself once more. Cousin. Liang Hu, on the verge of death, looked at Liang Yun and spat out a mouthful of blood, grateful to have been saved. Shameful waste. Liang Yun shoved a healing pill into Liang Hu's mouth and scolded. I've told you before not to hang around Zhou Mao. He's useless. Don't you know Zhou Mao is already dead? Liang Yun had long heard of the conflict between Zhou Mao's group and Zhang Chen, and he knew full well that Liang Hu had intended to target that Zhang Chen. But since Liang Hu was his cousin, he chose to turn a blind eye. Never did he imagine this disgraceful fool would nearly get himself killed. Were it not for blood ties, he wouldn't have bothered to intervene. Cousin, what are you saying? Brother Mao is dead. Liang Hu was shocked. Liang Yun tossed the worthless wretch aside and fixed his gaze on the fallen Huolin bear, frowning slightly. Since he had stepped in, he would see it through, and what better way to display his might as the top inner disciple before Lu Ruyan? What happened here? Why did this beast become frenzied? No sooner had he spoken than a figure emerged slowly from the Huolin bear's cave, holding a small red orb. The moment they recognized the figure, everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost. Even Lu Ruyan's face showed rare surprise. Zhang Chen. He's not dead. How is this possible? That Zhang Chen actually survived. How did he manage to live through that frenzied fire Qilin bear? Isn't he only at the 7th layer of Qi refining? Not only did he survive, but he also obtained that crimson orb. What incredible luck. Watching Zhang Chen emerge leisurely from the cave entrance, all the disciples found it hard to believe their eyes. They had all assumed he had perished within. You? Actually survived? Impossible. Liang Hu, already on the verge of death, stared as if he had seen a ghost, his eyes bulging wide as he nearly fainted from shock. Oh my, quite a lively gathering here. Zhang Chen stepped forward, slowly glancing at the collapsed fire Qilin bear with an indifferent air. If not for the infuriating system's rules, this little bear would have been reduced to ashes long ago. Fellow disciples, there are still a few orbs inside. First come, first served. Zhang Chen's kindly reminder stirred restless ambition among the disciples. With the fire Qilin bear on the verge of unconsciousness, the orbs within seemed ripe for the taking. Who dares to enter? Liang Yun's thunderous shout halted the eager disciples in their tracks, the imposing authority of the inner sect's foremost disciple on full display. Gazing at the utterly composed Zhang Chen, Liang Yun felt a surge of irritation. This entire situation was far too strange. Why would the normally docile fire Qilin bear suddenly go berserk? And how could Zhang Chen, merely at the qi refining stage, emerge completely unharmed with not a trace of panic on his face? This made him begin to suspect. Zhang Chen, did you orchestrate this? What trickery did you employ? Senior brother, whatever do you mean? Zhang Chen spread his hands with an innocent look. I'm merely at the 7th layer of qi refining. What could I possibly do to a foundation establishment beast? The creature simply happened to go mad. But, you. Confronted with Zhang Chen's explanation, Liang Yun found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, a mere qi refining 7th layer cultivator had no ability to drive the fire Qilin bear into madness. Could it truly be that he was overthinking things? Yet everything remained deeply suspicious, even if he couldn't quite articulate why. You are called Zhang Chen. At this moment, Lu Ruyan, who had been standing nearby, addressed Zhang Chen, directly, surprising everyone present. Hadn't they heard that Lu Ruyan was aloof and proud, never initiating conversation with men? Why was she showing such interest in this Zhang Chen? Liang Yun was equally astonished. Could Fairy Lu actually hold some admiration for this Zhang Chen? Yes. How may I help you, Miss Lu? Do you know me? Zhang Chen replied calmly, his expression indifferent, utterly unlike the starry-eyed crowd around him. In truth, Zhang Chen had noticed the two figures in the sky long before. He simply hadn't expected one of them to be Lu Ruyan. So this is the person bound by the 3-year pact with that boy. Zhang Chen sighed inwardly, never imagining he would encounter her so soon and under such circumstances. He had to admit Lu Ruyan's beauty was breathtaking, rivaling even her senior sister. It seems those named Lu Ruyan are never ugly. I don't actually know you. It's just that you bear a striking resemblance to someone I once knew. Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes flickered with emotion. The resemblance was uncanny, especially the temperament. If that Zhang Chen had not died, he would likely be at this cultivation level at this very age. But alas, you are not him and never will be. Oh, perhaps I just have one of those common faces. Zhang Chen replied with a faint shrug before walking aside to rest. He had no intention of becoming entangled with Lu Ruyan, lest it interfere with the dam system's main quest. Yet Zhang Chen's aloof attitude sent shockwaves through the crowd. What is this Zhang Chen thinking, speaking to Fairy Lu in such a manner? Exactly. It's an honor that Fairy Lu even deigned to speak with him, yet he acts so coldly. Just because he resembles Fairy Lu's old acquaintance, he thinks he can act so ungratefully. Even Liang Yun could no longer contain his fury, his heart burning with jealousy toward this Zhang Chen. As the inner sect's foremost disciple, he could barely elicit a single word from the icy Fairy Lu with 10 whole sentences, yet this outer sect disciple, at the 7th layer of qi refining, could command her proactive warmth and attention, merely because he resembled an old friend of hers. And what made it worse, this Zhang Chen seemed utterly indifferent to the honor. The stark contrast left Liang Yun feeling deeply frustrated. Zhang Chen, what kind of attitude is this? How dare an outer sect disciple speak to Fairy Lu in such a manner? Apologize to Fairy Lu at once. Liang Yun shouted, struggling to contain his temper. Idiot! Zhang Chen ignored this groveling admirer entirely, silently walking to the side to sit down and close his eyes in meditation. You? How dare you show such disrespect? Liang Yun was burning with rage. As the inner sect's foremost disciple, when had he ever been treated this way by an outer sect disciple? Today I'll teach you how to show proper respect to your senior. Liang Yun, who had been seeking an outlet for his fury, charged straight at Zhang Chen. The assembled disciples were startled. None of them expected senior brother Liang, the inner sect's foremost, to strike directly at an outer sect disciple. He was at the late foundation establishment stage. A single brush of his power would surely gravely injure Zhang Chen. Yet facing the incoming Liang Yun, Zhang Chen remained utterly calm, not even opening his eyes. Stop! A commanding shout halted Liang Yun in his tracks as an elder appeared between the two. Elder Fong. Even Liang Yun dared not overstep in the presence of this sudden golden core elder. Liang Yun, you've gone too far. Zhang Chen has already passed the assessment. If you wish to fight, do so at the martial arena after the secret realm concludes. This disciple was out of line. Despite the burning fury and resentment within him, Liang Yun dared not act further, silently marking Zhang Chen in his memory. I had been discreetly observing all along. Since an unexpected situation has occurred, I shall preside over the remainder of the assessment. Liang Yun, take Liang Hu away to tend to his wounds. After issuing his instructions, Elder Fong cast a glance at Zhang Chen before continuing to oversee the remaining trials. The remaining disciples resumed their assessments. Before long, all 50 quota spots were filled, including naturally the cultivation-concealing Ji Feng. After such a spectacle, Lu Ruyan had little desire to linger. She approached Zhang Chen and said coolly, "I don't know how you survived that fire Qilin bear, but I look forward to seeing your performance in the secret realm." Lu Ruyan herself wasn't certain why she had spoken those words. Perhaps it was because this youth facing Liang Yun without an ounce of fear reminded her far too much of that person. Zhang Chen opened his eyes, watching the retreating figure of Lu Ruyan with a hint of confusion. "You're only at Foundation Establishment, and you're looking forward to my performance." What a character. He wondered what expression Lu Ruyan would wear 3 years from now when he showed up to honor that pact. "Cousin, this Zhang Chen. You humiliating fool, shut your mouth." "I know." Liang Yun's face darkened as he snapped at the recuperating Liang Hu. His gaze fixed on Zhang Chen's direction, a cold malevolence brewing between his brows. Once we're inside that secret realm, he won't escape. With that, Liang Yun soared off on his sword toward the direction Lu Ruyan had departed. The assessment concluded as dusk approached. Having secured his quota, Zhang Chen returned to his cave dwelling. The dam system side quest was finally complete. Zhang Chen sat cross-legged and slowly opened the system interface. "Congratulations, host, for obtaining entry to the nascent soul secret realm. Side quest complete. Rewards are being processed." "Congratulations, host, for obtaining the qualification to enter the nascent soul secret realm. The side quest is completed. Rewards are being settled." "Congratulations, host, for receiving 2,000 quest points. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the profound, great divine ability, Blazing Fire Force. Congratulations, host, for receiving 1 session of spiritual energy infusion." Within the cave dwelling, a stream of extraordinarily pure spiritual energy materialized out of thin air, pouring into Zhang Chen's body. Zhang Chen immediately felt a wave of warmth wash over him. "Thanks for the pittance, bro system, but you can keep this stuff for yourself." Zhang Chen gave a bitter smile and expelled all the infused spiritual energy. What was the point of giving him a demonic cultivator spiritual energy? This amount of spiritual energy would have been enough to push a Qi refining layer 7 cultivator to layer 8, but to Zhang Chen, such a negligible amount was beneath him even to convert into demonic Qi. As for the profound grade divine ability, needless to say, Zhang Chen didn't even glance at it this time, tossing it directly into a corner to gather dust. But Zhang Chen didn't pay much attention to it. After all, rewards like heavenly Dao Qi that were truly useful to him now could only be obtained by triggering specific quests. His main purpose in completing the side quest was to earn points. Current points, 8,200 points. Secrets of the Immortal Tribulation, Lightning, insufficient points. Purchase permission, not yet unlocked. Chaotic Divine Demon Halberd, upper grade, immortal weapon, insufficient points. Purchase permission, not yet unlocked. Great Dao Eternal Life Art, immortal grade, upper tier, cultivation, method, insufficient points. Purchase permission, not yet unlocked. Damn, still can't unlock the permission. It seems I have to keep doing this dog system's quests. I wonder what kind of quest this dog system will give next. Ding. Side quest updated. Please have the host overpower all others in the upcoming Nascent Soul Secret Realm trial, achieve an outstanding performance, and obtain the quota for a direct promotion to Inner Disciple without the need for assessment. Note: this journey into the Nascent Soul Secret Realm is extremely perilous. The host is only at the Qi refining stage and must exercise extra caution. As I expected, this quest is related to that Nascent Soul Secret Realm after all. Zhang Chen directly ignored the system's thoughtful reminder. A mere nascent soul cultivator's burial ground posed no real threat to him. But entering that nascent soul secret realm meant he might come into contact with Lu Ruyan again. Why hadn't this dog system mentioned her at all? Zhang Chen also found it somewhat strange. Why had he encountered Lu Ruyan so early? And the system's side quest seemed completely unaware of it. Could it be that Zhang Chen's murder and his own sudden appearance had altered the original course of the story, causing him and Lu Ruyan to meet ahead of schedule? Whatever. As long as it doesn't affect the system's main quest, I'll just try to have as little interaction with Lu Ruyan as possible from now on. Zhang Chen didn't overthink it and opened the system's character panel. Host Zhang Chen, age 20, cultivation Qi refining layer 8, cultivation method Sacred Yang, Blazing Heaven Art, divine abilities, Blazing Sun Fist, Blazing Fire Force. Current main quest, complete the 3-year agreement with Lu Ruyan. Only at Qi refining layer 8. No wonder the system had warned Zhang Chen to be careful. But Zhang Chen himself couldn't care less. Even if the master of the secret realm suddenly came back to life, he wouldn't be afraid. He only cared about how many quest points he could earn after completing this side quest. Zhang Chen then closed the system interface and began to meditate in cultivation. After all, there were still a few days before the secret realm opened, and he didn't want to waste them. In the following days, Zhang Chen cultivated all day without stepping out, though Su Xin, that little girl, came by again. She had heard that a beast had gone berserk during the secret realm quota assessment, so she rushed over immediately, bringing a few sticks of candied hawthorns. Seeing that Zhang Chen was unharmed, she relaxed. Zhang Chen noticed that in just a few days this little girl had already reached Qi refining layer 8, directly catching up to himself. He couldn't help but sigh. Truly worthy of being the heavenly Dao's chosen daughter. Su Exine also said that she had awakened her innate cultivation method and divine ability, and that her grandmaster was very good to her. She talked on and on. Zhang Chen said little, just silently listening. How had he never noticed before that this little girl could be such a chatterbox? Brother Zhang Chen, do you know? Grandmaster told me that if I work hard to cultivate, I will one day surpass the top geniuses of the continent, and even be able to kill the first demon son of the demonic path. Su Exine spoke with great passion. Oh, by the way, it's strange. That first demon son of the demonic path is also named Zhang Chen, but luckily it's not the Chun in your name, brother. That scared me. Zhang Chen lowered his voice and asked, what do you think of that first demon son of the demonic path? Grandmaster says that no one in the demonic path is good, especially that demon son. He kills without mercy, is extremely bloodthirsty, exceptionally terrifying, and is a heinous great demon that everyone should kill. He also said that my brother went missing because he accepted a quest related to that demon son. I will never be reconciled with that demon son and the demonic path. Su Exine's impassioned and righteous speech made Zhang Chen's forehead line with black streaks. Was he really seen as such a brute in the eyes of these righteous cultivators? If this little girl ever found out that he was that heinous great demon, what expression would she make? You should go back. It's better if you don't come to my place for a while. Zhang Chen suppressed the urge to toss this little girl out and escorted her out of the cave dwelling. Alright, I understand. Brother Zhang Chen wants me to not be distracted, to cultivate harder, and to eradicate that hateful demonic path as soon as possible. Hey, you little girl. Several days passed in the blink of an eye, and soon it was the day of the nascent soul secret realm opening. On the flying ship plaza of the Zhun sect, the crowd was densely packed. All inner disciples had assembled along with 50 outer disciples, including Zhang Chen, totaling nearly 1,000 people. Zhang Chen, standing among the crowd, was also somewhat curious about the number of inner disciples in the Zhun sect. Why had the sect, after so many years of establishment, only managed to gather nearly 1,000 inner disciples? Although Zhang Chen knew that some inner disciples were out on missions, the number still seemed too small. After all, it was still a minor sect. Before long, a massive flying ship slowly descended. On the bow stood a middle-aged man with his hands behind his back, surrounded by a Dao aura. It was the Ziyun sect's sect leader, Ji Changfeng. The two women at his side were even more dazzling, beautiful, and aloof, like untouchable immortals. They were Lu Ruyan and Yun Zhongfeng. The appearance of the three caused an uproar among the disciples below. That's the sect leader. This time the sect leader himself is leading the team. That's a nascent soul big shot. I've been in the sect for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen the sect leader's true form. Who are those two fairies? They are way too beautiful. The sect leader personally leading the team. This shows how much the sect values this nascent soul secret realm trial. Don't you know who those two distinguished guests are? They are Yun Zhongfeng and Lu Ruyan from the major sect Qingyan sect. Senior Yun is a true nascent soul transformation stage giant. Of course the sect leader has to lead personally. I never thought I'd see a living nascent soul transformation cultivator in my lifetime. What a great honor. So Lu Ruyan's master is really at the nascent soul transformation stage. Zhang Chen looked at Yun Zhongfeng and confirmed her cultivation level. However, with his own master's artifact concealing his cultivation, he was not worried that Yun Zhongfeng could see through his true cultivation. Meanwhile, Yun Zhongfeng in the air turned her gaze toward Zhang Chen's direction, her beautiful eyes flickering. Ruyan, is that the young man you spoke of? Ruyan, is that the young man you mentioned? Yun Zhongfeng stood at the bow of the ship, her beautiful eyes shimmering. Yes, master. Though his aura bears some resemblance, he is ultimately just a person with the same name. Lu Ruyan nodded and added, but his ability to escape from a frenzied Foundation establishment beast did surprise me, given that he was only at the 7th layer of Qi condensation. No, that's not right. How did he break through to the 8th layer of Qi condensation? This Zhang Chen was only at the 7th layer just a few days ago, so why has he advanced to the 8th layer in mere days? Sensing Zhang Chen's cultivation breakthrough, Lu Ruyan was somewhat astonished. This Zhang Chen's cultivation talent was terrifyingly formidable. This little fellow must have his own opportunities, but staying at the Qi condensation stage at his age suggests his future achievements will not be remarkable. Yun Zhongfeng took a closer look, and after confirming there was nothing unusual about this Zhang Chen, she spoke slowly. Ruyan, remember that entering this secret realm is not only a test of your cultivation, but also a trial of your heart. Do not let the name Zhang Chen affect your state of mind again. Yes, master. Disciples, the secret realm discovered by our sect is the burial ground of a nascent soul powerhouse. It holds both danger and opportunity. Remember to be cautious. At the bow of the flying ship, Ji Changfeng's voice was resonant. Inside there are secret treasures and techniques left by the senior. You may compete among yourselves, but no lives are to be taken. If your life is in danger, you can crush the token and exit the realm. Inner disciples who perform well will receive corresponding sect contribution points, though outer disciples who excel may directly enter the inner sect. After briefly explaining the precautions, Ji Changfeng waved his hand. Now board the ship. Let's depart. Yes. The disciples were all filled with fervor, and under the guidance of several accompanying elders they boarded the flying ship. The flying ship slowly left the Violet Cloud sect heading toward the secret realm. On the ship, Zhang Chen sat in a corner among the disciples, resting with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he heard a grating voice. "Miss Lu, shall we journey together inside the secret realm? It would be good to have mutual support." Liang Yun's voice was refined as he approached Lu Rian at the bow with a smile. "No need. My master has instructed me to train alone." Lu Rian's voice was cold and indifferent. Yet she unconsciously glanced toward Zhang Chen, who remained with his eyes closed in the corner. For some reason, she found herself secretly anticipating the young man's performance. "Very well. If you need anything, feel free to call me." Liang Yun did not press further after Lu Rian's refusal. He believed that as long as he performed exceptionally, her attitude toward him would change. He had long learned that the secret realm contained an unclaimed spiritual treasure left by the nascent soul senior. If he could obtain it, even Lu Rian would be tempted. As for that Zhang Chen, I'll just eliminate him in the secret realm. Liang Yun cast a cold glance at Zhang Chen. He had naturally noticed the look Lu Rian had given him. Why should someone who hasn't even reached foundation establishment receive Miss Lu's attention? Liang Yun had already resolved to deal with Zhang Chen in the secret realm and settle the score for his cousin. As long as he acted, he could ensure that Zhang Chen wouldn't even have the chance to crush the token. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen ignored Liang Yun's gaze and remained with his eyes closed. Suddenly, someone slowly approached Zhang Chen. "Brother, do you know Lu Rian?" Zhang Chen looked up to see Ji Lingfeng with his yellow hair coming to his side with a smile. "Sort of," Zhang Chen replied calmly, not paying much attention to this demonic cultivator who was also lying low in this small sect. "Then you should be careful. Liang Yun doesn't seem friendly toward you. As a fellow outer disciple, I'm just giving you a heads up. Thanks for the warning." Though Zhang Chen didn't know the yellow-haired man's motive, he replied lightly. After warning Zhang Chen, Ji Lingfeng silently stepped aside, but his heart was shaken. I can't believe he broke through to the 8th layer of qi condensation in just a few days. Such talent is undoubtedly top tier among the righteous. It's a pity he's only at qi condensation. Once he reaches foundation establishment, I can maximize his value. I hope he survives that Liang Yun. As for Lu Rian, I didn't expect to encounter such a righteous genius in this small sect. Ji Lingfeng glanced at Lu Rian, revealing a faint smile imperceptible to others. Her cultivation should be at the peak of foundation establishment, similar to mine. If I defeat her in the secret realm, my impersonation demonic art should advance significantly. After an unknown amount of time, the flying ship finally stopped before a vast mountain range where a giant light screen appeared. "We've arrived." All the disciples looked forward eagerly. "Disciples, pay attention. This light screen was opened by Senior Yun and myself. It only allows cultivators at the qi condensation and foundation establishment stages. The opening lasts for 3 days. Once the time is up, you must exit regardless." "Alright, go in." "Yes." At Ji Chongfeng's command, all the disciples on the ship leaped down and streamed through the light screen. Only Ji Chongfeng, Yun Zhongfeng, and a few accompanying elders remained on the ship. "Senior Yun, your disciple, is exceptionally talented. It seems the spiritual treasure inside will undoubtedly be hers." Ji Chongfeng smiled at Yun Zhongfeng. Hard to say. Yun Zhongfeng's expression was cool. Although Rian's cultivation is slightly higher, making a spiritual treasure recognize its master depends on more than just cultivation. After all, even you couldn't forcibly take it out. If I were to enter forcefully, the secret realm would not be able to withstand my divine transformation stage spiritual energy and would collapse. We can only hope for a fated one. Then we shall see their own fortunes. Ji Chongfeng turned to stare at the light screen, sensing a faint anomaly. Is it my imagination? I feel the light screen has become thinner. Could a nascent soul cultivator have entered before? Meanwhile, Zhang Chen had followed the crowd through the light screen. With his spiritual treasure concealing his cultivation, no unexpected incidents occurred upon entry. Before him lay an extremely vast grotto. Hundreds of disciples had been teleported to the same spot as Zhang Chen. The grotto was connected to numerous tunnels leading to unknown destinations. Zhang Chen spread his divine sense to perceive. To dazzle everyone and complete the side quest, he naturally needed to find the most valuable treasure in the secret realm. In no time, Zhang Chen locked onto one of the tunnels. There is even a spiritual treasure in this secret realm. But just as he was about to head toward the tunnel, a voice stopped him. "Stop! Are you Zhang Chen? Stop! Are you that Zhang Chen?" Inside the cave dwelling, several young disciples suddenly surrounded Zhang Chen, who was about to depart, their expressions unfriendly. Each was at the foundation establishment cultivation level. What? What is going on? Haven't we even found the treasure, yet why are we already fighting among ourselves? Could these intersect senior brothers be attacking an outer sect disciple? The other disciples in the cave dwelling were filled with confusion and shock, some of whom recognized Zhang Chen. "Don't you know? That outer sect disciple is named Zhang Chen. A few days ago, he had a confrontation with senior brother Liang Yun, the number 1 among the inner sect. Those senior brothers all follow senior brother Liang Yun. They must be here to settle scores with Zhang Chen. An outer sect disciple actually dared to offend senior brother Liang. He's done for." Those brothers were all ranked among the top inner sect disciples. An outer sect disciple wouldn't last long against them. It seems Zhang Chen's trial in the secret realm will end before it even begins. Let's leave quickly lest we get entangled in trouble we can't handle. The secret realm's opening time is limited, we should focus on finding treasures. None of the onlooking disciples stayed. After casting sympathetic glances at Zhang Chen, they all departed. Their time was precious and they had no desire to provoke trouble. What do you several senior brothers know me? Zhang Chen naturally knew these were Liang Yun's lackeys, his expression utterly calm. With those disciples gone, there was no need for him to worry about being exposed. Don't play dumb. You know why we're here for you. The lead youth spoke coldly. An outer sect disciple dares to offend senior brother Liang Yun. What exactly were you thinking? Stop wasting words, senior brotherly. Just kill him already and don't delay our treasure hunting. Several people beside him said impatiently. Senior brother Liang gave orders not to let him have time to shatter his token. Fine, attack. Without further hesitation, they unleashed terrifying spiritual energy, striking at Zhang Chen all at once. In their eyes, eliminating Zhang Chen, who was only at the chi refining 8th layer, was as easy as crushing an ant. Several terrifying attacks hurtled toward Zhang Chen. The next moment, all of them crashed to the ground, their spiritual energy dissipating, completely bewildered in their final breaths. They hadn't even had time to shatter their tokens. I'm fed up with this old demon lord constantly stomping noobs. This is ridiculous. Zhang Chen paid little mind to the lifeless bodies at his feet and headed straight for the cave entrance where he had sensed the spiritual treasure. He had no intention of wasting time either. Not long after Zhang Chen departed, a figure draped in black robes slowly materialized in the dark corner of the cave dwelling. To completely extinguish the divine sense of a Foundation establishment cultivator and cause them to perish silently, without a sound. This is at least a peak golden core expert. Did someone else sneak in? The black-robed figure's face was obscured as they examined the dead Foundation establishment disciples on the ground. But since you've come, you might as well become my nourishment as well. The black-robed person's voice was low, a chilling chuckle escaping their lips. These ones won't be wasted either. The black-robed figure extended a hand, and several streams of crimson blood chi drew forth from the corpses, which instantly withered and collapsed. As the blood chi entered their body, the black-robed figure felt a surge of vitality and exhaled turbid air in satisfaction. Harvesting blood chi one by one is too troublesome. If I could gather them all in one place. So many Foundation establishment cultivators. Today I can finally have a proper feast. The black-robed figure vanished once more, leaving behind only that grating raspy laughter. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen was making his way along the cave passage toward where the spiritual treasure lay. The entire nascent soul secret realm was vast. Even a Foundation establishment cultivator would need several days to fully explore it. But for Zhang Chen, reaching anywhere was merely a matter of moments. Still, he wasn't in any rush to head directly for the treasure. For one, moving too quickly would draw attention, for another, he feared that pesky system might cause trouble. So along the way, Zhang Chen casually collected some scrap items. These treasures left behind by a nascent soul expert were indeed trash to him, but for the disciples of the Purple Cloud sect, they were exceedingly precious. Along the route, Zhang Chen witnessed disciples fighting viciously over treasures, completely disregarding camaraderie. It was quite the spectacle. He also encountered numerous of Liang Yun's lackeys, but without exception, he dealt with them effortlessly. After a perfunctory half-day of wandering, Zhang Chen finally arrived at the cave dwelling where the spiritual treasure resided. By now, the cave dwelling was already crowded with numerous disciples. The cave containing the spiritual treasure was like the terminal point of the entire secret realm. Countless passages ultimately converged here. In this vast cave, Zhang Chen spotted several familiar faces. Miss Lu, I didn't expect you to arrive before me. Liang Yun looked at Lu Ruyan, who had arrived earlier than him, and said with an affable smile, Senior brother Liang isn't slow himself. Lu Ruyan paid little attention to Liang Yun, her cold gaze fixed directly on the golden glowing sword suspended high above the cave. That was the very purpose of her journey. This ownerless spiritual treasure was a treasure that could stir desire even in nascent soul or even soul formation experts. It seems Miss Lu has also set her sights on this sword. However, I shall not yield when the time comes. Faced with the temptation of the spiritual treasure, Liang Yun did not attempt to seize it directly. He was not foolish. Treasures of this caliber had long since developed spiritual awareness. If he forcibly tried to claim it, the power emanating from that sword would be far beyond what a Foundation establishment cultivator could withstand. He could only let the spiritual treasure recognize him as its master. As the #1 disciple of the Purple Cloud sect's inner court with the highest talent, he was naturally the most likely candidate. If he could get the spiritual treasure to acknowledge him, would Lu Ruyan not treat him differently? By then, how could he possibly be inferior to that outer sect disciple Zhang Chen? That Zhang Chen should have been dealt with by now. Watching more and more disciples arrive at the cave dwelling, yet failing to spot Zhang Chen, a sneer formed in Liang Yun's heart. He had sent so many people to eliminate that Zhang Chen. There was no way a mere chi refining cultivator could still be alive. But gradually a sense of unease crept over him, for he noticed that seemingly far too many disciples had reached this terminal cave. Isn't this secret realm said to be extraordinarily perilous? Why are so many disciples making it all the way here? Liang Yun was somewhat stunned to see nearly half of the disciples arrive, and among them, he even spotted several outer sect disciples. Furthermore, what confounded him even more was that not a single one of the disciples he had sent to eliminate Zhang Chen seemed to have reached this place. What's going on? Just as Liang Yun was deep in thought, his gaze inadvertently caught sight of a figure in the crowd, and he froze. Zhang Chen. How is this possible? He's alive and has made it all the way here. Zhang Chen. He's actually alive. In the cavern, Liang Yun was utterly incredulous as he spotted Zhang Chen among the crowd. How could he have made it here? What were those people even doing? Could it be that all the men I dispatched were taken care of by him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Liang Yun immediately dismissed that notion. How could a mere chi refinement cultivator survive against so many foundation establishment experts? Unless he had stumbled upon some incredible fortune. At that moment, Lu Ruyan also naturally noticed Zhang Chen, her beautiful eyes flickering with a hint of surprise. To think he actually reached this point relying only on his chi refinement cultivation. However, Lu Ruyan quickly regained her icy composure, ever mindful of her master's words forbidding herself from being affected by the name Zhang Chen again. Liang Yun naturally noticed Lu Ruyan's gaze, and a sour feeling churned within him. He, the top inner disciple, had never managed to capture Miss Lu's attention. Who was this Zhang Chen? Just a chi refinement nobody to deserve such notice from her. This Zhang Chen must die. Jealousy surged within Liang Yun once more, his gaze towards Zhang Chen turning exceptionally venomous. Yet he refrained from acting directly in front of Lu Ruyan. After his previous attempt on Zhang Chen was stopped by the elder, he felt that Miss Lu had become even colder towards him. He resolved to find a chance during the upcoming trials away from Lu Ruyan's watchful eyes to crush this ant. For Liang Yun, the priority now was securing this spiritual treasure. As for that Zhang Chen, he was merely an ant at the chi refinement stage. Liang Yun could easily extinguish him with a flick of his wrist, not even giving him the chance to shatter his escape token. Liang Yun averted his gaze and edged closer to Lu Ruyan, viewing Zhang Chen as practically dead already. Amidst the bustling crowd, Zhang Chen also perceived Liang Yun's malicious stare, but paid it little mind. A foundation establishment lackey like him wasn't worth bothering about. Zhang Chen shifted his attention to the sword-shaped spiritual treasure hovering above the cavern, his eyes flickering with interest. Frankly speaking, this level of spiritual treasure was beneath his notice. As the devil son of the heavenly demon sect, he had seen far more precious things, even holding a few superior ancient spiritual treasures himself. However, to complete the dog system side quest, he still needed to acquire this treasure, at least symbolically. If not for the fear of drawing too much attention, Zhang Chen would have already seized this unclaimed spiritual treasure. With his nascent soul mid-stage cultivation, binding such an ordinary treasure would have been a trivial matter. For now, he decided to follow the normal process for claiming the treasure. Surely there was some trial involved, though it wouldn't pose much challenge for him. There's actually a spiritual treasure in this nascent soul secret realm, and it looks unclaimed. In the crowd, Ji Lingfeng, who had also reached the end, eyed the golden glowing sword above the cavern with intense desire. It seems my master was right to send me to train in a smaller sect. I stumble upon an unclaimed spiritual treasure like this, seems like I have a great chance of securing it. This trip is a huge win. Meanwhile, the disciples inside the cavern were shaken by the sight of the sword, their ambitions stirred. Look at that sword. Its pressure rivals our sect's guardian divine sword. This is definitely a spiritual treasure. It must be the most precious possession of the secret realm's former master. If I could obtain it, I'd surely soar to greatness, my path of cultivation unimpeded. But with senior brother Liang Yun, Fairy Lu, and all these talented senior brothers here, would we even get a chance? You never know. Maybe this treasure is fated to be mine. I still have a shot. Discussions died down as waves of disciples continued to arrive at the final cavern over time. With nearly 800 disciples now gathered in the cavern, even Zhang Chen began to wonder if the nascent soul secret realm was really this low risk. So many people actually made it to this treasure cavern. It was at that moment that the sword floating overhead finally began to stir. Is the treasure finally going to choose its owner? The disciples erupted in excitement, eyes burning with anticipation. The sword blazed with dazzling light, emitting a resonant hum, and a voice that pierced the soul echoed through the cavern. Fellow destined ones, congratulations on reaching this place. My master before his fall left a final decree: whoever can pass the trials he left behind shall be the one I follow henceforth. Now the trial begins. Before anyone could react, beams of white light enveloped everyone, and they vanished from the spot, transported into a unique space. Zhang Chen sensed a blinding white light before slowly opening his eyes. He found himself standing in a pool of blood, the stench of gore overwhelming. The sound of chaotic battle cries filled his ears. Countless men, women, the elderly, and children were falling under the cold edge of blades. An inexplicable force was attempting to tamper with his memories, forcibly implanting a foreign narrative into his mind. This is an illusion. Zhang Chen realized the deception instantly, using his divine sense to completely expel the fabricated memories. Being a condensed nascent soul cultivator, such petty tricks from the treasure were hardly effective on him. I didn't expect this treasure to know illusion arts. Let's see what tricks you can pull in this illusion. Despite seeing through the ruse, Zhang Chen decided not to forcefully break the trial, hoping to make the treasure submit willingly. He allowed the implanted memories back in to see where they would lead. Zhang Chen was now living through a family massacre. His entire clan of 3,000 souls had been mercilessly slaughtered overnight by their enemies, leaving him the young clan leader as the sole survivor. Big brother, this is the last one. Watching the enemies approach with their bloodstained blades, Zhang Chen felt only rage, helplessness, and despair. As a mere mortal, he desperately yearned for power to slay the countless demons surrounding him. At that moment, a long sword radiating golden light appeared before him, emitting a sacred hum. Take hold of me, and I grant you power. Zhang Chen didn't hesitate. The instant he grasped the sword, a terrifying surge of power flooded his body. From chi refinement to foundation establishment, then golden core. In a single breath, Zhang Chen was elevated from a mortal to a golden core cultivator. With each swing of the sword, blood sprayed through the air. Countless enemies fell like wheat before a scythe. Screams of agony rose once more, but this time they belonged to the enemy. Zhang Chen slaughtered until he was drenched in blood, his eyes crimson, his sanity fraying. After the carnage, he shot through the air, arriving above the enemy's compound. A single swing of his sword brought forth a torrent of screams. He was determined to make them pay in blood. With red-rimmed eyes, he beheaded thousands before finally arriving before a baby still swaddled in cloth. The innocent cries of the infant brought Zhang Chen a sliver of clarity, his sword halting midair. This child was innocent. To kill or not to kill? Zhang Chen was consumed by internal conflict, his face twisted in anguish. A gust of bloody wind swept through his disheveled hair. He slowly lowered his sword, and the illusion shattered. Congratulations on passing the heart trial. From this moment you are my master. Zhang Chen looked at the long sword still in his hand, frowned, and with a casual squeeze of force the spiritual treasure sword shattered into pieces. What garbage. It's a fake. So this spiritual treasure wasn't actually unclaimed after all. Interesting. It seems there are others in this secret realm besides these disciples. There are other beings besides these disciples within this secret realm. Zhang Chen, having already shattered the illusion, gazed at the fragments of the spiritual treasure scattered on the ground, his brows furrowed. This spiritual treasure is a counterfeit. This trial was deliberately orchestrated by someone. The genuine treasure must have already fallen into that person's hands. Zhang Chen had already grasped the general situation when he laid hold of the longsword. This space was indeed the one transformed by the spiritual treasure, but what he held in his hand was a forgery. Though it was merely a counterfeit, it was sufficient to cloud the minds of foundation establishment cultivators, leading them to believe they had obtained the genuine article and gained power comparable to the golden core stage. To be able to arrange such a space and such an illusion, the other party must be a nascent soul cultivator. It seems he has taken possession of that spiritual treasure. Zhang Chen surveyed the eerie expanse around him, roughly deducing the opponent's strength. This space was not large, but it was a cave dwelling. Zhang Chen could sense the disciples of the Ziyun sect scattered throughout every corner, all evidently trapped within this domain. Only a nascent soul cultivator could break through this space. What's going on? What is that person's purpose in trapping these disciples here? Although Zhang Chen could easily shatter this space, he was not in a hurry. Instead, he sensed the other's location, intent on dragging him out. Plotting against me, the demon's son. Today you've met your match. Just as Zhang Chen expanded his divine sense to locate the man, a figure approached him, followed by a cold, sinister laugh. Zhang Chen, I never expected to run into you here. It seems your luck is truly poor today. Liang Yun appeared not far from Zhang Chen, holding a gleaming golden sword as he walked toward him, a twisted smirk on his face. I didn't expect the first person I'd encounter after passing the trial to be you. Well, that saves me the trouble of looking for you. Seeing that Zhang Chen's hands were empty, Liang Yun knew that Zhang Chen had not passed the trial. Indeed, only he, Liang Yun, could make the spiritual treasure acknowledge its master, and he had obtained its recognition even earlier than Lu Rian. Zhang Chen dying under this spiritual treasure is an honor for you. What a treasure! My cultivation has already reached the golden core stage. Liang Yun reveled in the surging power within him, his gaze toward Zhang Chen as if he were already a corpse. Zhang Chen, on the other hand, looked at Liang Yun as if he were an imbecile. He had almost forgotten. As a nascent soul cultivator, he was immune to the treasure's delusion, but that didn't apply to these foundation establishment disciples. Liang Yun before him was a perfect example. The fool believed he had obtained the real treasure and achieved golden core strength. Zhang Chen, die. This time no elder will protect you. Liang Yun's fury flared as he saw Zhang Chen's calm expression, only further clouding his already deluded mind. With Miss Lu absent, only he and Zhang Chen remained, leaving Liang Yun with no hesitation to strike. Without a moment's pause, Liang Yun unleashed a terrifying aura, charging at Zhang Chen with the spiritual treasure in hand, moving so fast that it was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. You, a mere outer disciple, dare to harm my cousin. You haven't even reached foundation establishment, yet you've caught the attention of Fairy Lu. How dare you? Liang Yun roared without restraint, channeling all his strength into the longsword, causing a deafening boom in the air around him. A golden core powerhouse was indeed terrifying. Perish. Liang Yun aimed to reduce Zhang Chen to a bloody pulp under that single strike, denying him even the chance to crush his escape token. Once he killed Zhang Chen, obtained the treasure, and gained strength comparable to the golden core stage, he was certain that Miss Lu would no longer be so cold toward him. With this spiritual treasure after leaving, he would surely be hailed as a prodigy of the southern domain. Perhaps Miss Lu would even fall for him, and the position of Ziyun sect master would be his. Idiot. Zhang Chen, seeing Liang Yun's deranged state, could barely tolerate it. He casually waved his hand and sent the ferocious Liang Yun flying with a single palm strike. Liang Yun flew backward like a broken kite, his eyes rolling back, face filled with terror and disbelief, before crashing to the ground unconscious and lifeless. Not to mention that this fool was merely a fake golden core cultivator. Even a real one would have been laid to sleep in an instant before Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen wiped his hands, shook his head with disdain. If he hadn't been worried about alerting the enemy by making too much noise, this sycophant would have been reduced to nothing. What is that nascent soul cultivator's true intention? Zhang Chen sensed more and more disciples slowly awakening, each holding a longsword, eyes dazed and bewildered. Some were elated, others felt their cultivation surging, some shouted with joy, while a few had bloodshot eyes, losing all reason and attacking their fellow disciples. Clearly they were in the same state as Liang Yun moments ago. It seems that no matter what choice these people made in the illusion, they all ultimately passed the trial, obtain the so-called treasure and power, and then gradually lose their sanity. Was that person aiming to make these disciples slaughter each other? Just as Zhang Chen was searching and pondering, a familiar female voice rang out from not far away, accompanied by the fluctuations of battle. Who are you? There is no such disciple like you in the Ziyun sect. Oh, that's Lu Ruyan. Zhang Chen recognized the voice immediately. She was clearly fighting someone, and from the sound of it the situation seemed dire. Damn, could Lu Ruyan be in danger? Zhang Chen frowned. That couldn't happen. Lu Ruyan absolutely could not die here. If she died, who would he fulfill his 3-year promise with? The main quest of that damned system would be impossible to complete. His system, his path to immortality, his eternal life, all would be ruined. No, I have to go check. Sensing trouble, Zhang Chen flew directly toward the direction of Lu Ruyan's battle. As for Lu Ruyan, she was clutching her heaving chest, a trace of blood at the corner of her lips, staring intently at the masked man who had attacked her. The moment she broke free from the illusion, she quickly sensed something amiss. Her master had given her a secret treasure to stabilize her mind, and within moments she regained clarity, realizing that the spiritual treasure seemed to be fake. Just as she was pondering what had happened, the masked man appeared without warning and struck her. Moreover, he was also at the peak of Foundation establishment. Caught off guard, she was directly injured. Who are you? There are no disciples of the Ziyun sect at the peak of Foundation establishment. How did you infiltrate? Lu Ruyan, on high alert, drew her longsword from her storage ring, unleashing her own peak Foundation establishment cultivation. She could sense that this man's strength might even surpass hers. There were no peak Foundation establishment disciples in the Ziyun sect. Perhaps he was not a disciple at all. Who I am? You don't need to know. All you need to know is that you will soon be defeated by my hand. The man's voice was cold, with a few strands of yellow hair visible beneath the mask. A terrifying aura erupted around him as he charged straight at Lu Ruyan. Who am I? You need not know. All you need to understand is that you shall be defeated beneath my hands. Within the spatial cave dwelling, the masked man's Foundation establishment peak cultivation was fully revealed as he surged forth toward Lu Ruyan, his ferocious attacks producing sonic booms. Lu Ruyan faced the formidable enemy head-on, wielding her sword and unleashing her divine arts in resistance. In an instant, 2 Foundation establishment peak cultivators clashed, their divine arts exploding against each other, sending waves of sound rolling through the air. Attacks from Foundation establishment experts could devastate buildings, and even the spatial structure of the cave dwelling began to tremble. That masked fellow's aura should belong to that yellow-haired kid called Ji Lingfeng. Not far from where the two battled, Zhang Chen concealed himself in the shadows, observing the fight. He instantly recognized the masked man's identity. It was indeed that demon cultivator who had also been hiding within the Qingyun sect. To think this fellow held himself concealed for so long before finally making his move. Though why does his demonic energy seem somewhat peculiar? Gazing at the divine arts Ji Lingfeng displayed, Zhang Chen grew suspicious. This man's demonic energy actually mimicked spiritual energy so closely that if Zhang Chen hadn't cultivated the demonic path himself, and wasn't at the nascent soul stage, he might genuinely have failed to notice. How intriguing. This fellow must have cultivated an extremely bizarre demonic technique. Zhang Chen stroked his chin with evident interest. Ji Lingfeng, despite being only at Foundation establishment peak, could unleash divine arts of such tremendous power, even managing to suppress Lu Ruyan. Moreover, to break free from the mental illusion of the spirit treasure trial in such a short time. This kind of talent would be considered a prodigy even among demon cultivators. Zhang Chen could clearly sense that as the prolonged exchange continued, Lu Rian was gradually falling into disadvantage, while Ji Lingfeng grew increasingly formidable, his cultivation even showing signs of subtle progression. Lu Rian is no match for Ji Lingfeng. Defeat is merely a matter of time. Yet Zhang Chen made no move to intervene. He merely needed to ensure Lu Rian didn't die in the end. Intervening now risked alerting the hidden enemy. As long as that figure lurking in the shadows remained unidentified, it would always be a hidden threat. Does that fellow intend to let all these people die here? Thus Zhang Chen intended to observe the battle while searching for that nascent soul stage cultivator's location. Boom! Within the cave dwelling, two more terrifying divine arts collided. Lu Rian directly spat a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward. Her sword scraped along the ground for dozens of meters before barely stopping. Her cold and elegant face contorted in pain. Clearly her injuries were severe. Just who is this person? Lu Rian clutched her chest, suppressing the turbulent qi and blood roiling within her body. She was evidently astounded by the masked man's overwhelming strength. They shared the same foundation establishment, peak cultivation, yet why was this person's spiritual energy so abundant, so ferociously intense, even surpassing her own? Lu Rian considered herself not lacking in talent. Among her peers in the southern domain, she ranked among the notable names. Given just a bit more time, she could certainly climb even higher in the rankings, competing with the very strongest. But where had this person emerged from? How could such a prodigious talent appear in a minor sect like the Ziyun sect? She knew at least something about every notable young cultivator throughout the entire southern domain, and this man was certainly not among them. Could he be a newly risen prodigy? Falling behind in the fight, Lu Rian suddenly felt a sense of defeat. Yes, this is precisely the feeling I desire. Ji Lingfeng hovered in midair, gazing through his mask at the injured Lu Rian. He appeared to be thoroughly enjoying himself. This was the true power of his role-playing demon art. The technique could transform demonic energy into spiritual energy, yet far more ferocious than ordinary qi. However, this cultivation method had a drawback. To make progress, one could not cultivate steadily through conventional means. Instead, one had to engage in life or death battles against righteous prodigies. Only through combat could one's cultivation and techniques advance. Furthermore, the higher the opponent's cultivation and talent, the more intense the sense of defeat and despair they experienced, the more beneficial it became for his own cultivation. This was precisely why, after escaping the illusion, he had immediately sought out Lu Rian. Within the Ziyun sect, there was only Liang Yun, who clearly didn't qualify as a prodigy and offered limited benefit to his role-playing demon art. Although that Zhang Chen possessed exceptional talent, he was merely at the qi refining stage. It would be best to wait until he advanced to foundation establishment before making a move. But Lu Rian was a righteous prodigy who ranked among the notable names in the entire southern domain. Since they had crossed paths, there was absolutely no way he would let her escape. Illusion manifestation art. Feeling his cultivation and techniques improve, Ji Lingfeng hesitated, not at all pressing his advantage without mercy. Spiritual energy condensed around him into terrifying streams of light. The very air crackled and sizzled as he hurled himself savagely toward Lu Rian. Jade Purity's Sword Codex, shatter. Lu Rian struggled to her feet, channeling her spiritual energy and summoning her most powerful divine art to counter. She spat another mouthful of blood. Clearly she was already near her limits. Boom! Another explosive roar rang out. Lu Rian was hurled backward once more, slamming violently into the cavern wall. Blood immediately soaked her garments. Obviously she had lost. Even her strongest divine art could not withstand this opponent. Her scattered spiritual energy left her face contorted in agony. For a time, she could not even rise. She had no strength to continue fighting. As for Ji Lingfeng, he had merely retreated a few meters. His breathing was slightly elevated, but clearly he was unharmed. Exhilarating. More. Despite Lu Rian being gravely wounded, Ji Lingfeng showed no intention of stopping. Instead, he savored every moment. Once more he launched a ferocious assault toward her. He could distinctly feel that with Lu Rian's mental state deteriorating alongside her physical injuries, his role-playing demon art had gained considerable advancement. If he could make Lu Rian experience the despair of death, the value of this battle would reach its maximum. Illusion manifestation art. Facing Ji Lingfeng's renewed assault, the heavily injured Lu Rian lacked even the strength to stand in defense. She could only watch helplessly as the terrifying stream of light descended toward her. She had already deployed her strongest divine art just moments ago, and still couldn't fully block the masked man's attacks. If she couldn't evade this strike, she would surely die. There's no choice now. I must shatter the token to withdraw. Knowing full well she was no match for her opponent, Lu Rian, in this life or death moment, hesitated not at all. She crushed the token, hoping to exit the secret realm. What happened? I can't withdraw. The moment she shattered the token, Lu Rian froze. For she discovered that her surroundings had not changed. She had not left the secret realm. The escape token had become useless. Something's wrong. Could it be there's a problem with this trial space? Lu Rian seemed to grasp the truth, but she had no time to contemplate further. The The masked man's devastating attack was already upon her mere moments from striking her body. There was simply no way to evade. Despair began to show in Lu Rian's eyes. I never imagined Lu Rian would fall in a minor sect's secret realm. Knowing the situation was beyond salvation, Lu Rian could only accept her fate. The path of cultivation was inherently treacherous and perilous. From the moment she resolved to walk this road of cultivation, she had long ago prepared herself to face death at any moment. Only now she would disappoint father and master. And that 3-year promise with that youth, she would have to break it. If that youth was still alive. In her final moments facing death, Lu Rian's mind unexpectedly filled with the image of that young man. Yes, this is exactly the kind of despair I want. Lu Rian's despair brought Ji Lingfeng an indescribable exhilaration. His role-playing demon art operated at full capacity, his voice tinged with madness. Truly befitting a demon cultivator. As I said, you shall die by my hands. Just as Ji Lingfeng's attack was about to land on Lu Rian, a black figure instantly appeared between the two of them. The ferocious divine art was quietly dissolved. The ecstatic smile beneath Ji Lingfeng's mask froze instantly. How is this possible? You. Who are you? Who are you? Ji Lingfeng was instantly stunned by the silent emergence of the black-robed masked figure. Before this person made a move, he had not sensed even a trace of their presence. Moreover, the ability to effortlessly neutralize his divine technique indicated at least a golden core stage. How is this possible? How could a disciple of a minor sect possess golden core cultivation? Scram. Zhang Chen uttered the word lightly, as if it were the Tao's resonance. Ji Lingfeng's head buzzed, and his legs turned weak. A mouthful of blood sprayed from beneath his mask. Ji Lingfeng stumbled and rolled to the ground utterly powerless. With a single word, Zhang Chen had left him grievously wounded and prostrate. Beneath the black robe and mask, Zhang Chen narrowed his eyes. If he hadn't acted, Lu Rian would have truly perished, and then who would he seek out for his 3-year promise? The curse system's main quest would also be unattainable. That simply wouldn't do. Now, however, he had no further reservations about intervening, for he had already located the nascent soul cultivator lurking in the shadows. Thank you for your aid, senior. Lu Rian gazed at the towering figure standing before her, her heart filled with shock, her eyes complex, as she expressed her gratitude with difficulty. Who is this senior? I cannot fathom his cultivation level at all, at least golden core. Why did he choose to save me? This secret realm only permits cultivators at the foundation establishment stage or below to enter. How did this senior manage to get in? A myriad of questions surged within Lu Rian, who had just escaped death. There were far too many anomalies in this secret realm. The mysterious space, the sudden appearance of a foundation establishment peak disciple, and this enigmatic powerhouse. And why were they all masked? Did they have some peculiar obsession? The series of blows left Lu Rian doubting herself. Who is this person? How did he get in? Sprawled on the ground, coughing blood, Ji Lingfeng stared at the masked Zhang Chen, filled with shock and indignation. Damn it. If only I had been a little closer to refining my acting demonic art further. Where did this fellow suddenly come from? And judging by his voice, he didn't seem very old. Senior, thank you for saving my life. May I ask your esteemed name? Lu Rian approached Zhang Chen with difficulty, bowing respectfully in gratitude. For some reason, she felt that this black-robed powerhouse was not much older than herself, and there was a faint familiar aura about him. However, Zhang Chen paid little heed to her thanks. Instead, he fixed his cold gaze on a dark corner of the cave and spoke indifferently. Stop hiding. Come out. Huh. Is there another powerhouse here? Lu Rian and Ji Lingfeng both startled again, turning their eyes to the corner. How had they not sensed any other powerful presence all this time? I never expected a golden core cultivator to detect my presence. It seems I have underestimated you. A dry, grating voice suddenly emanated from the corner. A gaunt figure in a black robe slowly materialized, surrounded by a crimson aura of blood, his face obscured. Even a single glance left Ji Lingfeng and Lu Rian almost breathless. This was also a great cultivator. Damn, there's another one. Ji Lingfeng was nearly speechless, his face dark. He had thought himself the strongest within this secret realm, but now it seemed his battle with Lu Rian had been watched by 2 grandmasters all along. Ji Lingfeng felt immensely fortunate that he had the acting demonic art to conceal his demonic identity. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known how he died. Lu Rian was also dumbfounded. Another masked person. You all make me feel quite out of place. How did you detect me? The black-robed man stared at Zhang Chen, finding it incredulous. This must be the golden core cultivator he had sensed earlier, but how could he perceive my existence? Zhang Chen had deliberately suppressed his cultivation to golden core stage precisely to lure this figure out. Tell me, what is your purpose in luring these disciples here? Zhang Chen countered instead of answering. He had long discovered this person's hiding place, which was why he had chosen to act. Sure enough, a nascent soul cultivator. Judging by the aura, he was at the peak of the nascent soul stage, though his blood energy was somewhat depleted, and he was not at his full strength. Zhang Chen felt no fear toward this black-robed man. Among nascent soul cultivators, only Yi Wushuang could match him in battle. The rest were far beneath his notice. You must have taken control of the spiritual treasure, haven't you? Zhang Chen said coldly to the black-robed figure. A bunch of Foundation establishment ants dare to covet this spiritual treasure. How naive. The black-robed man did not deny it, instead chuckling. You didn't truly believe that a spiritual treasure worth fighting over even for nascent soul cultivators could be touched by mere ants like you did. The black-robed figure hovered in the air and casually waved his hand. Dozens of disciples severely wounded in their mutual slaughter were dragged before him. A terrifying suction force emanated from the black-robed man. Under its pull, immense crimson blood energy was drawn from the wounded disciples, their bodies shriveling at a visible rate. Amid the heart-wrenching screams of the disciples, the vast blood energy was absorbed entirely by the black-robed man. He exhaled a satisfied breath, his voice both pleasurable and twisted. Zhang Chen frowned. He could clearly sense the black-robed man's once dry blood energy rapidly recovering and his strength gradually climbing. Zhang Chen finally grasped the black-robed man's goal. Using the spiritual treasure as bait to lure these Foundation establishment disciples, he would convert them all into sustenance to restore his blood energy and cultivation. No wonder so many disciples had managed to reach the trial ground of the spiritual treasure. It was all deliberately orchestrated. The entire nascent soul secret realm was a lure, a trap. Such methods resembled a demonic cultivator. But daring to set your sights on this demon's son, consider yourself unlucky. Nascent soul stage. Lu Rian and Ji Lingfeng, seeing the black-robed man's surging aura, widened their eyes in shock. This black-robed figure was actually a nascent soul cultivator. Though low in cultivation, they were not foolish. They instantly understood. The so-called nascent soul secret realm and the spiritual treasure were all a trap. No wonder the escape tokens were useless in this space. They were all destined to become the blood energy nourishment for this nascent soul cultivator. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of despair rose in their hearts. A nascent soul cultivator. How could they possibly resist or escape? Even the young black-robed figure was no match and was doomed to become the nascent soul's nourishment. Below the nascent soul stage, all are mere ants. Though there was a slight hiccup, it changes nothing. After absorbing the blood energy, the black-robed man was wreathed in crimson light, looking at Zhang Chen and the others as if they were already dead, his voice especially grating. Next, it's your turn, the three of you. In the spatial cave, the black-robed figure stood in midair, his voice hoarse, gazing at Zhang Chen and the other two as if they were lambs to the slaughter. I didn't expect all three of you to see through this illusion. Truly an unexpected gain for me. 2 prodigies and 1 golden core stage cultivator. Your blood essence is far more delectable than those mere ants just now. I must savor you thoroughly. The black-robed figure's laugh was extremely unpleasant. Even through his mask, one could sense him greedily licking his lips. It sent chills down Lu Ruyan's and Ji Lingfeng's spines in an instant. A nascent soul-level evil cultivator. It seemed they had no escape today. Which one to taste first? The black-robed figure slowly approached the 3 as if selecting a delicacy. Then let's start with the 2 tender ones. With a casual wave of his hand, a terrifying suction force forcibly dragged Lu Ruyan and Ji Lingfeng into the air, bringing them slowly before the black-robed figure. The blood essence of these 2 exceptionally talented individuals was a tremendous supplement for his withered vitality, surely extending his lifespan considerably. As for that golden core stage cultivator, even rarer, he would save him for last. He had no worry that Zhang Chen would flee. This spiritual treasure space was reinforced by his cultivation, and even an ordinary nascent soul cultivator might not be able to break it, let alone a mere golden core stage. Today no one here would escape. That golden core stage cultivator shows no signs of panic or flight. The black-robed figure stared at the motionless Zhang Chen, momentarily stunned before his gaze turned icy again. It seemed he knew he could not escape, so he simply did not struggle. Fine. A prey that does not struggle yields better blood essence absorption. You? Lu Ruyan and Ji Lingfeng frantically mobilized their spiritual energy, desperately trying to break free, but to no avail. The black-robed figure's crushing superiority in cultivation was like an insurmountable chasm. The 2 were gradually enveloped by the crimson blood aura around the black-robed figure, already faintly sensing the blood essence and cultivation within them being drawn out by a sinister force. Damn it. I never thought I, the last disciple of the second peak master of the Tianma sect, would meet my end in a small sect today. Ji Lingfeng felt his blood essence draining, his terror mingled with extreme unwillingness and frustration. I just randomly picked a small sect for training. How did I encounter such a thing? After finally finding a prodigy to train with, all that appears are golden core or nascent soul cultivators, and they're draining my blood essence. What kind of nonsense is this? Is this still a training mission in a righteous small sect? How is it different from what I imagined? Have righteous sects become this dangerous now? Master, oh master, your disciple is truly doomed because of you. Why did you insist on me starting my training in a small sect? I've been so unlucky. At the brink of death, Ji Lingfeng cursed his sect in his heart. Just thinking of his master's pudgy face made him furious. The second peak master of the #1 demon sect on the Zhongyuan continent didn't even have a life-saving treasure to give his disciple. I'm really done for this time. After absorbing so many people's blood essence, do you think you can leave safely? Although Lu Rian looked pained, she was slightly calmer than Ji Lingfeng, and spoke with difficulty. My master Yun Zhongfeng and the Qingyun sect leader are waiting outside. Kill us, and you won't survive either. They treat evil cultivators like you worse than demon cultivators. Everyone is entitled to kill you. Lu Rian said with disdain. Hey little girl, you're threatening the wrong person. The black-robed figure sneered. On ordinary days I might have some fear of the divine transformation stage in Zhongfeng, but she can't enter this secret realm now. As for the Qingyun sect leader, rest assured, he won't come in either. Unless a nascent soul cultivator suddenly appears, don't expect anyone to save you. In the black-robed figure's eyes, Lu Rian was merely struggling in vain. Not wanting to waste more words, he spread his arms and directly reached out to crush the two shrouded in blood aura. Facing the crimson giant hand, Lu Rian was instantly overwhelmed by despair. At only the foundation establishment stage, she would surely be crushed directly and turned into blood energy. Lu Rian closed her eyes helplessly. Her master was not here. No one could save her anymore. Watching the despairing pair, the black-robed figure's voice grew even more twisted with pleasure, and the blood hand was about to completely engulf them. That's right, obediently become my nourishment. Just a measly bug barely surviving on blood energy. At that moment, a voice resounded through the entire cave, calm and domineering. Did I allow you to lay a hand on her? Zhang Chen's figure vanished out of thin air, appearing in front of Lu Rian in an instant. His black-clad back faced the descending crimson hand, his terrifying pressure freezing the air. What? You're not golden core. You're nascent soul. The black-robed figure's pupils contracted in disbelief. Even with his peak nascent soul cultivation, he hadn't seen how Zhang Chen appeared out of nowhere. This pressure was definitely nascent soul. Zhang Chen wrapped one arm around Lu Rian and struck out with a palm behind him. Before the black-robed figure could react, the two blood-colored hands exploded bloodlight and terrifying shockwaves radiating outwards. The peak nascent soul black-robed figure was sent flying back in disgrace. The entire cave space began to collapse. A nascent soul expert could casually blow up a 100-meter mountain and with full force could destroy a city, let alone such a small spiritual treasure space. Bastard. A withered blood clown dares to make a move on my 3-year pact target. Do you think this demon prince doesn't exist? In midair, Zhang Chen cursed under his breath, not even bothering to look back at the explosion behind him. Today with him here, no one would touch Lu Rian. Otherwise, what about his main quest? Feeling the warmth of his body temperature, Lu Rian slowly opened her eyes in Zhang Chen's arms and saw a scene she would never forget in her life. Amidst the dazzling crimson flames that nearly filled half the cave, the entire space trembled, countless rocks tumbled down, and a masked man in black robes held her tightly in his arms. The red light surge lifted the masked man's long hair. No matter how terrifying and scorching the explosion behind him, his imposing figure blocked it all, not harming her in the slightest. The masked man's warmth and breaths gently brushed against Lu Rian's cheek, her pretty face flushing. Since birth, she had never been so intimately close to any man. Why did this feeling feel so warm, so safe? As the sparks of the explosion flew, the Tai Shang Yuqing Ju within Lu Rian became extremely disordered, as if an iceberg were melting. At the same time, Ji Lingfeng, also rescued from the explosion, looked at Zhang Chen with gratitude. Damn it, thank you for saving my life, big shot. You're actually a nascent soul expert. So cool. Much more reliable than my dog of a master. After who knows how long, the aftermath of the explosion faded, the spiritual treasure space shattered, and all the disciples returned to the previous cave, their eyes still dazed. Zhang Chen slowly landed, still holding Lu Rian in one arm. Senior, could you put me down? Still in Zhang Chen's arms, Lu Rian blushed as she spoke, sensing that this senior seemed not very old. At such an age, he's already a nascent soul cultivator. Why would this senior save me? Lu Rian's eyes flickered, shaken by Zhang Chen's terrifying power just now. She frantically searched her memory, finally convinced that she didn't know this nascent soul senior. Okay, I'll put you down now. Zhang Chen simply dropped Lu Rian onto the ground, the impact shaking the ground. He very literally fulfilled Lu Rian's request. Because his senior sister had told him to know how to attend to a girl's requests. The drop stunned the already severely injured Lu Rian. Zhang Chen didn't notice her strange expression, but coldly stared at the spiritual treasure hovering above the cave. Suddenly, the sword emitted a humming sound, trembled violently, then rapidly shrank and flew in the direction the black-robed figure had been sent flying. The black-robed figure with a weakened aura was fleeing at top speed. That bug still has a breath left. Indeed, although his blood energy was withered, he was still a peak nascent soul cultivator. It was normal that he was a bit hard to kill. However, this demon prince would not allow him to escape with this spiritual treasure. Why haven't you left yet? Zhang Chen turned to look at the still bewildered Lu Rian, then shot off in pursuit with a streak of light. Hurry, leave. In the cave dwelling, Lu Rian snapped back to reality as she watched Zhang Chen's fleeing figure. That senior was protecting her. A battle between nascent soul stage cultivators. At her foundation establishment stage, even a slight brush could inflict fatal injuries. The senior is right. I must quickly inform my master. Knowing that the spiritual treasure was beyond her reach, Lu Rian hesitated no longer and directly pulled a fallen disciple's token into her hand. Before crushing the token, Lu Rian scanned the entire cave, dwelling yearning to find Zhang Chen, but he was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps he has already perished in the spatial collapse. After all, he was only at the chi refining stage. A flicker of regret passed through Lu Rian's eyes as she crushed the token and her figure vanished. Meanwhile, the black-robed man carrying the spiritual treasure was desperately fleeing toward the secret realm's exit. A spray of blood spattered onto the mask. The black-robed man's recently replenished blood energy withered once more. Damn it! How did that nascent soul cultivator get in? And why is his cultivation so terrifying? The black-robed man could clearly sense that his opponent was only at the mid-nascent soul stage, yet his terrifying strength was overwhelming even at the peak of blood energy. I'll have to replenish my blood energy once I'm outside. Stunned by Zhang Chen's fearsome power, the black-robed man knew he was no match and hastened his escape, dragging his grievously wounded body. He hoped that man wouldn't catch up so quickly. But the moment the thought crossed his mind, a black figure appeared before him, moving so fast he couldn't even see it. Staring at Zhang Chen blocking his path, the black-robed man's eyes gradually filled with despair. May I ask your esteemed name? We are both nascent soul cultivators. Why must you be so ruthless? The black-robed man halted, seeking a glimmer of survival. A stinking insect that clings to life by sucking blood. You're not worthy to know my name. Zhang Chen stood in midair, his black robe billowing, and looked coldly at the blood-drained black-robed man, utterly despising the evil cultivator before him. Clinging to life. Stinking insect. Huh. The black-robed man sneered. Cultivation is for immortality. Don't act so sanctimonious. When your own blood energy dries up, you may become even more ruthless than I. Knowing his opponent would never let him go, the black-robed man hardened his gaze, summoned his sword, and channeled the last of his crimson blood energy, gambling on a final chance to survive. Blood Cloud Sword Array. As the crimson blood energy surged, a massive blood cloud formed above Zhang Chen. The black-robed man stood within the cloud and swung his long sword. The blood cloud condensed into countless blood swords, forming a vast sword array that pressed down toward Zhang Chen, tearing through the air. The oppressive force would chill even a peak nascent soul cultivator. Zhang Chen watched the approaching sword array without a flicker of panic. Among nascent soul cultivators aside from the peak stage Yu Wushuang, who could rival him, none posed a threat, least of all this blood-drained evil cultivator. With a casual wave of his hand, Zhang Chen summoned boundless demonic energy that enveloped the sword array entirely. The once surging array quieted instantly, slowly dissolving under the demonic energy. What's happening? You're a demonic cultivator. The black-robed man, now surrounded by demonic energy, panicked, as if he had seen a ghost. This overwhelming demonic energy. His opponent was a demonic cultivator. Guessed right, but no prize. Zhang Chen clenched his fist. The sword array, wrapped in black-red demonic energy along with the black-robed man's physical body, exploded instantly. The scattered blood energy was corroded by the demonic energy and vanished. The black-robed man turned into a mass of blood energy and disappeared in an instant. In the vast secret realm, the demonic energy slowly receded and a long sword appeared in Zhang Chen's hand. An evil cultivator wasted so much time. This damn system's mission should finally be completed. Zhang Chen cursed inwardly, ignoring the dissipated blood energy. Even if that man escaped with such severe injuries and withered blood energy, he likely wouldn't last long. However, the technique the evil cultivator had used left Zhang Chen puzzled. Despite the thick blood energy masking it, he could faintly sense the presence of the Ziyun sect's cultivation methods within that technique. Could that evil cultivator be a member of the Ziyun sect, hiding silently in the secret realm? But the Ziyun sect didn't seem to have many nascent soul cultivators. Forget it, even if he poses no threat to me. Let's get out first. Having obtained the spiritual treasure, Zhang Chen didn't dwell on it. He crushed the token and vanished from the secret realm. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm on the Ziyun sect's flying ship. Rian, what did you say? The secret realm was a trap set by a nascent soul evil cultivator, and a mysterious nascent soul expert saved you. Yun Zhongfeng looked at the recovering Lu Ruyan, beside her beautiful eyes showing rare surprise. Earlier she had sensed two unusual auras within the secret realm, but her divine transformation stage cultivation would cause the realm to collapse if she entered, so she could only send the Ziyun sect's sect leader to investigate. She hadn't expected such an incident to occur, with even her own disciple nearly perishing. This made Yun Zhongfeng's brow furrow instantly. Yes, master. If not for that mysterious nascent soul senior, your disciple would have died in the secret realm. Thanks to Yun Zhongfeng's treatment, Lu Ruyan's complexion improved. When mentioning that nascent soul expert, a peculiar emotion flickered in her eyes. She wondered how that senior was doing and if she would ever see him again. To have reached the nascent soul stage at such an age, that senior must surely be a prodigy from a super sect or an ancient aristocratic family, someone far beyond her reach. Lu Ruyan stared at the entrance barrier of the nascent soul secret realm, hoping to catch a glimpse of that senior one more time, if only to thank him. In her expectant gaze, a figure slowly emerged at the entrance, a nascent soul stage senior. Yes, it was Ji Changfeng, the Ziyun sect's sect leader. Following him out were several surviving Ziyun sect disciples. But those disciples still clutched fake spiritual treasures, mumbling dazedly on the flying ship. Sect leader Ji, I believe you owe us an explanation. Why was there an evil cultivator in the secret realm along with an unknown nascent soul cultivator? Could it be that your Ziyun sect set a trap for my disciple? Yun Zhongfeng was extremely protective of her own. Seeing Ji Changfeng emerge, she directly questioned him, her terrifying pressure making his heart race. Her disciple had nearly met with an accident. How could she not be enraged? Senior Yun, please calm down. Ji Changfeng quickly explained, fearing that Yun Zhongfeng might strike him. He couldn't withstand it. I never anticipated such an incident either. I don't know why an evil cultivator appeared. When I entered, the two nascent soul cultivators had already vanished. But please believe that the Ziyun sect would never dare to harm your esteemed disciple. Our sect has also suffered heavy losses. I beg you to trust me. Ji Changfeng's heart was bitter. He had no idea why this had happened. This nascent soul's secret realm was discovered by him and his master. Everything had been normal before. How could an evil cultivator suddenly appear? Could it be that mysterious expert who had appeared near the sect grounds recently? When he entered the secret realm, he only saw traces of the battle between the two experts, not a single person. And with Senior Yin guarding the outside, how had those two left safely? Just as Ji Changfeng was pondering, a slender figure slowly emerged from the barrier. That is Zhang Chen. He actually survived. On the flying boat, Lu Ruyan looked at Zhang Chen, who was slowly emerging from the barrier of the nascent soul secret realm, her face full of astonishment. She had not expected that Zhang Chen, who was only at the qi refining stage, could survive the secret realm. But when she came out of the spiritual treasure space earlier, she did not see Zhang Chen's figure. Could he have left that spiritual treasure space ahead of time? That was impossible. Only a nascent soul cultivator could forcibly break through that space. How could he have come out early? Unless that senior had helped him. How is there another one? Seeing the purple cloud sect robe on Zhang Chen, Ji Changfeng was also somewhat surprised. Just now he had brought out all the disciples he could find inside, including those who had their essence blood drained. But why had he not noticed this disciple? And he was an outer disciple at the qi refining stage. Still, it was good that he got out. Ji Changfeng did not think much about it. After all, the purple cloud sect had lost too many disciples this time. One more survivor was a good thing, so he beckoned Zhang Chen to rejoin the group. It seems this lad has had some fortune. Seeing Zhang Chen emerge unscathed, Yun Zhongfeng's beautiful eyes flickered. It seemed that Ruyan was right. This young man did have some extraordinary qualities. However, Yun Zhongfeng did not pay much attention, as geniuses like this were common in their Qingyan sect. She then looked at Ji Changfeng and said, Sect Master Ji, since Ruyan is unharmed and the Purple Cloud sect has suffered heavy losses, I will not pursue the matter further. But there was a demonic cultivator who could escape from under my nose. This is not ordinary. I hope you will investigate thoroughly. Yun Zhongfeng was not unreasonable. She knew this was definitely not Ji Changfeng's doing, and she had a friendship with his master. Since her disciple was out of danger, she did not press further. Thank you, Senior Yun. I will certainly investigate this matter thoroughly. Seeing Yun Zhongfeng's anger subside, Ji Changfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then completely sealed the entrance to the secret realm, forbidding anyone from approaching, as he wanted to investigate the incident properly. After instructing the accompanying elder to settle the disciples, Ji Changfeng entered the secret realm alone again to investigate. Zhang Chen watched Ji Changfeng leave and shook his head. This guy probably won't find anything. Suddenly Zhang Chen noticed Lu Ruyan, who was resting with Yun Zhongfeng at the bow of the ship, looking at him with a strange gaze, leaving him puzzled. At that moment, the accompanying elder's voice rang out. Disciples, although this trip to the secret realm had an accident, and we lost many fellow disciples, death is common on the path of cultivation. I hope you can gain some tempering from this. Now come and register the opportunities you obtained in the secret realm. I will award sect contribution points based on your performance. Outer disciples who perform exceptionally may be promoted to inner disciples, though I know not many outer disciples survived. The elder's voice was somewhat heavy, but he still directed the disciples to register their gains and evaluate their performance. As soon as the elder finished speaking, countless disciples rushed forward with their swords, and the scene that followed made the elder's face darken. First, Elder, I obtained a spiritual treasure. I am now at the golden core stage. I am definitely the number one this time. You ants, the spiritual treasures in your hands are fake, only mine is real, haha. You're talking nonsense. Mine is the real one. I am the golden core cultivator. You're nothing. What did you say? Believe me, I will cut you down right now. I am at the golden core stage now, even the elder can't protect you. You and at the foundation establishment stage, what did you say? When I become an elder tomorrow, I'll deal with you first. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Watching this chaotic scene, Zhang Chen couldn't help but rub his forehead. Oh no. Although he had obtained the spiritual treasure from the black-robed man, he had forgotten to dispel the illusion these disciples were under. The symptoms had lessened, but they still believed their spiritual treasures were real, and that they were at the golden core stage. Looks like the elder is in for a hard time. Outrageous. The elder finally couldn't hold back. Were these kids trying to rebel? The elder's furious roar echoed through the entire flying boat, deafening, instantly snapping those disciples back to their senses. What? What happened to me? Those disciples looked at the ordinary iron sword in their hands, which was as plain as could be, and fell into deep thought. The entire boat fell silent, and the atmosphere was extremely awkward. What a disgrace. Throw away those broken things in your hands, and line up one by one. You've brought shame to the Purple Cloud sect. The elder suppressed the urge to slap these idiots to death, and restored order. The disciples dared not misbehave again, lowering their heads as they lined up to register their gains, excluding those swords. Zhang Chen also joined the long line, preparing to complete his side quest. At that moment, in a corner of the flying boat, Liang Yun, who had been unconscious for a long time, finally woke up slowly. With a dazed gaze, he looked at the magic treasure in his hand, and felt the golden core cultivation on him. I didn't expect this treasure to choose me. I knew I was the destined one of 10,000. Then Liang Yun looked at the queue for registration, his eyes burning with excitement. Xiao Guochang, inner disciple, obtained a yellow-grade technique and a mid-grade spirit artifact. Good, awarded 200 contribution points. Li Shukuan, inner disciple, obtained a yellow-grade technique and 2 second-grade pills. Good, awarded 300 contribution points. Ji Lingfeng, outer disciple, obtained a profound grade technique and 1 third-grade pill. Excellent, awarded 600 contribution points. His performance surpasses that of some inner disciples, so he will be promoted to inner disciple for cultivation. Ji Lingfeng's performance even made the elder sigh, causing a stir among the disciples. That punk actually survived the explosion. He's quite talented among the demonic path. Zhang Chen was somewhat surprised that Ji Lingfeng was still alive, but he didn't pay much attention. As long as the guy didn't disturb him when doing missions in the future, it was fine. I wonder how many contribution points this spiritual treasure will earn. Anyway, it should be more than enough to complete the side quest of entering the inner sect. As time passed, it soon became Zhang Chen's turn. Next, Zhang Chen, right? Also an outer disciple. Present the opportunities you obtained for registration. Okay. Just as Zhang Chen was about to take out his gains from his storage ring, a harsh voice sounded. Zhang Chen, an outer disciple like you, actually dares to stand before me. Get out of my way. Liang Yun rushed in front of Zhang Chen with a sword in hand, and said arrogantly, Elder, the spiritual treasure in my hand is the only one from the secret realm. Do you see it? Let me register first, so this ant can broaden his horizons. Idiot. Zhang Chen rubbed his brow with one hand. This guy was the most deeply poisoned, and he still hadn't recovered. Get to the back of the line. The elder's face was dark, unwilling to deal with this embarrassment, even if he was the #1 inner disciple. Huh, you dare to tell me to get back? Liang Yun, his eyes red, was also enraged. I am the #1 inner disciple. I obtained the spiritual treasure that even Miss Lu couldn't get. I am now at the golden core stage. Tomorrow, I will be an elder. With my talent. In the near future, I will be the sect master of the Purple Cloud sect. You are just an elder, yet you dare to speak to me like that. Get down from that seat now. Elder. Disciples, huh? The entire boat fell silent, instantly staring at Liang Yun, as if he were an idiot. Senior brother Liang has gone mad. What is he saying? Hasn't he come to his senses yet? On the flying boat, the disciples stared at Liang Yun, whose eyes were bloodshot, as if he were a fool. But since he was the top inner disciple, they restrained themselves from laughing. I heard from the elder that the spiritual treasure's illusion can cloud one's mind, amplifying inner ambitions and darkness. But senior brother Liang's ambition is too great. He even covets the position of sect leader. In the illusion, we at most dared to dream of becoming an elder. Senior brother Liang truly lives up to being the top inner disciple. His audacity is unmatched. But speaking to the elder like that, he's in for it this time. Even if he's the top inner disciple, he won't escape punishment. The disciples murmured, casting sympathetic glances at Liang Yun, as if he were a pitiable fool. Liang Yun, what did you say? The elder's face turned green with rage, doubting his own ears. This Liang Yun, usually so refined, harbored such darkness within. You, a mere elder, dare speak to me like that? Get off that seat now. Liang Yun, now completely consumed by madness, ignored the elder's murderous glare and continued shouting. I have obtained the spiritual treasure now. I am a golden core great cultivator, the future sect leader. Only I am worthy of Lu Ruyan. Then he turned his gaze toward Zhang Chen, who was queuing behind him, murderous intent blazing in his crimson eyes. Zhang Chen, I didn't expect you to survive, but that suits me perfectly. Even this elder can't protect you now. Today I'll make you understand that only I am worthy of Miss Lu. You, an outer disciple, ant, are not even fit to receive her attention. Claiming to be at the golden core stage, Liang Yun raised his sword without hesitation and lunged at Zhang Chen, showing no regard for the elder standing nearby. There's actually such an idiot among the righteous path. Liang Yun's ferocious demeanor nearly made Zhang Chen laugh. Senior brother Liang, please look beside you. Some of Liang Yun's sycophantic disciples finally couldn't bear it anymore and hurriedly reminded him. Beside me? What beside me? Irritated by the interruption, as he was about to strike, Liang Yun inadvertently glanced toward a corner not far away. The next moment he was dumbfounded, frozen in place. Because he saw countless spiritual treasures emitting golden light casually thrown aside. each one identical to the one in his hand. The pile of treasures was nearly mountainous. This. What is happening? Liang Yun felt his worldview crumbling as he stared at the gleaming sword in his hand, plunged into self-doubt. How could there be so many spiritual treasures? Then what is this one in my hand? You fool. Disgrace. Get to the back. The elder finally lost his patience and slapped Liang Yun flying with a single blow. Even though Liang Yun was the top inner disciple, the elder showed no mercy. Liang Yun's eyes instantly cleared, and he tumbled to the back of the formation, the entire flying boat shaking violently. This fellow had utterly disgraced the Xian sect before Senior Yun and Fairy Lu. It was merciful not to kill him. Next. After dealing with Liang Yun, the elder restored order, but his anger had not subsided. If anyone dares to take out that spiritual treasure and make a fool of themselves again, don't blame me for crippling them. Zhang Chen, show us the fortune you obtained. Yes, elder. Here is a spiritual treasure I acquired. Without any hesitation, Zhang Chen took a sword from his storage ring and presented it before the elder. Elder, what do you mean, boy? Disciples from me. The entire scene fell into momentary silence. Wait, is Zhang Chen here to cause trouble? Hasn't this guy woken up from the illusion yet? The elder just said not to take it out, and he pulls one out anyway. What a character. Zhang Chen sure has guts, hiding that sword in his storage ring, actually believing it's a spiritual treasure. He's doomed. Elderly has a terrible temper. Zhang Chen really might get crippled. The disciples looked at Zhang Chen with pity. Even Liang Yun, lying on the ground, barely breathing, sneered coldly. This guy dared to defy the elder openly. Hopefully the elder would strike him dead. But soon they noticed something was wrong. The long sword began to emit a faint golden light. Outrageous. Zhang Chen, I just warned you. Are you taking my words as a joke? Watch me strike you down. What's going on? Elder Li, his face dark as thunder, was about to teach the troublemaker a lesson when the next moment, an overwhelming pressure radiated from the sword, freezing him in place. The once ordinary sword suddenly blazed with light, its majestic pressure sweeping across the entire scene. Under this formidable aura, the disciples' spiritual energy ground to a halt. This is truly that spiritual treasure. How is this possible? Every disciple, and even the elder, stood frozen as if they had seen a ghost. This pressure, it was undoubtedly the spiritual treasure from the secret realm. How? How did Zhang Chen obtain it? Isn't he just at the chi refining stage? Damn, is this real? Am I dreaming? The spiritual treasure we fought tooth and nail over was actually obtained by an outer disciple at the chi refining stage. How did he get it? Didn't he fall into the illusion? Impossible. Even Fairy Lu and senior brother Liang failed to obtain it. How did he manage it? The entire scene erupted in uproar, shock, and confusion filling every heart. None wore a more bitter expression than Liang Yun, who simply could not believe his eyes. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan and Ji Lingfeng were no less stunned than the disciples. The disciples caught in the illusion did not know, but they did. That spiritual treasure was clearly in the hands of the evil cultivator. Why is it now with Zhang Chen? Could Zhang Chen be that evil cultivator? Impossible. His aura and cultivation level are completely different. Besides, the evil cultivator was severely wounded. It cannot be Zhang Chen. Ji Lingfeng immediately dismissed the thought, but he was utterly perplexed. It seems this young man has quite a bit of fortune. I underestimated him. Yun Zhongfeng watched Zhang Chen with keen interest, her beautiful eyes shimmering. She hadn't expected that the spiritual treasure even Ji Changfeng could not handle would be obtained by a chi refining disciple. With such talent and opportunity, staying in this small Xian sect is a waste. If there's a chance I could bring him back to Qingyan sect. Lu Rian was completely stunned, her eyes fixed on Zhang Chen, her mind racing with thoughts. The evil cultivator escaped with the spiritual treasure wounded, while the senior, who saved me, went after him. With that senior's strength, the evil cultivator surely couldn't escape. And now the spiritual treasure appears in Zhang Chen's hands. Could it be that Zhang Chen is? In an instant, Lu Ruyan thought of an almost impossible scenario. This is truly a spirit treasure. Zhang Chen, how did you obtain it? On the flying boat, Elderly stared at the gleaming golden sword before him, clearly astonished, all trace of his earlier anger gone. As a golden core elder, he didn't even possess a single spirit treasure himself. Such an item would likely tempt even nascent soul cultivators. So many Foundation establishment disciples had failed to obtain this treasure, yet Zhang Chen, an outer disciple, had acquired it with mere chi refining cultivation. This filled him with both confusion and amazement. Seeing the elder and those around him wearing expressions of disbelief, Zhang Chen felt quite helpless inside. What? It's just an ordinary spirit treasure. Why are you all staring at me like that? Compared to higher grade treasures, my storage ring is full of them. I wouldn't even bother using such a shabby sword. If not for that damn system's quest, I wouldn't even want to waste space in my storage ring with it. Indeed, a small sect remains a small sect. Judging by these people's expressions, I've probably fulfilled the making a splash condition in the trial that the dam system mentioned. But of course Zhang Chen couldn't admit that he obtained this treasure after defeating that evil cultivator. He still needed to stay in this small sect to continue the system's subsequent tasks. He had to fabricate a plausible story to fob off the elder. This spirit treasure actually. Zhang Chen was about to explain when a graceful figure swiftly flew over and landed right in front of him. It was Lu Ruyan. A fragrant breeze swept by as Lu Ruyan stared intently at Zhang Chen, her expression complex. Damn, this woman isn't going to discover me, is she? An uneasy thought flashed through Zhang Chen's mind. Zhang Chen, where did you get this spirit treasure? Did you? Lu Ruyan stepped closer, gazing into Zhang Chen's eyes, as if to confirm her inner suspicion. Did you meet that nascent soul senior? Phew. Zhang Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Miss, could you please not pause like that? I almost thought I'd been exposed. Fortunately, Lu Ruyan hadn't discovered it was him, otherwise it might have affected the main quest of that damn system, the 3-year promise. But this Lu Ruyan inadvertently reminded Zhang Chen. He had been racking his brain for an excuse. And here was a perfect one handed to him. You mean that nascent soul senior, the one in black robes, so handsome and dashing? Zhang Chen decided to spin the story along Lu Ruyan's line. You saw the senior's true face. Lu Ruyan's tone quickened. Yes, I did. He gifted me this spirit treasure, saying we were fated. Zhang Chen said this without a blush or a racing heart, spouting nonsense with a straight face. That's right. Given the senior's status, such a treasure wasn't all that precious to him. He could easily give it away. Lu Ruyan finally confirmed what she had suspected. She had already guessed that Zhang Chen had encountered that senior by chance and obtained the treasure. She only felt a twinge of regret that she hadn't seen the senior's face to thank him. Having missed this opportunity, she would likely never have another chance to meet that senior in her lifetime. Is there anything else? Zhang Chen asked, noticing Lu Ruyan seemed lost in thought. No. If not, please step aside. I need to speak with the elder. Zhang Chen walked past Lu Ruyan and approached the elder, for he still had a system task to complete. Elder, how many contribution points do you think this spirit treasure is worth? The disciples watching Zhang Chen's attitude toward Lu Ruyan were grinding their teeth in anger. What the hell is Zhang Chen doing? How dare he speak to Fairy Lu like that? Damn it. Fairy Lu has never spoken to a man voluntarily in the sect, and this guy is so rude. What a bastard. And yet Fairy Lu pays so much attention to him. Lu Ruyan was taken aback, about to say something, but recalling Zhang Chen's attitude toward her, she held back. Finally gazing at his retreating back, she pondered for a moment before returning to the bow of the ship. Zhang Chen, with this spirit treasure alone, you can receive 5,000 contribution points, and you may also be admitted to the inner sect on special merit. The elder looked at the treasure, a flicker of desire flashing in his eyes, but quickly fading. Even as an elder, he had no right to seize a disciple's fortune. The sect master was right. Spirit treasures are meant for those destined to possess them. Congratulations, host, for standing out in the nascent soul secret realm trial, making a stunning impression, and earning a special promotion to the inner sect. Side quest complete. System rewards are being settled. Finally done. Seeing the system notification, Zhang Chen finally relaxed. This damn system's tasks were truly treacherous. If he weren't at the nascent soul stage, he might have been done in by that evil cultivator. He wondered how the original owner Zhang Chen, with his chi refining cultivation, would have survived that evil cultivator if the system's normal storyline had played out. But following the original plot, Zhang Chen was the protagonist, so it wasn't impossible for him to escape from such a perilous situation. However, it was also possible that his own appearance had altered the original storyline. Forget it, I'll stop dwelling on this. As long as I can still take on tasks, it's fine. Zhang Chen didn't think further. Zhang Chen, the value of this spirit treasure cannot be measured merely by 5,000 sect contribution points. After crediting the 5,000 contribution points to Zhang Chen's sect token, Elder Li said, with deep meaning. Now that you carry such a precious treasure, you will inevitably attract covetous eyes. Within the sect, no one dares to make a move against you, but when you leave the sect, you must be cautious and never reveal it. With your current cultivation, you cannot unleash the full power of this treasure. At best, you can contend with Foundation establishment cultivators using it. The sect will not demand you hand it over, but do not use it unless absolutely necessary. Remember, an innocent man may harbor a treasure, but that very treasure makes him a target for crime. Zhang Chen's acquisition of a spirit treasure earned him a measure of appreciation from the elder for his talent, and he gave the advice earnestly. Thank you, elder. Zhang Chen stored the treasure back into his storage ring, thanked the elder, and walked aside to sit with his eyes closed in meditation. Given his current cultivation, he wasn't worried about anyone coveting his treasure. But he wouldn't reveal it either, because he simply disdained using such a low-grade spirit treasure. Now he just had to wait until they returned to the sect to see what rewards the dam system would give and what idiotic side quests it would assign. In a distant corner, Liang Yun, who had fully recovered, was glaring at the resting Zhang Chen with intense jealousy and hatred. Damn, Zhang Chen. You got lucky and obtained a spirit treasure. But you won't be arrogant for long. A sinister glint flashed in Liang Yun's eyes. That treasure is just being kept safe for you. Let you have a few days of glory. Soon it will be mine. A mere chi refining waste. Does he even deserve a spirit treasure? At the Ziyun sect's flying boat plaza, a vessel gently touched down carrying the returning members of the sect from the secret realm. Sect Master Ji, since the secret realm has closed Rouen, and I shall take our leave. Yin Zhongfeng bid farewell to Ji Chongfeng, who had just returned. Although his disciple hadn't obtained a spiritual treasure, she had gained valuable experience, and there was no further reason to linger at the Ziyun sect. Then I shall see you off, Senior Yun. As for the matter of the cult cultivator, I will continue to investigate thoroughly. My master is currently in seclusion with the new junior sister he recently accepted, and he regrets he cannot see you off personally. Ji Changfeng breathed a sigh of relief as he finally saw off the nascent soul senior. Fortunately, Lu Ruoyan was unharmed, otherwise his small Ziyun sect might not have been able to withstand the wrath of a nascent soul cultivator. Although the sect had suffered many casualties this time, what pleased Ji Changfeng was that the spiritual treasure had been obtained by one of his disciples, an outer disciple no less. To have such fortune, yet possess a 5-phase spiritual root, what a pity. His future achievements are destined to be limited. Ji Changfeng looked towards Zhang Chen in the corner of the flying boat and shook his head with a sigh. Had the disciple's spiritual root been of a higher grade, he might have considered taking him as a nominal disciple. For now he would wait and see how the young man grew. Perhaps the spiritual treasure would grant him some means of self-preservation. Yun Zhongfeng had also considered bringing Zhang Chen back to nurture him at the Qingyun sect, but upon learning he possessed a 5-phase miscellaneous spiritual root, she abandoned the idea. A cultivator with a 5-phase spiritual root would never achieve golden core in their lifetime. Even if brought to the Qingyun sect, he would not pass the entry assessment. After all, the Qingyun sect was not like the Ziyun sect, accepting disciples of any spiritual root. As for Liang Yin, the so-called number 1 inner disciple, that fool was hardly worth the effort of taking back for training. Let's go, Ruoyan. With one last regretful glance at Zhang Chen, Yun Zhongfeng departed with Lu Ruoyan in a beam of light. As she left, Lu Ruoyan gazed at Zhang Chen for a long while, her thoughts inscrutable. She probably would never cross paths with this Zhang Chen again, nor with that senior who had saved her. And that young man, if he were still alive, would he come to the appointment? Zhang Chen naturally noticed the gazes from above, but paid them no mind as he disembarked with the rest of the group. He was eager to get back and check the system's rewards. With his token upgraded to that of an inner disciple, Zhang Chen smoothly became an inner disciple and moved into a cave dwelling that very day, drawing envious looks from many outer disciples. Inside the cave dwelling, Zhang Chen sat cross-legged and opened his system panel. Congratulations to the host for being promoted to inner disciple. Side quest completed. Rewards are being settled. Congratulations. You have received 2500 task points. Congratulations. You have received 1 spiritual energy infusion. Congratulations. You have received a pill, 9 pattern foundation establishment pill. Look forward to the next side quest. In the next second, the familiar meager rewards materialized out of thin air. As for the spiritual energy infusion, completely useless. Zhang Chen simply ignored it. It was probably only enough to push a Qi refinement level 8 cultivator to level 9. But Zhang Chen couldn't help but marvel. If the system's original owner were still alive, his cultivation speed would have been absolutely insane. The system handed out spiritual energy and pills directly. This was the standard protagonist template of a novel. This 9-pattern foundation establishment pill could greatly increase a Qi refinement cultivator's chances of establishing their foundation, virtually no different from a painless foundation establishment. Following the system's storyline, it probably wouldn't be long before this Zhang Chen broke through to the foundation establishment stage. It's a good item, but useless to me. Zhang Chen tossed the pill into a dusty corner of his storage ring. He then opened the system mall. The only remaining source of hope was those task points. Current points, 10700. Congratulations. You have accumulated over 10000 points and unlocked access to immortal grade products. Holy shit. Finally unlocked the immortal grade shop. This mad dog of a system. All my hard work fishing for kills wasn't for nothing. I thought I'd have to complete that 3-year promise to unlock it. Immortality is within sight, eternal life is within reach, haha. Overjoyed by this unexpected fortune, Zhang Chen felt that his dull fishing life was once again full of hope. He eagerly opened the product list and checked the prices. Fragment of the Secret of the Immortal Tribulation, 99999 points. Scroll Scrap of Immortal Realm Secrets, 99999 points. Chaotic Divine Demon, Halberd Top Grade Immortal Weapon, 99,999 points. Great Tao Longevity Art Immortal Grade Top Tier Cultivation Method, 99,999 points. What the hell? System, are you messing with me? Seeing the row of 9s on the system panel, Zhang Chen's face darkened. He wished he could blow the system up right then and there. Even fragments and scraps were listed. Were you made by Tencent or something? And all those 9s. That's the same as not unlocking anything. After all this time, I've busted my ass to earn 10,000 points, and I can't even afford a fragment. This damn system is such a scam. Zhang Chen cursed at the system countless times before he could calm down. I knew something related to Ascension couldn't be obtained so easily. Looks like I'll have to keep doing quests. As long as I complete enough of them, there'll eventually be a day when I can afford something. Maybe after finishing the 3-year promise main quest, I'll get more points and have a chance to buy. Zhang Chen comforted himself. The path to immortality now had a glimmer of hope. Not much, but better than nothing. But what side quest would this damn system throw at him next? Ding. Side quest updated. Please perfectly complete a sect quest and earn the appreciation of the Ziyun sect master, making him inclined to take you as a disciple. Time limit 1 month. What the hell? System, what kind of quest is this? I'm a nascent soul demon prince of the demonic heaven sect. Need his appreciation. A sect master of a tiny sect wanting to take me as a disciple. He's not worthy. The color that had just returned to Zhang Chen's face darkened once more. System, you're a real piece of work. The Ziyun sect master's cultivation isn't even that high. I should be his master. Zhang Chen knew this quest might not be difficult for him, but given the system's nature, who knows? The next side quest might require him to actually become the Ziyun sect master's disciple. System, can I give up this side quest? Just thinking about the leader of a demonic sect becoming a disciple of some righteous cultivator at mere nascent soul stage was too embarrassing to stomach. If the people from his sect found out, he'd never live it down. If his master found out, he'd break his legs. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Considering that the host currently only has chi refinement level cultivation, this side quest is quite challenging. The task points rewarded will also be unprecedented. Does the host confirm their decision to abandon it? Of course I won't abandon it. Zhang Chen's lightning-fast change of heart stunned the system into a brief shutdown. My dear system, just forget what I said, like I was passing gas. Unprecedented task points. What kind of fool would give that up? Only an idiot wouldn't want those points. And if it really comes to a master-apprentice quest later, I can always back out then. Besides, even if he had to take a master, it would be Zhang Chen who did it. What did that have to do with him, Zhang Chen? With his last concern resolved, Zhang Chen accepted the side quest without any lingering psychological burden. However, to perfectly complete a sect quest that would earn the sect master's praise, it definitely wouldn't be a simple task. Looks like I'll need to head to the task hall tomorrow to see what's available. Zhang Chen had also learned in advance that newly admitted inner sect disciples must complete at least one mission assigned by the sect mission hall before they are eligible to seek a master and join an inner sect elder or even the sect master's discipleship. Elders and the sect master would also select disciples based on their performance in completing missions. Inner sect disciples who had not yet taken a master had relatively limited cultivation resources, so many were diligent in taking missions in hopes of being accepted into an elder's sect. And disciples under an elder would continue to take missions hoping that one day they would be noticed by the sect master and become his direct disciples. But Zhang Chen had learned that the sect master Ji Changfeng did not seem to have many disciples under his guidance, indicating his discerning standards, and that he had long lost the desire to take on disciples. Damn system. Zhang Chen's only worry now was that the missions in the mission hall might be too simple to catch the attention of a nascent soul powerhouse. I'll check out the mission hall tomorrow. Zhang Chen opened his system panel again. Host Zhang Chen, age 20. Cultivation, Qi refining 9th layer. Technique, Sacred Sun Heaven Burning Art. Divine abilities, Flame Sun, Fist Raging Flame Force. Current main quest, complete the 3-year promise with Lu Rian. Having reached the 9th layer of Qi refining, Zhang Chen brought his outward cultivation level in line with his system, then sat in meditation to cultivate, planning to head to the intersect mission hall the next day to claim a mission. Early the next morning, as Zhang Chen finished his cultivation and was about to leave his cave dwelling, he heard someone approaching outside. Senior brother Zhang, are you there? Why is he here looking for me? Hearing this somewhat familiar voice, Zhang Chen knew exactly who had arrived. The blonde-haired mole who had infiltrated this sect, Ji Lingfeng. This demonic cultivator had broken into the inner sect alongside Zhang Chen, and his Ji Ling cave dwelling was not far from Zhang Chen's. So why was this blonde guy coming to find him out of nowhere? He must not have good intentions. Zhang Chen recalled the strange demonic cultivation technique Ji Lingfeng had used when fighting Lu Rian in the nascent soul secret realm. Could this guy's purpose for infiltrating Ziyun's sect be connected to that technique? Zhang Chen didn't overthink it. A foundation establishment cultivation base posed negligible threat to him. Junior brother Ji, what do you want from me? Zhang Chen stepped out of his cave dwelling, eager to see what this blonde guy was up to. Senior brother Zhang, you're quite the famous figure in our sect now. I had such a hard time finding you. Holy crap, you've broken through to the 9th layer of Qi refining. Upon seeing Zhang Chen emerge, Ji Lingfeng had been about to strike up an overly familiar conversation, but he suddenly noticed Zhang Chen had broken through again, his face filled with shock as he doubted whether he had the wrong person. No way. Wasn't this guy at the 8th layer of Qi refining just yesterday? How could he reach the 9th layer in just one day? Isn't he a 5 spiritual root? Can 5 spiritual root cultivators grow that fast? Ji Lingfeng knew Zhang Chen was a deeply hidden genius, but this was too terrifying. His cultivation speed was monstrous. This guy must have obtained some incredible opportunity, how otherwise he couldn't be this monstrous. Ji Lingfeng speculated in secret. If Zhang Chen relied on a spiritual treasure, his strength might already rival that of a foundation establishment cultivator. It seemed his plan truly needed to be advanced. He couldn't wait until Zhang Chen reached foundation establishment before making his move. Otherwise, once Zhang Chen broke through to foundation establishment and combined it with his spiritual treasure, Ji Lingfeng might not stand a chance against him. Then his demonic acting technique wouldn't be able to advance further. This was precisely why Ji Lingfeng had come to find Zhang Chen today. If junior brother Ji has nothing important, I'll leave first. Zhang Chen had no interest in engaging with this guy and wasting time on obtaining a mission. Hey senior brother Zhang, don't go yet. Seeing Zhang Chen walking away, Ji Lingfeng hurriedly caught up. Senior brother, you haven't taken an inner sect new disciple mission yet, right? How about we team up? We were both promoted into the inner sect yesterday, and we can keep an eye out for each other. Ji Lingfeng completely changed his usual cold demeanor, trying to get close to Zhang Chen. No need. Zhang Chen refused outright, and continued toward the mission hall. Senior brother Zhang, you should know that after entering the inner sect you need to join an elder's sect to get more cultivation resources. Don't you want to complete a noteworthy mission and be accepted by an elder? I checked the mission hall earlier, and almost all the missions there require foundation establishment cultivation. For us, 2 qi refining cultivators, only by joining forces can we complete those missions. Ji Lingfeng followed Zhang Chen like a fly relentless, but Zhang Chen remained unmoved. If he weren't currently in Ziyun sect, he would have swatted this annoying guy dead with a single palm strike. Seeing Zhang Chen ignoring him, Ji Lingfeng grew anxious. Suddenly he thought of something and shouted again. Senior brother Zhang, don't you want to join the sect master's sect? I heard there's a mission that even the sect master is quite concerned about. The sect master is concerned. Zhang Chen finally stopped and looked at Ji Lingfeng in front of him. He was just worrying about what kind of mission would meet his dam system's requirements, and now it came to him on a platter. Tell me more. Zhang Chen spoke, calmly feigning mild interest. Though he knew this blonde guy definitely had ulterior motives, he didn't care. This guy was only at the foundation establishment stage. Against his absolute power, as a nascent soul cultivator, any schemes and tricks would be useless. Seeing that Zhang Chen had finally been persuaded, Ji Lingfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing he had kept his wits about him, otherwise he really wouldn't have found an opportunity to act. Senior brother Zhang, I saw a mission at the mission hall yesterday, regarding the investigation of a demonic cultivator incident. Ji Lingfeng slowly said. Yesterday demonic cultivators appeared in the nascent soul secret realm, and the sect master and elders are investigating the origins of those demonic cultivators. Because this mission is related to demonic cultivators, the sect master is paying special attention to it. But I heard this mission is extremely dangerous and requires multiple disciples to execute simultaneously. Many fellow sect members died in yesterday's demonic cultivator incident, so few are willing to take this mission. Since it's so dangerous, why are you dragging me in? I'm just at the qi refining stage, aren't you trying to send me to my death? Zhang Chen smiled coldly, making Ji Lingfeng feel a chill run down his spine. Senior brother Zhang, how can you think so poorly of a junior brother? At the very least we entered from the outer sect together. How could I harm you? Those who know me know I'm the most loyal person. Ji Lingfeng, fearing Zhang Chen would refuse to go, quickly explained. Although this mission is perilous, opportunity and danger go hand in hand. Moreover, I know you possess a spiritual treasure, so your strength must rival that of a foundation establishment cultivator. If you and I join forces along with the help of other senior brothers from the sect, we might truly have a chance to complete that mission. As long as we perform excellently in the mission, we might catch the sect master's attention, be accepted into his sect, perhaps even become his direct disciple, eventually becoming an elder and inheriting the position of sect master, reaching the pinnacle of life. Senior brother Zhang. Ji Lingfeng's rambling pitch nearly left Zhang Chen speechless. This guy almost wrote his ulterior motives right on his face. Why hadn't he noticed this blonde guy could talk so much before? Well, senior brother Zhang, are you really not going to consider it? Ji Lingfeng, whose mouth was nearly dry from talking, saw that Zhang Chen still hadn't spoken and truly feared he would decline. If Zhang Chen refused to execute the mission with him, it would be difficult for him to make a move against Zhang Chen within Ziyun sect. Just as Ji Lingfeng was about to give up, Zhang Chen finally nodded. I'll go with you. I knew senior brother Zhang was no ordinary man, a dragon that could never remain in shallow waters. Seeing Zhang Chen finally agree, Ji Lingfeng breathed a sigh of relief and praised him. To him it did not matter whether the mission was dangerous or whether it could be completed, as long as he had the opportunity to make a move against Zhang Chen, that was all that mattered. Such a gifted individual could rightfully be called a heaven's favorite. If he could defeat Zhang Chen, it would certainly help him advance in his demonic cultivation, perhaps even yielding greater benefits than his duel with Lu Rian yesterday. Once Zhang Chen's value was fully exploited, it would be time to leave this small sect. There were no righteous geniuses left at Ziyun sect worth his attention, so he needed to find another sect to continue cultivating in secret. Qingyun sect would be an excellent choice, brimming with talented cultivators. After all, his exploitation of Lu Rian's value had only just begun. Ji Lingfeng prided himself on consistency. Junior brother Ji, what are you pondering? Lead the way. Zhang Chen interrupted Ji Lingfeng's wandering thoughts, asking him to guide the path. Though aware the man harbored ill intentions, Zhang Chen remained unfazed. This mission aligned perfectly with what the system demanded. As for the dangers Ji Lingfeng had emphasized, they meant nothing to Zhang Chen at his nascent soul cultivation level. For Zhang Chen, the true peril lay elsewhere. If he hesitated, he risked losing his place on the mission entirely. So he urged Ji Lingfeng to lead the way, and soon they arrived at the mission hall. Stepping inside, rows of luminous mission scrolls floated before his eyes, their glow illuminating the grand chamber. Cultivators moved through the hall, studying the mission details etched onto the floating scrolls. Herb gathering mission: an elder has discovered a spirit beast cave and requires several swift disciples to serve as bait while he collects medicinal herbs within. Completion rewards 300 contribution points. Mystery mission: I have recently experienced chi deviation during cultivation and desperately need preserved image stones from the sect's holy maiden. If anyone possesses such resources, please reach out privately. Completion rewards 150 contribution points. Treasure recovery mission: I misplaced a piece of inner armor recently and seek a senior brother with well-defined abdominal muscles to help retrieve it. Should you succeed, I shall reward you generously. Completion requires payment of 100 contribution points. What in the world is this? Zhang Chen examined the mismatched collection of strange tasks and found himself at a loss for words. Could these truly be missions sanctioned by a righteous sect? Certain peculiar elements seemed to have infiltrated the roster. Zhang Chen observed a crowd of male disciples gathered around the scroll for the mission to assist a female cultivator in recovering her inner armor, their hushed conversations and lewd grins revealing their intentions. Zhang Chen failed to comprehend why completing a mission would require paying 100 contribution points to another person. Ji Lingfeng shared his confusion but secretly memorized the chamber designation, resolving to inquire with the female disciple at a later time. Zhang Chen now understood why the yellow-haired boy had claimed that securing an outstanding mission proved so difficult. Some tasks were utterly incomprehensible even to read. It seemed Ji Lingfeng hadn't deceived him entirely. Senior brother Zhang, this way please. Ji Lingfeng led Zhang Chen through the throng to the hall's center. The missions here appeared considerably more ordinary. Soon the two halted before a scroll drawing few onlookers. Senior brother Zhang, this is the one. Investigation mission: a series of murders has struck a village within the sect's jurisdiction, claiming numerous mortal and loose cultivator lives. All victims were drained of their vital essence, pointing to demonic cultivator involvement. 5 disciples are required for the investigation. Warning: this mission carries high danger level. Several Foundation establishment cohorts from our sect have already perished. Accept at your own discretion. Contribution points awarded upon completion will be personally assessed and distributed by the sect master. Current mission participants 0. No wonder no one dares accept this mission. Disciples have already fallen. Zhang Chen narrowed his eyes at the mission details. The sect master's personal oversight of the contribution rewards indicated how seriously Zi Yun's sect viewed this threat. Perfect. This was precisely the mission he sought. Senior brother Zhang, there are still openings. Let us register immediately. Seeing no sign of hesitation, Ji Lingfeng eagerly guided Zhang Chen toward registration, anxious not to lose his chance. Zhang Chen nodded and followed Ji Lingfeng to the registration desk. Are you certain about accepting this demonic cultivator investigation? Both of you are merely chi condensation stage. The hall's deacon regarded the 2 ninth-layer cultivators with disbelief, wondering if they had lost their minds. He knew several outer sect disciples at the chi condensation stage had been unusually promoted to the inner sect the day before. These 2 were clearly greenhorn novices who had never undertaken missions before and utterly underestimated the perils involved. Have you not noticed that multiple Foundation establishment disciples have already perished? Are you truly certain you wish to proceed? Motivated by genuine concern for his fellow sect members, the deacon attempted to dissuade the 2 young cultivators from certain death. Even mid-stage Foundation establishment disciples have fallen. I urge you to think carefully and not recklessly sacrifice your lives simply because you believe the sect master's attention awaits you. Thank you for the warning, senior brother. We accept the mission. Ji Lingfeng glanced at Zhang Chen for confirmation. Very well. I have warned you. If you insist on throwing your lives away, do not hold me responsible. Bound by duty, the deacon could not refuse their choice and recorded their names upon the mission scroll. This mission is extraordinarily perilous. Beyond the 2 of you, we must gather 3 additional disciples before departure. Once all 5 are assembled, I will send word. After the deacon's final instructions, Zhang Chen departed without lingering, returning to his cave dwelling to await the mission's commencement. Hardly had Zhang Chen left when several others approached the mission scroll. Upon seeing Zhang Chen's name recorded, they froze in shock. Senior brother Liang, look. Someone actually accepted this demonic cultivator investigation. Zhang Chen, isn't that the outer sect disciple who just entered the inner sect yesterday? What the hell? He's merely at the chi condensation stage. How does he dare take on this mission? Isn't this tantamount to suicide? Could he truly believe possessing a spiritual treasure makes him invincible? As expected, the outer sect disciples lack experience. And Ji Lingfeng, if I recall correctly, is also only at the chi condensation stage. Are 2 such low-level cultivators really rushing headlong toward their deaths? Even our senior brother Liang hesitated before accepting this mission, yet Zhang Chen recklessly took it upon himself. How convenient. We needn't lift a finger after all. He's delivered himself to his own demise. Liang Yun's subordinates were well aware of the grudge between their leader and Zhang Chen. Gazing at the two names inscribed on the scroll, they sneered with disdain. This was a mission beyond even the sect's top inner disciple Liang Yun had dared accept. These two foolhardy cultivators had taken it on, and were as good as dead. Yet Liang Yun remained silent, his gaze fixed unmovingly upon the names on the scroll. His expression darkened with malice, and a chilling smile eventually spread across his face. Zhang Chen, you're in such a hurry to die. I've been searching for an opportunity to make my move and claim that spiritual treasure, and now you've delivered yourself right into my hands. Then we'll accept this mission too. Brother Zhang Chen, I heard you entered the inner sect. That's wonderful. In Zhang Chen's cave-dwelling Su Xian, that little girl had come to help him clean again. Upon hearing that Zhang Chen had entered the inner sect, she immediately rushed to his cave, still as diligent as ever. After all, you're a holy maiden now, coming every day to clean the cave of a mere inner disciple. If others see this, it won't reflect well on you. Zhang Chen, still waiting for news from the mission hall, watched Su Xian in her gorgeous long dress meticulously cleaning, and couldn't help but find it both amusing and exasperating. He hadn't expected that this girl within just a few days had already broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Truly worthy of being the child of heaven's Tao, her talent was indeed terrifying. However, she was still as gluttonous as ever. The puddings he had newly made had been devoured by this little girl. This was also why he didn't want Su Xian to come every day. She ate too much. I don't want to be a holy maiden. Su Xian seemed to dislike this distant title and continued cleaning with her head down. Grandmaster has been injured, and I finally got the chance to come out. Of course I want to do more for you, brother. Oh, injured. Do you know what cultivation level your grandmaster is at? Hearing Su Xian's words, Zhang Chen suddenly thought of something and asked her. Grandmaster said he's at the peak of nascent soul, only one step away from spirit transformation. Su Xian didn't hide anything from Zhang Chen. But Grandmaster also said his lifespan is limited, and he might never have the chance to reach spirit transformation. A trace of disappointment flashed in Su Xian's eyes because her Grandmaster had been very kind to her. Peak nascent soul, limited lifespan, and coincidentally injured. Zhang Chen's eyes flickered slightly as if he had figured something out, and then he used his divine sense to examine the girl's body. Suddenly Zhang Chen frowned. Indeed, some secret technique has been planted on her. Zhang Chen discovered that an unknown secret technique had been infused into Su Xian's body, emitting a familiar aura of the evil path. If he hadn't observed carefully, he really wouldn't have easily detected it. It seems the Ziyun sect has quite a mixed composition of members. Righteous, demonic, and evil paths are all gathered. A gathering of talents. Well, considering how diligently you've helped me clean my cave, this young demon lord will lend you a hand. Take care of yourself in the future. Zhang Chen let out a soft sigh, then lightly raised his hand towards Su Xian, who had already started eating. Silently, he erased the secret technique on her, and then infused a wisp of black-red demonic energy. The little girl, engrossed in eating pudding, was completely unaware of the changes in her body. Meanwhile, at the Ziyun sect's main meeting hall. Sect Master, do you really intend to send several disciples to investigate the evil cultivator incident? Several Foundation establishment disciples have already died. I suspect the evil cultivator in that village is at the Golden Core, or even nascent soul stage. I'm afraid. The white-haired great elder bowed his head and asked Ji Changfeng, who was seated upright. He found it hard to understand why Ji Changfeng would assign such a dangerous task to a few inner disciples. Such high-risk missions were usually undertaken by elders. Sending disciples who were only at the Foundation establishment stage was basically sending them to their deaths. Great elder. I understand your concerns, but this evil cultivator can only be investigated by disciples. If you elders, or I were to act, those evil cultivators would surely become cautious and dare not show themselves. Ji Changfeng slowly rose, clasped his hands behind his back, and let out a long sigh. Recently, incidents involving evil cultivators have become more frequent, and more disciples who went out to perform missions have mysteriously disappeared. I suspect there is a hidden force of evil cultivators targeting our Ziyun sect. I know this mission is extremely perilous, but we need a few disciples who are willing to sacrifice for the sect. But Sect Master, this is too dangerous. I'm afraid a tragedy like Su Yulong's might repeat itself. For the sake of the sect, sacrifices are inevitable. If we don't send someone to uncover the origins of these evil cultivators, even more disciples will die. Hearing the elder mention Su Yulong, the once-in-a-century genius of the Ziyun sect, Ji Changfeng showed a look of regret. If Su Yulong hadn't been killed, he would already be his direct disciple. Let's see if any talented disciples take on this investigation mission. If one performs outstandingly and demonstrates the courage to sacrifice for the sect, I might consider accepting them as a disciple. Thinking this, Ji Changfeng asked the elder, Great Elder, have any disciples accepted the mission yet? Yes, Sect Master. The top inner disciple Liang Yun and several Foundation establishment disciples have accepted it. But to my surprise, 2 disciples at the Qi refining stage also took it. Oh, Qi refining stage. Ji Changfeng was also surprised. Yes, those 2 are the disciples who were exceptionally admitted to the inner sect a few days ago. One of them is Zhang Chen, who obtained a spirit treasure in the secret realm. It's a pity he's a bit too reckless. The great elder shook his head. A Qi refining disciple going there likely wouldn't return. Zhang Chen, that young fellow seemingly with a mixed spiritual root. He does surprise me. Ji Changfeng became interested. He had some impression of this disciple who had managed to seize a spirit treasure in the secret realm. I hope he can come back alive. Ji Changfeng had gained some appreciation for Zhang Chen, but he clearly didn't hold much hope for someone at the Qi refining stage. Over the next few days, Zhang Chen didn't go out, instead cultivating at his cave while waiting for news from the mission hall. Finally, the news arrived. A white spirit pigeon carried a note from the mission hall steward and landed at Zhang Chen's cave entrance, informing him to gather at the mission hall tomorrow morning for departure. Finally, enough people have gathered. Zhang Chen didn't know who the other three were, but for him, having teammates or not made no difference. Early the next morning, Zhang Chen headed to the mission hall. By then, the other three had already arrived in front of the hall. Cousin, do I really have to go with you on this mission to investigate evil cultivators? I heard several fellow disciples have already died on this mission. Liang, who looked at his cousin Liang Yun with some trepidation. Last time he was almost torn apart by a fire scale bear. If not for the pills Liang Yun had given him, he would have been crippled. Now that he had just recovered, he was dragged into such a dangerous mission by his cousin, and he didn't want to go. I'm still recovering from my injuries. Cousin, why don't you pick someone else? Who, you coward? With me around, what are you afraid of? Liang Yun looked at Liang, who with a look of disappointment, and then at the young man beside them, who was at the mid-foundation establishment stage. You and Eli are the ones I trust most. Having you both with me puts me at ease. And this time we're not just completing the mission. There's also an important objective. Liang Yun's scholarly face suddenly turned cold. We'll eliminate Zhang Chen and take his spirit treasure. The last secret realm trial had already cost Liang Yun the opportunity to return to the Qingyun sect with Lu Rian. He absolutely had to obtain the spirit treasure on Zhang Chen. A mere ant at the Qi refining stage was unworthy of that spirit treasure. Only he, the top inner disciple, deserved it. As long as he killed Zhang Chen and obtained the treasure, he might even gain the sect master's favor and become his disciple. Liang Yun believed that with his talent, he could make a name for himself among the younger generation in the southern domain, and then even Lu Rian wouldn't dare treat him coldly anymore. At the thought of how warmly Lu Rian treated Zhang Chen, who was only at the Qi refining stage, Liang Yun's murderous intent toward Zhang Chen was rekindled. That damn Zhang Chen, I'll skin him alive. Hearing Zhang Chen's name, Liang, who had been somewhat afraid of the mission, suddenly became filled with hatred. If not for that Zhang Chen, he wouldn't have suffered such severe injuries before nearly losing his life. He had also missed the nascent soul secret realm and lost a great opportunity. I didn't expect him to dare take on this mission. Does he really think that with a spirit treasure, he's invincible? He even hopes to gain the sect master's attention. He clearly doesn't know how to spell death. Liang, who sneered contemptuously. Cousin, remember to leave him for me in the end, or my inner demon will never be resolved. A Qi refining stage cultivator, even with a spirit treasure, would at most reach foundation establishment. In front of cultivators like them who had long broken through to the foundation establishment stage, he would have no power to fight back. Liang Yun nodded. Remember to be smart when we strike. Make it look like he died while carrying out the mission. All three knew the sect master was paying close attention to this mission. Perhaps with a good performance, they could become his disciple, and they didn't want the sect master to discover that they had harmed a fellow disciple. I bet that guy never would have imagined that the teammates he'd been waiting for would be us three. I can already imagine the expression on that Qi refining 8th layer fellow's face when he sees us. Haha. Look, senior brother Liang, he's coming. While the three were conspiring, a figure slowly approached, his Ziyun sect robes fluttering in the wind. Zhang Chen, he's finally here. I can't wait to see the despair on his face when he sees us. What? That's impossible. How did he reach the 9th stage of Qi refining? Just a few days ago, wasn't he only at the 8th stage? He was merely a 5 spiritual root waste, yet he broke through so quickly. Even single spiritual root prodigies can't match this cultivation speed. Standing before the mission hall, the four encountered each other. Zhang Chen displayed no shock, while Liang Yun and his companions were astonished by Zhang Chen's rapid advancement in cultivation. He absolutely cannot survive this day. Liang Yun's surprise transformed into a covetous greed. There must be an extraordinary fortune hidden upon this Zhang Chen, a fortune even greater than that spirit treasure. Otherwise, how could a 5 spiritual root cultivator possess such terrifying cultivation speed? If he could obtain Zhang Chen's fortune, even with merely a dual spiritual root, Liang Yun would absolutely ascend to become a top prodigy of the southern domain. Even Lu Rian would pale in comparison. When Zhang Chen spotted the others at the mission gathering point, he felt slightly taken aback. What a coincidence that these idiots are my teammates. You truly are persistent. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Zhang Chen naturally understood that Liang Yun and his crew harbored ill intentions, but he paid these foundation establishment clowns no mind. They could not possibly obstruct his mission. Zhang Chen then ignored the group, entirely too lazy to converse with them, as he walked to the side to await departure. Zhang Chen, upon seeing your senior brothers, you still don't know to pay respects. Do you think entering the inner sect grants you the right to be arrogant? Liang Hu and Li, seeing that Zhang Chen not only showed no surprise, but appeared completely indifferent, grew even more furious. The two were about to attack, but Liang Yun stopped them. This was not yet the time to act. Let Zhang Chen enjoy his arrogance for now. Idiot. Zhang Chen simply ignored them. At that moment, the final member of the party arrived with Ji Lingfeng sporting a head of yellow hair and an exceptionally bright smile. Without paying much attention to the other three, he familiarly went to Zhang Chen's side, to wait seemingly inseparable. Those who didn't know better might think these two were sworn brothers. With the party assembled, the five departed the sect and headed toward the village to be investigated. Senior Zhang, it seems they harbor ill intentions toward you. Throughout the journey, Ji Lingfeng stayed by Zhang Chen's side, warning him with great concern. If they decide to make a move at that village, we should split up from them. That way we can at least watch each other's backs. Zhang Chen, as if you wouldn't try to harm me either. Zhang Chen remained silent, simply continuing on his way. Before half a day had passed, the five arrived at the village where the evil cultivators had appeared. The village was of moderate size with only a few hundred households. It was precisely midday, yet for some reason an inexplicable chill permeated the entire settlement. Every household had their doors tightly shut, and not a single soul could be seen on the village roads. No sign of the supposed evil cultivators either. It seems these villagers must have been terrified by the blood-draining evil cultivator. No one dares venture outside. Among the five walking through the village, Liang Yun, as the top inner sect disciple, automatically appointed himself the leader of their party. Mortals are indeed pathetic. Merely one evil cultivator reduced them to this state. Liang Hu and Li sneered with the haughty attitude of cultivators. Brother, we've circled around several times and sensed no evil cultivator presence. Could the cultivator have learned that our Purple Cloud sect was coming and gone into hiding? After circling a few rounds without detecting any evil cultivator presence, Liang, whose initial fear gradually gave way to boldness. Truly worthy of being an inner sect elite selected for testing disciples' courage and mentality. Zhang Chen, however, remained silent to the side. Through his divine sense, he had scanned the entire village and immediately detected something amiss. All the villagers hidden within those houses had utterly anomalous auras, nothing like what ordinary mortals should possess. But Zhang Chen did not make a move. Though he could effortlessly turn the entire village and the demonic cultivators lurking within into ashes with a wave of his hand. The mission's objective was to investigate the origins of those cultivators, not merely to eliminate them. Thus Zhang Chen decided to continue observing for now. We must not be careless. We've already lost disciples to their hands. Let's first find those villagers to inquire about the situation. There are many villagers here. We should split up to gather as much information as possible. After Liang Yun finished speaking, he turned to Zhang Chen and the nearby Ji Lingfeng, offering an ill-intentioned smile. Junior brother Zhang, junior brother Ji, the evil path is treacherous. You two are only at the chi refining stage. To ensure your safety, you should not act alone. Ili, you accompany junior brother Ji and must protect junior brother Ji with your life. Liang Yun gave Ili a meaningful look, and Ili immediately understood. Understood, senior brother Liang. Liang Yun was telling him to eliminate this Ji Lingfeng. They couldn't let any disciple outside their three discover what they'd done to Zhang Chen. As for junior brother Zhang Chen, he'll come with Liang Hu and me. Liang Yun gazed at Zhang Chen, his tone icy. Though we may have had some misunderstandings before, after all we share the same sect. We will most certainly protect you well, junior brother Zhang. Sure. Naturally, Zhang Chen understood exactly what Liang Yun was scheming, but he merely smiled and did not refuse. Senior Zhang, that's unacceptable. Ji Lingfeng, however, disagreed with this arrangement. With such an assignment, how would he get the chance to deal with Zhang Chen alone? If Zhang Chen was secretly killed by these two, how would his demonic art of impersonation progress? Senior brother Liang, I would feel safer staying with senior Zhang. Come along, junior brother Ji. Stop wasting words. Before Ji Lingfeng could finish, Ili grabbed him and pulled him away. He wanted to resolve this quickly and reunite with Liang Yun. With someone at the chi refining stage, they just needed to find a secluded spot, eliminate them effortlessly, and stage it to look like the cultivator's work. Senior Zhang, be careful. Ji Lingfeng was extremely worried about Zhang Chen's safety, but with others present, he could only follow Ili for now. Resolve this, Ili first, then figure out a way back. Ji Lingfeng could only watch helplessly as Zhang Chen walked away with the Liang brothers. The Liang brothers did not immediately strike at Zhang Chen. In their view, Zhang Chen at the chi refining stage was already as good as dead. But they needed to find an opportunity to make it appear that the cultivator had attacked Zhang Chen to avoid sect suspicions. After all, even the sect master was paying attention to this mission. The three arrived at a household. Liang Hu knocked on the door, intending to inquire about the situation first. Old man, open up. But after Liang Hu knocked for a long while with no response, just as he was about to kick the door down, it finally opened. An elderly man with silver-white hair stepped out. May I ask what brings the three of you here? The old man's face wore an amiable smile, but his complexion was unnaturally, even eerily pale. Old man, why did it take so long to open the door? Liang Hu, who was only at the foundation establishment stage, did not notice anything unusual about the old man, but he was clearly annoyed by the old man's tardiness. We are disciples of the Ziyun sect here to investigate the heretical cultivators. Tell us what you know. So you are 3 celestial masters. Forgive me for not welcoming you properly. This old man was negligent earlier. Hearing their titles and seeing their robes, the white-haired old man quickly bowed respectfully and invited them inside. However, regarding the matter of heretical cultivators you mentioned, this old man truly has not heard of it. You haven't heard? Impossible. So many cultivators have been drained of their blood essence in this village. How can you not know about such a big affair? Liang Yun was very surprised by the old man's answer and even suspected he was lying. Old man, do you know the consequences of deceiving a cultivator? Celestial Master, I dare not deceive you. Seeing Liang Yun's gaze, the old man was terrified and knelt down. I truly have not heard of any heretical cultivators, nor do I know of any masters being harmed. Not only I, but no one in the entire village has heard of it. If you don't believe me, you can ask other households. The old man trembled in fear of Liang Yun, afraid that angering the Celestial Master would cost him his head. He doesn't seem to be pretending. It appears this mortal truly knows nothing. Seeing the old man nearly wet himself in fear, Liang Yun was certain he was not lying. Have you seen any other cultivators wearing the same robes as ours? Liang Yun asked again. Apart from you 3, I have not seen any other celestial masters, the old man answered truthfully. Not seen any. That's strange. Could we have come to the wrong place? Liang Yun and Liang, who couldn't help but wonder if the sect's intelligence was flawed, and decided to first ask a few more households. Zhang Chen remained quiet, not speaking, only noticing as they left that the old man stood up stiffly, his pale face expressionless, as if he were a machine. Zhang Chen knew these things posed no threat to him, so he paid little attention. His true target was the mastermind behind it all. Next, Liang Yun and Liang, who knocked on several more doors, but every person's expression and answer were identical. They all claimed to have heard nothing of heretical cultivators, nor had they seen any Ziyun sect disciples who had come to investigate. Strange. Could we really have come to the wrong place? But we followed the sect's directions. Is the sect's information wrong? Liang Yun and Liang, who were certain these people were not lying, and their suspicion grew stronger. The sect's information must be wrong. The heretical cultivator they were to investigate was not here, but then their faces darkened. If the heretical cultivator was not here, they would have to return to the sect to confirm the situation. But if they returned, they would lose their chance to act against Zhang Chen. Now only the 2 of them and Zhang Chen were here. Taking action during this mission was the best opportunity. If Zhang Chen returned to the sect, the next chance would be unknown. Moreover, Zhang Chen's cultivation speed was so fast that it might become difficult to kill him next time. We must act in this village, even if we cannot make it look like a heretical cultivator's doing. Knowing how rare the opportunity was, they both shot a cold glance at Zhang Chen, their eyes filled with resolute killing intent. But Zhang Chen remained calm, constantly observing something, ignoring the 2 approaching him. Just as they were about to strike, a child's voice interrupted them. Big brothers, are you looking for the heretical cultivators? A little boy with somewhat dirty clothes appeared from nowhere, causing the 2 about to act to stop. Huh? Whose child is this? They did not want to attack Zhang Chen in front of a mortal, and the boy's words caught their attention. Little brother, do you know about the heretical cultivators? Zhang Chen noticed that although the boy's face was dirty, his expression was normal and his eyes clear. He was likely the only living person in the village. Yes, I have seen them, but I'm not sure if they are the heretical cultivators you speak of. The boy was no more than 10 years old, his voice very timid. Kid, speak. Where are the heretical cultivators? Take us there. Liang, who was not polite to a mortal child, directly pulling the boy over to interrogate him, eager to know where the heretical cultivators were. If the boy was telling the truth, and there really were heretical cultivators, they would have no worries about attacking Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen's death could be blamed on the heretical cultivators. See, Celestial Master, don't hit me. I can take you there. But those people are not here now. They come at night. The boy was clearly frightened by Liang, who his voice stuttering. They come at night. Yes, lately a troupe of performers comes to the village every night. What's so special about performers, eh? The performers sing very well. Every night they come, all the villagers gather at the village entrance to listen. It's very lively, like New Year's. I was raised by the villagers. I haven't seen such liveliness in a long time, so I became curious about the performers. After they finished and left, I often secretly followed them. Until yesterday, I saw something terrifying. I saw them drain several people dry like paper skins. They eat people. Recalling the horrific scene from last night, the boy's lips trembled. He was clearly terrified. Such methods are undoubtedly those of heretical cultivators. It seems we haven't come to the wrong place. That troupe of performers are the heretical cultivators. Liang Yun and Liang, who confirmed the boy's statement. But why would these heretical cultivators come to this village to perform? And they don't seem to harm the mortals here. Is it some kind of peculiarity? They didn't dwell on it. As long as there were heretical cultivators, it was fine. Kid, how many of them are there? Usually 5 or 6. 5 or 6, that's manageable. Tonight we can enjoy a good show. The 2 brothers exchanged glances, revealing meaningful smiles. By now dusk was approaching. Learning from the boy that the performers should be arriving soon, they had him lead them to the village entrance to hide in the shadows and conceal their auras in advance. But Zhang Chen was not in a hurry. He stared at the boy for a long moment before slowly speaking. Little brother, haven't you noticed that your villagers have changed? Hearing Zhang Chen's words, the boy was visibly stunned. But then his dirty face suddenly turned serious and he asserted firmly. No, they haven't changed. The villagers haven't changed. The village hasn't changed. This place has never changed. As night fell, a troop of performers soon pushed their belongings to the village entrance and began setting up the stage. Liang Yun and his brother concealed their cultivation in the shadows, while Zhang Chen watched the troop from a distance. Just as the little boy had said, the troop consisted of only 6 people who were now busily preparing the stage. Their expressions under the candlelight were unusually stiff and unnatural, their faces as sickly pale. Cousin, why don't I sense any cultivator aura from these performers? Could that little brat have deceived us? Sensing nothing unusual from these people, Liang, who was puzzled and suspected the little boy had tricked them. Evil cultivators are always secretive and despicable in their ways. It's normal for them to have techniques to conceal their aura. Look at their movements. They're not natural. There must be something wrong. Let's observe first. Liang Yun, more experienced than his cousin, replied. Strange, why hasn't Eli returned yet? How long does it take to deal with a chi refining disciple? Seeing their companion still absent, the two were puzzled, but not overly worried, since Ji Lingfeng was merely at the chi refining stage and unlikely to cause any trouble. Now they only needed to confirm the cultivation and identity of these performers, then kill Zhang Chen in the chaos during the attack. As they communicated, the stage was already set up. With a loud clang of the gong, the villagers knew the evening performance was about to begin and came out of their homes to gather at the village entrance to listen to the opera. Xiaohei, why are you so early today? Have you eaten? Some elderly villagers, seeing the little boy already waiting at the village entrance, asked with concern. I've eaten, Grandpa Zhang. I had dinner at Uncle Li's place. That's good, Xiaohei. Remember to always eat your fill. If you're hungry, go to Annie's house. I know, Annie. After exchanging pleasantries with the village elders, Xiaohei went off to find his playmates as usual, as if nothing had happened. Xiaohei, let me tell you, today Goa and I caught a big fish in the creek by the village. Too bad you weren't there. Let's go together tomorrow. The arrival of the opera troupe brought the village to life. Men, women, old and young gathered together, chatting and laughing, completely shedding the lifelessness of the daytime. Zhang Chen watched this lively scene, yet felt an inexplicable unease. Everyone's movements, words, and smiles were so stiff, as if they had been orchestrated. What a fine show. Watching the performance about to begin, a faint smile curled at the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth. All the villagers had gathered. With the opening cue, gongs and drums began to sound on the stage, and the actors started to sing in a melodramatic style. Zhang Chen knew nothing about opera, but he found their singing unusually grating and discordant. Simply put, it was terrible. Yet the crowd of over 100 people below were all thoroughly enjoying it. The adults occasionally clapped along or whispered to each other while the children chased and played beneath the stage. Most of them didn't understand the opera, they just found the crowd fun. In the darkness, the entire village entrance seemed exceptionally lively under the dim yellow lights. Cousin, I can't stand it anymore. What are they singing? It's so awful. Liang, who felt the same annoyance. Their singing grated on his nerves as if it were meant for the dead. If not for Liang Yun's presence, he would have charged up and killed those evil cultivators performing. If you can't sing, don't torment people. It's unbearable. How much longer will they go on? Liang Yun too wore a grim expression at the awful noise. Always the refined gentleman in the sect, he considered himself somewhat knowledgeable about opera, but even he couldn't compliment what these people were performing. It was hard to imagine this was a mortal opera troupe. Though they had all the necessary roles, their singing was far from standard. Why were the villagers still so absorbed? They clearly can't sing opera. They're definitely evil cultivators. The villagers below must be under some secret spell to be so engrossed. The auditory torture continued, and soon even Liang Yun could barely stand it. A typical opera performance would last at least 2 hours. Liang Yun had originally planned to wait until the performance ended and the troupe left the village before attacking to avoid harming the mortals. But the thought of enduring another 2 hours of this noise made him waver. Forget it, I can't wait any longer. Let's strike now, or at the very least capture one and force out their origins. As for the villagers, forget about them. If they get caught in the crossfire, it's their fate. Finally, Liang Yun decided to act. We don't know their strength yet. If things go wrong, we retreat immediately. After warning Liang, who beside him, Liang Yun spoke to Zhang Chen with a meaningful tone. Junior brother Zhang, you must stay behind us. These evil cultivators are treacherous. As your senior brother, regardless of any past grievances, we will protect you. Seeing Liang Yun's magnanimous demeanor, Zhang Chen didn't expose their true intentions and merely nodded slightly. He knew that the performers on stage were not actually evil cultivators, they were the same kind of beings as the villagers. By now, Zhang Chen had more or less figured out the strange situation in this village. However, in order to complete the investigation mission as thoroughly as possible, letting these two test the waters wouldn't be a bad idea. Let's go now. Liang Yun and Liang, who simultaneously drew their weapons from their storage rings, their spiritual energy exploding outward as 2 beams of divine power shot toward the stage. You evil cultivators, surrender at once. The two figures shot toward the stage with terrifying speed and pressure, leaving the mortals stunned. The lively scene instantly fell silent. Everyone stared at the two figures flying through the air. Before anyone could see clearly, a deafening crash sounded. The stage collapsed, and the singing abruptly ceased. The 6 performers, not even letting out a scream, were blasted into fragments by the 2 Foundation establishment cultivators' divine powers, offering no resistance. Their remains were buried under the rubble. What's going on? They were mortals, not evil cultivators. The Liang brothers were stunned. They had expected the 6 to fight back, but instead they had been reduced to smithereens. They were not evil cultivators. They were mortals. The 2 panicked, knowing that righteous cultivators were forbidden from harming mortals without cause lest they face sect punishment. Immortal masters have killed people. The crowd below erupted into chaos. The earlier liveliness was replaced by terrified screams. Did that little brat deceive us? There are no evil cultivators. Where's Zhang Chen? Why didn't he follow us? Coming to their senses, the 2 looked toward the audience area. They saw the little boy standing there staring blankly at the fleeing crowd, motionless, as if frightened out of his wits. Beside him stood Zhang Chen, Liang Yun, and Liang, who struck down the troop. The village entrance had already descended into chaos as villagers fled in all directions. These 2 immortals had killed the troop for no reason, and they might well turn their hands against these mortals next. Cousin, what do we do? There's no demonic cultivator here. That brat deceived us. Liang, who flustered by the turmoil, knew that if the sect discovered they had laid hands on ordinary mortals, punishment would be unavoidable. That brat probably didn't lie to us. He was just terrified and saw things. Liang Yun glanced at the panicked little boy below. But then a cruel glint flashed in Liang Yun's eyes as he shifted his gaze to Zhang Chen beside the boy. Now we have to treat it as if a demonic cultivator is here. Cousin, what do you mean? Are you suggesting? Liang, who instantly grasped Liang Yun's intention, slowly turning to look at Zhang Chen. Without a demonic cultivator in the village, they couldn't kill Zhang Chen and frame the demonic cultivator. But if they pretended one had been here, the problem would be solved. Liang, who understood that his cousin had decided to make a move against Zhang Chen. But what about these mortals? Liang, who knew that if they killed Zhang Chen here, these mortals would witness it. Once the sect interrogated them, their deeds would be exposed. Liang Yun gazed at the innocent commoners below, his eyes turning cold. Kill them all. Liang, who froze, unable to believe his cousin had spoken such words. Slaughter all the villagers, extract their blood and chi to mimic a demonic cultivator's handiwork. I'll go kill Zhang Chen. Having made up his mind, Liang Yun commanded Liang Hu. Killing Zhang Chen would grant him the spiritual treasure and fortune. Compared to that, what were the lives of these mortal ants? As long as they did it cleanly, the sect wouldn't find out. Even if they did, the fortune would already be in his hands, and the sect would do nothing to him. As for these noisy ants, they could die. Greed fully revealed in his eyes, Liang Yun flew toward Zhang Chen and the little boy. Liang, who hesitated for a moment after hearing the order, watching the fleeing villagers with inner turmoil. But soon resolve and ruthlessness hardened his face. He dared not defy his cousin's command. If his cousin obtained Zhang Chen's fortune with his cousin's support, his own path of cultivation would be smoother. Besides, for some reason he felt that if he didn't kill all the villagers, his cousin would kill him. These villagers had to die. Compared to his own life as a cultivator, what were these ants worth? His last shred of hesitation vanished. Liang, who raised his weapon and charged at the unarmed fleeing crowd of nearly 100 villagers. The sound of fleeing was instantly replaced by anguished screams. No, Immortal, don't kill me. Please help, Immortal. We've done nothing wrong. Don't kill me. Immortal, don't kill my child, he's innocent. Go no. Run, Mom. I'm scared. Uffed. You damned bastard, you killed my mother. What kind of immortal are you? I'll fight you. Uffed. In an instant, the village entrance became a slaughterhouse. The cries of adults, the elderly, children, and women filled the air. The dim candlelight reflected Liang, whose expressionless face. With each swing of his weapon, rows of corpses fell and blood flowed like a small stream. Some tried to flee, some resisted. But their mortal counterattacks were like mayflies trying to topple a tree. Not a single man, woman, or child escaped Liang, whose grasp. Grandpa Zhang, Uncle Li, and Igoa, you. Beside Zhang Chen, the little boy stared at the horrific massacre, listening to the wails of familiar villagers, his eyes hollow and expression blank. He neither cried nor ran. He just watched blankly, as if the scenes of past despair were replaying in his mind. Zhang Chen stood beside the boy, silently watching, neither speaking nor intervening. He clearly did not take their actions seriously. Junior brother Zhang Chen, now it's your turn. Liang Yun walked slowly toward them, his face cold and twisted into a sinister smile. His purple and white robe fluttered in the blood-tainted wind behind him, the desperate cries of nearly 100 villagers. So this is the righteous path. For the sake of what I carry, you can sink this low. Zhang Chen let out a soft laugh at the murderous Liang Yun. Had just a bunch of ants with a lifespan of a few decades. They'll die anyway. What's there to regret? For a fortune, even more deaths are nothing. Liang Yun looked at Zhang Chen as if he were already dead. And who said they were killed by us? Obviously the demonic cultivator hiding in the village slaughtered them. And incidentally killed you, a mere chi condensation disciple. Rest assured after your death I'll report your merits to the sect leader. Without further ado, Liang Yun unleashed terrifying spiritual energy, his greedy eyes brimming with endless killing intent as he lunged at Zhang Chen. This strike was enough to kill an early Foundation establishment cultivator. Zhang Chen at chi condensation surely wouldn't survive. Finally Zhang Chen would die. Once he did, everything would be Liang Yun's. As for that brat, he'd kill him too. Facing Liang Yun's terrifying attack, Zhang Chen showed no sign of fighting back. Instead, he gently patted the little boy's shoulder. Little brother, still pretending. Your fellow villagers are almost all dead. Zhang Chen's voice was flat, yet it jolted the boy out of his stupor. His hollow eyes turned vicious, revealing an expression far beyond his years. He spoke coldly, his voice like a demon's. Why do you so-called righteous people have to disturb us? Everything was just like before. Everyone was still here. It was still so lively. Why did you come? Why did you disturb me and my fellow villagers? Why did you disturb our village? Everyone was living well. Why did you have to kill them? With the boy's final roar, he erupted with a pressure far more terrifying than Liang Yun's. Countless streams of blood chi enveloped him, shrouding the entire village in an endless bloody aura. You hypocrites, you deserve to die. Dozens of blood-red tentacles sprouted from the boy's body, writhing with dreadful fluctuations toward Liang Yun. What a... Liang Yun found his body locked as if by a fearsome demon, completely unable to move. Staring at the terrifying little boy, he was filled with dread. You are a demonic cultivator. Golden Core stage. You hypocrites, you all deserve to die. At this moment the sky was shrouded in a bloody hue, and before the village nearly 100 villagers lay fallen in pools of blood. Men, women, the young and the old, none spared. A young boy radiating a dense bloody light with bloodshot eyes and a twisted visage had countless scarlet tentacles sprouting from his body. He floated in midair, his golden core authority locking firmly onto Liang Yun and Liang Hu below. The two were instantly frozen in terror, their eyes once filled with murderous intent now clear and wide. This brat is the evil cultivator. They never imagined that the evil cultivator they were investigating was this unremarkable little boy, and he was at the Golden Core stage. Their hearts were now filled with boundless fear. Two Foundation establishment cultivators locked onto by a Golden Core cultivator were as good as dead. The evil cultivator's sinister blood aura made their very souls tremble. Especially Liang Hu. This evil cultivator had killed all his fellow villagers, so he would surely not be spared. His death would be gruesome. Zhang Chen, however, merely watched the boy who had revealed his true form, his face betraying no surprise. From the moment he had laid eyes on the boy, he had sensed through his divine sense that this was an evil cultivator in disguise, and only at the Golden Core stage. But he couldn't be entirely certain whether the boy had accomplices. After all, to perfectly complete this dog system's mission, it was best to wipe out the entire group of evil cultivators in one go. However, Liang Yun and Liang, who had already killed everyone in the village and no other evil cultivators had appeared, so it was likely just this one boy. So he decided to stop pretending and directly expose the evil cultivator. Now it was time to close the net, even if it was only a small fish. You sanctimonious hypocrites, calling yourselves righteous, yet for your own selfish desires you strike against defenseless mortals. You deserve death. The boy's blood-red eyes fixed intently on Liang Yun and Liang, who his voice like a demon child's pronouncing judgment upon them. Now completely terrified, the two could only tremble, their earlier ferocity gone. Run. They had only one thought now: flee. Facing a Golden Core evil cultivator, they had no courage to fight back. They now finally understood why the sect master had deemed this mission perilous. The evil cultivator's dreadful pressure was such that even the sect's elders might not be able to overcome him. Senior, that one carries great fortune, kill him first. Both fled on their flying swords, and before leaving they shamelessly pointed at Zhang Chen, directing the evil cultivator's attention. They had abandoned any thought of killing Zhang Chen to seize his fortune, only hoping he would run fast enough to buy them more time to escape. But they noticed Zhang Chen wasn't running. He stood there calmly watching them with no trace of panic on his face, almost as if he were amused. Huh, what's going on? Zhang Chen isn't running. Is he scared stiff? But they didn't dare dwell on it. They kept flying for their lives. If he died first, all the better. Do you think you can get away, eh? The evil cultivator ignored Zhang Chen, who was only at the chi refining stage, and directly raised his hand. Countless scarlet tentacles shot forth, instantly catching up to the two. Liang, who being slower, was instantly ensnared by the tentacles which pierced through his body. In a mere moment his essence was drained, the blood energy flowing through the tentacles into a vessel on the evil cultivator's chest. Liang, who didn't even have a chance to scream, his withered body was crushed to ashes by the tentacles. Liang Yun was horrified by this terrifying display. Watching the tentacles draw closer, he knew that at his speed, he would be caught and suffer the same fate as Liang Hu. In his despair, he cast his gaze upon Zhang Chen, who remained rooted to the spot. Why isn't the evil cultivator attacking Zhang Chen? Could he possess some protective spiritual treasure that keeps the evil cultivator at bay? With no way out, Liang Yun didn't hesitate. He turned and flew straight toward Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen, die. Whatever fortune you have shall be mine. Liang Yun appeared before Zhang Chen in an instant, gathering spiritual energy into his palm and striking. No qi refining cultivator could survive such a blow. If he could seize Zhang Chen's belongings, he might have a chance to live. Idiot. With just a glance from Zhang Chen, Liang Yun's spiritual energy froze, his divine sense rattled, and he was instantly suspended in midair. Why, you're not qi refining? Before his divine sense faded, Liang Yun's face was etched with deep fear and shock. This divine sense assault, like a heavenly net, was certainly not from a qi refining cultivator. But he had no chance to confirm before death. Countless blood-red tentacles enveloped him, his body rapidly withering into ashes. Within a few breaths, both Liang brothers were dead. Meanwhile, on the other side, senior brother Zhang, you must hold on. I'm coming to save you. Oh no, I'll save you, and then shatter your Dao heart. A yellow-haired Ji Lingfeng was rushing toward the village entrance, sensing the energy fluctuations emanating from there. Those two must have made a move on Zhang Chen. He had to hurry. If Zhang Chen died, his demonic cultivation act in Xian sect would have no way to advance further. That damn Ili was so hard to deceive, wasting so much of my time. After dealing with Ili, Ji Lingfeng rushed over immediately, deeply worried about Zhang Chen's safety. Wait, why do those two's auras feel so much stronger? Why has the sky turned red? About to reach the village entrance, Ji Lingfeng was a bit suspicious, but didn't slow down. Whoever it is, if they dare to lay a hand on my senior brother Zhang, I won't allow it. Only I can touch him. Let me see which blind fool dares to touch the prey of the personal disciple of the second peak master of the demon sect. Who's so bold? Ji's an evil cultivator. Golden core stage. What the heck? Time to bolt. Just arriving at the village entrance, Ji Lingfeng saw from a distance a child floating in the sky, covered in tentacles, draining Liang Yun dry in an instant. This horrifying sight left him traumatized. The last evil cultivator had drained people the same way. The enemy was at golden core. He stood no chance. If not now, then when? Zhang Chen was surely a goner. While the evil cultivator hadn't noticed him, yet Ji Lingfeng made a hasty retreat, sighing and complaining along the way, on the verge of tears. Why am I so unlucky? Every time I set my sights on prey, an evil cultivator appears, and one I can't beat. How am I supposed to cultivate in peace? The righteous path is far too dangerous. A tiny sect has nearly cost me my life twice. Master, I think I need to return to the demon sect to calm down. Meanwhile, the evil cultivator slowly descended from the sky above the village entrance. He retracted his blood-red tentacles and looked at Zhang Chen, who remained utterly calm, a hint of surprise on his twisted face. You're only a qi refining. How did you see through me? And why didn't you run? How did you discover me? The little boy's blood-red eyes fixed on Zhang Chen, a hint of surprise in his gaze. He had been draining the blood of cultivators in this village for so long, yet no cultivator had ever seen through his disguise. Even Foundation Establishment and Golden Core cultivators had failed to detect him, so how could this mere qi refining practitioner have uncovered him? And clearly he had known from the very beginning. Is it so hard to see through your disguise? Zhang Chen wasted no words, replying coldly. Speak. Who sent you here? Zhang Chen had long noticed a container on the heretic cultivator's chest specially designed to store blood essence. Clearly the blood essence he absorbed was not for his own cultivation, but for someone else. This indicated he was merely acting under orders. Killing this heretic was easy, but to complete his mission thoroughly, he needed to uncover the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. Sorry, I can't tell you. The little boy grew even more astonished that Zhang Chen could perceive the secret hidden within him, but then his expression twisted in his savagery once more. I know you're different from those people. You're not as greedy as those two, which is why I didn't strike at you first. What a pity. If you weren't a hypocrite, I might have let you leave. Blood essence swirled around the little boy as he once again soared into the air, resuming his true heretic form. Gazing at the corpses littering the village entrance, his eyes turned crimson. Why do you hypocrites have to come and disturb us? The villagers were so kind. They did nothing wrong. Why did you hypocrites slaughter them, and not just once but twice? All you sanctimonious hypocrites deserve to die. With an enraged roar from the little boy in midair, the blood-red clouds shrouding the village entrance surged wildly. Countless crimson tentacles unfurled behind him beneath a blood moon, like a peacock spreading its gory tail. The little boy fixed his stare on Zhang Chen, raised his hand lightly, and the countless tentacles coalesced into a massive blood palm, which hurtled toward Zhang Chen with terrifying blood essence. Just a pitiful creature deluding itself. Haven't you realized these people are all illusions? They died long ago. Zhang Chen waved his hand casually, dispersing the blood palm into nothingness. No, they're still alive. They've always been here. As long as I gather enough blood essence, they can come back. As the blood palm shattered, the little boy's expression hardened. He instantly understood that Zhang Chen had been concealing his cultivation level, and it was terrifyingly high. Yet, even knowing Zhang Chen's fearsome strength, the corrupted little boy remained unafraid, condensing an even larger blood palm that nearly engulfed half the village. They've always been here. They never changed. The village never changed. With enough blood essence, the old village can return. Pouring all his blood essence into the blood palm, the little boy's face turned deathly pale. He summoned every ounce of his cultivation and once again struck at Zhang Chen, the very night sky shifting in response. This desperate suicidal strike would have daunted even an early nascent soul cultivator. Facing this obstinate heretic, Zhang Chen's eyes sharpened. He charged straight into the blood palm, and countless crimson demonic energies erupted, enveloping and dissolving the palm entirely. The old village is gone forever. Take a look for yourself. Zhang Chen strode up to the little boy, now utterly defenseless, raised his hand and spread his fingers. Space itself trembled. With a sound of rending, the once brightly lit village gradually faded, leaving behind only a dark, damp expanse of ruins. The village entrance, once a river of blood and littered with corpses, had transformed into a chaotic graveyard of bones, exuding an eerie gloom beneath the murky night sky. There were no villagers, no village. It was all nothing but an illusion. No. No. The pale-faced little boy had now taken on the form of a haggard young man. Staring at the desolate ruined scene below, he shook his head frantically as the last shred of obsession in his heart shattered. A deafening buzz filled his mind, his body went limp, and he tumbled downward. Speak of your own accord. Who sent you? I have no desire to waste time on a soul search. Zhang Chen turned to the young man seated on the ground, staring blankly at the ruined stage, and spoke slowly. But the young man did not answer the demonic cultivator's question directly. Instead, he sat in silence, gazing at the stage and the countless white bones. You know, back then this place was full of people so lively. My happiest memories were watching operas here with the villagers. If it weren't for those hypocrites, this place would still be bustling right now. The young man's voice carried an extraordinary weariness. Deep down, he had always known that everything was an illusion. But he simply refused to believe it, refused to wake up, refused to let the last glimmer of hope in his heart die out. I'm not interested in your past. Keep wasting words, and I'll resort to a soul search. Zhang Chen had little patience for this heretic. Perhaps the young man did have his grievances, but that was none of his concern. There were too many sufferings in the cultivation world for him to attend to. He just needed to complete his own mission. Not even the patience to listen to someone's troubles. How heartless. No wonder you're a demonic cultivator. The young man chuckled softly. Since you know I'm a demonic cultivator, you should also know that I won't preach to you like those righteous path practitioners. Zhang Chen spoke indifferently. He had no intention of bringing this heretic back to the Ziyun sect for judgment. It would be illogical for a qi refining cultivator to capture a golden core cultivator. To complete the subsequent tasks from that damned system, he couldn't afford to reveal his true strength. That's more like a demonic cultivator, not as hypocritical as those righteous types. Though the young man was curious about why this nascent soul demonic cultivator was disguised as a qi refining righteous disciple, he didn't pry further. Slowly the young man took out a blood-red bottle from his chest. The bottle was wreathed in crimson blood essence, clearly the same container he had used to store the blood of cultivators. Looking at the dense blood essence inside, Zhang Chen knew it contained far more than just the blood of the Liang and Yun brothers. The person you're looking for, I don't know who it is either. Knowing he had no way to turn the tide, the young man spoke calmly, without hiding anything. When I first returned to my village from the sect, I witnessed the massacre carried out by those righteous cultivators. In my deepest pain and helplessness, a black-robed figure descended from the sky, gave me a cultivation manual, and promised that if I regularly provided him with sufficient blood essence, he would revive the villagers. So you don't know who sent you? Listening to the young man's account, Zhang Chen frowned and said coldly. Yes, the young man nodded. But over the years I've killed quite a few disciples of the Ziyun sect. And every time I collected those disciples' blood, the black-robed figure would always appear not long after. The Ziyun sect. The young man's deliberate hint instantly made the answer clear to Zhang Chen. The black-robed figure was likely from the Ziyun sect, and a high-ranking one at that. He deliberately issued missions for the sect's disciples to carry out, turning them into his nourishment. No wonder the Ziyun sect, founded centuries ago, had fewer than 1,000 inner disciples. They had all become blood food for their own people. Zhang Chen was not surprised by this answer, and he had already roughly guessed who the black-robed figure was. He looked at the haggard young man before him, barely 20-something, yet aged like a centenarian. Why did you choose to tell me all this? You don't actually believe that sharing this will save your life, do you? Do you really think that saying all this will save your life? Zhang Chen stared coldly at the young man before him. This evil cultivator already knew his demonic identity, and Zhang Chen had no intention of showing him mercy. Yet the young man showed no fear of death on his face. Instead, he gazed calmly at the village littered with bleached bones and let out a long sigh. Even if you don't kill me, I never plan to keep living. Oh. Seeing the evil cultivator's resolute expression, Zhang Chen sensed through his perception that the young man had already used a secret technique to end his own life, his vital energy slowly ebbing away. Though you are an evil cultivator at your core, you are still a cultivator seeking immortality. Don't you want to live? Cultivation. Immortality. The young man laughed, staggered to his feet, and looked at the village where he had grown up, a resolute gleam flashing in his eyes. If I can't even protect them, what use is becoming an immortal? With those words, the last trace of his life force vanished, transforming into a faint blood mist that returned to the soil of the village. Zhang Chen picked up the blood vial left by the young man and watched silently as the blood mist drifted away, his expression complex. Then with a casual wave of his hand, the blood mist and the scattered bones were buried together under the earth, and he erected a nameless monument. At the Ziyun sect, in the early morning meeting hall of the sect. Ji Lingfeng, what did you say? The evil cultivator in that village was at the golden core stage. All 4 other disciples are dead, and you, a mere chi refining cultivator, managed to escape. The Grand Elder stared at the disciple who was bowing to him, and Ji Chongfeng, filled with shock and fury. They had been paying close attention to this incident. After a whole day and night had passed without any news, they had already lost hope for the survival of those 5 disciples. But they never expected that early this morning a notice from the mission hall would arrive. One disciple had actually returned alive, and he was only at the chi refining stage. So they immediately summoned Ji Lingfeng to question him. After learning the results of the investigation and the tragic fate of the 4 disciples, the Grand Elder was both grieved and astonished that Ji Lingfeng had managed to survive. Even Liang Yun and Liang, who both at the Foundation establishment stage had died at the hands of that evil cultivator. How did this chi refining disciple escape? Indeed, Elder Sect Leader Ji Lingfeng also wore a look of grief and indignation. That evil cultivator appeared too suddenly, and he was actually at the golden core stage. We were completely outmatched. To protect me, 4 senior brothers fought valiantly, buying me a slim chance to live. Especially senior brother Zhang Chen. Though only at chi refining, he resolutely engaged that golden core evil cultivator in a desperate battle, but in the end, Ji Lingfeng wept and spoke with vivid emotion, full of sorrow and lament for the heroic sacrifice of his 4 senior brothers. Alas, all brave children. Hearing the tragic news again, the Grand Elder couldn't help but let out a long sigh. All along I believed that Liang Yun, the top inner disciple, was a hypocrite with a human face and a beast's heart. I never thought he would sacrifice himself to protect his fellow disciples when facing an evil cultivator. I have wronged him in the past. And that Zhang Chen, though only at the chi refining stage, possessed such great righteousness. It's a pity to lose such a promising talent. And also, as the Grand Elder lamented, each one, Ji Chongfeng, the sect leader, wore a grim expression. Though this outcome was within his expectations, he still felt regret at the loss of these disciples, especially Zhang Chen. Carrying a spiritual treasure, yet still unable to escape death. What a waste of that treasure as well. Enough, stop crying, both of you. Lingfeng, tell me, aside from knowing that the evil cultivator was at the golden core stage, did you investigate any more information about him? Ji Chafeng looked at Ji Lingfeng, asking about what concerned him most. This mission was precisely to investigate the origins of these evil cultivators. This. Caught off guard by Ji Chongfeng's question, Ji Lingfeng, still immersed in the grief of losing his fellow disciples, was also a bit dazed. How would he know where this evil cultivator came from? At the time, he was busy running for his life. Who had the leisure to investigate how that guy got there? Every extra second he stayed was an insult to his own life. But that Zhang Chen wasn't afraid of death. When he ran, that guy was still standing there foolishly, probably scared stiff. Thinking of Zhang Chen, Ji Lingfeng felt a pang of regret. Such a fine talent, a perfect prey, had died just like that. This righteous sect was too dangerous. If it weren't for one important matter he still had to handle in the Ziyun sect, he would have long since fled back to the heavenly demon sect to lie low. Sect leader. That despicable evil cultivator appeared too suddenly. We didn't have time to investigate his origins. Forgive this disciple's incompetence, which led to the needless sacrifice of 4 senior brothers. Ji Lingfeng fell into deep self-reproach, looking as if he wished he could slap himself in impotent fury. He played the role of a grieving disciple with masterful skill, and the Grand Elder and sect leader could detect no flaw whatsoever. After all, Zhang Chen and the others were dead. Dead men tell no tales. He could fabricate whatever he wanted. Lingfeng, don't blame yourself too much. It's not your fault. It's all because that evil cultivator was too treacherous. What could a mere chi refining disciple like you do? The Grand Elder patted Ji Lingfeng's shoulder gently to comfort him, then bowed solemnly to Ji Chongfeng. Sect leader, this matter is extraordinary. The appearance of a golden core evil cultivator, not to mention that nascent soul evil cultivator in the secret realm some time ago. This is no longer something that can be investigated by mere disciples. If we continue to send sect disciples to investigate, we will only needlessly sacrifice more lives. Please allow me to go and capture that evil cultivator before he can flee far. The Grand Elder spoke earnestly, determined to protect the sect's disciples. He did not want to see more of them die. Alas, enough. Grand Elder, you are right. Ji Chongfeng let out a deep sigh. This is my fault as sect leader. I should not have risked more disciples' lives to avoid alarming the enemy. Perhaps the sacrifice of the talented inner disciples had changed Ji Chongfeng's previous mindset. If he hadn't been so stubborn, those promising disciples wouldn't have died, especially Zhang Chen, who had obtained a spiritual treasure. He had just learned that when Zhang Chen first entered the sect, he was only at the 5th layer of chi refining. In a short period of time, he had broken through to the 9th layer of chi refining. Even more astonishing than Su Yulong before him. Such talent was definitely not simply due to having 5 spiritual roots. What a pity. Such a fine seedling had perished at the qi refining stage. If Zhang Chen had escaped like Ji Lingfeng, Ji Changfeng would definitely have taken Zhang Chen as his personal disciple. But it was too late to say anything now. I will personally go and capture that evil cultivator. Ji Changfeng slowly rose from his seat, his voice resounding. This tragedy was caused by my mistake. I will go myself. We no longer need to hold back. Since these evil cultivators have set their sights on our Ziyun sect, I will pursue them to the very end and annihilate them. Ji Changfeng's expression turned cold as the spiritual energy of a nascent soul powerhouse exploded with overwhelming force, causing the entire sect to tremble. Such was the pressure of the Ziyun sect's sect leader. His robe fluttered noisily as he was about to fly out of the sect on a beam of light. Suddenly a steward from the mission hall rushed in frantically, his face full of shock. Sect leader. Another disciple has returned alive. He is Zhang Chen. What? Zhang Chen. What a... Zhang Chen returned alive. Inside the sect's council hall, everyone was stunned upon hearing the steward's words. Doubting their ears, they wondered how Zhang Chen, only at the qi refining stage, survived from a golden core stage heretic. The three found it unbelievable. Zhang Chen really returned. Where is he? Ji Changfeng withdrew his aura and quickly asked the task hall steward. Amidst shock, there was also relief. That gifted little one indeed hadn't died. How wonderful. Yes, sect master, and he says he brought back information about the heretic. The steward himself found it incredible. Had he not seen the blood-chi-filled vial in Zhang Chen's hand, he would have suspected deception. What a... Splendid. Truly worthy of one who obtained a spirit treasure. You keep surprising us. I've had high hopes for this child since he joined the sect. The Grand Elder was even more excited than the sect master, unable to resist patting himself on the back while in shock. Surviving a golden core heretic was already a miracle, and now he even brought back intelligence. Such talent and mental fortitude were comparable to Lu Ruyan of Qingyun's sect, and his future achievements would be immeasurable. Extraordinary. This child has the potential for nascent soul. Our Ziyun sect has produced a prodigy. Hurry, summon him. Ji Changfeng and the Grand Elder could hardly wait to learn how Zhang Chen had accomplished this and what he had experienced. Yes. Obeying the commands, the steward dared not delay and withdrew to summon Zhang Chen. Meanwhile, Ji Lingfeng, watching the steward retreat, was even more stunned, still unable to recover. This was impossible. The elder and sect master didn't know the truth, but he had witnessed it with his own eyes. That golden core heretic was terrifying and had been about to strike Zhang Chen. How could he have survived? Something was off. Did this guy have a ring with an old master? No. If he was still alive when he reported his own cowardice in fleeing, would be exposed. Ji Lingfeng's mind was a turmoil. Though he didn't know how Zhang Chen survived, it was ultimately good for him. He could still attack Zhang Chen and advance his simulation demon art. But if Zhang Chen revealed his desertion, trouble would follow. If the sect master and elders investigated and discovered his demonic origins, even his greatest skills couldn't escape from nascent soul experts. Damn. What to do? While Ji Lingfeng was still pondering a countermeasure, Zhang Chen, clad in a Taoist robe, entered the hall. Ah, Zhang Chen, I never expected you to return alive. Truly worthy of the one I've favored. The Grand Elder, highly excited, pulled Zhang Chen in and showered him with praise. Not only exceptionally talented, but also willing to sacrifice yourself to protect your junior brother against the heretic. Such conduct befits a righteous, holy son. Huh, what nonsense. Zhang Chen, who had just entered the hall to complete his system task, was baffled by the old man's inexplicable flattery. When had he protected a junior brother and disregarded his own safety? He had no idea. Then he noticed Ji Lingfeng standing in the corner. Oh, he understood. Yo, junior brother Ji is here too. Zhang Chen smiled at the blonde demonic disciple, unsurprised. He had been the fastest to flee at the village entrance. Damned old man, you bring up the wrong topic. Ji Lingfeng darkened his face, itching to punch the garrulous elder, but he couldn't. Heh, senior brother Zhang Morning. Have you eaten? Even with his simulation demon art, Ji Lingfeng was at a loss in this awkward situation, resorting to a classic greeting. But to Ji Lingfeng's surprise, Zhang Chen didn't expose him. Zhang Chen paid no further heed to the blonde, who posed no threat. The Grand Elder, however, wondered why the two who had faced life and death together yesterday were now so distant. Zhang Chen, welcome back. You performed well. Ji Changfeng was deeply moved inside, but to maintain the sect master's dignity, he remained composed, not as exuberant as the Grand Elder. He didn't mind that Zhang Chen had forgotten to pay respects. But I'm curious how you escaped the heretic, and the steward says you brought back information about him. Everyone in the hall fixed their eyes on Zhang Chen, eager to know how a qi refining cultivator had achieved such a miracle. Oh, that. A nascent soul senior happened to pass by and casually dealt with the heretic. Zhang Chen naturally couldn't reveal his true strength. He still needed to stay in the sect for missions. He fabricated a casual excuse, speaking calmly, without a hint of embarrassment. As for the heretic's origin, the senior extracted it, and I happened to be listening. Zhang Chen produced the blood-chi-filled vial and recounted the events, plainly stunning everyone present. So that's it. I never expected a heretic to have infiltrated our Ziyun sect. Ji Changfeng's face darkened as he examined the vial, clearly enraged. The heretic they had been tirelessly investigating turned out to be one of their own. Everything made sense now. Why disciples had been repeatedly ambushed during missions all these years. There was a demonic spy within the sect. These heretics are utterly audacious. Ji Chongfeng, without doubting Zhang Chen's words, erupted in fury, unleashing his terrifying nascent soul pressure. This matter must not be leaked for now. Using a secret technique to isolate the council hall from prying spiritual senses, Ji Chongfeng suppressed his anger, knowing they couldn't act rashly. After all, a heretic who had lurked undetected in Ziyun sect for years wouldn't be easy to find. A foolproof plan was necessary. Zhang Chen, for a qi refining cultivator to bring back such crucial intelligence, and to look out for your fellow disciple in a crisis. Such talent and mental fortitude are truly rare, no less than the prodigies of great sects. Ji Chongfeng gradually calmed his aura, his eyes filled with admiration as he looked at Zhang Chen in the hall. Ding! Congratulations to the host for perfectly completing a sect mission, earning the appreciation of the Ziyun sect master. He is now eager to take you as his disciple. Side mission completed perfectly. Rewards being calculated. Damn, this dog systems mission was finally done. Seeing the completion notification, Zhang Chen couldn't quite feel happy. Was he really going to take me as a disciple? Could the subsequent side missions also require me to become this small sect master's disciple? That can't happen. I, the holy son of the heavenly demon sect, bow to a nascent soul sect master. I'd rather be his master. If my master found out, she'd break my legs. While Zhang Chen pondered this possibility, Ji Chongfeng, who held him in high regard, spoke. Zhang Chen, congratulations on completing the mission flawlessly, making a great contribution to the sect and the entire righteous path. I shall personally announce to the entire sect that I take you as my direct disciple. Zhang Chen's face darkened. Damn, you're really doing this. Sect leader, you must not. You absolutely cannot accept this Zhang Chen as your personal disciple. Within the council hall of the Ziyun sect, the Grand Elder's voice was resolute, leaving Ji Chongfeng bewildered and astonished. He never expected that this usually benevolent Grand Elder would be the first to oppose his acceptance of Zhang Chen as a disciple. Zhang Chen was also somewhat surprised. What was this old man plotting? Grand Elder, what do you mean by this? Zhang Chen, at the qi refining stage, has flawlessly completed the mission, uncovering the origins of the evil cultivators. He is exceptionally talented, upright in character, and destined to become a pillar of the righteous path. What ulterior motive do you have in preventing me from taking a disciple? Or do you think I am unworthy to be Zhang Chen's master? Ji Chongfeng's voice boomed like a bell, showing no leniency, even to the Grand Elder of the sect. In his eyes, Zhang Chen's talent rivaled that of Lu Ruyan from the Qingyun sect, perhaps even surpassing her. If he could personally instruct him, the revival of the Ziyun sect would be within reach. Now the Grand Elder standing in opposition seemed like a blatant antagonist. Sect leader, you misunderstand me. Realizing the sect leader had misinterpreted his intent, the Grand Elder hastily explained. I am not opposing your acceptance of Zhang Chen as a disciple, but now is not the time. What do you mean? Sect leader, the evil cultivators lurking within the sect have yet to be eradicated. If you take Zhang Chen as your personal disciple now, he will inevitably be targeted and harmed from the shadows. Sect leader, we cannot let the tragedy of Su Yulong befall Zhang Chen. The Grand Elder's words immediately calmed the sect leader. The Grand Elder's reasoning was sound. With the evil cultivators still within the sect, accepting Zhang Chen as a disciple would only put him in grave danger. He did not wish to lose another prodigy even more talented than Su Yulong. Back then, Su Yulong had vanished after accepting a mission to investigate the evil cultivators, and it was now clear that this was a scheme by that very group against the Ziyun sect. The Grand Elder is right, I was indeed too hasty. Truly, one who had held the position of Grand Elder for so many years was meticulous in his considerations. But somehow he felt that this old man was trying to steal his disciple. Ji Chongfeng grew a bit more wary of him, then turned to the silent Zhang Chen and consoled him. Zhang Chen, you heard the Grand Elder just now. The evil cultivators have not been eliminated, and accepting you as my disciple now would only put you in danger. But do not worry. Once the matter of the evil cultivators is settled, I will personally announce to the sect that I accept you as my personal disciple. Zhang Chen could not have wished for anything more. Did this fool really think this demon prince would be eager for that? Thankfully, the old man had spoken up, or otherwise if that wretched system heard Ji Chongfeng's words and triggered some disciple-taking mission, things would have become troublesome. If he truly had to become the disciple of this insignificant righteous sect leader, he would be utterly humiliated. If the Tianma sect found out, where would he, the demon prince, hide his face? Thankfully, a great scholar had come to his rescue. Alright, you may leave now. The Grand Elder and I have important matters to discuss. After Ji Chongfeng spoke, Zhang Chen, Ji Lingfeng, and the others left the council hall and headed to the task hall to collect their sect contribution points. They all knew that a bloody storm would soon sweep through the Ziyun sect. Although the sect leader could not take a disciple for now, the mission rewards were still generous. Zhang Chen received a full 3,000 contribution points. These 3,000 points were of little use to Zhang Chen, but to an ordinary disciple, they would suffice to pay for the task of helping the senior sister find her inner armor 30 times over. I knew senior brother Zhang was no ordinary man. To escape from such sinister evil cultivators and become the sect leader's prospective personal disciple, truly a dragon among men. I knew I hadn't misjudged him. On the way back from the council hall, Ji Lingfeng showered Zhang Chen with praise, showing no shame for having abandoned him earlier. Zhang Chen was somewhat speechless, ignoring this fool who harbored ill intentions. After leaving the task hall, he returned to his cave dwelling to check the system's rewards. Not far from Zhang Chen's cave, the yellow-haired Ji Lingfeng kept his gaze fixed on the entrance, muttering to himself. Zhang Chen, oh Zhang Chen, you almost became the sect leader's personal disciple. Thank goodness that old man spoke up, you, otherwise it would have been difficult for me to make a move against you. Ji Lingfeng was extremely grateful that the sect leader had not directly accepted Zhang Chen as a disciple. Under the protection of a nascent soul stage master, he would have had no chance to strike. Zhang Chen managed to return alive. It cannot be merely a coincidence that he encountered a nascent soul cultivator's intervention. He must have other means of escape. But the more trump cards he has, the better. That way my demonic mimicry art can advance to its fullest extent. Ji Lingfeng knew that Zhang Chen was exceptionally talented. If he became the sect leader's personal disciple and cultivated for a while, he would surely surpass him. Moreover, the Ziyun sect still harbored a terrifying evil cultivator, and a great battle would inevitably erupt soon. He had to act quickly. Ji Lingfeng was relieved that he hadn't immediately fled back to the Tianma sect, otherwise he would have missed such a perfect prey as Zhang Chen. Knowing that time was of the essence, and with the evil cultivator still lurking in the Ziyun sect, the danger was too great. He decided to act tonight. But before that, there is one important matter to attend to. Ji Lingfeng's eyes flickered as he looked at the newly received mission scroll in his hand. He turned and headed toward the destination written on it. Intersect 8, ring number 368. Phew, finally finished. You wretched system, you better keep your word and not shortchange the mission points. Inside his cave dwelling, Zhang Chen sat cross-legged, opened the system, and checked the mission rewards. Congratulations on gaining the sect leader's recognition and being on the verge of becoming a personal disciple. The side mission has been successfully completed. Rewards are being calculated. Congratulations, host. You have received 5,000 mission points. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 great spiritual energy infusion. Note: after the great spiritual energy infusion, using the 9-pattern foundation establishment pill will allow you to directly reach foundation establishment, becoming a grand foundation establishment cultivator, transcending mortals. Congratulations, host. You have received the mystic grade divine ability Tsangyan Claw. The next side mission awaits your anticipation. Once again, the familiar infusion of spiritual energy washed over him, and Zhang Chen had grown accustomed to it. However, this time the spiritual energy was several times more vast than before. Indeed, a great spiritual energy infusion. A fine thing, but utterly useless. Zhang Chen expelled the spiritual energy, adjusting his cultivation level according to the system's prompts. He was now a grand foundation establishment cultivator revered by countless mortals. His cultivation had finally reached the bare minimum of a Tianma sect miscellaneous disciple, no longer a mere nobody on the roadside. How much time had passed? If the original Zhang Chen had followed the system step by step, he would have broken through from the 5th layer of qi refining to the early foundation establishment in less than half a year. This was practically cheating. Zhang Chen didn't dwell on it. After all, the protagonist had such privileges. But when he saw the system's mission point reward, his expression turned grim. Damn, you wretched system, didn't you say there would be abundant mission points? Why only 5,000? Are you trying to beggar me? What can I even do with 5,000 points? I can't even afford a single fragment. Zhang Chen felt cheated. At that moment, he felt like a naive college student from his past life who had won a $5 coupon for a Rolls-Royce in a lottery. Zhang Chen opened the system shop and saw that the prices of the items he wanted were all strings of 9s. He felt a headache coming on. At this rate, when would he ever be able to buy what he needed? Wretched system, hurry up and give me a new mission. Deep within the Ziyun sect, late at night, in the inner circle's cave dwelling No. 368. The dim yellow candlelight and an intoxicating fragrance stirred the senses as a male and a female disciple engaged in unspeakable acts. Senior sister, what is the meaning of this? Is your inner armor not on your person? Why did you deceive me into helping you search for it? And why did you take it off and dangle it before my eyes? Ji Lingfeng stared fiercely at the seductive woman, holding the executioner's eye mask, burning with rage and feeling utterly betrayed. He shoved the female disciple who was about to press herself onto him with such force that she flew backward, her body trembling as she crashed to the ground, utterly stunned. I merely came to ask what you meant by that task requiring 100 contribution points after completion. If you're unwilling to tell me, so be it, but why start undressing at the slightest disagreement? Ji Lingfeng relentlessly pointed at the fallen woman and berated her. The reason he had returned to the Ziyun sect was precisely to inquire about that task, which demanded 100 contribution points upon completion. He was a man of consistency. Having resolved to seek clarification, he would not rest until he had it. Otherwise, he would not be able to sleep even after returning to the demon sect. To come and ask, he had even postponed his plan to make a move on Zhang Chen. He never expected this woman to refuse answering him and even try to strip off his clothes. This was utterly preposterous. Was she trying to compare physiques with him? Aside from her chest muscles being larger, she was nothing remarkable. Get lost, you fool. The seductive female disciple staggered to her feet heedless of her exposed charms and roared furiously at the yellow-haired man. How had she ended up with such an idiot tonight? It was the first time she had encountered someone so fixated on the meaning of those 100 contribution points. Wasn't that just plain stupid? If you won't tell, then forget it. Ji Lingfeng straightened his clothes, shot the woman a fierce glare, and retreated from the cave dwelling. If not for the fact that his secret treasure for isolating combat aura could only be used once and had to be saved for when he dealt with Zhang Chen, he would have already taken action inside this very cave to force the truth out of this woman. These righteous sects are indeed hypocritical. Even the tasks of a minor sect are filled with deceit. Ji Lingfeng decided to ask senior brother Chao about this matter after returning to the demon sect, for Chao was well-traveled and most adept at such affairs, surely knowing the answer. But for now he had another important matter to attend to. Senior brother Zhang, here I come. I hope you won't disappoint me too much. A sinister smile curled on Ji Lingfeng's lips as he strode toward Zhang Chen's cave dwelling in the darkness. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen was inside his own cave cursing at the dog system. Damn, what do you mean dog system? It's been so long. Why hasn't your side quest updated yet? Zhang Chen stared at the message. Next side quest, please stay tuned. In confusion. Based on past experience, after completing a side quest and receiving the reward, a new side quest would usually be triggered not long after. But this time from day to night the dog system had not refreshed a new side quest. He even wondered if the system was stuck. His current task points were still far from enough to purchase anything related to immortality. He was waiting for the system to issue new side quests to speed up his point accumulation. Dog system, transfer me to a human operator. I want to file a complaint. Please calm down, host. New side quests require specific conditions to trigger. Please maintain a steady mindset, consolidate your cultivation realm, and prepare for potential dangers ahead. Damn dog system, what are you hinting at? After another round of scolding, Zhang Chen did not dwell on it further. The small sect was seething with undercurrents, and he believed a new side quest would soon be triggered. He then opened the system's character panel. Host Zhang Chen, age 20, cultivation foundation establishment, early stage technique, sacred solar, blazing heaven, art, divine abilities, blazing sun, fist, fiery force, azure flame claw. Current main quest, complete the 3-year agreement with Lu Rian. Current task points 15700. Foundation establishment, early stage was indeed insufficient against those demonic cultivators. No wonder the system reminded him to stabilize his realm first. If this small sect truly erupted in battle with the hidden demonic cultivator, even the original owner's strength would risk falling. But Zhang Chen, who was at the nascent soul stage, was not flustered. The demonic cultivator only dared to target Ziyun sect disciples in secret, meaning his cultivation could not be much higher than Ji Changfeng's. Anyone who had not broken through to the spirit transformation stage was beneath his notice now. But indeed I can take advantage of this period without side quests to train diligently. With the enhancement of the heavenly Dao Qi, his cultivation speed was many times faster than before. Zhang Chen felt he was drawing closer to the threshold of nascent soul late stage with faint signs of a breakthrough. Since coming to the Ziyun sect, he had not neglected cultivation while completing tasks, and he believed it would not be long before he broke through to nascent soul late stage. With this thought, Zhang Chen steadied his mind and began to cultivate with closed eyes. The vast spiritual energy around him, channeled through the heavens' fate devil art, transformed into countless black-red demonic qi that swirled around his nascent soul, continuously strengthening it. Zhang Chen had already isolated the aura of his cave dwelling, unconcerned that the immense fluctuations from his cultivation would be sensed by outsiders. Just as he was fully engrossed in training, he suddenly detected an unusual aura outside the cave. Oh, an insect outside. With a sweep of his divine sense, he clearly saw the sneaky yellow-haired man. This guy is really persistent. Zhang Chen withdrew his immense demonic qi and revealed a faint smile. Such unwavering determination to kill someone was rare, even among the demonic path. In recognition of the yellow-haired man's persistence, Zhang Chen decided to give him this chance. Zhang Chen, you can't escape this time. Outside the cave dwelling, Ji Lingfeng had used his secret treasure to completely seal off the aura of Zhang Chen's cave, ensuring no mistake. This treasure exchange from the demon sect's treasury after much effort would prevent even a nascent soul cultivator from sensing what happened inside, but it could only be used once. After tormenting Zhang Chen, he could slip away silently and return to the demon sect. The Ziyun sect was too turbulent now, though he could not stay any longer. Zhang Chen, I've even used this treasure for you. I hope you'll last long enough under my hands so that my disguised devil art can advance to its fullest extent. A dangerous smirk of sinister delight spread across Ji Lingfeng's face. He had waited so long for this chance to strike at this righteous prodigy. A heavy stone seemed to lift from his heart. Who knew how long he had waited to make a move on a qi refining stage disciple? Finally, this day had arrived. Zhang Chen would never guess that he would be the one to strike. Without any hesitation, Ji Lingfeng charged straight into Zhang Chen's cave dwelling, erupting with the peak of foundation establishment cultivation, and blasted toward Zhang Chen, who was seated cross-legged on the bed, terrifyingly powerful. Having waited long, Zhang Chen stared at the incoming Ji Lingfeng, expressionless and motionless. Ji Lingfeng naturally assumed Zhang Chen was paralyzed with fear. A most sinister grin spread across his face. Seen your brother Zhang, didn't expect me, did you? Die, holy crap. Foundation establishment. When did you break through again? When did you break through to foundation establishment? Ji Lingfeng, who had been gathering spiritual energy midair and preparing to strike at Zhang Chen, suddenly realized that Zhang Chen had already reached foundation establishment and was completely stunned. Impossible. How did he break through to foundation establishment? Wasn't he only at Qi refining 9th layer during the day? Damn, that guy must have cheated. Such terrifying cultivation speed could rival the holy sons and holy daughters of those super sects. With talent like this, even within their Tianma sect, he would be second only to the demon son and demon daughter. No, I can't let him keep growing. Fortunately, he's only at foundation establishment now. Heaven is truly helping me. Ji Lingfeng's shock lasted only a moment before being replaced by excitement. He had underestimated Zhang Chen's cultivation talent. This guy had far surpassed Lu Ruyan. He was no longer just a prodigy, but someone whose talent could rival the holy sons of super sects. Ji Lingfeng was extremely excited, even more so than when he had moved against Lu Ruyan. What a rare prey of such talent encountered by him in a small sect. His master hadn't lied to him after all. Training in a small sect was indeed the right choice. Wasn't he just hitting the jackpot? Ji Lingfeng was very thankful he hadn't returned directly to the Tianma sect, or he would have missed his great opportunity. With such terrifying talent shattering Zhang Chen's Dao heart and tormenting him properly would surely bring a qualitative leap to his own impersonation demon art. He might even use this chance to form a golden core and break through to the golden core stage. It was also fortunate that he had chosen to act early. He was still confident he could defeat Zhang Chen now. If he gave Zhang Chen a few more days to cultivate, he would definitely not be a match for him. All these coincidences indicated that Zhang Chen was a gift from heaven to him. Heaven helps me, heaven helps me. The Tao of heaven is not unkind to me. The more Ji Lingfeng thought about it, the more he couldn't suppress the ecstasy within him. Senior brother Zhang, oh senior brother Zhang, you are truly a gift bestowed upon me by the heavens. But now it's time for you to die. Ji Lingfeng trembled with excitement, mobilizing all his spiritual energy and hurling it toward Zhang Chen. But Zhang Chen, looking at this excited and aggressive fool, still made no move. Haha, you never expected I was at the peak of foundation establishment, did you? Ji Lingfeng thought Zhang Chen must never have imagined he would attack him, and that he was a foundation establishment peak cultivator, so Zhang Chen was simply scared stiff. Ji Lingfeng's sinister smile grew even more pronounced. This was the effect he wanted. Feeling despair, senior brother Zhang. Yes, that's it. I want this feeling. Give me more, idiot. Bang. Ji Lingfeng, surrounded by terrifying spiritual energy, was sent flying by a single slap from Zhang Chen, embedding himself into the cave wall like a large wood character. Zhang Chen couldn't hold back anymore. That guy's smile was too lecherous. Ugh. Ji Lingfeng let out a painful groan, embedded in the wall, nearly unconscious, his body limp, unable to pull himself free. How is this possible? You're not at foundation establishment. Who are you? Ji Lingfeng raised his head with difficulty, looking at the expressionless Zhang Chen, his shock mixed with fear, as if he had seen a ghost. A single light slap from the other party, without even using spiritual energy, left him a foundation establishment peak cultivator, utterly powerless. This was definitely not foundation establishment. This Zhang Chen, just like him, had definitely concealed his cultivation, and it was terrifyingly high. In an instant he thought of a horrifying truth, and his heart was filled with boundless fear. The evil cultivator in the village was killed by Zhang Chen. Then his strength was definitely not below golden core, maybe even nascent soul. Who was he? Why would he conceal his cultivation and come to the Ziyun sect as a mere disciple? With such strength, becoming a small sect disciple, wasn't that purely insane? He could even be the sect master. Did this guy have some special fetish? Why am I so unlucky? Why do all sorts of bizarre things happen to me? At this moment, Ji Lingfeng's heart was filled with fear, confusion, and doubt about life. First he encountered evil cultivators twice in a row, and now this clearly insane big shot. What a sin. He just wanted to cultivate the impersonation demon art. What was wrong with that? Whom had he offended? Master, you have ruined me. What kind of place is this righteous small sect? Evil cultivators everywhere, and even a disciple is a big shot with a disguised fetish. This righteous path is too dangerous. I want to return to the Tianma sect. Forget it, let it all be destroyed. Watching Zhang Chen approaching slowly, Ji Lingfeng was filled with despair, not even wanting to resist. The opponent was probably a nascent soul cultivator. What was the point of resisting? And he had actively attacked and tried to kill him. The other party would likely not let him go. Your demonic cultivation art is quite interesting. It can actually transform demonic energy into spiritual energy. Zhang Chen came before Ji Lingfeng, not rushing to act, but staring coldly at the blonde-haired youth. To be honest, he was somewhat interested in this youth's cultivation art, which was why he hadn't directly obliterated him. The art was indeed peculiar. If Zhang Chen hadn't been from the demonic path himself, and far superior in cultivation, he probably wouldn't have seen through the disguise. To use divine abilities, a cultivator must employ spiritual or demonic energy, and once they used a divine ability, their alignment as righteous or demonic would be exposed. This was also why Zhang Chen had tried to minimize the use of demonic energy techniques when carrying out missions. One reason was the fear of exposing his demonic identity and affecting subsequent missions. The other was that his opponents were too weak, easily killed with just physical strength without needing any divine abilities. But just because the current mission didn't require demonic energy didn't mean future ones wouldn't. If he could obtain Ji Lingfeng's art and transform demonic energy into spiritual energy, he would no longer be constrained by the fear of exposure. However, Zhang Chen had no intention of letting Ji Lingfeng go. The demonic path was different from the righteous path. It pursued ultimate power, and the relationships between demonic sects were not as friendly as those among righteous sects. Unless they came from the same sect, demonic cultivators had no sense of camaraderie. Moreover, this blonde-haired youth had dared to attack him. Zhang Chen would naturally not spare him. You can tell I'm from the demonic path. Ji Lingfeng's pained face showed even greater surprise. Even a nascent soul cultivator couldn't detect that he was using demonic energy, yet this man could. How did he discover it? Could it be that he was also from the demonic path? That would explain his familiarity with demonic energy. You're also a demonic cultivator. Who are you? Facing Ji Lingfeng's confusion, Zhang Chen didn't answer, but said calmly, if you don't want to suffer the pain of soul search, hand over your cultivation art honestly, and I'll grant you a quick death. Zhang Chen wasted no words. If the other party didn't cooperate, he would simply use soul search to locate the art. So decisive and ruthless, truly like the demonic path. Ji Lingfeng gave a faint smile. But even if you're at nascent soul, don't think you can obtain my art. Ji Lingfeng knew that even though they were both from the demonic path, the other party wouldn't let him go. As the personal disciple of the second peak master of the Tianma sect, he naturally had his own pride. His art would never fall into the hands of another demonic sect. With that, Ji Lingfeng's expression turned fierce, and terrifying spiritual energy swelled around him, his body violently expanding. He was going to self-destruct. Think you can die so easily? You wish. A mere foundation establishment cultivator trying to play such a petty trick of self-destruction before this demon son. In an instant, countless terrifying black-red demonic energy rose around Zhang Chen, majestic and domineering, tightly enveloping Ji Lingfeng. Ji Lingfeng's body, which was about to explode, was completely frozen, unable to expand even a fraction. How is this possible? Ji Lingfeng stared at the terrifying black-red demonic energy, and Zhang Chen, who seemed like a demon god. His heart was filled with immense shock. Such overbearing demonic energy, and such a demonic godlike aura. He had only seen it in one person. In an instant, a fearful yet familiar feeling arose in Ji Lingfeng's heart. An almost impossible thought surfaced. Zhang Chen, I understand. It's him, Demon Son. Is it you? Lord Demon Son. It's me, Ji Lingfeng. Zhang Chen. In the cave-dwelling, Zhang Chen was utterly astonished upon hearing Ji Lingfeng's words. He had clearly altered his appearance, yet he was still recognized. Only disciples of the Tianma sect would address him as the Demon Prince. Could this yellow-haired cultivator of the demonic path be from their Tianma sect? Yet he had no recollection whatsoever. Zhang Chen withdrew his domineering demonic energy and pulled Ji Lingfeng out from the wall. What's going on? Who are you? How do you know my identity as the Demon Prince? Zhang Chen's voice was cold and indifferent, absolutely determined to get to the bottom of this. If this fellow couldn't provide a satisfactory answer, he would immediately perform a soul search. After going through so much trouble, it turned out that the righteous sect prodigy he had been trying to kill was actually the Demon Prince of his own sect. No wonder this person had been so difficult to kill. Demon Prince, I never imagined it would really be you. Ji Lingfeng was overjoyed, his previously despairing expression transforming into one of utmost reverence. It must be known that the Demon Prince Zhang Chen's status was second only to that legendary sect master, a figure whom countless disciples could only look up to with admiration. Disciples of the sect regarded it as an honor to catch even a glimpse of the Demon Prince's true appearance. Even Ji Lingfeng, as a direct disciple of the second peak master, had only seen Zhang Chen from afar a few times. That was the day the Demon Prince broke through to the nascent soul stage. The entire sect was shaken by this feat. Countless disciples gazed up reverently at that majestic and commanding black silhouette in the sky, Ji Lingfeng among them. Today he had actually met the Demon Prince up close, and even engaged in some intimate interaction. How could he not be excited? If he returned to the sect, this would be enough for him to boast about for several hundred years. You're a disciple of my Tianma sect. Why do I have no impression of you? Is this your original appearance? Zhang Chen gazed at this fellow's ecstatic expression, still rather puzzled. He truly had absolutely no recollection of this person. Demon Prince, this is indeed my original face. You probably just don't remember me. Ji Lingfeng hastily explained. I am Ji Lingfeng, the youngest direct disciple of the second peak master. I'm also the basketball team captain of the second peak. I saw you from a distance during last year's basketball league. Ji Lingfeng rattled off his self-introduction, and finally Zhang Chen began to recall something about this yellow-haired fellow. The second peak master, that chubby old man, did indeed have a foundation establishment stage direct disciple. When Ji Lingfeng mentioned being the basketball team captain, Zhang Chen suddenly remembered. The entire Tsungyuan continent, only the Tianma sect, would have something like a basketball team. During last year's 10th Tianma sect basketball league, although Zhang Chen, as the demon prince, hadn't participated, he had still come to watch in person. At that time this fellow had already been sporting yellow hair with a center part standing out conspicuously among the numerous disciples. So it's you. What is a Tianma sect disciple doing at this minor righteous sect? Zhang Chen looked at this yellow-haired fellow, his emotions remarkably complicated. Honestly, at this moment he really wanted to kill this yellow-haired pest, because he certainly didn't want his fellow sect disciples to know that the dignified demon prince was pretending to be an insignificant disciple at a minor righteous sect. But the Tianma sect had a sect rule that no disciple could violate. Fellow disciples must not harm one another. Even he, the demon prince, could not transgress this law. The demon prince may not be aware, but the technique I cultivate is quite special. I must first play the role of a foolish-looking disciple at a minor righteous sect, one who appears easy to bully. Then I strike at their prodigies, driving those righteous talents to despair, which allows my acting demon art to progress. Ji Lingfeng spoke endlessly about his technique, radiating complete confidence. I just never expected the demon prince to also be at this minor sect. I didn't target you on purpose, demon prince. I can only say that you acted too convincingly, even more like a righteous sect disciple than I did. Suddenly, as if recalling something. By the way, demon prince, why are you disguised as a mere disciple at this minor sect? Don't ask questions you shouldn't. Oh. Zhang Chen's face darkened as he forcefully restrained the urge to slap this talent to death, directly ordering Ji Lingfeng to shut up. He naturally couldn't reveal that he had bound some foolish system to come to this minor sect. At the same time, Zhang Chen also learned from Ji Lingfeng about the peculiar technique the latter cultivated, the acting demon art. Ji Lingfeng also honestly handed it over. This acting demon art was a rather special demonic technique of the second peak. Zhang Chen naturally wouldn't cultivate a technique like this talent did. His chaos immortal demon art was several times more powerful. However, this technique still had aspects worth learning from. If he could master the method, Zhang Chen could still use the acting demon art to transform demonic energy into spiritual energy. Using this to deploy divine abilities would not expose his demonic identity, but the might of the transformed spiritual energy would be considerably weaker than his demonic energy. After all, he hadn't genuinely cultivated this acting demon art. Good stuff. I can use this for future missions. After Zhang Chen memorized the acting method of the acting demon art, he tossed the scroll back to Ji Lingfeng. Although this acting demon art is powerful, the higher you cultivate it, the more likely you are to lose track of your true self, become uncontrolled, and lose your original heart. Do take care. As fellow disciples of the Tianma sect, Zhang Chen, as the demon prince, was giving Ji Lingfeng this reminder. Although demonic path techniques were more powerful than righteous techniques, the deeper one's cultivation progressed, the more likely one was to lose control and turn to evil. This was also the reason the righteous path despised and feared the demonic path. At the same time, Zhang Chen also marveled that this fellow dared to cultivate in this righteous sect with his true face. He did have some courage. Thank you for the teaching, demon prince. If there's nothing else, I'll return to the sect first. Ji Lingfeng respectfully bowed to Zhang Chen and didn't dare to inquire further about why Zhang Chen was hiding at this minor sect. A figure of the demon prince's status would naturally have matters that could not be judged by ordinary standards. The demon prince might be engaged in some grand affair concerning the Tianma sect to come here. It absolutely couldn't be like that Tianyuan Saint Sun, who had some peculiar acting fetish. Since this Zhang Chen was the demon prince, there was no reason to stay at this sect any longer. Originally, he had been worried that he might suffer damage to his Tao heart from being unable to defeat Zhang Chen, this righteous sect prodigy. But if it was the demon prince, then there was no problem. Looking across the entire Tsungyuan continent's younger generation of prodigies, how many could possibly be opponents for the demon prince? What the hell was he, Ji Lingfeng, compared to that? Wait, Ji Lingfeng. Seeing that Ji Lingfeng was about to leave, Zhang Chen suddenly called out to him. What's the matter, demon prince? You can just call me little Ji. Do you have any other orders? Ji Lingfeng's face was full of flattery. Zhang Chen, don't tell anyone about my presence at the Ziyuan sect when you return to the sect. Otherwise you know what happens. A fierce killing intent flickered in Zhang Chen's eyes, making Ji Lingfeng's yellow hair stand on end. Rest assured, demon prince. I'm the most tight-lipped person. I'm just like my master in this regard. All my fellow disciples in the sect know this about me. I absolutely won't reveal a single detail about your presence at the Ziyuan sect. Ji Lingfeng pledged with solemn assurance, terrified that Zhang Chen might slap him to death. Alright, get lost. Yes, I'm leaving right away. But there are evil cultivators lurking at the Ziyuan sect, demon prince, you must be careful. Ji Lingfeng reminded Zhang Chen, but then he thought about it, and felt his reminder was somewhat redundant. What kind of evil cultivator could possibly threaten the demon prince? Without any hesitation, Ji Lingfeng departed the cave dwelling running extremely fast. He wanted to return to the Tianma sect. This Ziyun sect and this righteous path. He didn't want to stay another moment. The experiences of this period had dealt too great a blow to him. He needed to go back and cool down properly. Zhang Chen watched the departing yellow-haired figure, feeling that something was indeed strange. I heard the second peak master is notoriously loose-lipped throughout the Tianma sect. This yellow-haired fellow takes after him. He wouldn't go around telling everyone about this demon prince at the Ziyun sect, would he? Probably not. Inside the cave dwelling after Ji Lingfeng, departed Zhang Chen sat cross-legged again and attempted to utilize the method of the pretending demonic art. Zhang Chen opened his palm and a black-red demonic energy emerged from his hand, then transformed into pure fiery red spiritual energy. This pretending method is truly miraculous. Gazing at the fiery red spiritual energy in his hand, Zhang Chen felt a sense of wonder. Indeed, the demonic arts of the heavenly demon sect encompassed everything imaginable. It seemed that upon returning to the sect he would need to familiarize himself with the peculiar techniques within. Zhang Chen believed that even a nascent soul cultivator would find it difficult to discern any flaw in the fiery red spiritual energy he had conjured. A fine treasure. That yellow-haired fellow is still somewhat useful. Zhang Chen was aware of the drawback. The power of this conjured spiritual energy might not even reach 1/10 of his demonic energy. After all, he did not cultivate solely with that bizarre technique like the yellow-haired man. If he fought with this spiritual energy, he would only be at the level of an ordinary mid-nascent soul cultivator, far from being invincible within the nascent soul realm when using demonic energy. Yet it was sufficient to ensure that he no longer had to be constrained in the future tasks of that damned system. As long as he did not encounter cultivators above the late nascent soul stage, there was no risk of exposing his demonic identity. Overall, tonight had been fruitful. But why hasn't this damned system issued a new side mission yet? Zhang Chen was not too anxious. He could clearly sense the undercurrents surging within this small sect, and he believed it would not be long before a new side mission was triggered. Without further speculation, Zhang Chen re-entered a state of cultivation, awaiting the next update of tasks. Meanwhile, elsewhere deep within the Purple Cloud sect, a secluded cultivation ground accessible only to the sect master. Master, the disciples we dispatched have brought back information about the heretic's origins. Ji Changfeng cupped his hands and bowed respectfully to the figure silhouetted in the dim lamplight. Oh, a few junior disciples managed to uncover what even you could not. Truly promising talents. The figure in the dim light was gaunt and withered, his voice hoarse, appearing like a skeletal corpse ready to expire at any moment. Let me hear it. A night breeze blew and the aged figure seemed about to collapse. Master, it was an inner disciple named Zhang Chen who risked his life to bring back the news. Ji Changfeng reported respectfully. Such matters of great importance to the sect naturally required consultation with his master. Master, I suspect that the heretics are actually members of our sect, and have been all along. The disciples who have gone missing during missions over the years may all be connected to these heretics. Ji Changfeng laid out his conjectures in detail. Over the years, the sect had lost many disciples during missions, and the investigations yielded no leads. Even the most talented disciples had fallen victim. This had led to a shortage of capable disciples, which was also the reason why the Purple Cloud sect had been unable to thrive. Although he had always adhered to his master's philosophy of accepting anyone with spiritual roots, the unfortunate truth was that talented individuals were scarce. Even those with modest talent were targeted by the heretics lurking within the sect and met untimely deaths. The cultivation world of the southern domain praised the Purple Cloud sect as a pure stream, offering ordinary people hope of embarking on the path of immortality. But only Ji Changfeng as the sect master knew how arduous their days had been. Therefore, these heretics must be eradicated. Otherwise, they would eventually set their sights on talented disciples like Zhang Chen and Su Xian, who could bring hope of revitalizing the sect. He did not want the tragedy of Su Yulong to repeat itself. Changfeng, your deductions are correct. The old man sighed slowly. These years your master also sensed that there was a traitor within the sect. But I have been declining in vitality and could not focus on rooting out the traitor. These years have been hard on you as well. Master, your disciple does not find it hard. Hearing the old man's concern, Ji Changfeng was filled with guilt. Your disciple is only ashamed that after taking over the position of sect master from you, I failed to revitalize the sect. It is my incompetence. Alas, you are still the same as before, always taking the blame upon yourself. The old man sighed, slowly rising like a withered leaf in the wind. Enough, my lifespan is short. Let me make one last effort for you. Recall all disciples outside the sect, inner, outer, and menial, without exception, and activate the Grand Protective Array. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Master, do you intend to? Ji Changfeng, hearing the resolute tone in the old man's words, understood immediately and tried to refuse. No, master. Your body is all ready. What is there to refuse? The heretic has hidden right under our noses for so many years, which means his strength might be no less than yours or mine. You and I are the only nascent soul cultivators in the entire sect. If I do not act, you have no hope of victory. But master, you were injured just days ago and have not yet recovered. You cannot easily use spiritual energy. Say no more. This is your master's command. The old man cut Ji Changfeng off harshly. I know my end is near. Let me make this final contribution to the sect, and to you the most troublesome disciple. The old man turned, revealing a skeletal aged face, and gently patted Ji Changfeng on the shoulder. Issue the sect master's decree. It's time to make a clean break with those heretics. Yes, master. Your disciple understands. Ji Changfeng bowed deeply, his expression complicated. He knew that after this he might never see his master again, but he could not disobey his master's command just as in his childhood. After this, remember to take good care of your new little junior sister. And that disciple named Zhang Chen. He is a promising talent worthy of cultivation. The old man gave his final instructions, then turned and vanished into the darkness, a meaningful smile on his face. Finally, this is all about to end. In the following days, with no tasks to attend to, Zhang Chen cultivated in his cave dwelling. But he could clearly sense the turmoil and unrest outside. Many disciples who had been on missions had all returned. During these days, Su Xian had not come to visit him in the cave. Zhang Chen knew that the Purple Cloud sect's purge against the heretics had begun. He did not pay too much attention to the external situation, knowing that the heretics could not pose a threat to him. He was merely puzzled why the damned system's side mission had not refreshed even with all the chaos outside. Just as Zhang Chen was pondering, a resounding voice echoed throughout the entire Purple Cloud sect. All disciples hear the sect master's decree. All inner disciples, outer disciples, and menial disciples gather immediately at the sect's martial arts arena. Those who disobey will be killed without mercy. Ding. Triggered new side mission sect catastrophe. The Purple Cloud sect will face the greatest heretic calamity since its founding. Due to the extreme difficulty of the mission with a mortality rate as high as 90%, the host has two choices. Choice 1, abandon the mission, take advantage of the moment to flee directly through the Grand Protective Array with the master inside the ring and receive 1,000 mission points. Choice 2, at all costs and by any means kill the heretics, rescue the Heaven's chosen daughter, and obtain the heretic's corpse to provide a physical body for the master's reincarnation. Since the heretic is at the nascent soul stage, or even higher, the mission is extremely difficult. Completing it will reward a secondary amplification of heavenly Tao energy and a fragment of the secret of the immortal tribulation X1. It is recommended that the host abandon the mission and flee immediately. What the hell? A sect-wide calamity. Is this dungeon about to end? Zhang Chen looked at the mission notification from the system with a hint of delight. This damn system finally has a new mission for me. And this time it's completely different from before. There are even options. Isn't it just a heretic cultivator? How did it escalate to a sect calamity? Zhang Chen, huh? You brainless system. What kind of absurd options are these? You want me, the demon son, to flee, yet you tempt me with the second option. Run away. Only a dog would run. The reward for the second option includes a secondary amplification of heavenly Tao energy and, most importantly, fragments of the secret lore of the immortal ascension tribulation. This was what Zhang Chen coveted most from this dog of a system. Secrets about attaining immortality and eternal life. Only a fool would give this up. This single-side mission is worth more than dozens of others. System, I choose option 2. I'm not running. The system, caught off guard that Zhang Chen would choose option 2, momentarily stalled. According to its AI programming, option 2 was only meant to showcase the generous rewards of future missions, motivating the host to proactively complete tasks rather than slack off. Although option 2 was provided, its programming never anticipated the host actually choosing it. What sensible host would pick a suicidal option like this? Couldn't you see this was just dangling a carrot in front of you? Host, please confirm one last time. In the system's current assessment, the host was merely a foundation establishment cultivator. Even with the old man in the ring, his survival rate was a mere 10% or less. So the system demanded final confirmation. It didn't want its host walking to his death. Confirmed. I choose option 2. Zhang Chen couldn't care less about what this artificial imbecile was calculating. A free boost of heavenly Tao energy and secrets of immortality. Only a fool would miss out on that. I, the majestic holy son of the demon sect, and you say my death rate is 90%. Sorry, but my survival rate is 990%. Alright, host has chosen option 2. Confirmed. Please be careful, host. I hope you survive. As a set program, the system couldn't override the host's decision, so it reluctantly accepted and ceased its warnings. This damn system finally proves useful for once. Zhang Chen let out a long sigh of relief, genuinely fearing the artificial idiot might malfunction and change his choice. Come to think of it, he should properly thank that heretic cultivator about to strike for bringing such an explosive mission. Zhang Chen began re-examining the mission requirements. Eliminate the heretic at any cost, rescue the child of heaven's Tao, and seize the heretic's corpse to forge a new body for my master. Damn, 3 conditions, each harder than the last. No wonder the system's rewards were so generous. Under normal circumstances, with the original Zhang Chen's mere foundation establishment cultivation, completing this mission would have been a fanciful tale from the eastern lands. But for Zhang Chen it was a different story. He unsealed the Black Ring's seal, awakening the long-dormant Ring Elder Fu Chun. Hey old man, I'm in a good mood today. I'm thinking of forging you a new body, just for fun. Fu Chun groggily opened his eyes thinking, what madness is this demon up to now? Every time this demon woke him, it never boded well. His temperament was erratic, and he had a penchant for role-playing. He didn't believe this demon had any good intentions, he was surely plotting something. Yet somehow this time Fu Chun felt an unexpected flicker of anticipation. Zhang Chen ignored Fu Chen's bewildered gaze and strode excitedly out of his cave dwelling toward the sect's martial arena, not even bothering to answer his senior sister's transmission talisman. Heretic, heretic, you truly are my lucky star. Your demon son is coming. Meanwhile, the martial arena buzzed with noise packed to the brim. Inner disciples, outer disciples, and menial disciples numbered over 10,000, all chattering amongst themselves. It's the sect master's decree. They've even issued the sect master's mandate to rally the entire sect. You know, unless it's a matter of life and death for the sect, the mandate is never used lightly. Fellow brothers, do you know what major event has occurred? I have no idea, but I heard even our senior brothers stationed outside on missions have all returned. This must be serious. Could a demonic sect be invading? Look, all the elders have gathered. Not just the elders. Look, the sect master himself has come. Wait, that old man behind the sect master. No way. Is that the Grand Patriarch? The Grand Patriarch is still alive. That's the founder of the Xian sect, the Supreme, being half a step into the spirit transformation stage. I'm seeing him in person today. Am I dreaming? Heavens. All the sect's bigwigs are here. I've never witnessed such a spectacle. This must be the greatest event since the sect's founding. Everyone in the arena watched as Ji Changfeng and his master, Li Tiangong, emerged from the sect master's viewing platform. Awe and clamor erupted into a thunderous roar of reverence. It was because centuries ago Grand Patriarch Li Tiangong had founded the Xian sect with the philosophy of accepting anyone with spiritual roots, granting these disciples with poor aptitude a chance to cultivate immortality. Everyone present bowed in profound veneration to the thin, withered old man in Taoist robes. In their eyes, the Grand Patriarch's legend surpassed all legends. Zhang Chen, standing among the crowd, narrowed his eyes at the kind-faced gaunt old man, but said nothing. His gaze then fell upon the young girl beside the old man, Su Xian. Dressed in resplendent attire, Su Xian appeared noticeably ill at ease before tens of thousands of eyes clinging close to Li Tiangong as she scanned the crowd, seemingly searching for someone. Only when she spotted Zhang Chen among the masses did her tense expression ease. She waved excitedly in his direction. Brother Zhang Chen. Seeing the sect's holy maiden wave at an ordinary disciple, many shot Zhang Chen confused and astonished glances. Zhang Chen merely pinched the bridge of his nose and shook his head. This silly girl has no idea what's coming for her. At least the secret ward on her remains unbroken. Xiao Xian, is that the brother Zhang Chen you speak of every day? Yes, Master Grandpa. Brother Zhang Chen treats me the best, like my own brother, and he's exceptionally gifted. Su Xian proudly introduced Zhang Chen to the benevolently smiling Li Tiangong. Oh, exceptionally gifted, you say? Changfeng has mentioned him too. He's the one who brought back the news of the heretic cultivator. With that, Li Tiangong curiously turned his gaze toward Zhang Chen on the spectator stance. Their eyes locked in an instant, and time seemed to freeze for a long moment. The next second, Li Tiangong felt an inexplicably familiar palpitation from the gaze of this mere foundation establishment disciple. Is it my imagination? Li Tiangong gazed at the handsome youth on the spectator stand, his brow slightly furrowed. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable familiarity with that disciple at the foundation establishment stage. However, after probing with his divine sense for a long time, he found nothing unusual, and so he let down his guard. Is it him who escaped from that evil cultivator? Moreover, he is only at the foundation establishment stage. Such talent is probably enough to rival the disciples of Yuan Zhongfeng. Interesting. It seems there will be an unexpected gain this time. Master Grandfather, what's wrong? Is Zhang Chen very talented? Will you take him as your disciple? Watching her master always staring at brother Zhang Chen, Su Xian's delicate face was full of confusion. Could it be that Master Grandfather also saw brother Zhang Chen's extraordinary talent and wanted to take him as an apprentice? That would be wonderful. Then she could see brother Zhang Chen every day. She heard that brother Zhang Chen encountered an evil cultivator on his last mission. She wanted to visit him, but was stopped by her master. If Master Grandfather took brother Zhang Chen as a disciple, he wouldn't have to carry out those dangerous missions. Having spent so much time together, Su Xian had long regarded Zhang Chen as her own brother. Her brother had gone missing during a mission, and she didn't want to experience the pain of losing another brother again. That child is indeed extraordinarily talented. Li Tiangong looked at Zhang Chen with a meaningful smile, then shifted his gaze and lovingly patted Su Xian's head. I no longer have the energy to take on disciples, but Changfeng will accept him as a personal disciple. Rest assured, Xiaoxin, he will not be buried. All right. Su Xian nodded with some regret, then asked in a pleading tone, can I go to brother Zhang Chen's side now? I haven't spoken to him in a long time. Not now. Li Tiangong turned unusually stern. The situation is tense now. Those evil cultivators might be hiding among the disciples. If you go over, you'll be in danger. Then can brother Zhang Chen come over here? I'm afraid he's in danger. No, we cannot guarantee that he is not an evil cultivator. Li Chang'an's withered face was resolute. Besides, I will need your help shortly, Xiaoxing. Meanwhile, on the viewing platform, Zhang Chen saw Su Xian's worried little face and frowned slightly. He could now basically identify who the evil cultivator was, but he was still unsure whether this evil cultivator had any other hidden accomplices. The system's task was for him to kill the evil cultivators within the sect. He could not miss a single one. That little girl had a secret technique he had laid on her, so her safety was not a concern for now. Therefore, Zhang Chen did not intend to act immediately. Instead, he chose to observe first and confirm that all evil cultivators had revealed themselves. Junior brother Zhang, the Grand Elder, asked you to come with me to his side. Just as he planned to quietly watch how these evil cultivators would perform, a steward came to his side and said, The Grand Elder. Zhang Chen was slightly startled. Why would that old man call him over at this time? Zhang Chen had some impression of the drama queen Grand Elder, but had no idea what that old man was up to. Could it be that old man is investigating the evil cultivators and has come for me, the demon's son? However, Zhang Chen didn't think much more and followed the steward away. As the steward led him to the elder's viewing platform, Zhang Chen saw the Grand Elder standing with his hands behind his back. Grand Elder, Junior brother Zhang is here. All right, you may withdraw. The Grand Elder waved his hand to dismiss the steward, then slowly turned to look at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen noticed that the old man seemed much older than before, and there was an added trace of determination on his face. It was evident that the old man had been worrying a lot about the evil cultivator issue. Zhang Chen, I believe you have already guessed. Today the sect master has summoned all the disciples of the sect in order to thoroughly eradicate the evil cultivators within the sect. The Grand Elder approached Zhang Chen and spoke slowly. The news about the evil cultivators had been brought back by Zhang Chen, so the Grand Elder did not hide anything and got straight to the point. No matter what happens later, I hope you will not intervene. Elder, what do you mean by that? Zhang Chen found this somewhat baffling. Could it be that this old man knew about his identity as a demon cultivator and didn't want him to intervene to help the evil cultivator? But the Grand Elder did not answer. Instead, he looked at the tens of thousands of disciples on the viewing platform and let out a long sigh. He knew that this noisy and peaceful scene would soon be replaced by slaughter and bloodshed. Zhang Chen, you have a more important task: to take the saintess Su Xian and leave. The Grand Elder patted Zhang Chen's shoulder solemnly. That evil cultivator has been able to lurk within the sect for so many years. His strength is certainly not inferior to the sect masters. Soon a sect-protecting war will inevitably erupt. There is even the possibility of the sect's destruction. The sect master and I have to prepare for the worst. You and Saintess Su Xian are the two most talented individuals. Moreover, you possess a spiritual treasure and even managed to escape from a golden core evil cultivator. If the sect is destroyed, you and the Saintess will be the last embers of our Purple Cloud sect. Therefore, if a great battle breaks out, we will do our utmost to protect you and the Saintess and ensure your escape. You are the hope for the future revival of our Purple Cloud sect. The Grand Elder entrusted him with this heavy responsibility, looking at Zhang Chen as if bidding farewell. Zhang Chen was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? How did I, the mighty demon son of the heavenly demon sect, become the hope of your righteous little sect? Are you out of your mind, old man? Did you even ask for my opinion? If this old man knew that I am a demon son of the demonic path, what expression would he have? Zhang Chen's expression was complex, somewhat speechless. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. After all this, it's just for this that he called me over. This Grand Elder is quite a character. Seeing Zhang Chen's troubled expression, the Grand Elder thought that Zhang Chen was reluctant to abandon his fellow disciples and thus hadn't agreed. He quickly added, Zhang Chen, I know you are a man of deep loyalty and unwilling to abandon your sect brothers. I can see that from your selfless act of protecting your junior brother at the risk of your own life during the last mission. You are reluctant to leave the sect, reluctant to leave your fellow disciples. You want to live and die with the Purple Cloud sect. The Grand Elder patted Zhang Chen's shoulder again, his face full of admiration. Zhang Chen's righteous character is such that even the holy sons of those great sects cannot compare. I know it is difficult for you to abandon the sect and leave alone. The Grand Elder finally sighed. But this is also the sect master's order. From now on, the future of the Purple Cloud sect depends on you and the Saintess. It is settled. We and the sect master will do our utmost to cover your escape. Zhang Chen, What is settled? I didn't agree, old man. Zhang Chen's pupils contracted. He found it hard to understand. How could these righteous people so hastily entrust the future of their sect to him, a demonic cultivator? I am a villain. When did I become the future of the righteous path? Whatever, it doesn't matter. After all, my mission requires me to protect that girl. The outcome is the same. Let these righteous fools think whatever they want. I wonder if these guys would bang their heads against the wall if they knew that the future of their sect is a demonic cultivator. After thinking it over, Zhang Chen finally nodded. Seeing Zhang Chen nod, the Grand Elder finally breathed a sigh of relief. The task the sect master had entrusted to him was now complete. Originally, among the candidates they had discussed besides Zhang Chen, there was also a disciple named Ji Lingfeng. However, that disciple had gone missing, which made him suspect for a moment that the guy was an evil cultivator spy. But when he thought of that guy's silly and honest-looking face, the Grand Elder felt relieved. If the evil path had such a talent, they probably wouldn't be so rampant. Just as the two finished their discussion, Ji Changfeng's domineering and resounding voice echoed throughout the sect. The Purple Cloud sect's demon extermination operation had begun. All disciples heed. The sect protecting Grand Formation is about to be activated. No one is allowed to leave the martial arena. Violators will be deemed evil cultivators and killed without mercy. What? Demonic cultivator? Could there be a demonic cultivator among us? The protective formation has not been activated in over a century. Once the array is triggered, even a nascent soul cultivator cannot break through by force. So a demonic cultivator truly exists within the sect. No wonder all disciples were summoned back using the sect master's token. Both the sect master and the supreme patriarch intend to spare not a single demonic cultivator. At this moment, all disciples in the martial arts arena erupted into heated discussions, instantly understanding the intentions of the two mighty figures. Meanwhile, they began casting wary glances at their fellow disciples nearby, cautiously keeping an eye out for anyone attempting to flee or harm a companion. If a demonic cultivator was hidden among them, then any person standing beside them could potentially be one. One wrong move, and one could easily lose their life. Master, we may begin. Upon the sect master's platform, Ji Changfeng maintained an imposing demeanor. Observing the thousands of agitated disciples below, and confirming none dared attempt escape, he slowly turned and bowed to the gaunt elder behind him. Good. Let us begin. After affectionately reassuring Su Xin, Li Chang'an slowly approached Ji Changfeng. Gazing down at the disciples in the viewing stands, his countenance shed its warmth, revealing the formidable aura of the former sect master of the Purple Cloud sect. Now, activate the formation. With a sharp cry from Li Chang'an, terrifying spiritual energy erupted from both their bodies simultaneously. The oppressive pressure of two nascent soul cultivators instantly enveloped the entire sect. Beneath those two overwhelming presences, countless disciples could barely lift their heads. They gazed reverently at the two figures in the sky, as if looking upon deities. The great sword that had been stationed protecting the sect began to hum slowly, rising into the air. Before the disciples' gaping mouths, that spiritual treasure great sword was drawn upward by two colossal streams of spiritual energy. With a thunderous crash, it plunged straight down into the exact center of the martial arts arena, the sect-suppressing divine sword standing unyielding. The protective formation. Activate. Master and disciple Ji Changfeng moved in perfect harmony, both directing vast ocean-like streams of spiritual energy simultaneously into the great sword. A radiant beam shot from the great sword, piercing straight into the clouds, transforming into a sword array barrier that sealed off the entire training grounds. The sect protective formation. Complete. With two nascent soul cultivators jointly activating the protective formation, even if those demonic cultivators had reached the nascent soul stage, there would be no escape. This sword array barrier is quite formidable. Zhang Chen watched the protective formation radiating immense spiritual energy, his eyes narrowing slightly. This sword array would not be easily cracked even by him. For the sake of completely eradicating the demonic cultivators, the Purple Cloud sect had mobilized such grand preparations. Zhang Chen, there is a narrow passage in the corner of the viewing stand that can lead out of the sword array. Only the sect master and I know of it. Whatever happens, do not interfere. Just take the Holy Maiden and escape. Understood? You are merely at the foundation establishment stage. You cannot contribute meaningfully. You would only throw your life away. The Grand Elder gave Zhang Chen these final words with unusual solemnity, laced with an air of determination. Without waiting for Zhang Chen's response, he immediately rode his spiritual light skyward to reinforce the two sect masters. Zhang Chen naturally paid little heed to the old man's words. Instead, he quietly extended his divine sense across the entire training grounds, searching for any traces of other demonic cultivators. The sect formation is complete. Those demonic cultivators certainly cannot escape now. Long live the sect master. Long live the supreme patriarch. The disciples watched the formation shrouding them above, not with fear, but with profound awe and pride. With both sect masters striking simultaneously, not a single one of these cultivator scum would escape. Meanwhile, some disciples had already fixed their gaze on those they had long disliked. Kai Shukuan, are you the demonic cultivator? I've always sensed your dark intentions. How dare you compete with me for junior sister Lin? Damn you, accusing a fellow disciple at a time like this. I think you're the demonic cultivator. Die. Ignoring the growing chaos below, Ji Changfeng withdrew his spiritual energy and bowed once more to Li Chang'an beside him. Master, the formation is complete. I now leave it to you to root out those demonic cultivators and rid our sect of this plague. Changfeng, over these years you have borne much hardship. Hovering in midair, Li Chang'an gazed at his disciple, whose face bore the marks of time and trial, and could not help but feel a surge of pride and satisfaction. To have cultivated a disciple as outstanding as you, I am deeply gratified. Then he slowly stepped forward, patting Ji Changfeng on the shoulder, as the younger man stood with his head bowed in respect, entirely defenseless. A smile crossed his withered, aged face as he slowly raised his hand. Puffed. A desiccated hand pierced straight through Ji Chongfeng's heart, spraying crimson blood across the vast sky. The fresh heart was crushed to pulp by the blood-soaked withered arm. All the disciples and elders present were frozen in shock by this sudden betrayal, no one daring to make a sound. The air seemed to stagnate save for Ji Chongfeng's crimson blood cascading from the sky, and Li Chang'an's withered, twisted, sinister smile. Master, you. Ji Chongfeng looked down at the arm that had pierced through his chest, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. You are the demonic cultivator. Blood trickled from Ji Chongfeng's lips as he slowly raised his gaze to the elder before him, once so familiar, now alien. On his shattered face the vitality was rapidly fading. Having let his guard down completely, Ji Chongfeng could not possibly survive this strike from his own master. Sect master. All the disciples and elders cried out in unison. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine the Supreme Patriarch would strike down his own disciple. Even the most foolish among them understood the implications. Yet they refused to accept that the revered Supreme Patriarch admired by thousands was in fact the demonic cultivator who had slaughtered countless fellow sect members. How could this be? How could the Supreme Patriarch be the demonic cultivator? Why has this come to pass? The Supreme Patriarch who founded the Purple Cloud sect. How could he be such a remorseless, evil cultivator? Without the Supreme Patriarch, I would never have had the chance to cultivate. How could a great figure revered by so many righteous sects be a demonic cultivator? All the disciples on the viewing stands gazed blankly at the man they had once worshipped as a deity, their beliefs completely shattered. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen quietly observed the master and disciple destroying each other in the sky, his expression calm, showing no surprise whatsoever. He had long suspected that old man was no friend. The nascent soul's secret realm, where the disciple's vital essence had been drained, that was none other than this revered Supreme Patriarch. The blood chi gathered by those pitiful demonic cultivators in the small village had also been supplied to this Li Chang'an. It seemed after being severely injured by him last time, the old wretch's withered body could no longer sustain itself, so he resolved to turn every member of the Purple Cloud sect into nourishment for his own vital essence. On the Tsungyuan continent, in the southern domain deep within the Tianma sect, Shang Wanwan, clad in a black and red robe, slowly emerged from her secluded cultivation chamber, her graceful figure moving with each step like a lotus blooming. Between her willow leaf brows, the black lotus mark made her already ethereal beauty seem even more detached from the mortal world. Why has Junior Brother been acting so furtively lately? He hasn't returned to the sect for months, and he won't answer my transmission talismans. Having stabilized her cultivation realm, Shang Wan wandered aimlessly within the sect. The domineering nature of demonic cultivation methods made excessive solitary meditation prone to lose one's mind, especially after breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Mental relaxation was essential. In the past, after emerging from seclusion, she would always seek out her junior brother Zhang Chen, because he could always come up with some bizarre and interesting things, and somehow being with Zhang Chen always made her feel exceptionally at ease. Zhang Chen had been absent from the sect for a long time, and she felt an emptiness in her heart. Moreover, every time she tried to reach him via the transmission talisman, he would brush her off with a few words and hang up, which was strange. Thinking of this, Shang Wanwan picked up the transmission talisman once more and called Zhang Chen. No answer. Could Junior Brother have found some little woman outside? Shang Wanwan frowned at the talisman in her hand, the black lotus faintly glowing with a red light. She sensed a faint sense of crisis. Last time her junior brother had suddenly contacted her to ask, "Is there any way to win the affection of a cute and pretty little girl?" Something was fishy. Shang Wanwan's suspicions deepened. "Fine, Junior Brother. You dare to secretly find a pretty little girl behind my back, huh? Watch me drag you back." She seemed determined to confirm her thoughts, and was about to fly out of the sect to confront Zhang Chen. But where was he now? Shang Wanwan suddenly realized that her junior brother had left the sect in secret, and she had no idea where he had gone. Where should I go to drag him back? Just as she was vexed, a yellow-haired disciple appeared in her sight. The moment he saw her, the Black Lotus Highness, who was as renowned as the demon prince within the sect, he was startled, averted his gaze, and tried to flee. "Stop! Why are you running?" Shang Wanwan immediately called out to the yellow-haired disciple who was trying to escape. Most disciples would voluntarily bow to her, but this one was trying to flee, which was suspicious. Shang Wanwan flicked her finger, and the yellow-haired disciple was pulled back by demonic energy and trapped in midair. "Black Lotus Highness, don't attack. It's me, Ji Lingfeng." Ji Lingfeng, who had no power to resist, panicked. This nascent soul stage highness could reduce him to dust without even lifting a finger. He immediately begged for mercy. Ji Lingfeng lamented inwardly why he had to run into the one person he least wanted to meet upon returning to the sect. Under normal circumstances, he would be honored to encounter the Black Lotus Highness, who possessed both beauty and strength, but now was a special time. He had promised the demon prince not to reveal that the prince was masquerading as a disciple in a righteous minor sect. The highness and the demon prince were extremely close. If she asked, he dared not lie. But if he told the truth and the demon prince found out, he would be dead. Damn it, why have I, Ji Lingfeng, been so unlucky lately? Ji Lingfeng, the closed-door disciple of the second peak master. Unlike Zhang Chen, Shang Wanwan liked to stroll around the sect, So she had some impression of the disciples of various peak masters. Yes, it's me, Highness. It's an honor to be remembered by you. Ji Lingfeng acted obsequiously, but his heart was in turmoil, fearing that Shang Wanwan would ask about Zhang Chen. So it is you. Seeing Ji Lingfeng's distinctive yellow hair, Shang Wanwan recalled who he was and dismissed her suspicions. Do you know where the demon prince went? Shang Wanwan set Ji Lingfeng down and asked casually, not really expecting an answer. Even she didn't know where the demon prince had gone. Oh, how could a mere disciple know? But Ji Lingfeng panicked, wishing he were dead. Damn it. Just what I feared. How can I survive this? Highness, I really don't know. I promised the demon prince I wouldn't tell anyone. Please don't ask me. Ji Lingfeng burst into tears. Shang Wanwan, huh? Wait, you actually know. She was stunned, then her expression turned cold quick. Take me to him. Now. At that moment at the Xian sect master. Over a dozen elders watched as Ji Chongfeng pierced through the heart by Li Chang'an and hovering in midair was barely breathing. They all erupted with their full spiritual energy to support the bloodstained figure in the sky. Stop. Ji Chongfeng, who had little breath left, raised his hand to halt the elders. You are no match for him. Ji Chongfeng knew that a dozen golden core stage cultivators attacking the old sect master, who was at the nascent soul stage, stood no chance. He didn't want them to throw their lives away. Sect master. Tens of thousands of disciples cried out in grief. With the protective array activated, they couldn't escape. If the sect master died, they would surely fall into the evil cultivator's clutches. Chongfeng, you're still the same as before, always shouldering the sect's burdens alone. In that regard, even I can't compare to you. Li Chang'an looked at his former disciple, his aged face cold and indifferent. Ji Chongfeng said nothing but looked up at the unfamiliar expression on his master's face and spoke slowly. All these years. Those disciples who mysteriously disappeared, who died for no reason, were they all turned into your blood sacrifices? That's right, I did it all. The missions about evil cultivators and demonic cultivators were all orchestrated by my people, just so I could secretly nurture evil cultivators and collect the blood energy of those disciples without anyone noticing. Faced with Ji Chongfeng's accusation, Li Chang'an did not deny it, his twisted face full of greed. I didn't do it myself to avoid arousing your suspicion. Everything was proceeding normally, slowly and steadily. But unexpectedly an accident occurred in that secret realm, and a mysterious figure severely injured me. What's more, I never imagined that a disciple at the mere chi refining stage could bring back the secrets of those evil cultivators. At this point, Li Chang'an inadvertently glanced at Zhang Chen's location and revealed an extremely ugly smile. Thinking of it, I should thank that disciple named Zhang Chen. If not for him bringing back those secrets, I wouldn't have acted so quickly to avoid arousing your suspicion. Zhang Chen watched the nearly crazed evil cultivator in the sky, without speaking or moving, merely observing coldly. He had a faint feeling that something else was about to happen. But Su Xian, that little girl, could no longer hold back, and broke down, crying out, "No! Master! Grandpa! Why have you become like this? Why are you an evil cultivator? You were so kind. Why is this happening?" Su Xian's tears streamed down, her last pillar of faith shattered completely. Her eyes were vacant, her body limp, almost unable to stand. Her master had been so good to her, so kind. How could he be an evil cultivator defying the heavens? She still couldn't accept the truth, unable to connect the kind and gentle master with the hideous, ferocious Li Chang'an before her. Why did he deceive me? If even Master Grandpa lied to me, who can I trust? Suddenly Su Xian's heart jolted. A terrifying thought struck her, and she lifted her head abruptly, her spiritual energy exploding violently as she demanded of her master, "My brother. Was it you who killed him too? My brother, did you also kill him?" On the viewing platform, Su Xian was overwhelmed with grief, spiritual energy swirling around her, her foundation, establishment, late-stage cultivation fully revealed. She questioned Li Chang'an, who hovered in midair. Her brother Su Yulong had gone missing while carrying out the sect's mission to investigate evil cultivators. That meant her brother was already never to return. Xian, it seems you're not a foolish girl after all. Facing Su Xian's accusation, Li Chang'an sneered from midair. Your brother also carried out the mission I arranged. He must have turned into blood essence. Yulong was exceptionally gifted. The blood energy he turned into must have been extremely delicious. However, I have absorbed too much blood energy and can no longer remember. Li Chang'an licked his parched lips as if savoring the memory. But I never expected that you, his sister, would be far more talented than him and even possess a rare ancient constitution. It seems the heavens are not unkind to me, Li Chang'an, for sending you directly to me. But rest assured, I don't intend to devour you as blood essence unless absolutely necessary. Consuming an ancient constitution at the foundation establishment stage would be too wasteful. Li Chang'an once again showed a kind smile at Su Xian, but now it seemed utterly repulsive to her. It turned out that his amiable smile had always been that of a wolf eyeing a lamb. All this time Li Chang'an had spared her only to fatten her up for the kill. He had been deceiving her all along. Her brother had been turned into blood essence and would never return. No. Su Xian completely broke down, her whole body trembling, her last shred of hope utterly shattered. Little sister, wait for your brother. I will definitely return. Trust me, Su Yulong's words had always been the only hope that kept Su Xian staying alive in this sect. How many times had she wanted to give up? If it hadn't been for that young man who resembled her brother, she might have died long ago. Now that she knew her brother was dead, Su Xian's heart died with him. You? Give me back my brother's life. A terrifying chill emanated from Su Xian, and the tens of thousands of disciples on the spectator stands felt a bone-piercing cold. Frozen spiritual energy condensed into countless icy chilling blades spreading out from Su Xian. Her pupils were stained with a cold, snowy white. She stood aloof in midair like an ice phoenix goddess. Ice phoenix, 10,000 killing blades. Countless ice blades spun, carrying a chill that pierced the soul as Su Xian charged fiercely toward Li Chang'an in midair. The divine ability unleashed by Su Xian, a foundation establishment mid-stage cultivator, would make even a golden core cultivator tremble. The desperate Su Xian sought to avenge her brother. As expected of an ancient divine body. This innate divine ability is truly enviable, my dear disciple. If you were at the golden core stage, I would not dare to receive it directly. But unfortunately you lack the firepower. Li Chang'an merely sneered at Su Xian's countless terrifying ice blades. With a casual wave of his hand, blood-red spiritual energy flashed, and the ice blades shattered. Her divine ability broken. Su Xian coughed up a mouthful of blood, her face deathly pale. Yet her snow-white pupils did not fade as she continued to charge at Li Chang'an without fear. Junior sister, don't come over. Grand Elder, stop her. Seeing Su Xian completely lose control, Ji Changfeng shouted urgently, asking the Grand Elder to intervene. Although Su Xian's divine ability was formidable, it posed no threat to Li Chang'an and would only lead to her death. He could not let the sect's hope be utterly destroyed. Holy maiden, don't go. The Grand Elder suddenly blocked Su Xian, unleashing his full golden core peak spiritual energy to barely stop the desperate Su Xian. Seeing Su Xian stop the dying, Ji Changfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He slowly raised his head to look at the withered old man before him, his former master, and spoke. Master, why? You weren't like this before. Why did you become the very evil cultivator you once despised? Hey, evil cultivator despised. Li Chang'an sneered again at his once most prized disciple, the sound particularly grating. Changfeng, it's been centuries since I took you as my disciple, and you're still so naive. So-called righteous path, demonic path, evil path, they're all jokes. Only longevity is the true path for me. For the sake of longevity, you would bear to turn the disciples we painstakingly nurtured into blood essence to extend your life, all for that illusory longevity. When you took me, and that's not what you taught me. Facing Ji Changfeng's accusation, Li Chang'an's aged face twisted with ferocity. So long as I can achieve longevity, I don't care how many die. You have no right to accuse me. Your blood energy is still abundant now, you don't understand. When your blood withers, and you face the despair of your lifespan ending, you might become even more ruthless than I. Master, you have fallen into evil. Fallen into evil, ha. Think what you will. You're beyond saving now. Li Chang'an resumed his greedy smile. After I absorb your blood energy, these disciples are destined to become my blood essence. Speaking of which, there are a few talented disciples among them. The quality of their blood essence should be decent. Especially that one named Zhang Chen. He might possess a special constitution. I'll save him for last and savor him slowly. Li Chang'an's terrifying laughter made the 10,000 disciples below bristle with fear, nearly paralyzed. Well, Changfeng, as your master, I've said enough. Now it's time for you to go. Li Chang'an's face turned vicious as he slowly withdrew his withered arm from Ji Changfeng's chest along with the blood energy within. Nascent soul-level blood energy. I haven't enjoyed such a feast in ages. Li Chang'an wore a morbid expression of pleasure. In his eyes, Ji Changfeng was merely his blood essence with no trace of master-disciple bond remaining. Ji Changfeng's body slowly shriveled. The disciples below were completely shattered, endless terror gripping every heart. But Zhang Chen, who had been silently watching the scene above, slowly revealed a smile. He had long sensed something was amiss. That was why he hadn't acted. He knew things weren't that simple. Ji Changfeng being able to become the sect leader wasn't without reason. He was almost sucked dry, yet still pretending. How impressive. Just as Li Chang'an was about to savor the pleasure of recovering his withered blood energy, he suddenly sensed something wrong. Ji Changfeng's body was nearly completely shriveled, but his blood energy showed no sign of recovery. What's going on? Li Chang'an's pupils contracted sharply as he slowly looked at the withered Ji Changfeng, a chill running down his spine. Ji Changfeng slowly raised his head. Master, you never expected this. Grand Elder now. Grand Elder, make your move. Ji Changfeng's roar echoed through the sect, startling every heart. What? You? Li Chang'an's parched brow furrowed, sensing something amiss. The withered flesh that had been drained of blood essence instantly dissolved into powder, scattering in the air, leaving only the empty, desiccated arm. Substitution, divine ability. Li Chang'an realized he had been tricked and reacted swiftly, his gaze snapping towards Su Xian as he prepared to reclaim his crucial blood sacrifice. But the Grand Elder, who had been waiting for this moment, would not let him succeed. As you command, Sect Master. With resolute and icy eyes he shielded the injured Su Xian behind him. All elders heed my command. Activate the formation, seal the demon. Understood. At the Grand Elder's order, dozens of streams of spiritual energy burst forth from all directions. With a thunderous roar they poured into the giant sword of the sect protecting Grand Formation. Amidst the astonished gazes of all disciples, all the elders of Purple Cloud sect joined forces to activate the Grand Formation. With the infusion of spiritual energy from over a dozen golden core cultivators, a streak of light shot from the sword and struck the formation. Enormous chains formed from countless spiritual energy surged toward Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an's expression shifted dramatically, but he quickly calmed, sneering. Using the sect protecting formation to suppress your former sect master. How naive of you. A torrent of blood-red spiritual energy swirled around him, clashing against the oncoming chains, with piercing metallic screeches forcing many disciples to cover their ears in agony. Though his blood essence was depleted, Li Chang'an remained at the nascent soul peak. Under the overwhelming blood-red spiritual energy, the countless chains momentarily failed to lock him down. Do you think you mere golden core ants can trap me with this formation? Don't forget, I was the one who created it. With a furious roar, Li Chang'an sent a surge of divine sense, causing the giant sword to hum. The chain slowed, as if resisting the elders' spiritual energy. Not good. The elders' faces turned pale as they felt the backlash from the sword's spirit. Their spiritual energy hindered. Trying to trap me with my own spiritual treasure. Absurd. This sect-protecting divine sword was originally Li Chang'an's spiritual treasure, so he still retained control. Under his spiritual influence, the chains slowed to a halt, freezing within the Grand Formation. Li Chang'an's cold sneer sent the disciples' hearts into their throats. The elders simultaneously spat blood, their faces ashen, barely able to hold on. Just then another vast and profound stream of spiritual energy surged into the giant sword, far more immense than the elders' combined power. The elders felt an immediate relief as the halted chains blazed with dazzling light, hurtling toward Li Chang'an at several times their previous speed. Li Chang'an, who had just relaxed, paled again as he looked at the majestic figure slowly appearing in the sky. Changfeng. Sword spirit, even you betray me. Blood-red spiritual energy surged once more against the chains, but this time it failed to hold, retreating step by step. Master, you have fallen into the path of evil. Surrender now. Ji Changfeng stared coldly at his former master, his eyes a mixture of complex emotions. Another surge of immense spiritual energy poured in Ji Changfeng's Taoist robe, rustling, and the sect-protecting giant sword emitted a mournful hum as if acknowledging him. Countless chains finally coalesced into four enormous ones, and Li Chang'an could resist no longer, bound tightly by the chains. He could not move an inch. Long live the sect master! Long live the sect master! The disciples raised their arms in cheers, gazing at the awe-inspiring Ji Changfeng in the sky. Their hearts surged with excitement. They had thought they would surely die under the schemes of the fallen Supreme Elder. But they never imagined the sect master had calculated everything, turning the tide at the critical moment. In the eyes of all Purple Cloud sect disciples, Ji Changfeng was like a divine savior, truly worthy of the sect master. The disciples' reverence for him reached its peak. Changfeng, so you suspected me all along. Bound by the chains of spiritual energy, Li Chang'an lowered his head, looking at Ji Changfeng as he approached. His aged face revealed no expression. When did you start suspecting me? Ji Changfeng withdrew his spiritual energy, looking at Li Chang'an with a darkened expression. The Grand Elder and I were merely suspicious at first. But when I reported the news of the evil cultivator to you and you ordered all disciples to return and activate the sect-protecting formation, I became fully convinced of my suspicions. I never imagined that the master revered by thousands would descend into an evil cultivator who drains blood essence. Ji Changfeng said coldly. Yet when he learned the truth, he could not accept it at first. He never thought he would one day face his revered master in battle. Heh! Li Chang'an unexpectedly let out a soft laugh. You didn't expose me on the spot, but used the substitution divine ability to take the fatal blow, all to lower my guard and save your little junior sister, didn't you, eh? Li Chang'an knew that even though Ji Changfeng had prepared the substitution divine ability, the damage from that lethal strike must have been considerable. It must have been difficult for you to deal with me. I suppose you kept your junior sister by your side constantly, because you had some premonition. Though it came at a cost, saving the sect's future was worth it. Ji Changfeng let out a long sigh, then looked toward the Grand Elder, and Su Xian, nodding slowly. The Grand Elder understood instantly, taking Su Xian with a flash of light to Zhang Chen's side. Zhang Chen, quickly, take the saintess away. Remember what I said. Don't linger, don't fight. Go. Having achieved his plan, the Grand Elder finally entrusted Su Xian to Zhang Chen. Without further words, the Grand Elder turned and plunged back into the battle. He and the sect master had complete faith in Zhang Chen's righteous character. Brother Zhang Chen. Su Xian's snow-white pupils had faded, her face, pale, still recovering from the recent injury. The girl clung tightly to Zhang Chen's hand, like a helpless kitten lacking security. Too much had happened too quickly, she couldn't bear it all, and only by holding his hand could she feel a trace of reassurance. "Brother Zhang Chen, are we leaving?" Zhang Chen quietly watched the two masters confronting each other in the sky, his eyes flickering. He crouched down, gently stroking Su Xian's head. "Little one, not yet. The time isn't right." Zhang Chen knew that since the system had judged this as a sect calamity, it couldn't end so simply. "Changfeng, you have truly grown. You are no longer that foolish boy I pulled from the snow all those years ago." Within the sect's grand formation, Li Chang'an, bound tightly by chains, learned the truth and slowly spoke to Ji Changfeng. He never expected his own disciple to be so resolute. Ji Changfeng gazed at the elderly man before him, the one who had treated him like family in childhood, and let out a long sigh. "Master, I have not changed. I have always remembered the words you spoke to me as a child. Work diligently at cultivation, eradicate demonic forces, and ensure every person with a spiritual root has the opportunity to walk the path of immortal cultivation. Whether in my childhood or after I succeeded you as sect master, I have never forgotten these words, nor have I ever changed." At this point, Ji Changfeng could not help but recall the days of training alongside Li Chang'an in his youth. His gaze grew complex and his voice turned cold. "It is you who have changed, master. You have forgotten your own words and the original intention behind founding the Ziyun sect. You have fallen into evil cultivation." Ji Changfeng's emotions were conflicted. He desperately wanted to ask his master why he had fallen to such a state, but in the end his eyes hardened. A flicker of determination crossed his face, resolute and unyielding. Even if his master had forgotten his own words, he himself had not. Demonic forces that had abandoned their humanity must be eradicated. Even if they were his own master, no exception would be made. Taking one final look at his once proud master, now reduced to a fragile, aged figure, Ji Changfeng turned his head, saying no more. Without hesitation, he slowly ascended above the sect grounds, his purple Taoist robes fluttering in the wind. The supreme patriarch of the Ziyun sect has abandoned his humanity and fallen into demonic cultivation. All disciples and elders, heed my command. Channel your spiritual energy into the sect's divine sword. Follow me. Strike down the evil. His voice, commanding and thunderous, reverberated throughout the sect. With unwavering resolve, Ji Changfeng poured all his nascent soul-stage spiritual energy into the giant sword, which erupted in blinding radiance, shaking the entire sect to its core. "We shall obey the sect master's command." Every disciple and elder of the Ziyun sect, inspired by their leader's pressure and resolve, shared the same determined gaze. Boom! In an instant, countless currents of spiritual energy surged like tidal waves from all directions into the great sword. Light radiated brilliantly, and the entire competition arena began to tremble. Ji Changfeng knew that although Li Chang'an was trapped, slaying a powerhouse who had nearly reached the spirit transformation stage could only be accomplished by mobilizing the entire sect's strength and relying on the protective formation. This was also the reason he had not refused Li Chang'an's earlier proposal to recall all disciples and activate the protective formation. He would use the enemy's strategy against him. "Sword Spirit Senior, please lend us your strength." The radiant giant sword hummed repeatedly, as though it sought to annihilate all evil in the world. A stream of luminous energy erupted from the giant sword, striking the protective formation. Another longsword, forged from pure spiritual energy, materialized, its massive tip descending slowly toward the withered old man, firmly locked in midair. The sword fell silently, yet the space around it seemed on the verge of tearing apart. Such terrifying force was enough to unsettle even those at the early stages of spirit transformation. "It is over." Ji Changfeng manipulated the spiritual energy, watching steadily as his master was about to be slain. A fleeting look of relief passed through his resolute eyes. But then an ear-splitting laugh suddenly rang out, shattering the silent moment of demise. Everyone's brows furrowed as they turned toward the elderly man on the verge of being struck down by the giant sword. "Hee hee ha ha." The once humble Li Chang'an slowly raised his head, his smile twisted and grotesque as he fixed his gaze upon Ji Changfeng. "Changfeng, you truly are my excellent disciple. That you could unite the sword spirit and all the sect's members into a single heart. That even I might not have achieved. Unfortunately, you have misunderstood all along. I never founded the Ziyun sect to allow every person with a spiritual root to walk the path of immortal cultivation." What? Ji Changfeng's expression darkened drastically. Li Chang'an's chilling laughter continued. "Do you truly believe I was so kind-hearted, taking in these waste souls with miscellaneous and defective spiritual roots only to grant them the laughable opportunity to pursue immortal cultivation? What are you saying?" Ji Changfeng was stunned. His convictions and Tao heart began to waver, and from the sinister grin on Li Chang'an's face, he felt an overwhelming dread. Instantly, a terrible premonition rose within Ji Changfeng's heart. "Quickly, everyone, withdraw your spiritual energy. Now," he shouted in terror. A desperate possibility flashed through his mind, and his heart pounded with sheer horror. The disciples were bewildered by their sect master's command. They were so close to vanquishing the demonic cultivator. Why should they withdraw their spiritual energy? Is the sect master still hesitating, considering his master-disciple bond with the supreme patriarch? Should he reconsider? "Sect master, what is this?" The eldest elder spoke first, about to say more. He was cut off by Ji Chongfeng's furious shout. Quickly, withdraw your spiritual energy. This is the sect master's order, immediately. Zhang Chen, why are you still here? Take the holy maiden and leave quickly. Ji Chongfeng had already retracted his spiritual energy at the first opportunity. He turned to Zhang Chen and Su Xian, who had not yet departed, his eyes filled with even greater alarm. Though confused by the sect master's order, the disciples and elders prepared to comply. Yes, a sect master's command could not be defied, and moreover they had never seen their leaders so panicked and distraught. But it was already too late. Just as everyone was preparing to withdraw their spiritual energy, Li Chang'an's bone-chilling laughter rang out once more. Suddenly, everyone discovered their spiritual energy had frozen mid-circulation, impossible to retract. He Changfeng. It seems you are not entirely foolish. You discovered this so quickly. However, it is already too late. Their faces paled in shock, their eyes filled with horror. They realized their spiritual energy was surging autonomously through their cultivation methods, colliding violently with their dantian and internal organs throughout their bodies, completely beyond their control. What is happening to us? Everyone was overcome with terror as the rampant spiritual energy tore through their flesh and blood. Ugh! Not a single disciple could withstand it, spitting up blood in agony, their faces contorted in torment. None of them understood what was happening inside their bodies. Not even the elders. What is going on? All eyes turned toward Li Chang'an, who continued to laugh uncontrollably. Zhang Chen, unaffected, furrowed his brows slightly. As expected, this demonic cultivator is far more dangerous than anticipated. What kind of absurd mission did that damn system assign me? Amidst the horrified gazes of the disciples and elders, the giant, sword devoid of spiritual support, began to slowly dissipate. Crack! The four spiritual chains snapped apart simultaneously, and Li Chang'an's emaciated figure stood suspended in midair. The sect's protective divine sword, once pure and radiant, was now stained crimson. The entire protective formation was swallowed by a bloody red aura. The escape route previously left open for Zhang Chen and Su Xian was sealed shut by the blood-red formation as well. The protagonist will make his move starting next chapter. Xian's sect, the sky was blood-red. Li Chang'an stood atop a crimson giant sword, his white hair disheveled in the crimson wind, his withered face with a pair of crimson eyes gazing down at the countless disciples of Xian's sect. They were nothing but ants. All disciples' spiritual energy went out of control, they were severely injured, and they looked in terror at the withered figure beneath the protective sect formation, completely unaware of what had just happened. It's the cultivation art, someone finally cried out. The problem is the Xian sect art we've been practicing. Everyone suddenly realized, but they tried to stop the circulation of the art to no avail. The cultivation art within their bodies, after being fully activated just now, could not be stopped at all, as if controlled by some terrifying force. Moreover, it was pulling at the blood energy within them, as if about to burst out of their bodies. All eyes were filled with despair. They now looked at Li Chang'an as if he were a demon. The cultivation arts and supernatural powers they had practiced since joining the sect were all passed down from the former sect master. The cultivation arts that Ziyun's sect had practiced for centuries had all been tampered with by Li Chang'an using evil cultivation methods. Now everyone understood why the sect master had told them to immediately stop circulating their spiritual energy. Li Chang'an had been waiting for the moment when they would fully activate their arts and mobilize spiritual energy to catch them off guard and take control of the arts within their bodies. But when they realized it was already too late. No please. Thousands of disciples let out agonizing cries simultaneously, their bodies rapidly shriveling. With their cultivation arts and spiritual energy out of control, they had no strength to resist. The blood energy within their bodies was completely extracted by the chaotic spiritual energy flowing toward the withered figure in the sky. Amid the widespread cries of agony, Li Chang'an absorbed all the blood energy of the thousands of disciples. His withered body visibly became plump and smooth, and his scattered white hair in the wind turned gray. Li Chang'an let out a satisfied sound, no longer hoarse, but extremely unpleasant. The blood energy of thousands of disciples replenished his withered vitality, returning him to the peak of nascent soul half-step to divine transformation. After plotting for centuries, he had finally awaited this day. If it weren't for his difficulty in controlling the arts of tens of thousands of disciples simultaneously, he might have already attempted to break through to divine transformation with this. So you have been deceiving me all along. Listening to the agonizing cries of the sect disciples, sect master Ji Changfeng was stunned, his gaze dazed. It turned out that the master founded Ziyun's sect not at all to allow those pitiful, talentless people to embark on the path of cultivation, but to wait for this day to make these poor souls become blood food for the master to prolong his life. So it was he who had been wrong all along. Since its founding, the tragic fate of Ziyun's sect was already sealed. All these years he thought he could lead these disciples onto the path of cultivation, but in the end he had sent them straight into the demon's mouth. And the Ziyun sect, which enjoyed great fame in the southern domain's cultivation world and was praised as a refreshing stream, was in fact a demonic lair for raising blood energy. The sect cause he believed in was actually aiding evil. It was he who had harmed these disciples, harmed the entire sect. In the martial arena, one disciple after another was drained of blood energy and collapsed while an endless stream of blood energy poured into Li Chang'an's body. No one had the power to resist. Under the crimson sky, the cries of disciples rose one after another. The elders were suppressing their out-of-control spiritual energy, and the sect master's faith crumbled. No one could stop Li Chang'an, who had been plotting for centuries. The true calamity of Ziyun's sect had arrived. Sect master. The great elder let out a loud roar, finally snapping the dazed Ji Changfeng back to his senses. As the sect master Ji Changfeng's eyes finally regained clarity, Li Chang'an could not control the spiritual energy of so many people at once. The golden core stage elders had already recovered from their chaotic state. Although his and the elders' strength had been weakened under the influence of the cultivation art, they were not completely unable to act. The sect's annihilation calamity could no longer be prevented. Now, they could only do their utmost to preserve the sect's spark. Great elder, take all the elders and open a gap with all your strength. Let Zhang Chen take the saintess and leave. Ji Changfeng looked at the slaughtering Li Chang'an, a flash of determination in his eyes. I'll hold him off. Sect master. You. The great elder was slightly stunned. The sect master at nascent soul late stage and with greatly reduced strength surely could not survive Li Chang'an's hands. Hurry. Without any hesitation, Ji Changfeng mobilized his spiritual energy and charged straight at Li Chang'an, causing space to tremble. Go protect the saintess and Zhang Chen escape. The great elder had long anticipated the worst outcome. He led the elders to attack the weakest point of the protective sect formation, trying to tear open a gap. Evil heretic. Die. Ji Changfeng's eyes were resolute, having no trace of respect left for this so-called master. Ziyun art. Purple Dragon Emperor explosion. A giant dragon formed of purple spiritual energy materialized before him, with Ji Changfeng standing atop its head. The dragon let out a furious roar, opened its colossal jaws, and lunged at Li Chang'an. The entire sky trembled. Li Chang'an, with crimson eyes, coldly stared at the dragon without any evasion. Using what I taught you to deal with me, Changfeng, you are truly foolish. Li Chang'an casually waved his hand, and countless crimson blood energy shot toward the purple dragon. The entire dragon exploded with a thunderous roar, shaking the earth. Ji Changfeng spat out a mouthful of thick blood, his Dao robe shattered, and he slammed heavily into the protective sect formation. Before Li Chang'an, who was half-stepped to divine transformation, Ji Changfeng, only at nascent soul late stage, was utterly powerless. It seems there are still a few bugs trying to escape. With one move dealing with Ji Changfeng, Li Chang'an naturally noticed the elder's actions. The weakest point of the formation was intentionally left by Ji Changfeng, and under the elder's bombardment a small crack had been torn open. Li Chang'an knew they wanted to let Su Xian and Zhang Chen escape, but how could he let these two most important blood food leave? Zhang Chen, take the saintess and leave quickly. A gap had been torn open, and the great elder hurriedly urged Zhang Chen and Su Xian beside him. But in the next second a terrifying pressure descended, and the great elder's eyes narrowed sharply, his face filled with fear. Crimson blood energy enveloped dozens of elders. Ugh! The elders' bodies all shriveled, their blood energy extracted, flowing toward the terrifying figure. Quick! Leave! The great elder's already aged face rapidly contracted, and just before turning into a skeleton, he uttered those two words to Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen silently watched the elders die one after another, saying nothing, expressionless. Su Xian beside him tightly held Zhang Chen's hand, her hands trembling. The horrific scene of the sect left her too terrified to speak. My good disciples, where do you think you're going? Li Chang'an slowly appeared before the two, his eyes bloodshot, his voice like a demon. Letting a mere foundation establishment take you away, Changfeng, as sect master, is truly a blunder. Looking at Zhang Chen, who was only at foundation establishment, he revealed a twisted smile, slowly raised his hand, and wrapped crimson blood energy around him. Brother Zhang Chen, run. Su Xian suddenly let go of Zhang Chen's hand, her pupils again covered in white, and the temperature around plummeted. Su Xian resolutely stood in front of Zhang Chen, countless ice blades rising once more. She had already lost one brother, she did not want to lose another. Even if it meant death, she did not want to experience that pain again. What a good sister, but unfortunately if I want to kill him, you cannot stop me. Li Chang'an chuckled lightly, and the blood energy grabbed at the two. In an instant the ice blades behind Su Xian shattered, her face turned pale, and she showed an expression of pain. Her resistance seemed feeble, but she still refused to dodge. Just as Su Xian was in despair, a warm large hand rested on her small shoulder, and a familiar warmth spread through her. Little girl, since when did it become your turn to protect me? A familiar voice sounded in Su Xian's ear. Zhang Chen slowly stepped in front of Su Xian, his slender back standing like a great wall. Zhang Chen stood motionless, the crimson blood energy forced back and dissipated under his terrifying pressure, unable to approach Su Xian in the slightest. It seems this miserable wretch of yours has no accomplices, how pathetic. Zhang Chen's indifferent and contemptuous voice caused Li Chang'an's face to change drastically, a familiar fear arising from the depths of his soul. You are. Who are you? Li Chang'an stared at Zhang Chen's expressionless face, a familiar sense of death-inducing terror welling up from the depths of his soul. Such oppressive pressure, such terrifying aura. It was all so familiar. He had only felt this before in that nascent soul-secret realm. How is this possible? How can you be a disciple? This is impossible. Li Chang'an's pupils contracted sharply, his crimson gaze suddenly becoming much clearer, his inner shock beyond comprehension. Wasn't that terrifying figure a demonic cultivator at the nascent soul stage? How could he have become a mere disciple within their own sect? This is impossible. Is he out of his mind? Zhang Chen hadn't even tapped into any demonic energy, yet the familiar deathly sensation made Li Chang'an's entire body tremble uncontrollably. Oh, you little pest, actually pretty sharp. Figured it out this quick. Too bad no prize for that. Zhang Chen's face remained cold and impassive. Without wasting words, he directly backhanded Li Chang'an, who was nearly paralyzed with fear, sending him flying. Before everyone's terrified and astonished gazes, that demon who had moments before been ferocious, bloodthirsty, and utterly arrogant, was directly backhanded by Zhang Chen, stumbling backward in disgrace and crashing fiercely into the sect's protective barrier. Zhang Chen hadn't even used demonic energy. Li Chang'an, too terrified to find the courage to resist, crashed into the entire protective formation, causing it to hum while the earth itself trembled. All surviving disciples were utterly stunned by the scene before them, completely unable to believe what they had witnessed. What had they seen? A Foundation establishment disciple had actually backhanded the Supreme Patriarch, who had fallen to heretical cultivation, away with a single strike. That Supreme Patriarch was a figure who couldn't even resist the sect master, and over a dozen elders had been drained dry in an instant. Yet he was swept away by a disciple's casual backhand, without even using spiritual energy. Even the most outrageous fiction novels wouldn't dare write such nonsense. A dead silence fell over the scene. All stared dumbstricken toward Zhang Chen, their shock beyond what words could describe. They had even forgotten their prior terror in the face of the sect's catastrophe. That's Zhang Chen. How could it be him? How did he manage this? It is him. We entered the sect together. When he was in the outer sect, my cave dwelling was right next to his. Who exactly is he? Is he really just a disciple? Could he be a concealed powerhouse? But why would he hide within a small sect like ours to be our fellow disciple? Every disciple's voice echoed with shock and confusion, while Ji Chongfeng, heavily wounded and lying near death on the ground, slowly raised his head. The awe in his heart was no less than that of these disciples. This guy hides his depth well. Ji Chongfeng managed a pained smile. He had suspected Zhang Chen wouldn't be as simple as he appeared on the surface, which was precisely why he had chosen him to take the holy maiden away. But had he ever imagined Zhang Chen would be this formidable? Zhang Chen, you bastard with cultivation like yours, why didn't you intervene earlier? Ji Chongfeng couldn't quite understand. If Zhang Chen had acted sooner, so many people wouldn't have died. Never mind. Ji Chongfeng wore a wistful smile. Regardless, with Zhang Chen stepping forward, Purple Cloud sect had been saved. He didn't want to guess what purpose this powerhouse had for hiding within their modest sect. As long as Zhang Chen could save Purple Cloud sect and these pitiful disciples, that was sufficient. He had no interest in caring about Zhang Chen's identity. He certainly wasn't some demonic cultivator. In his eyes, Zhang Chen was upright and righteous, a perfect standard model of orthodox conduct within the sect. How could someone with such righteous conduct be demonic? And would a demonic cultivator with such terrifying cultivation honestly serve as a lowly disciple within an orthodox small sect? That would simply be insane. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen, the focal point of everyone's attention, felt nothing remarkable about having backhanded that heretic cultivator away. He also completely disregarded these people's strange stares. If not for his desire to root out all the heretics to avoid any slipping through the net. Otherwise, he couldn't complete the dam system's mission. He would have long since dealt with this lingering pest. But the situation had reached this point and no other heretic had emerged. Zhang Chen was now certain there was only one heretic within this sect. It was Li Chang'an, who had luckily survived last time in the secret realm. Bastard. So there was only a single pest, making this demon lord wait this long. As for that heretic's century-long scheme and all these deaths, Zhang Chen naturally paid no mind and felt no psychological burden. The dead were all orthodox people. What business was that to a demonic cultivator? He only needed to protect Su Xian, eliminate this heretic, and steadily complete the dam system's mission. Brother Zhang Chen. You. Su Xian, gazing at Zhang Chen's back, felt both shocked and emotionally complicated, her snow-white pupils slowly clearing. Ever since Brother Zhang Chen had casually spent without blinking at the Ironwater auction house, she had known his identity wouldn't be simple. He must surely be from some major sect or prominent family. She had just never expected Brother Zhang Chen's cultivation to be hidden so deeply. But she didn't dwell on it too much. As long as Brother Zhang Chen was unharmed, as long as he remained the same Brother Zhang Chen, she only felt somewhat annoyed, judging herself as inadequate. Why was Brother Zhang Chen always shielding her in front, even though she could already cultivate? Why did she still need Brother Zhang Chen's protection every time? Just as Su Xian was anxiously lost in thought, she saw Li Chang'an suddenly move among the ruins, and was instantly alarmed, urging Zhang Chen to be careful. Brother Zhang Chen, careful. He's not dead. Zhang Chen naturally wasn't surprised by this outcome. If a half-step divine transformation cultivator with restored vital qi could be killed so easily by a single backhand, he would indeed be incredibly useless. Li Chang'an slowly ascended into the sky under everyone's astonished gazes, once again standing upon his long sword. I never expected a fellow Taoist to have such leisurely elegance, serving as a lowly disciple within my Purple Cloud sect. I was indeed negligently Mao. Although Li Chang'an's face was swollen and his breath somewhat irregular, he had not sustained mortal injuries. With his vital qi restored, he was no longer at the same cultivation level as during the secret realm. His inability to resist just now was purely due to the psychological trauma from nearly being killed by Zhang Chen last time. Moreover, he still couldn't fathom why such a great figure would come to Purple Cloud sect to serve as a lowly disciple. If he had known Zhang Chen was that great figure, he certainly wouldn't have acted so arrogantly. Although his vital qi and cultivation had both recovered to their peak, Li Chang'an knew Zhang Chen's terror, so he tried his best to show goodwill and avoid direct confrontation. The fact that he had now recovered from his initial fear did not mean he feared Zhang Chen. If negotiations failed, he would strike directly as well. He refused to believe that he, a dignified half-step divine transformation cultivator, would still fear someone at the nascent soul stage. Cut the nonsense and fight me directly. I have no mood to reminisce with you. You won't survive today. Zhang Chen hadn't expected this fellow to still be so smug after taking his backhand. The man was indeed remarkable, but he showed no courtesy to this heretic. To complete the dam system's mission, this heretic would surely die today. You? Facing Zhang Chen's outright rejection, Li Chang'an frowned, but ultimately clung to his last ray of hope. Because he remembered, this fellow was a demonic cultivator. Fellow Taoist, why pursue total annihilation? The heretical path and demonic path are already half alike. Why should we tear faces over these orthodox people? Li Chang'an put on a smile as friendly as he could manage. As long as fellow Taoist promises not to intervene to protect these orthodox people, make any demands you wish. Li Mao will certainly do his best to fulfill them. Before Zhang Chen could even speak, every person from Purple Cloud sect was taken aback. Those who had originally believed themselves saved now wore expressions of utter horror, their voices trembling. Heretical path, demonic path. Half alike. Does that mean Zhang Chen is demonic? Zhang Chen. Damn it. You old pest, why are you spilling everything? Zhang Chen is actually a demonic cultivator. How is this possible? Why would a demonic master lie hidden within a righteous sect? Now both demonic and evil cultivators have gathered. We are utterly doomed. Upon hearing that Zhang Chen was a demonic cultivator, all the disciples were filled with shock and terror, their emotions as turbulent as a roller coaster. Thank heavens. We are saved, but it is demonic cultivation. We are doomed. Since ancient times, the righteous and demonic paths have never coexisted, and the hostility between them is no less bitter than that between righteousness and evil. The disciples of Ziyun's sect knew that even if they survived the corrupted Supreme Patriarch, they would still perish at the hands of this demonic cultivator. How could Zhang Chen be a demonic cultivator? Ji Changfeng's face darkened. The last thing he had imagined had actually come to pass. Why would Zhang Chen be demonic? He embodied the orthodox path entirely, and Ji Changfeng had even regarded him as the sect's hope for revival. What exactly is his purpose? Ji Changfeng's gaze turned despondent. Today truly marked the heavens' will to destroy Ziyun's sect. Standing behind Zhang Chen, Su Xian's mind went blank as she stared at his familiar silhouette, unable to believe what she had just heard. How could brother Zhang Chen be demonic? He had been so kind to her. How could he possibly belong to such a merciless path? Su Xian's eyes grew hollow as she looked at Zhang Chen, lacking even the courage to ask. She feared hearing that answer. Taoist friend, you have surely noticed the looks they are casting upon you now. All that remains in their eyes is disgust, and even fear toward your demonic identity. Any reverence they held moments ago has vanished. Watching the altered gazes turned upon Zhang Chen, Li Chang'an chuckled to himself. These righteous ants are hardly worth your effort to save. Though our paths diverge, we are both despised by these so-called righteous folk. Even if you slay me to save them, do you truly believe they will grovel before you with unwavering reverence? They feel nothing but utter loathing toward you. Why not join me, Taoist friend? Silence. Zhang Chen's menacing voice suppressed Li Chang'an, forcing him into mute submission. Ignoring the bewildered gazes from everyone at Ziyun's sect, Zhang Chen slowly rose into the air, looking down upon the terrified masses below. Since his identity was exposed, he had nothing left to pretend. According to the system's directives, he would not remain in this place after this mission anyway, and there was absolutely no need to conceal his identity any longer. Moreover, the system's task demanded eliminating the evil cultivator at any cost, and by any means. Exposing his strength was certainly permissible. If that was the case, what was the point of further idle chatter? In an instant, terrifying black-red demonic energy erupted from Zhang Chen's body, flooding the heavens and engulfing the sect's protective formation. The once crimson and fearsome blood aura was forced back and dissipated by the even more violent demonic energy, the scarlet hue upon the great sword growing dim. This was absolute suppression. Before reaching the divine transformation stage, only a handful within the nascent soul realm across the entire continent could contend with Zhang Chen, who said, "I intended to save these righteous cultivators. From beginning to end, my sole target has been you, this pest." Zhang Chen regarded Li Chang'an with cold contempt as a terrifying heavenly thunderbolt gathered rapidly within the black clouds formed from raging demonic energy. Some disciples recognized it as the heavenly thunder Zhang Chen had wielded upon first entering the sect. Only this time it was unfathomably more fearsome. "Since you are determined to fight, then there is nothing left to discuss." Realizing negotiations had failed, Li Chang'an abandoned his pretense entirely, and his crimson blood aura began swirling once more. "Insolent! Do you truly believe I fear you?" Though talks had collapsed, he harbored no fear toward Zhang Chen. He had now fully restored his peak cultivation and was no longer vulnerable as he had been within the secret realm. Absurd! How could a half-step divine transformation expert like himself fear a mid-nascent soul cultivator? Dark blood demonic claw. Li Chang'an sneered, and countless strands of crimson blood essence condensed into a blood claw spanning dozens of zhang, descending upon Zhang Chen in midair. The terrifying blood claw moved with astonishing speed as though rending space itself, making Zhang Chen's figure appear infinitesimally small beneath the crimson sweep. Yet facing the claw that threatened to swallow him whole, Zhang Chen remained utterly composed, continuing to gather heavenly thunder with unhurried deliberation. Following behind the blood claw, Li Chang'an could not help but sneer again. The dark blood demonic claw was his most formidable technique. Even a peak nascent soul cultivator would be crushed by it. This foolish fellow refused to dodge, still gathering that heavenly thunder, practically courting death. "You genuinely believe a mere heavenly thunder crafted by a mid-nascent soul cultivator could pose any threat to me? Die! How could a half-step divine transformation expert fear your paltry heavenly thunder? It is absolute." Before Li Chang'an could finish his words, a terrifying heavenly thunderbolt crashed down. Boom! Beneath that thunderous strike, reverberating through the entire sect, the hundreds of Zhang blood claw was obliterated instantly, and Li Chang'an was driven into the earth like a crushed pest. A half-step divine transformation expert stood no chance against Zhang Chen's heavenly thunder. For Zhang Chen now, anyone who had not yet entered the divine transformation stage posed no threat whatsoever. Amidst the awestruck gazes of all present, a scorching aroma drifted through the air. After an indeterminate span of time, a figure clad in tattered robes, his entire body blackened and charred, painfully emerged from the bottomless thunder crater, his aura reduced to its weakest state. Summoning his final reserves of strength, he propelled himself upward on a trail of escaping light, fleeing in a single direction. That was Li Chang'an. He had chosen to flee. He now understood that even restored to half-step divine transformation, he was absolutely no match for Zhang Chen. If things continued this way, he would truly lose his life. Fortunately, he had kept a trump card in reserve. Zhang Chen's gaze turned cold. The direction Li Chang'an was fleeing happened to be precisely towards Su Xian. Instantly comprehending the wretch's intention, Zhang Chen simultaneously directed his own escape towards Su Xian. Li Chang'an moved with blinding speed, appearing before Su Xian in an instant, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he slowly extended his hand toward her forehead. Fortunately, he had prepared contingency measures, having planted a blood chi seal upon Su Xian beforehand. This seal could instantly draw out the divine body's blood essence from within her, ensuring not a single drop would be wasted. The jade pure ice body was an extraordinary constitution, found only once in 10,000 years. Su Xian's blood essence was the finest nourishment for his breakthrough to divine transformation, and he had originally not wished to employ it so soon. But he had been driven to desperation by Zhang Chen and had no choice but to deploy it prematurely. Perhaps through this, he could recover and achieve the breakthrough. As long as he reached divine transformation, he could eliminate Zhang Chen. "Little Xian, my dear disciple, you may now join your brother in the afterlife." With Su Xian's panicked and bewildered gaze fixed upon him, Li Chang'an activated the blood chi seal within her body, preparing to drain the divine blood essence. "Rest assured it will not hurt much." Li Chang'an wore a cruel smile towards Su Xian. Why can I not draw it out? What is happening?" Li Chang'an was utterly alarmed, for he discovered that the blood chi seal upon Su Xian had vanished without warning. Moreover, when he attempted to forcibly extract another seal within Su Xian's body was actively resisting him. He could not draw it out at all. Who erased this seal? Just as Li Chang'an was consumed by shock, a figure wreathed in demonic energy slowly materialized before him, startling him into a hasty retreat. "It is you erased my seal." Li Chang'an stared fixedly at Zhang Chen, his face contorted with sheer dread. Even a divine transformation stage expert might overlook his seal without careful observation. He could not fathom how Zhang Chen had discovered it. Zhang Chen did not speak, simply continuing to gather heavenly thunder. This pest, though stubbornly resilient, could certainly not withstand another bolt of heavenly thunder. As a demonic cultivator, you are surprisingly compassionate, aren't you, Taoist friend? It seems you truly regard this young lady as your own sister. Yet facing the heavenly thunder reforming in the sky, once more Li Chang'an broke into an unnerving gradual laugh. However, Taoist friend, you have finally fallen into my trap. My true target was never her. As his words fell, piercing screams of agony erupted across the duel arena. The nearly 8,000 surviving disciples were rapidly withering, their bodies shrinking away before his eyes. Endless streams of blood essence surged inward, flowing through the crimson great sword that served as a conduit into Li Chang'an's charred body. Zhang Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Li Chang'an's withered aura instantly recovered, his cultivation skyrocketing in a single moment. Within his body, the nascent soul grew rapidly, transforming into a golden glowing primordial spirit. A terrifying divine transformation aura slowly radiated outward. Inside the protective grand formation of the Purple Cloud sect, countless disciples let out despairing screams. Li Chang'an, using the blood-red giant sword as a conduit, was about to sacrifice the entire sect to help him break through to the divine transformation stage. The thousands of surviving disciples, including the nearly dying Ji Changfeng, found their blood energy rapidly draining as their internal techniques were forcibly activated, their bodies visibly shriveling. Zhang Chen furrowed his brow, turning back to check if Su Xian had been affected. That treacherous vermin had attacked Su Xian just to divert his attention. His real aim was to secretly manipulate the giant sword to drain the sect's blood energy. Fortunately, this girl practices a lifebound technique, so it has no effect on her. Otherwise, that damn system's task might have been ruined by this vermin. After confirming Su Xian was safe, Zhang Chen looked up at Li Chang'an, standing atop the blood sword, his expression grave. At this moment, Li Chang'an's Dao robe was shattered, and the blackened burns on his body were replaced by a crimson hue. With the continuous influx of blood energy, his nascent soul slowly transformed into a primordial spirit. Senior brother, save me. No, I don't want to die. Sect leaders, save me. Grand Supreme Patriarch, have mercy. No, who? Who can save us? Amid the desperate cries of countless disciples, Li Chang'an revealed a twisted and gratified sinister smile. Space trembled as a divine transformation pressure slowly manifested. No, we can't let him fully break through to divine transformation. Zhang Chen's eyes flashed with solemnity. Although this vermin hadn't fully broken through to divine transformation, he could already sense a hint of danger. He must not allow this vermin to absorb any more blood energy from these disciples. At the nascent soul stage, Zhang Chen had few rivals, but a divine transformation stage cultivator could pose a threat to him. Once the nascent soul transformed into a primordial spirit, the gap in cultivation was on a completely different level. Zhang Chen's expression turned cold, demonic energy surging around him as he charged at Li Chang'an, while the terrifying heavenly thunder once again poured down on Li Chang'an. He needed to stop Li Chang'an's breakthrough. But at this moment, Li Chang'an's nascent soul was almost completely transforming into a primordial spirit, though not fully broken through. His cultivation was already vastly different from before. Naturally, he would no longer fear Zhang Chen. My centuries-long scheme. How could a brat like you who appeared out of nowhere stop it? Li Chang'an showed no fear. A scarlet blood energy spread, and an aura not much weaker than divine transformation exploded outward. He directly met the heavenly thunder and the instantly approaching Zhang Chen. Boom! The heavenly thunder fell, shaking the grand formation. Under the shockwaves of their clash, the arena turned to rubble as if made of paper. Countless already dying disciples were flung away, collapsing to the ground. For a moment, space seemed to crack as the two fought fiercely, locked in a stalemate. Thanks to Zhang Chen's intervention, the countless disciples of Purple Cloud sect, whose blood energy was nearly depleted, felt the drain slow down, rekindling their hope of survival. Numerous disciples, including Ji Changfeng, gazed at the blurred figures clashing at lightning speed under the dark red sky, their eyes dazed and emotions complex. A Grand Supreme Patriarch who had once been revered throughout Purple Cloud sect, and even the entire righteous path, was now mercilessly draining their blood energy to prolong his own life. Yet a demonic cultivator whom they had viewed as brutal and deserving of death was striving to stop Li Chang'an's inhuman acts. Unknowingly, he was also saving them. At this moment, they had never wished so fervently for this demonic path to slay their Grand Supreme Patriarch. Boom! 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 At this moment, heavenly thunder and divine abilities continued to clash madly, as if the entire sky would collapse. The giant sword was still providing a steady stream of blood energy, but Li Chang'an, already infinitely close to divine transformation, looked somewhat displeased. He had thought his current strength could easily kill Zhang Chen, but unexpectedly, it was still such a struggle, and he was even slightly at a disadvantage. What kind of monster was this guy? Damn it, where did this guy come from? He was only at mid-nascent soul stage, yet he could unleash power infinitely close to divine transformation. If he broke through to late nascent soul, or even peak nascent soul, what a terrifying existence he would become. Even Li Chang'an, who had lived for over 1,000 years, had never seen someone with such astonishing talent. And how could such a terrifying prodigy be hiding in his small sect, and immediately target him upon revealing himself. Li Chang'an felt that this Zhang Chen was simply sent by heaven's Tao to oppose him. I must never let him leave. Li Chang'an inexplicably felt a chill of fear. If he let this guy escape, and he later broke through to a higher realm, he would not even know how he died. It seemed only by fully breaking through to divine transformation could he have a chance to kill him. A flash of determination crossed Li Chang'an's eyes. He would have to forcibly accelerate the absorption of blood energy and break through by force. Although it would cause a lot of waste, and even possibly destabilize his foundation, he had no choice now. Li Chang'an felt that if he didn't force a breakthrough now, he might actually fall under the terrifying heavenly thunder divine ability. His centuries-long scheme was about to be ruined. Boom! Another strike was unleashed, and Li Chang'an frantically retreated, distancing himself. I never thought a mere mid-nascent soul like you could push me to this extent. But this is where it ends. Zhang Chen ignored the villain's lines that wouldn't last 2 episodes, his gaze cold as he once again condensed demonic thunder and hurled it. But Li Chang'an did not choose to take it head-on. Instead, he instantly retreated, raised his hand, and his pupils were covered in blood red. Following that, the blood-red giant sword emitted a deafening hum, rapidly shrinking and falling into Li Chang'an's hand. Instantly, a terrifying suction force far beyond the previous one emanated from the long sword, forming a monstrous blood-red tornado that swept through the entire protective grand formation. As the tornado passed, countless already dying disciples instantly turned into clouds of blood mist, none spared. Without even a chance to scream, the countless blood mists coalesced into a monstrous wave that surged into Li Chang'an's body. Li Chang'an's originally somewhat aged complexion instantly became ruddy, his disheveled hair turned from gray to jet black, and he completely transformed into a youthful appearance. The nascent soul within him completely transformed into a solid primordial spirit, and a terrifying divine transformation pressure exploded, instantly shaking the entire sect. Zhang Chen's expression changed. He knew he was still too late. The next moment, Li Chang'an abruptly raised his head, his blood-red eyes fixed on Zhang Chen. The invisible pressure stopped the air itself. With a wave of the blood-red long sword, terrifying blood energy carried a sword beam that tore through space. The beam was silent, yet exuded a power capable of destroying several cities, hurtling toward Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen sensed the lethal danger, his eyes extremely grave. Damn you, traitorous system, how can this task be humanly possible? He abruptly raised his hand, summoning countless demonic thunders to intercept the sword beam. Boom! After a massive explosion, the heavenly thunder failed to stop the sword beam, and Zhang Chen's body was sent flying backward, crashing into the ruins. Brother Zhang Chen, Su Xian, the only surviving disciple of Purple Cloud sect, cried out in shock. What the hell is happening outside? At this moment, Fu Chun inside the black ring also heard the terrifying commotion and hurried out to check. Who dares to disturb my sleep? Don't you know the power of this adult outside? Holy crap! Divine transformation. Master, we should run. As soon as Fu Chen came out, he saw Li Chang'an with his flowing hair and immediately cowered. Divine transformation. Even if this master is powerful, he definitely can't win. Fu Chen quickly urged Zhang Chen to flee. He still needed Zhang Chen to restore his physical body. This master couldn't die. Detected that the host is facing the greatest danger of his life. Now giving the host a chance to abandon the task and run away. Running away now can still earn 5000 task points. Please choose quickly, run away now. The system was also panicked and quickly reminded again. If it really got the host killed, it would probably have to be reforged. Damn you, cheap system, trying to fool me with these measly scraps. Get lost. Zhang Chen slowly stood up from the ground, feeling his aura unstable for the first time in a battle. Dealing with a divine transformation stage at mid-nascent soul was indeed too much of a stretch. Master, run. This evil cultivator is even more terrifying than my peak in life. You can't beat him. Seeing Zhang Chen mumbling something incomprehensible, Fu Chun grew even more anxious. He didn't understand what this master was hesitating about at a time like this. Could he be trying to protect that little girl? Even escaping alone might not be possible. Still trying to protect someone. Has this master lost his mind? Master, you are a demonic cultivator. Don't sacrifice yourself for a righteous little girl. If you still want to restore your body, shut up. Zhang Chen shot a glare, silencing Fu Chen. Then he looked at Li Chang'an, who exuded a terrifying divine transformation pressure, and a flash of determination appeared in his eyes. This demonic son has been fishing for so long, finally, just one step away from touching the secrets of immortality, and now you want me to run? What a joke. At this moment in the sky not far from Purple Cloud sect, a black-red figure was carrying a yellow-haired youth flying at extremely high speed. This aura, divine transformation, and a sickening smell. What's going on? Could it be that it's related to Junior Brother? Shang Wanwan's pretty face suddenly turned serious, the black lotus on her brow glowing red, as she abruptly lifted Ji Lingfeng and flew away rapidly. Humph. So this is the feeling of the spirit transformation stage. Beneath the blood-crimson sky, Li Chang'an, with his youthful face and long flowing hair, sensed the boundless power surging within him. A sinister smile of sheer delight crept across his malevolent features. This sensation of surging blood essence was so exhilarating. After centuries of scheming, sacrificing his entire sect and his most prized disciple, he had finally achieved his goal: break through to the spirit transformation stage and extend his lifespan. Though there had been a few minor setbacks, they were of no consequence. As for now, his priority was to deal with the one who had made him suffer so many humiliating defeats. Li Chang'an gripped his blood-red longsword, his scarlet eyes fixed upon Zhang Chen, who had just managed to steady his breathing. Seeing that Zhang Chen had survived his strike without being mortally wounded, Li Chang'an's mouth twitched in irritation. Although Li Chang'an knew he hadn't used his full strength, that blow should have been enough to instantly kill any nascent soul cultivator. What kind of freak was this guy to withstand an attack from a spirit transformation powerhouse? Fortunately, this was all coming to an end. Anyone below the spirit transformation stage was now nothing but an ant to him, and this one was no exception. Before draining all of his blood essence, he would be sure to perform a soul search on him. He wanted to know what was wrong with this fellow, a nascent soul demonic cultivator hiding as a minor disciple in a righteous sect and constantly staring at him. Without wasting a single word, Li Chang'an lunged at Zhang Chen, with his sword crossing the distance in an instant and appearing right before him, leaving him no time to react. "Master, watch out!" Fu Chun cried out in terror, his elderly face contorted with fear. After the warning, he quickly withdrew back into the black ring. He couldn't understand why this demonic cultivator wouldn't simply flee from a foe he had no chance of defeating. But when he heard that Zhang Chen, even in this moment of extreme peril, was still thinking about helping him restore his physical body, Fu Chun felt a strange warmth in his heart. This demonic cultivator had a surprisingly kind side. He decided not to flee either, though the truth was he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Zhang Chen watched the blood-wrapped sword approach, his brow furrowed deeply. This casual strike from the evil cultivator was already countless times more powerful than his own strongest attack. Even he dared not recklessly withstand an attack from a spirit transformation cultivator. Boom! Black-red demonic energy clashed with the scarlet blood sword, causing the entire ground to collapse. Zhang Chen's figure was sent flying backward once again. A single casual strike from Li Chang'an had sent his blood and qi into turmoil. Facing a true spirit transformation expert, even the exceptionally gifted Zhang Chen felt the threat of death. Zhang Chen chose to evade first and look for an opening, quite fast at dodging. Seeing Zhang Chen avoid a direct confrontation, Li Chang'an didn't immediately give chase. Instead, he let out a cold, mocking laugh. In his eyes, Zhang Chen was already an ant destined to die sooner or later. "I don't know what purpose you and Ant have in hiding among the righteous, but I suspect that little girl is someone important to you." Li Chang'an smirked wickedly. Instead of pursuing Zhang Chen, he teleported in another direction, towards Su Xian. Li Chang'an didn't believe Zhang Chen would continue to hide. He wanted to toy with this ant that had inexplicably targeted him. Fu Chen, witnessing this, felt a surge of joy. A perfect chance. "Master, run now. I'm sure with your speed he won't be able to catch up for a while. Although I admire the little girl's talent, there's no need to risk your life to save her. And Master, you're not a righteous cultivator anyway. Even if you stood by and did nothing, no one would condemn you. Host, please run quickly. Your probability of death is infinitely close to zero." The system, sensing the chance for escape, also chimed in with urgency. "Shut up." Zhang Chen's cold shout instantly silenced those two troublesome entities. He could indeed leave now, even though breaking through the sect's protective formation might take some time. But he could not abandon Su Xian. What about his side quest? What about the secrets to becoming an immortal? Run my ass. He had been following this damn system's advice all along, practically becoming its lackey. This time this young demon lord would make his own choice. Zhang Chen's gaze was sharp. Without a moment's hesitation, he erupted with demonic energy and shot towards Su Xian's direction. "My precious disciple, it seems no one is coming to save you this time." Li Chang'an's smile was sinister. He then pointed at Su Xian, and a massive blood-colored claw shot out, threatening to engulf her. Su Xian stared blankly at the giant claw, her terrified eyes holding a hint of daze. Facing death, she felt a strange sense of relief. Surely no one could save her now. The enemy was a spirit transformation cultivator. The entire sect was dead. And Brother Zhang Chen was just a demonic cultivator with no reason whatsoever to risk his life for her again. It was fine. At least this would buy Brother Zhang Chen some time to escape. She wasn't completely useless, always hiding behind his back. In her final moments, Su Xian felt no more fear. Instead, she smiled with relief and slowly closed her eyes. Brother Su Xian is coming to keep you company. As the blood claw descended and the scarlet wind howled, just as Su Xian was ready to accept her death, a pair of warm, strong hands scooped her up and swiftly carried her away from the blood claw's reach. Feeling the comforting warmth, Su Xian slowly opened her eyes and beheld a scene she would never forget for the rest of her life. The colossal scarlet claw exploded in midair, scattering into countless brilliant beams of blood-red light, dazzling and magnificent. The terrifying shockwave from the explosion spawned swirling crimson tornadoes, as if threatening to tear the world apart. A familiar stern face emerged, his broad shoulders shielding her from all the impact, ensuring she remained unharmed. Brother Zhang Chen. Su Xian's eyes reddened, a mistiness welling up within them. Why would brother Zhang Chen risk his life to save her? He was a demonic cultivator, and she was merely a righteous saintess. Ha. I knew you would come back to save her. Li Chang'an showed no surprise, his voice dripping with derisive laughter. For a demonic cultivator to willingly risk death to save a young girl with no connection to him, such an act would put even my former righteous self to shame. I'm growing more and more curious about what kind of unspeakable secret you're hiding. Before I drain your blood essence, I will definitely perform a thorough soul search on you. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Chang'an struck again. This time he had no interest in toying with the ant. Blood's sovereign blade. The blood energy across the entire sky converged upon the sword in Li Chang'an's hand, forming a sword beam over 100 zhang long that shot towards Zhang Chen, causing the heavens to tremble. Zhang Chen's face was pale, clearly injured from the previous impact. He gently set down the dazed Su Xian, shielding her behind him. Facing the sword beam again, his brow furrowed as he felt the threat of death. A spirit transformation cultivator was indeed terrifyingly powerful. It seemed he would have to go all out in a final gamble. If he still couldn't prevail, his only option would be to crush the protective jade talisman given by his master. Once the talisman was used, almost no one on the entire continent would dare to lay a hand on him. But he really didn't want to use it. If his master saw him in this state, he would surely be in for a severe beating upon his return. Zhang Chen looked at the incoming deadly sword beam, his expression icy cold. He raised his hand. Chaos, immortal demon art, god-slaying thunder. In an instant, black, demonic energy flooded the sky as demonic clouds reappeared. A monstrous bolt of demonic thunder surged within the black clouds, crackling with an aura that tore at the fabric of space. This was no ordinary heavenly thunder like before. This was Zhang Chen's innate divine ability. After using this technique, he would likely be unable to use his demonic energy for a considerable period. As the demonic thunder surged, Zhang Chen's face turned visibly ashen. Meanwhile, Li Chang'an, now a spirit transformation cultivator, frowned as he watched the impending demonic thunder. He too sensed a hint of dangerous excitement from it. This was absolutely not a technique a nascent soul cultivator could use. Without time to think further, Li Chang'an hastily redirected his sword beam in an attempt to block the demonic thunder. Boom! A bolt of pitch-black thunder hundreds of zhang in size cascaded down from the demonic clouds and collided with the sword beam. Instantly following, a deafening roar that shook the entire sect, a terrible shockwave flattened the entire arena. The grand formation shook violently, and the tremor seemed to last for an eternity. After what felt like an age, the shockwave finally subsided. When Su Xian opened her eyes again, the entire landscape was scorched black and deathly silent, with no discernible trace of any structures. Before her, only the lonely kneeling figure of Zhang Chen remained. Zhang Chen's face was deathly pale, his aura faint, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. The backlash from forcibly activating his innate divine ability was beginning to ravage his body. He felt as though the slightest wisp of demonic energy would cause his nascent soul to crumble and collapse entirely. He should be dead now, right? Fu Chen finally dared to peek out from the black ring. Even at his peak, he would have had to avoid the brunt of that attack. What kind of monster was this guy? Was this really the nascent soul stage? Fu Chen looked at Zhang Chen, his heart pounding with fear. But Zhang Chen ignored him, his eyes fixed on the scorched crater where the demonic thunder had struck. Instantly his eyes twitched. A black figure slowly rose from the crater. His clothes were in tatters, and a deep scorched wound was visible on half his chest with terrifying blood oozing out. Li Chang'an was alive. To think I'd be wounded like this by a mere nascent soul cultivator. This is a profound humiliation. Li Chang'an's face was charred black, his aura unstable, and his eyes were filled with extreme venom, clearly furious beyond measure. For a spirit transformation cultivator to be wounded by a nascent soul one was the greatest insult he had ever suffered in his entire life. Without any warning, the enraged Li Chang'an appeared instantaneously in front of the weakened Zhang Chen. A massive hand wreathed in blood energy shot directly towards Zhang Chen's head, intent on crushing it. Brother Zhang Chen, Master, Su Xian and Fu Chen were instantly plunged into despair. Zhang Chen could no longer use his demonic energy and was unable to fight back. A tragic end seemed inevitable. Whatever secrets you have, wherever you're from, whoever your master is, no one can save you today. Li Chang'an's face was supremely cold and sinister. But Zhang Chen slowly looked up, gazing at the sky above the grand formation. A faint, deeply reassuring smile appeared on his face. His family was here. I'd like to see who dares to harm him today. Just as Li Chang'an was about to crush Zhang Chen's skull, a resonant female voice echoed across the heavens. Li Chang'an, whose face was twisted with rage, froze instantly, his very soul trembling. The grand protective formation, which had withstood countless attacks without breaking, shattered with a loud crack. A colossal, enchanting black lotus loomed over the entire Ziyun sect, causing heaven and earth to quake. A striking, domineering figure in black and red robes stood gracefully upon the black lotus. This is... Li Chang'an stared in terror at the graceful silhouette above the black lotus, his face twisted with extreme horror. His primordial spirit trembled uncontrollably along with his physical body. Under the cold, breathtakingly beautiful gaze from the sky, Li Chang'an could not move an inch, nor could he even mobilize his blood energy. So beautiful. Su Xian slowly raised her head to look at the woman in the sky whose beauty was beyond compare. The black lotus glowing with a crimson light at her brow was so stunning that Su Xian felt as if this celestial maiden did not belong to this world. Su Xian's vision blurred with dreamlike wonder. How could such a gorgeous being exist in this world? Who was she? As for Fu Chun, upon seeing the woman, he dared not linger and immediately dove into the black ring, trembling in a corner. He naturally knew who this woman was. I didn't expect my senior sister to come. How embarrassing. Zhang Chen, looking at the icy-faced Shang Wan, revealed a relieved smile on his pale face. You are the Black Lotus, Shang Wan. Seeing the Black Lotus radiating crimson light between Shang Wan's brows, Li Chang'an's soul nearly scattered in terror. Having achieved the nascent soul stage for many years, he naturally recognized this Black Lotus that instilled fear in countless righteous cultivators. Many renowned nascent soul and even divine transformation cultivators of the righteous path had been annihilated beneath this terrifying Black Lotus. Even void refining cultivators who grasped the laws of the Tao would be moved by that Black Lotus. Though Li Chang'an had never seen it before, the mere mention of the Black Lotus's fearsome reputation chilled him to the bone. The one who possessed that Black Lotus was none other than Shang Wan, the first disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect's leader, the Azure Demon Venerable, and the strongest divine transformation cultivator on the continent. Why is the Black Lotus here? Li Chang'an's heart was filled with unprecedented terror. He had never been so frightened in his entire life. This Shang Wan held a deep loathing for the righteous path and was known for her ruthless methods. When the lotus at her brow glowed crimson, no divine transformation cultivator could survive. But why would this great figure from the foremost demonic sect appear in such a minor sect? Could it be? In an instant, Li Chang'an thought of a terrifying possibility. He stiffly turned his head to look at the calm Zhang Chen, and his bloodshot eyes suddenly cleared. Could it be that the Black Lotus Shang Wan had come for this unknown fellow? By the time Li Chang'an realized this terrifying possibility, it was already too late. Filthy creature, how dare you lay your dirty hands on my junior brother? Shang Wan coldly looked down at Li Chang'an, who was trembling and nearly collapsing, her eyes filled with disgust, as if she were looking at a loathsome insect. With a cold, furious roar, a terrifying, invisible pressure forced Li Chang'an to his knees, creating a deep crater in the ground. Li Chang'an spat out a mouthful of blood, pinned to the ground, his blood energy completely dissipated under the terrifying pressure. The demonic chi that had filled the skies above the Ziyun sect was also utterly obliterated by the enchanting Black Lotus's own demonic chi. Merely through pressure, she had brought Li Chang'an, who had seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth, to the ground like a dead dog. He was utterly powerless to resist. This was the Black Lotus. You are the Black Lotus's junior brother. Hearing Shang Wan's words, Li Chang'an, still kneeling and prostrate, forced himself to raise his head and look at Zhang Chen before him. His previously terrified face now showed extreme shock. Junior brother. This fellow was actually the Black Lotus's junior brother. Could it be that this youth was the personal disciple of the Azure Demon Venerable, the demon son of the Heavenly Demon Sect? It was said that the Heavenly Demon Sect's leader, the Azure Demon Venerable, had only two disciples. One was the Black Lotus Shang Wan, the foremost divine transformation cultivator. The other was the demon son of the Heavenly Demon Sect, rumored to be a reincarnation of a demon pill from the celestial realm. Before reaching 30, he was already invincible in the nascent soul stage, with talent even more terrifying than the Black Lotus's. Zhang Chen. Li Chang'an finally understood why this fellow at the nascent soul stage could injure him, a divine transformation cultivator. So this unknown character was the foremost demon son of the Heavenly Demon Sect, Zhang Chen. This guy was a cheat. But why would the foremost demon son of the Heavenly Demon Sect come to his tiny Zun sect to be a minor disciple? And why was he constantly targeting him, crazily seeking his life? Although Li Chang'an practiced evil arts, he believed he had never offended the demon son of the foremost demonic sect. Why was this demon son fixated on him? To deal with him, he even disguised himself as a foolish little disciple. Li Chang'an's face was bitter. He simply could not understand. Wasn't this pure madness? Could it be that this demon son was truly sent by the Heavenly Tao to punish him, just because he practiced evil arts? How absurd was that? If he had known that Zhang Chen was the demon son, he would never have dared to make a move, even if he had 1,000 times the courage. While Li Chang'an's mind was still reeling in confusion, that enchanting and terrifying figure had already slowly descended, landing between him and Zhang Chen. A captivating fragrance wafted over, but to Li Chang'an it was like a death sentence. Looking at that cold, enchanting face, he immediately sensed the breath of death. Every hair on his body stood on end as he hastily begged for mercy. My lords, I failed to recognize your greatness. I did not know the demon son had arrived. Please spare my life. Li Chang'an groveled on the ground, repeatedly begging for mercy with none of the dignity of a divine transformation cultivator. As long as you spare me, I am willing to join the Heavenly Demon Sect, and swear to follow you to the death. Join the Heavenly Demon Sect. A filthy creature like you is unworthy. Shang Wanwan stood in front of Zhang Chen, looking at Li Chang'an with utter disgust. You injured my junior brother. Even dying 1,000,000,000 times would not be enough. Without any hesitation, Shang Wanwan raised her hand, and coldly waved, intending to annihilate the insect that had harmed her junior brother. Wait, my lord. I have some old ties with the Eternal Life clan, the Shangwan family. Please, in the name of the Shangwan family, spare my life. Li Chang'an suddenly remembered that Shang Wanwan seemed to come from the Eternal Life clan Shangwan family, and grabbed at this lifeline. Oh, the Shangwan family. Shang Wanwan paused her raised hand. Yes, the Shangwan family. I have some connections with members of the Shangwan family. Seeing that it was working, Li Chang'an rejoiced, and hurriedly tried to curry favor. He thought he was saved, but Zhang Chen behind him shook his head helplessly, full of sympathy. This fellow, if he hadn't brought up the Shangwan family, he might not have died so miserably. The Shangwan family. Shang Wanwan's expression suddenly changed, becoming even colder than before, leaving Li Chang'an bewildered. Your filthy appearance is indeed reminiscent of those disgusting and vile people's handiwork. Then congratulations, you can die. Shang Wanwan's beautiful face was expressionless as she waved her jade hand. Terrifying demonic chi tore at Li Chang'an's body, and he let out a despairing scream. Senior sister, do not harm his physical body. Senior sister, do not destroy his physical body. Beneath the shattered grand formation, Shang Wanwan's gaze was icy cold as she prepared to tear Li Chang'an apart. Seeing this, Zhang Chen hurriedly intervened. One of the damned system's requirements was to help the old man trapped inside the black ring restore his physical form. Li Chang'an's body, which had already broken through to the spirit-severing stage, was all too perfect for that purpose. It absolutely could not be torn to shreds. What a waste that would be. Shang Wanwan's beautiful eyes flickered with slight confusion, but she did not refuse. She once again summoned demonic energy and obliterated Li Chang'an's divine soul. Li Chang'an, who had been letting out heart-wrenching screams moments before, fell abruptly silent. His eyes rolled white as he collapsed stiffly onto the ground. And just like that, a mighty spirit-severing cultivator perished. By now, the Purple Cloud sect had been reduced to a scorched wasteland. Countless dried, broken limbs of disciples and elders lay scattered haphazardly across the charred earth. Silence, utter devastation. The sect, hailed as a righteous bastion of the southern domain, the Purple Cloud sect, had been annihilated. Shang Wanwan's jade hand moved slightly, and a scroll emanating a sinister crimson aura flew out from Li Chang'an's storage ring, landing in her grasp. It was precisely the demonic cultivation technique that Li Chang'an had practiced. Sensing the familiar aura of the Eternal Life clan upon it, an expression of profound disgust flickered across Shang Wanwan's eyes. So it truly did come from those bastards. Those hypocrites remain as revolting as ever. Senior sister, why are you here? With the crisis resolved, Zhang Chen finally let out a sigh of relief and struggled to his feet. This damned system's mission was finally complete. You useless piece of trash system. Are you sure this mission was even meant for a human to accomplish? If I were still that original owner Zhang Chen, you'd have gotten me killed long ago. I, the demon prince, nearly had to summon our master. If you dare to swallow my rewards, I swear I'll blow you to bits. Thank goodness senior sister showed up. If master found out what I've been doing in this minor sect, he'd definitely break my legs. How could he, as the demon prince, ever show his face in the sect again? At the same time, Zhang Chen was deeply puzzled. Why did senior sister happen to show up here of all places? Was senior sister following him? Or had some bastard ratted him out? Zhang Chen had no idea whether his senior sister already knew about his hidden presence in this righteous minor sect, or she had simply passed by chance. If senior sister knew and told master, he'd still be in for a severe beating from his master regardless. He needed to first confirm whether senior sister knew anything. Watching Zhang Chen's fawning, questioning expression, Shang Wan did not answer. Her face returned to a calm, indifferent expression as she fixed her gaze upon him. You intend to keep talking to me with that face? Zhang Chen suddenly realized he was still wearing Zhang Chen's face. A flicker of embarrassment crossed his features as he scratched his head. Senior sister, I can't use my demonic energy right now, so I can't activate the disguised treasure. Just bear with how I look for now. At the same time, he marveled inwardly. His senior sister had recognized through his disguise, even from outside the sect protecting grand formation. It seems I'll need to refine my disguise techniques for future missions. Shang Wanwan's expression remained calm as she raised her jade hand, gently stroking Zhang Chen's pale cheek. A warm stream of demonic energy flowed into him. Under Su Xian's still dazed gaze, Zhang Chen shed his youthful appearance, revealing a strikingly handsome young man before her. So this is what brother Zhang Chen really looks like. Su Xian stared at the handsome youth in black and crimson robes, her beautiful eyes clouding with a trance like haze, her heartbeat skipping a beat. So brother Zhang Chen was always this handsome. Go on then. You'd better explain why you haven't returned to the sect all this time, and instead you're hiding in this righteous minor sect. You didn't even answer my message talismans. Shang Wanwan stared at Zhang Chen, her voice cold as she interrogated him. Then her gaze shifted back to Su Xian behind him, killing intent blazing fiercely in her eyes. And what about this righteous little girl? Why did you risk your life to save her? You'd better have a good explanation for me. Shang Wanwan's beautiful eyes locked onto Su Exine intently, the black lotus at her brow, glowing red once more as killing intent surged. She knew this little girl must be the pretty child Zhang Chen had mentioned in his message talisman last time. Su Exine was utterly terrified, her delicate face pale with fear. She hurriedly hid behind Zhang Chen, not daring to meet Shang Wanwan's gaze like a little kitten that had done something wrong. Zhang Chen felt a surge of panic, silently cursing his misfortune. What was bound to come had finally come. Su Exine was a righteous cultivator which his senior sister utterly despised. If he didn't explain this well, Su Exine might lose her life. The damned system hasn't settled the rewards yet. If Su Exine dies, the system mission goes down the drain with her. All the effort he'd nearly sacrificed would be wasted completely. What to do? Zhang Chen's mind raced at lightning speed, searching for a solution. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck. Senior sister, hear me out. I can explain. It's not what you think. Zhang Chen pulled Shang Wanwan aside, hoping to put some distance between her and Su Exine, fearing she might strike the girl with a single palm. Senior sister, what do you think of this little girl? She is rather pretty. I just didn't expect my junior brother to have changed his tastes, going after children now. It seems the female disciples of our sect are no longer enough for you. Shang Wanwan took another look at Su Exine, her killing intent growing even stronger. Huh? What the hell? Zhang Chen was completely baffled. No, that's not what I meant. I'm asking, what do you think of that little girl's talent? Talent? With Zhang Chen blocking her way, Shang Wanwan finally took a proper look at Su Exine. Her divine sense swept across Su Exine's body and her expression shifted slightly. The killing intent in her eyes waned. From within Su Exine's body, she sensed a bone-chilling coldness that seemed to originate from the dawn of time itself. A cold so profound that even she at the spirit-severing stage found herself frowning involuntarily. This extreme cold. It's a divine body along with the aura of a natal cultivation technique. Shang Wanwan finally realized that Su Exine was by no means ordinary. No wonder she had already reached foundation establishment at the mere age of 10. This was absolutely a divine body unseen once in 10,000 years. If she were allowed to grow into her full potential, she would surely be no weaker than Shang Wanwan herself. Senior sister, I'm sure you can see the extraordinary nature of this little girl. Seeing that his senior sister had finally dropped her murderous intent, Zhang Chen relaxed and continued. This little girl possesses the jade serene glacial body, a physique unseen once in 10,000 years. Her talent is extraordinary. She's absolutely a perfect candidate to cultivate the demonic path. The reason I've been hiding in this righteous minor sect is precisely to bring her into the demonic path. With such terrifying talent, our master would surely be delighted. I'm doing this all to build up our sect to contribute to the great cause of our demon heaven sect's future prosperity and glory. I absolutely have no hidden agenda in this. Zhang Chen slapped his chest, wearing an expression of utmost righteousness. He felt this explanation was watertight. Even he admired himself. His clueless senior sister would never see through it. I'm an absolute genius. As for Shang Wanwan, she simply watched her junior brother quietly with an expression that said, go on, keep making excuses. I'm listening. That blonde brat Ji Lingfeng had told her everything Zhang Chen had done in this minor sect. Men really are all liars. But Shang Wanwan did not expose Zhang Chen. Instead, she slowly walked over to Su Exine and stood there lost in thought. Her junior brother's words weren't without merit. This little girl's talent surpassed even her own. If she could be brought under their master's tutelage, it would stir up no small waves for their demon heaven sect, and even the entire demonic path. Most importantly, she saw in this little girl's eyes an endless sense of confusion and disappointment. It was the disappointment of being betrayed by everyone she had ever trusted, the despair of feeling that the entire world had deceived her, just like herself all those years ago. Shang Wanwan's beautiful eyes flickered, and the killing intent around her dissipated completely. She slowly crouched down. A face of breathtaking beauty appeared before the terrified Su Exine. The red glow of the black lotus slowly faded, and Shang Wanwan's jade hand gently stroked the little girl's forehead. Little one, would you like to cultivate the demonic path with us? A gentle voice enveloped the trembling Su Exine, filling her with boundless warmth. Little sister, would you be willing to practice the demonic path with us? In the ruins that had once been Ziyun's sect, Shang Wanwan gently stroked Su Exine's forehead. A warmth emanating from the heart dispelled all the fear from Su Exine's face. Practice the demonic path. Su Exine looked at the fairy-like woman before her, her eyes trembling. Could this celestial maiden truly expect her to follow brother Zhang Chen in practicing the demonic path? But she was of the righteous path. In her eyes, those who practiced the demonic path were all ruthless, sinister, and cunning murderers, demonic predators that countless practitioners of the righteous path sought to eliminate. Even her own brother had told her so. Was she really going to practice the demonic path and become one of those people? Su Exine's gaze grew complicated, her heart entangled in conflict. But brother Zhang Chen also practiced the demonic path. Why was he different from what her brother had said? Though of the same demonic path, he had been so kind to a righteous path little girl like her, even risking his life to save her. And when those disciples were about to have their blood chi drained by that demonic cultivator, he had charged forward without hesitation to stop him. Was this really the demonic path? By contrast, that kind-faced grandmaster revered by countless followers of the righteous path had callously sacrificed the entire sect just to extend his own lifespan. Who was truly demonic and who was truly righteous? Su Xian felt her mind in chaos. The brutal truths she had just witnessed had shattered everything she had ever believed in. She didn't know what to do, where she should go from here. Jay Jr. Sister. It's wonderful. You're okay. Just as Su Xian's heart was in turmoil, a weak voice suddenly came from the ruins. Sect Master Senior Brother. Hearing that familiar voice, Su Xian snapped back to her senses and quickly looked toward the sound. Zhang Chen was also somewhat surprised. This guy had somehow survived the sect-destroying battle earlier. No wonder he could serve as sect master. Before either of them could react, Shang Wanwan directly raised her hand, and a shriveled figure was pulled from thin air and suspended before her. The scent of the righteous path. You're hardly any better than that demonic cultivator. Shang Wanwan's eyes turned cold as she prepared to strike. Sister, I'll practice the demonic path with you. I beg you don't kill Sect Master Senior Brother. Su Xian hastily intervened. Brother Ji Changfeng had always been incredibly kind to her within the sect, and during the sect's great calamity, all he could think about was helping her escape. She couldn't bear for him to die like this. Senior sister, spare his life. He won't live much longer anyway. Zhang Chen observed Ji Changfeng, whose body had nearly withered into a dried corpse, and reminded her that his time was running out. Zhang Chen's expression grew complicated. Ji Changfeng as a sect master had been decisive and resolute, and seemed to treat him decently as well. Not long ago he had viewed Zhang Chen as the hope for reviving the righteous sect. Zhang Chen couldn't quite put into words how he felt right now, so he decided to let nature take its course. Though Shang Wanwan's gaze remained cold, she refrained from acting further after hearing Zhang Chen's words, and casually tossed Ji Changfeng aside. Sect Master Senior Brother. Junior Sister. No need to come over. Whether righteous or demonic, just don't waste your talent. Ji Changfeng spoke weakly, fully aware his days were numbered, and stopped Su Xian from approaching. He then slowly turned his gaze toward Zhang Chen, lost in thought, and let out a light chuckle. Before I saw you, I always harbored prejudices against the demonic path. Now it seems, my preconceptions were too large. Hee hee. Zhang Chen looked at Ji Changfeng, who appeared to be laughing foolishly, his expression cold and indifferent. Don't flatter me. I'm not as kind as you think. With my senior sister here, no matter how sweetly I speak, I won't heal you. The demonic path's ruthlessness hasn't changed after all. Ji Changfeng managed another weak smile, and let out a final relieved sigh before death claimed him. Enough. As long as that girl's talent isn't wasted. At least one potential successor from Ziyun's sect can survive. My tenure as sect master wasn't entirely in vain. Zhang Chen and Shang Wanwan glanced at Ji Changfeng one last time, then turned away. Are you genuinely willing to practice the demonic path with us? Shang Wanwan gazed at the young woman before her, her tone still gentle, yet her expression turned icy. Our Tianma sect will never coerce anyone into joining, but we will show no leniency to those insincerely committed. Shang Wanwan's eyes were cold. She couldn't determine whether Su Xian truly desired to walk the demonic path, or had only agreed under duress to save Ji Changfeng. Sister. Su Xian slowly raised her head to meet Shang Wanwan's gaze, then glanced at Zhang Chen nearby, who was preparing to stuff Li Chang'an's corpse into his storage ring. Her expression grew complicated. Does practicing the demonic path mean I can protect those I care about? That when danger comes I won't have to watch someone else shield me again? Shang Wanwan briefly glanced at Zhang Chen as well. He was struggling, unable to use demonic energy or his storage ring. Of course. Then I'm coming with you. Upon hearing Shang Wanwan's reply, Su Xian's eyes hardened, and she smiled. Very well, let's go. Shang Wanwan took Su Xian's small hand and rose to her feet. Senior sister, come help me. I can't use demonic energy. Help me shove this guy inside. Zhang Chen looked troubled, carrying Li Chang'an's corpse and pondering his options. With a casual wave of her hand, Shang Wanwan, still holding Su Xian's, resolved Zhang Chen's problem effortlessly. Approaching Zhang Chen slowly, she smiled meaningfully. Junior brother, didn't you ask me why I came here? Huh, why? With the crisis resolved, Zhang Chen had long forgotten that question. Someone told me you were here. Shang Wanwan pointed in a certain direction. Zhang Chen followed her gesture and spotted a familiar yellow-haired boy cowering tremulously behind a chunk of rubble. His sense of foreboding intensified. He also mentioned many things about you at the sect assessments, demonic cultivator missions, secret realms that Lu Ruyan, and so on. If your master knew how devotedly you served a righteous sect, he'd probably be quite pleased. Shang Wanwan's smile was lovely, but to Zhang Chen it resembled that of an evil enchantress. Meanwhile, Su Xian stifled giggles to the side. Senior sister, you. Zhang Chen realized something grave had gone wrong. Someone truly had betrayed him. Damn it, you yellow-haired traitor. This demon disciple will surely kill you today. Furious and unable to summon demonic energy, Zhang Chen lunged straight toward the hiding yellow-haired boy. Ji Lingfeng felt his scalp tingle and immediately fled. Demon disciple. I didn't mean to. You know I keep my mouth shut. Let me explain. I was just worried about your safety. Ah. Ignoring the two in pursuit, Shang Wanwan grabbed Su Xin and departed in a flash of light. After an unknown span of time, a bottle of pills tumbled from the sky, rolling to rest beside Ji Chongfeng, whose life force had nearly expired. The entire Ziyun sect fell utterly silent. Some days later at Ziyun sect, a young man clad in golden Taoist robes slowly descended, returning to this once familiar place. He possessed handsome, elegant features remarkably similar to Su Xian's. Nights at Ziyun sect were exceptionally cold. Among the charred ruins and the darkness, the stench of blood hung heavy. Myriad crows circled overhead and countless headstones pierced the young man's eyes with their haunting presence. No. The desolate, eerie scene before him racked the young man with agonized cries. No, why has this happened? Why has Ziyun sect fallen to this state? I've returned. Sect master. I've returned. Sister. Where are you? The young man wailed, uncontrollably unable to accept reality. He had cultivated to success and returned, yet Ziyun's sect was gone. All the elders and the sect master dead. And his sister must have. No. Who did this? The young man broke down, screaming in despair. A massive surge of primordial spirit power erupted, causing the very space to tremble. He sensed two anomalous presences, and instantly his eyes split with rage, growing red and ice-cold. Evil path. Demonic path. I will make you pay in blood for your crimes. Southern Domain, Heavenly Demon Sect within Zhang Chen's cave dwelling. Huh. Zhang Chen sat cross-legged, exhaling a puff of stagnant air as a wisp of crimson-black demonic energy emerged from his palm. It had been nearly a month since the great battle, and Zhang Chen had finally fully recovered, his cultivation restored to its peak. But that certain yellow-haired fool would likely be confined to his sickbed for another month or two. Indeed, there truly exists an insurmountable chasm between the nascent soul stage and the transformation god stage. Mid-nascent soul cultivation is still far too inadequate against the transformation god cultivator. The previous great battle still left Zhang Chen with lingering fear. Had it not been for his senior sister's timely arrival, he would have been in grave peril. Of course, Zhang Chen's desperate fighting was not without its rewards. Having recovered from the severe injuries of that great battle, Zhang Chen sensed that his nascent soul within had become considerably more condensed and substantial than before, drawing him yet another step closer to the late nascent soul stage. Most importantly, the dog system's task could finally be completed. Now only one final step remained. Zhang Chen's thought rippled outward, and the body of a young man appeared before him. Eyes tightly shut, precisely Li Chang'an, the one who had perished. Zhang Chen had specifically preserved Li Chang'an's corpse to give Fu Chun a new body, fulfilling the final condition for the system task. Old man, come on out. You've been hiding in there for a whole month. Is my senior sister really that terrifying? Zhang Chen transmitted his voice, and Fu Chen's soul finally wavered and materialized before Zhang Chen. Internally, he thought, does your excellency not even know how terrifying your senior sister is? Your excellency, what are your orders? Fu Chen's expression radiated deference. You've been living peaceably in my black rain for so long, yet when danger struck, last time you never even considered fleeing on your own. Your conduct has been exemplary. Allow me to restore your physical body. Zhang Chen's casual words left Fu Chen's weathered face stunned with extreme joy. Although Zhang Chen had promised to restore his physical form, actually hearing confirmation directly from this demon's mouth, he still found it somewhat unbelievable. Would a demonic cultivator truly help a righteous path cultivator like himself rebuild his body? What could possibly be the motive? Your excellency. Is this really true? Fu Chen's voice trembled with barely contained excitement. Of course it's true. This demonic prince never breaks his word. Zhang Chen's expression remained placid as he casually gestured toward Li Chang'an's corpse. Fu Chen's joy knew no bounds. Knowing that Zhang Chen was not deceiving him this time, he could finally restore his physical body. After all these years, his wait had not been in vain, though the process had exceeded his expectations somewhat. Even Fu Chen himself dared not believe what precisely he had experienced during this period. Without acknowledging Fu Chen's unbridled joy, Zhang Chen directly channeled the demonic energy, merging Fu Chen's soul with Li Chang'an's corpse. Several days prior, he had already instructed sect members to retrieve the pills and materials required for the fusion. He had long since grown familiar with the fusion procedure. Now executing it came naturally. Before long, under Zhang Chen's manipulation of demonic energy, Fu Chen's soul and Li Chang'an's corpse achieved perfect fusion. The long-dead body slowly opened its eyes, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy instantly radiated outward. Congratulations to the host for completing the task at all costs, using any means necessary. Eliminate the evil cultivator, rescue the daughter of heavenly principles, and obtain the evil cultivator's corpse to secure a physical body for the master. The host has accomplished an unprecedented feat. System rewards are being calculated. Many thanks, your excellency. Fu Chen slowly rose, feeling the blood and qi of this physical body surging to an absolute extreme. Overwhelmed with joy beyond measure, he thanked Zhang Chen in a voice nearly choked with emotion. How many years had it been? Dwelling in the lightless black ring space, enduring humiliation, and living in constant fear. All simply to await this day of physical restoration to return and take revenge on those who had once betrayed him. To reclaim everything he had lost. My profound gratitude to your excellency for this renewed existence. This old man shall certainly serve your excellency with unwavering loyalty unto death. Fu Chun immediately knelt down. The former high and mighty righteous path, transformation, God stage, great one kowtowed deeply to Zhang Chen, expressing heartfelt thanks. At this moment Fu Chen's emotions were complex indeed. His own disciple, a shining star of the righteous path, had resorted to any means to seize his cultivation technique, betraying and killing his own master, causing his death. Yet this demonic cultivator, with whom he had no prior acquaintance whatsoever, had willingly restored his physical body, even providing such a perfect transformation God physical form. Who truly is the demon and who the righteous? Fu Chen found himself momentarily unable to distinguish. When he learned that the promising young man had died, and this demon obtained the black ring, he had abandoned all hope of survival then. Never did he imagine this demon would not kill him, but instead help restore his physical body. Even now it all felt like a dream. His perspective on the demonic path also underwent a transformation. Although your excellency acts decisively and ruthlessly, even somewhat cold-hearted at times, his character far surpasses that of certain hypocritical righteous path cultivators beyond compare. Setting aside certain minor eccentricities. But Fu Chen believed that minor eccentricities are perfectly normal for a demonic cultivator. He now had every reason to suspect that the youth named Zhang Chen was likely not killed by this excellency at all. Should your excellency ever require this old man's service, I shall repay you unto death, without hesitation, even if it means joining the demonic path, without the slightest hesitation. Regardless of circumstances, this excellency is now my benefactor. Fu Chen is a man who repays kindness. Even if Zhang Chen is a demonic cultivator, I shall repay this debt, even at the cost of my life. Even if Zhang Chen asked him to join the heavenly demon sect, he would not hesitate for a moment. So what if they are demonic cultivators? Some righteous cultivators are nowhere near as trustworthy. Zhang Chen gazed upon Fu Chen's utterly subservient demeanor and couldn't help but snicker. Was this fellow still a righteous path cultivator at all? However, Zhang Chen was also troubled. Now that the old man had regained his physical body, what should be done with him? Zhang Chen, a demonic cultivator, could hardly keep a righteous path elder by his side. Moreover, Zhang Chen had grown accustomed to coming and going alone, even when his senior sister offered to be his guardian protector before he had firmly refused. How could he not understand what his senior sister was thinking? She must be coveting the pastries he makes. If he brought senior sister along, given how much she eats, making pastries for her every day would be exhausting. But he couldn't simply leave this righteous path old man at the heavenly demon sect either. What if someone discovered him one day and killed him? Although this old man had recovered his physical body and was a great cultivator of the transformation God stage, his cultivation was still utterly inadequate within the heavenly demon sect. Any elder could crush him to death with a single palm. Yet he couldn't just let him leave as he pleased either. What if the dog system's future tasks required him? Very well, you may go. Zhang Chen gazed at Fu Chen, waving his hand dismissively. Go? Does your excellency not require my service? Fu Chen was greatly astonished by Zhang Chen's decision. Indeed, for a great personage like your excellency, powerful guardian cultivators surely abound. What significance could a mere transformation god cultivator like himself hold? Then I shall take my leave. However, before you go, take this. Zhang Chen suddenly shifted his tone, tossing a transmission talisman to Fu Chen. This is a transmission talisman. Whenever I require you, no matter which corner of the continent you are in, you must return to see me. You should also know that my senior sister placed a restriction on your soul. Should you harbor any treacherous intentions toward me, your soul will surely be destroyed. You understand the consequences. After much deliberation, Zhang Chen found a compromise. Yes, your excellency. Then this old man shall take his leave first. Faced with Zhang Chen's command, how would Fu Chen dare to utter a single word of protest? He prepared to depart immediately, regardless of what might come, even being bound by restrictions. All he wanted now was to first restore his cultivation to its peak and find an opportunity to purge his treacherous disciples. But just as he was about to exit the cave dwelling, he stopped abruptly, not daring to move another step. What is it? Do you have more business? Zhang Chen gazed at Fu Chen coldly. No, your excellency. I dare not leave. Out there are all masters of your heavenly demon sect, any one of whom could crush me to death with a single palm. Might I trouble your excellency to escort this old man out? Fu Chen scratched his head in embarrassment, fearful that his revenge scheme might fall apart the moment he stepped out of the cave dwelling. Huh, fine then. This demonic prince shall escort you out. Having seen Fu Chen off, Zhang Chen returned to the cave dwelling and finally opened the system, excitedly rubbing his palms together. His secret of becoming an immortal was finally within reach. Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for receiving second amplification of Heavenly Dao Qi. Congratulations to the host for receiving Secret Fragment of Immortal Tribulation X1. The host has worked hard. Please look forward to the next side mission. Congratulations host on completing the side mission. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations host on obtaining a second empowerment of Heavenly Dao Qi. Congratulations host on obtaining Fragment X1 of the Secret of the Immortal Ascension Tribulation. The host has worked hard. Please look forward to the next side mission. Inside his cave-dwelling, Zhang Chen listened to the system's pleasant voice and couldn't help but spread his arms wide. Having worked so hard for so long, nearly losing his life in the process, all for this very moment. Come my Heavenly Dao Qi, my Immortal Ascension Tribulation, my eternal life. In an instant a breath of air materialized from the void enveloping Zhang Chen's entire being, including his nascent soul. This breath was invisible and intangible, yet it brought Zhang Chen an overwhelming sense of warmth. He felt an extraordinary affinity with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Countless streams of spiritual energy surged into Zhang Chen's body, transforming into demonic qi that enveloped the nascent soul within him at a speed several times faster than before. This was the effect of the second empowerment of Heavenly Dao Qi. Although he had experienced the reward of the Heavenly Dao Qi empowerment once before, Zhang Chen still felt an unprecedented sense of euphoria this time. Zhang Chen felt that the second empowerment of Heavenly Dao Qi had an even more pronounced effect on accelerating his cultivation speed. Heavenly Dao is the product of the world's will and the order of rules. With two amplifications from the Heavenly Dao Qi coupled with his chaotic immortal demon body, he believed he could break through to the late nascent soul stage within half a year. What a treasure! Zhang Chen marveled. Stealing the protagonist's cheat device certainly made a difference. This was only the second Heavenly Dao Qi empowerment. Zhang Chen couldn't help but look forward to whether the dam system would offer a third or fourth empowerment, or perhaps other kinds of enhancements. But since the system hadn't triggered another side mission, Zhang Chen had to put his expectations aside for now. There was something more important at hand: the secret of the Immortal Ascension Tribulation. That San Yuan continent had not witnessed the Immortal Ascension Tribulation for tens of thousands of years. For countless millennia no one had transcended the tribulation and ascended to immortality. The immortals of the upper realm never appeared, and the pinnacle of cultivation was the Mahayana stage. Those mighty predecessors at the Mahayana stage spent their entire lives searching for the opportunity to ascend, yearning for immortality, but all failed in their quest, ultimately perishing in regret. As a cultivator, Zhang Chen's ultimate goal was naturally to become an immortal and attain eternal life. What was the point of cultivating if one couldn't achieve that? Unlike that pitiful evil cultivator who spouted nonsense like, "If I can't even protect them, what's the use of becoming an immortal?" That was just foolish talk. With a thought, a warm fragment of jade appeared in Zhang Chen's hand. This was the fragment of the secret of the Immortal Ascension Tribulation he had obtained. Zhang Chen squinted his eyes, carefully examining the patterns on the fragment. The jade fragment was unremarkable, smooth, but seemingly no different from an ordinary piece of jade. Its surface was etched with intricate winding lines and some broken scattered characters. Immortal Realm. Righteous. Demonic. Calamity. Triggering. Lower Realm. Tribulation. With this map. It's really quite fragmented. Zhang Chen couldn't help but complain as he looked at the broken text. It truly was a fragment. The information obtainable was indeed very limited. However, Zhang Chen could still roughly deduce from the scattered words that some major event or calamity must have occurred in the immortal realm, which was why the Immortal Ascension Tribulation was no longer descending upon the lower realm. And those winding patterns were actually a map. This so-called fragment of the secret of the Immortal Ascension Tribulation was essentially a piece of a map. The location marked on this map was definitely related to the Immortal Ascension Tribulation, and perhaps one could even find the source of the tribulation itself. By collecting all the fragments and obtaining the complete map, one could reach that place, and perhaps even learn what exactly had happened in the immortal realm. Perhaps he could even foresee potential disasters before attempting his own ascension. This is truly a treasure. Zhang Chen carefully studied the patterns on the fragment, simultaneously cross-referencing them with his own memories, trying to see if he could determine the approximate location indicated by the map. After carefully observing for 5 minutes, Zhang Chen finally made a discovery. He discovered that he had wasted 5 minutes. He couldn't discern anything at all. But Zhang Chen wasn't overly disappointed. After all, it was just a fragment. If he could decipher it so easily, that would have been truly strange. He wasn't worried, there was plenty of time ahead. As long as he kept completing missions and earning points, he would eventually collect all the fragments and obtain the complete map. Besides, he was only at the nascent soul stage now. Even if he knew where the place was, he wouldn't dare go there. That Immortal Ascension Tribulation was something that even peak Mahayana stage powerhouses at the pinnacle of the mortal world feared. If he went now, he'd be blasted to smithereens. Even so, Zhang Chen couldn't help but look forward to the day when he would assemble the complete map. By then, even if his cultivation wasn't sufficient to go himself, he could ask his master to take him along. Zhang Chen had reason to believe that he was currently the only person on this continent who possessed a fragment of the secret of the Immortal Ascension Tribulation because it came from the system. After all, the damn system couldn't have stolen it from someone else, right? Zhang Chen carefully stored the fragment away and opened the system interface once more. Host Zhang Chen, age 20, cultivation, mid-foundation establishment art, sacred yang, heaven scorching art, divine powers, blazing sun, fist, crimson fire, force, azure flame, claw, immortal ascension, tribulation, secret fragments, X1, 16. Current main mission complete the 3-year agreement. With Lu Ruyin, current mission points, 15700 points. Side mission, please look forward. 1/6. That means once I collect all 6 fragments I can obtain the complete map. Seeing the system's prompt, Zhang Chen became even more expectant. But why hasn't this damn system issued a new mission yet? This is driving this demon prince crazy. Zhang Chen cursed the system under his breath, then began to sit in meditation waiting for the system to issue a new mission. And so he waited for nearly half a year. On this day, the sky above the demon heaven sect was clear and cloudless. Boom! 100-meter-tall mountain shattered with a resounding crash. A terrifying shockwave spread across the entire sect. Countless disciples looked up, their eyes filled with reverence and envy. That aura. It's the demon prince. Has the demon prince broken through again? Didn't the demon prince just recently break through to the mid-nascent soul stage? How much time has passed? Less than a year, right? How has he already reached the late nascent soul stage? As expected of the demon prince. We can only look up to him. How are we supposed to catch up? It's not just the demon prince. Not long ago, the sect master took in a new young lord. He's only 11 years old and already at the peak of foundation establishment, on the verge of forming his golden core. His talent rivals that of His Holiness Black Lotus and the demon prince. With Lord Black Lotus, the demon prince, and this new young lord, no righteous sect will be able to contend with our demon heaven sect in the future. Meanwhile, at the center of the explosion, Zhang Chen, clad in black and red robes with handsome features, slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. It seems I'll have to find another cave dwelling. Zhang Chen surveyed the ruins around him, feeling the immense increase in his own power. Thanks to the heavenly Dao Qi empowerment, he could clearly sense that if he encountered a spirit transformation stage cultivator like Li Chang'an again, he would even have a chance to fight. However, Zhang Chen felt a sense of regret. During the 6 months of cultivation, the dam system hadn't issued any new side missions, as if it were deliberately avoiding him. Just as Zhang Chen was about to slowly rise to his feet, a graceful figure in black and red robes stepped through the air towards him. Zhang Chen's immediate instinct was to flee, not wanting to face her. But he was intercepted by the figure and couldn't escape at all. He could only shake his head helplessly. "Senior sister, why are you here again? Junior brother, where are you off to?" At the demon heaven sect, Shang Wan blocked Zhang Chen's path, stepping forward with graceful lotus-like steps. A wave of fragrance drifted over as Zhang Chen looked at Shang Wan's breathtakingly beautiful face, and honestly, he felt a bit afraid. "Senior sister, why are you here again?" The reason Zhang Chen kept avoiding his senior sister was his fear that she would ask about his strange behavior recently. He had no idea how to explain it to her. Fortunately, that big-mouth Jilin Feng only told his senior sister about what happened at the Purple Cloud sect and didn't spread it to the entire sect. Otherwise, his reputation as the demon child would have been ruined. Even now, Zhang Chen wished he could go back and punch that dead yellow-haired punk again. "Junior brother, you've been avoiding me and little junior sister ever since you returned. Do you have some kind of unspeakable secret?" Shang Wan's gaze locked tightly onto Zhang Chen, her deep, beautiful eyes seeming to pierce right through him. "No, how could I possibly avoid you, senior sister? I've just been busy with my cultivation lately." Zhang Chen quickly denied it, then hurriedly took out a pink pastry from his storage ring. "Senior sister, try this. It's a new pastry I developed during my cultivation breaks. It's called ice cream. I guarantee you'll love it." Watching Zhang Chen's fawning expression, Shang Wan accepted the ice cream with her delicate hand. "Don't think you can brush me off with this. No matter how delicious it is, you still need to explain yourself today." What is this? So cold and so sweet." The cool, delicious taste on her tongue made Shang Wan's pretty face flush slightly, and she immediately stopped her interrogation. Because it was simply too delicious. "Hee, I'm glad you like it, senior sister. I have more. I made it especially for you." Seeing this, Zhang Chen pressed his advantage and produced a large jade-insulated box full of ice cream. Luckily, he had come prepared. He knew his senior sister was a foodie. All he had to do was silence her with delicious food. Shang Wan didn't refuse at all, hugging the large box of ice cream, her beautiful eyes growing gentle. "Forget it. If you don't want to talk about it, then don't. I know you must have your own little secrets. I won't pry." Shang Wan let out a soft sigh. "I didn't come here just to interrogate you. The master wants you to go see him after your seclusion ends. He has something to discuss with you." "The master wants to see me?" Zhang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Ever since he broke through to the nascent soul stage, the master hadn't called for him much. Why the sudden summons? Could it be that the master found out about what happened at the Purple Cloud sect? This is bad. How am I supposed to explain that to him? I'm doomed. "Don't worry, I didn't tell the master about your business." Shang Wan could see right through Zhang Chen's thoughts and quickly reassured him. "I knew it. My senior sister is the best to me after all." Zhang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, but this time he didn't look like a fawning lackey. Instead, he spoke with utmost seriousness. I owe you my life this time, senior sister. I will repay you someday. With your current nascent soul stage cultivation, you should first worry about protecting yourself. Shang Wanwan let out a scoff, dismissing his words. Never mind that. I will repay you one day, just you wait. Zhang Chen said with a serious look. Then, without another word, he flew off towards the master's location on a beam of light. Shang Wanwan watched the direction Zhang Chen had disappeared in, her beautiful eyes flickering with unknown thoughts. Junior brother. What's the matter, senior sister? When you go out again, make sure to take care of yourself. Don't be so reckless like last time. I understand, senior sister. Zhang Chen didn't find Shang Wanwan nagging. Instead, he felt a warmth in his heart. In this world, only the master and his senior sister truly cared for him. Before long, Zhang Chen arrived before a cave dwelling deep within the sect. The cave dwelling wasn't lavishly decorated, but few within the Demon Heaven sect dared to approach it, for this was the abode of the sect master, the demon venerable Yuanqing, who was also Zhang Chen's master. Just as Zhang Chen was about to enter the cave to see what his master wanted, he saw several middle-aged and elderly men wearing the robes of the Demon Heaven sect walking out. These three men had grim, unpleasant expressions on their faces as if they had just been scolded. One of them, a fat old man, was even bruised and swollen in the face, clearly having been beaten. Second senior brother, I told you not to use demonic energy to cheat at cards. Now look what happened. Not only did you not get the resources, you got beaten by the sect master. Damn it. Fourth junior brother, sixth junior brother, you two have the nerve to talk. Didn't we agree to swindle the sect master together? Why did you two switch sides at the last minute? Ouch. And the sect master is ruthless too. He hits hard. We used to be fellow disciples after all. The fat old man held his face, condemning the two middle-aged men beside him for their lack of loyalty. Greetings, three martial uncles. Although Zhang Chen rarely saw the sect's peak masters and elders, he recognized these three. They were all fellow disciples of his master from before he became the sect master. Especially the fat old man who had been beaten. He was the master of that yellow-haired Ji Lingfeng, the peak master of the second peak, Shi Liangping. Strictly speaking, given his status as the demon child, Zhang Chen didn't have to bow to them, but out of courtesy, he still clasped his hands in greeting. Oh, it's the demon child. The three men quickly returned the greeting upon seeing Zhang Chen. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhang Chen learned that the reason for their grim expressions was that they had lost heavily to his master in a game of mahjong. That's right, Zhang Chen had introduced the mahjong from his past life to the Demon Heaven sect. Demonic cultivation arts were brutal and domineering, easily leading to loss of control, so this kind of calming and relaxing activity, like mahjong, became just as popular as basketball. Demon child, be careful when you go in and talk to your master. The sect master has been acting strangely irritable lately. Seems like he's eaten something wrong. Shi Liangping kindly warned Zhang Chen before leaving. And don't tell him I said anything. You know your Shi martial uncle is the most tight-lipped person. I've only told you. Zhang Chen, huh? No wonder it's only you fat old man who got beaten by the master. After bidding them farewell, Zhang Chen slowly walked into the cave dwelling. He had to admit martial uncle Shi's words had made him a bit nervous. What does the master want with him anyway? Upon entering the cave, Zhang Chen saw a middle-aged man sitting upright at a mahjong table. The man wore a black robe, his long jet-black hair hanging loosely. He emanated not a single trace of demonic energy, looking like an ordinary middle-aged man, except perhaps a bit more handsome. But Zhang Chen knew that there were fewer than a handful of people on the entire continent who could match this man. This was his master, the demon venerable Yuanqing Qiu Yuanqing. Master. Zhang Chen bowed respectfully to Qiu Yuanqing. He held deep reverence for his master. If his master hadn't brought him back, he might have died soon after his rebirth. Without his master, he wouldn't be where he was today. Here you are. Qiu Yuanqing's voice was calm. He slowly turned to look at Zhang Chen, scrutinizing him carefully. Broke through to the late nascent soul stage. Merely luck. Zhang Chen said modestly. Not bad, a bit faster than I anticipated. Qiu Yuanqing nodded slowly. It seems you've had some fortunate encounters during this period. You even brought back that little girl Su Xin from a minor sect. That girl might have even higher talent than you two siblings. Zhang Chen thought, oh no, is master going to ask what I did at that minor sect? But he soon felt he was overthinking it. His master didn't press further, instead his tone suddenly softened. Chen, although your cultivation has progressed, you must never become arrogant or complacent. There are many prodigies rising in the righteous path as well. Not only your old rival Yu Wushuang, but also a double-pupiled one bearing the supreme bone, and the child of the dragons Dao Qi has appeared in the world. Throughout the cultivation world, it's said that in the near future this will be the most glorious era in tens of thousands of years, and even the path to immortality will open. But I sense a strange unease. Qiu Yuanqing's sudden shift in tone made Zhang Chen slowly raise his head. If even his master felt uneasy, then the situation was far more serious than it appeared. The future might not be an era of prosperity. It might be a catastrophe, a calamity that will engulf the entire continent, and perhaps even we demonic cultivators will not be spared. Qiu Yuanqing let out a long sigh. That great calamity might be related to the legendary tribulation lightning of ascension to immortality. The tribulation lightning of ascension. Zhang Chen's heart jolted. Could that calamity be related to the fragments he got from the system? But for now, Zhang Chen didn't mention the fragments to his master. Instead, he planned to collect a few more first. If he really couldn't figure it out, he would seek his master's help. This is precisely the reason I called for you today. Qiu Yuanqing slowly stood up and patted Zhang Chen's shoulder. Although I can sense that this future catastrophe is still some time away, you must be extra cautious when you go out to train in the future. Before the great era descends, anything is possible. Yes, master. Seeing that his master had only called him to remind him to be safe, Zhang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. So it was just about a coming continental calamity. He had thought his master had discovered his little secret. What a scare for nothing. Master, rest assured. Even if I run into danger, you'll always be there to have my back. But you should take care of yourself too, and don't get so angry so easily. You've nearly beaten Martial Uncle Shi into a pig's head. With the tension in his nerves released, Zhang Chen resumed his playful demeanor. No one else in the world dared to speak to the demon venerable Yuanqing like this except Zhang Chen. You're still so improper. Qiu Yuanqing scolded lightly. And your martial uncle, she is still such a big mouth. Looks like I didn't hit him hard enough. Thinking of Shi Liangping's fat face, Qiu Yuanqing got angry again. That bastard dared to use demonic energy to peek at my cards. I had a perfect hand of a pure suit and he ruined it. I was lenient by not breaking his legs. The number one demon venerable of the Zhang continent actually resorting to violence against his own sect brother over a game of mahjong. Truly worthy of the demonic path. Alright, get out of here. I'm getting annoyed just looking at your grinning face. Go on, get out. I need to go instruct your little junior sister. She's much cuter than you. Having said what he needed, Qiu Yuanqing immediately shooed Zhang Chen away, already eager to go guide Su Xian in her cultivation. Zhang Chen, what? Master, what do you mean by that? You've never treated me like this before. When I was a kid, you used to call me little Chen-chan. So I'm just supposed to leave. Feeling a bit dejected, Zhang Chen returned to his own cave, dwelling feeling as if he had been abandoned. Suddenly the system, which had been offline for a long time, finally popped up with a notification again. This instantly filled him with joy. Ding. Congratulations, host. After 6 months of rest and consolidation, you have broken through to the late Foundation establishment stage. Side quest updated. Please head to the most perilous place in the southern domain, the Demon Refining Abyss. Ding. Congratulations, host. After 6 months of recuperation and consolidation, you have broken through to the late Foundation establishment stage. A side quest has been updated. Please proceed to the most perilous place in the southern domain, Demon Refining Abyss. The Demon Refining Abyss is the foremost danger zone of the southern domain, a chaotic melting pot, where righteous cultivators, demonic cultivators, and even heretics intermingle. It is also known as a lawless land, where even Foundation establishment cultivators are at the very bottom of the hierarchy. Yet where there is great danger, there is also great opportunity. The host has a chance to find the opportunity to forge a golden core amidst these trials. Please head to the Demon Refining Abyss, pass the assessment, and join one of the factions there as a low-ranking member. Quest rewards will be determined by the host's performance. Damn it, you lousy system finally shows up. I thought you crashed. Zhang Chen looked at the system notification, and the gloom from being abandoned by his master vanished, instantly replaced by a surge of energy. After waiting so long, this blasted system finally had a quest for him again. On days without quests, he always felt a hollowness in his heart. After all, he still needed to collect quest points to exchange for more fragments of secrets regarding the immortal tribulation. After half a year, that familiar feeling had finally returned. Zhang Chen carefully studied the new side quest. He had heard of the Demon Refining Abyss, of course. It was much as the system described. It was the primary gray zone of the southern domain, a place of human trafficking, dark arenas, auction, houses, and more. If you could imagine it, they had it. Effectively, the Demon Refining Abyss was a covert trading hub. Anything that righteous and demonic sects couldn't trade openly could be dealt with there. Thus, in the southern domain, both righteous and demonic paths had come to an unspoken agreement acknowledging the existence of this gray area. No one would break its rules. This led to a very strange phenomenon. Within the Demon Refining Abyss, a single faction could contain both righteous and demonic cultivators. Your colleague might well be your former enemy. In the Demon Refining Abyss, there is only interest, no friendship. For the sake of profit, brothers turning against each other or fellow disciples killing one another is a common occurrence. This damn system really wants to send that Zhang Chen to his doom. Zhang Chen couldn't help but lament. This blasted system was telling someone at the late Foundation establishment stage to go to such a dangerous place. Even a late Foundation establishment cultivator was just the bottom rung there. If you carelessly revealed a treasure, countless eyes would fix upon you in an instant. If you let your guard down, you wouldn't even know how you died. This system was truly ruthless. But as the protagonist, the original owner would surely have some ability to turn danger into safety at critical moments. It was somewhat reasonable. But for Zhang Chen, he didn't need to worry about that. With his current strength, he wouldn't even fear facing an early spirit transformation cultivator. Zhang Chen had heard of this place before. The strongest cultivators there should only be at the spirit transformation stage. Once someone reached the void refinement stage, they would look down upon the goods traded in the abyss. In other words, if Zhang Chen wanted to, he could truly strut around the demon refining abyss unchallenged. Besides, he was a demonic cultivator. This place might be dangerous to others, but for him it felt like coming home. This damn system actually wanted him, the demon son of the heavenly demon sect, to become a mere lackey. How preposterous. He could establish his own faction there. Guess I have to go slumming it again. At the thought of having to play the part of a foolish low-ranking member, Zhang Chen cursed the system under his breath. Forget it, he was used to it. If he had to slum it, so be it. As long as he got the quest points. For the sake of immortality, this wasn't a hardship. Zhang Chen consoled himself, then shot off towards the demon refining abyss from outside the sect, a streak of light against the sky. Meanwhile, in Qingyun, atop a peak that pierced the clouds, immortal mist swirled. Lu Rian, who had been meditating slowly, opened her eyes and looked at Yun Zhongfeng, who was approaching with graceful steps. Master, what did you say? The Ziyun sect has been destroyed. Lu Rian was stunned by the news, her aura fluctuating unsteadily. Why had the Ziyun sect been destroyed so soon after they had left it? Yes. Afterwards, traces of demonic and heretical cultivators were found in the ruins. It seems they were the ones responsible. Even Yun Zhongfeng's stunningly beautiful face showed a hint of regret as she let out a soft sigh. She had some old friendships with the Ziyun sect's sect master and its grand elder. What a pity. How could this have happened? Lu Rian's gaze seemed distant and unfocused. The Ziyun sect was wiped out. That must mean Zhang Chen. And what about that senior? Could they have been caught in it too? At this thought, Lu Rian's aura became even more chaotic. Rian, calm your heart. Sensing her disciple's distress, Yun Zhongfeng quickly warned her. Ever since we returned from the Ziyun sect, I've noticed that your cultivation of the Taishang Yuqingju has become unusually erratic. It seems whatever happened in that secret realm affected you deeply. Master, Lu Rian didn't deny it, simply lowering her head slowly. Enough. Seeing Lu Rian's distracted gaze, Yun Zhongfeng sighed softly. I know it's hard for you to completely let go of your feelings. It seems I must make a trip to the demon refining abyss to find that item for you, so that you can cultivate with peace of mind and achieve your golden core. Master, you're going to the demon refining abyss, eh? Lu Rian's head shot up, her beautiful face filled with worry. She knew all too well what kind of place the demon refining abyss was. It was a dark and filthy land where even her master would find it hard to guarantee a safe return. She didn't want her master to risk herself for her sake. I have made up my mind. Don't feel burdened. I'm not so weak. Yun Zhongfeng motioned for Lu Rian not to worry, a trace of determination flashing in her eyes. 1 year of the 3-year agreement has already passed, and you are still at the foundation establishment stage. Whether that young man named Zhang Chen is alive or not, I must do something for you. In recent years, the heretical and demonic paths in the southern domain had grown increasingly rampant. Yun Zhongfeng felt a growing sense of unease. All the sects were expanding their power, and Qingyun sect was no exception. Not long ago, they had recruited a new spirit transformation elder with exceptionally fierce blood energy. Yun Zhongfeng also wanted Lu Rian to grow stronger quickly so that she would have more ability to protect herself if these evil forces grew even more rampant in the future. It is this disciple's incompetence that has burdened you, master. Lu Rian felt overwhelming shame and quickly knelt down. She knew that once her master had made a decision, nothing could change her mind. She could only watch as Yun Zhongfeng departed. Master, please be safe. In the southern region, the Lianma domain. Though called a domain, it was a massive city nestled in a remote valley, the entire metropolis seemingly shrouded beneath an immense oppressive cloud of darkness. From above, one could sense the boundless miasma of corruption. A figure clad in a black and crimson robe descended slowly before the colossal city gates. It was Zhang Chen arriving to fulfill his system's task. Zhang Chen had now resumed his original appearance, adjusting his cultivation to the late foundation establishment stage. His slightly scholarly demeanor made him appear an easy target. Halt you there. Yes, you. Come here. To enter the Lianma domain, you must pay the entry fee. At the gate, 2 guards, fierce and brutish, shouted at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen glanced at them. They were both peak foundation establishment cultivators. Even the gatekeepers were at that level. The Lianma domain was indeed terrifying. Are you calling me? Zhang Chen asked, feigning confusion. Who else? You're new here, aren't you? Not recognizing us. You must be tired of living. Seeing Zhang Chen alone and merely at the late foundation establishment stage, the guards naturally intended to extort him. Hand over all your storage rings, and we'll overlook your insolence. If your possessions satisfy us, perhaps the Blood Robe sect will even take you under its wing. If you refuse, you'll remain here at the gate forever. The two wasted no words. They had killed many greenhorns at the gate, let alone a mere late foundation establishment cultivator. If this fellow dared to resist, they would kill him outright. I see. You've worked hard. These 2 storage rings are my gift to you. Zhang Chen said calmly, extending his hands with the rings. That's more like it. The 2 approached, leering as they reached for the rings. You're wise, boy. The Blood Robe sect won't miss. Before they could finish, Zhang Chen slapped them away with a single blow. Without a word. The 2 didn't even manage a scream. They fell dead on the spot, their faces frozen in terror. Zhang Chen dusted off his hands, expressionless, as if swatting flies, and strode into the city without looking back. In the Lianma domain, there were no real gatekeepers. They were merely scammers preying on newcomers. They might fool others, but targeting Zhang Chen, a demonic cultivator, was their misfortune. Zhang Chen showed no mercy, ending their lives swiftly. Kindness and compassion were the most ridiculous things in this place. Only by being ruthless could one avoid being targeted. Zhang Chen's decisive action caused little stir at the gate, for murder in the streets was commonplace here. They merely marveled briefly at how a late Foundation establishment cultivator could instantly kill 2 peak Foundation establishment cultivators. Then they swarmed to loot the corpses like flies drawn to carrion. As Zhang Chen entered the city, a pungent stench of blood and decay assaulted his nostrils. An endless boulevard teemed with people lined with shops offering all manner of treasures and herbs, even trading in demon beasts and enslaved cultivators of the demonic race. Items rarely seen in outside auctions were displayed amid a cacophony of noise. Foundation establishment cultivators were everywhere, orthodox, demonic, and even Zhang Chen sensed the presence of heretical cultivators. Arrogant bullies, masked figures, street brawls, and robberies were common sights. Even acts of debauchery occurred openly like beasts in spring. Truly a pandemonium of demons, Zhang Chen murmured. Watching the lively chaos of the Lianma domain, Zhang Chen remained calm, his heart undisturbed. He passed through the streets unaffected, having little interest in the market wares. His primary goal now was to join a faction. But what kind of faction should I join? Zhang Chen pondered as he casually killed a few reckless cultivators who tried to rob him. The blasted system only said to become a minor member of a faction without specifying which. The Lianma domain was a mess of countless factions, each occupying different territories, mostly in rivalry. Without faction backing, one was treated as a rogue cultivator with no support, targeted by everyone, just as Zhang Chen had been. As Zhang Chen considered joining a random minor faction, a man suddenly appeared beside him. "Fellow cultivator, you seem new here. Interested in joining the Mad Dog sect?" Zhang Chen looked closely, a handsome young man in blue robes with a cultivation at the half-step to Golden Core stage. The blue robe bore a fierce dog head emblem, clearly the faction's attire. But Zhang Chen did not reply. "In this place, one must always remember, trust no one." Seeing Zhang Chen silent, the young man was not surprised, and continued, "Fellow cultivator, your vigilance upon arriving in the Lianma domain is commendable. But do not misunderstand. I happen to see you kill 2 Blood Robe sect members at the gate. A late Foundation establishment cultivator with such strength is rare. As a rogue cultivator, you will likely face retaliation from the Blood Robe sect. The Blood Robe sect is our Mad Dog sect's archenemy. Seeing you dispatch those 2 so easily filled me with joy, hence my sincere invitation. What do you say? Join the Mad Dog sect, and those Blood Robe scum won't dare to act against you." The young man's tone was earnest. Zhang Chen stopped, eyes narrowing slightly. Mad Dog sect. This unsolicited invitation saved him the trouble of searching. Still, the name Mad Dog sect was rather peculiar. It didn't sound like a reputable faction. The young man seemed to read Zhang Chen's thoughts and quickly explained, "Fellow cultivator, though the name is off-putting, our sect leader is a genuine nascent soul cultivator, a figure of influence throughout the Lianma domain." The young man was very patient, though inwardly he wondered why the sect leader had chosen such an eccentric name. Many rogue cultivators turned away upon hearing it, making his recruitment efforts difficult. Having finally recruited one, he couldn't let him slip away, or this month's quota would be missed. "Lead the way," Zhang Chen said. Zhang Chen saw no point in further discussion. Any faction would do, and he didn't want to waste time searching. He just needed to complete the task quickly. "Excellent. Please follow me." The young man beamed and led the way. "May I ask your name, and whether you practice orthodox or demonic cultivation?" he asked, noting down Zhang Chen's basic information. "Zhang Chen, orthodox cultivation," Zhang Chen replied without hesitation, then asked, "And your name?" The young man smiled lightly. "I am but unworthy, Yi Wushuang." Zhang Chen, huh? Not joking, bro. You're kidding me. Your name is Yi Wushuang. Zhang Chen looked at the youth leading the way, somewhat puzzled. "I know that guy Yi Wushuang. He's the #1 holy disciple of the righteous path. He doesn't look anything like him." Zhang Chen swept his divine sense across the other person, wanting to confirm whether some disguise technique had been used. If this was indeed that guy in disguise, Zhang Chen would act without hesitation. Unfortunately, Zhang Chen confirmed that the other party was not using any disguise. "Are you sure your name is Yi Wushuang?" Zhang Chen asked. "Ha ha ha. When traveling far from home, one's identity is what one makes of it." But the youth smiled gracefully and said without the slightest shame, "In the refining demon domain, who would dare to use their true name? Are they hoping to die faster? I didn't expect you to pick up on things so quickly, senior brother. You'd be perfect for our Mad Dog sect." The youth cast an appreciative glance at Zhang Chen, then added a friendly reminder. "But don't blame me for mocking you, senior brother. You actually dare to impersonate Zhang Chen, the #1 demonic disciple of the Heavenly Demon sect. There are countless demonic cultivators in our Mad Dog sect, most of whom have heard the name Zhang Chen. Especially our sect master, who seems to greatly revere the demonic son Zhang Chen. You'd better find someone else to impersonate. And senior brother, your intelligence gathering was rather incomplete. Zhang Chen belongs to the demonic path, not the righteous path. So don't blame your brother for mentioning the name of Yi Wushuang, the #1 holy disciple of the righteous path earlier. You were just far too fake. As someone who's been through it, let me warn you. Change your name. Why aren't you kind? Zhang Chen looked at this so-called Yi Wushuang with a dark expression. My Chun. It's Chun as in the stars. Alright, Chun as in the stars. Since you're so determined to use this name, I won't stop you. The youth coaxed Zhang Chen's stubbornness, fearing that if Zhang Chen grew displeased, the performance he had worked so hard to secure would slip away. If the sect master asks, make sure to explain it clearly. Since we're both from the righteous path, I'll also tell you my true name. Just call me Xieburua. Zhang Chen slowed his steps, quietly observing this peculiar person leading the way, unsure whether the name he had just shared was real or false. But he couldn't shake the feeling that he might have chosen the wrong faction. Even the recruiter was this unreliable. Was the Mad Dog sect truly trustworthy? What kind of person was the sect master of this Mad Dog sect? After an unknown amount of time, Xieburua finally led Zhang Chen to the Mad Dog sect's territory, where the originally foul and noisy clamor had noticeably subsided. After all, this was a faction stronghold. No one dared to come in and cause trouble casually. Our Mad Dog sect has over 200 members, roughly split evenly between the righteous and demonic paths. Besides the sect master, there are 12 Golden Core elders, and the rest are Foundation establishment members like us. Xieburua explained as he gave Zhang Chen a tour, when suddenly an unfriendly jesting voice cut in. Hey Xieburua, you finally brought someone back today. Did you find your wife yet? Get lost. Xieburua shouted in anger, his spiritual energy suddenly erupting. The half-step Golden Core pressure directly silenced the Foundation establishment later stage member. What's with the arrogance? Just some lowly recruiter. Been here half a year and haven't participated in a single mission. You're a real piece of trash. The man's expression darkened as well. He muttered a cursing remark softly and walked away sullenly. Though full of resentment, he felt somewhat uneasy facing half-step Golden Core cultivation. After all, cases of infighting within the same faction were everywhere. He did not want to provoke this guy too much. These demonic path cultivators are just not very likable. Sorry for the sight. Seeing the man driven away, Xieburua restored his smile and said to Zhang Chen, Senior brother, I am only responsible for bringing you here. Whether you can join our Mad Dog sect still depends on passing our sect master's assessment. Your sect master? Zhang Chen was also somewhat puzzled. Why was this damn place so troublesome, requiring the sect master to personally conduct the assessment? But don't worry, brother. The sect master's assessment is simply to check whether you're a spy from the Blood Robe sect or another faction. Senior brother was able to casually slaughter Blood Robe sect disciples just now, so passing the assessment should not be a problem. Xieburua continued with his reminder. But from what I've seen, although you strike ruthlessly, you carry an aura of righteousness. I assume you came to the refining demon domain because you had no other choice. As fellow followers of the righteous path, let me warn you one thing: after joining the Mad Dog sect, never easily trust anyone within, including me. Xieburua then led Zhang Chen to a mansion where the large characters Mad Dog on the gate were especially conspicuous. The sect master is inside. Senior brother, please go in. Zhang Chen did not hesitate. He had already come this far, and only the final step remained to complete the system's side quest. He wanted to see what kind of person this Mad Dog sect master was. Although he could not easily reveal his strength to become a mere member, if this guy harbored ill intentions toward him, he would simply eliminate him and join another faction instead. Zhang Chen walked into the mansion with an impassive expression and entered the main hall. Inside, a man in blue robes stood with his back to Zhang Chen. Early-stage nascent soul. The traces of demonic chi emanating from the man allowed Zhang Chen to immediately determine his cultivation level. He also felt a strange sense of familiarity. The man remained facing away from Zhang Chen, saying nothing, as if he had not sensed Zhang Chen's arrival at all. Instead, he quietly stared at a portrait hanging high in the hall, lost in thought. Zhang Chen followed his gaze to the portrait, and when he saw the valiant figure depicted upon it, he was thoroughly shocked. Damn it! Which bastard hung up a portrait of himself here? Zhang Chen's head was completely spinning. What the hell was going on with this faction called the Mad Dog sect? Not only was the name bizarre, but the person who recruited him was equally eccentric. Now the sect master's chamber even had his portrait hanging on the wall. What kind of faction was this? Where the hell have I been brought? Is this still the refining demon domain? A grown man staring blankly at his own portrait in broad daylight. This feeling was strange, eerie, you know. Who the hell was this guy? Just as Zhang Chen was still bewildered, the motionless man finally moved. He bowed reverently before Zhang Chen's portrait, his eyes filled with admiration, muttering something under his breath. Demonic son, oh demonic son. I cultivated with such devotion to barely break through to the nascent soul stage, only to discover that you had recently ascended to the late nascent soul period. Truly worthy of your title. How can I ever hope to keep pace with you? Then the man performed another devout bow before the portrait. Suddenly, without any warning, he turned around, unleashing terrifying demonic energy that surged toward Zhang Chen, appearing before him in an instant. I've heard you dared to usurp the demonic son's noble name. A righteous cultivator dares show disrespect toward the demonic son. Die. I heard you dared to usurp the demon prince's name. A righteous cultivator shows disrespect to the demon prince. Die. The Mad Dog sect leader with a fierce countenance erupted with terrifying demonic chi and reached directly toward Zhang Chen. This fearsome strike could crush even a golden core cultivator. He had received a transmission from Siebroa earlier saying that a new member had been recruited. He was initially pleased, but upon hearing that this new member dared to use the demon prince's name, and was a righteous cultivator at that, his fury ignited instantly. Although he knew most cultivators in the demon refining domain used false names, a mere foundation establishment cultivator daring to take the esteemed demon prince's name was an outright insult to his excellency. Who was the demon prince? How could these righteous scum defile his name? This enraged him so much that even if he didn't kill the man, he would teach him a severe lesson. And even if the man's real name was Zhang Chen, he would have to change it. Die. The Mad Dog sect leader glared at the reckless foundation establishment, brought his demonic chi ready to tear Zhang Chen apart. Just as he expected Zhang Chen to kneel and beg for mercy, the long silent motionless Zhang Chen suddenly erupted with an overwhelming pressure, slamming the Mad Dog sect leader to the ground. Then he revealed his true appearance, his expression grim. Demon Prince. Seeing the face identical to the portrait, the leader gasped in shock. He could not believe his eyes. It was the Demon Prince. How could the Demon Prince be here? Speak. What is the meaning of this? Zhang Chen, his face dark, stared coldly at the kneeling young man and demanded. A grown man hanging his portrait in his own room. This was too bizarre and disgusting. Confirming that he did not know the young man, Zhang Chen raised his hand wreathed in demonic chi, pressing it toward the young man's head. No. Please. Demon Prince, spare me. The Mad Dog sect leader was terrified. Even a simple blow from the Demon Prince was beyond what he could endure. Demon Prince, I'm your idol. Oh no. You're my idol. Don't you remember me? I'm a disciple of the Demon Heaven sect. The Mad Dog sect leader hastily begged for mercy, his voice trembling with excitement, barely able to form words. All traces of his earlier ferocity vanished. Demon Heaven sect. Zhang Chen withdrew his demonic chi, but remained suspicious. He had no memory of this person from the Demon Heaven sect. Speak. Who are you? And what is all this about? Sensing Zhang Chen's killing intent diminish, the Mad Dog sect leader finally breathed a sigh of relief. He stood up excitedly and bowed respectfully. Demon Prince, you don't remember me. I'm Chao Lubiao. When we were young, you even hit me once. Zhang Chen, huh? I'm the last disciple of the third peak master of the Demon Heaven sect. Back when you just broken through to Golden Core, I, being too arrogant, challenged you to a duel. You gave me a thorough thrashing, don't you recall? Chao Lubiao was ecstatic, never expecting to meet the Demon Prince here. Back then, when the Demon Prince had just reached Golden Core, Chao Lubiao, who had been at the peak of Golden Core for years, could not accept it. Why should a beardless boy become the Demon Prince of the Demon Heaven sect? He refused to submit. He wanted to challenge the boy. On a dark, windy night, he was forced to yield. Despite being at the peak of Golden Core, he could not last 3 moves against the Demon Prince, who was only at the early Golden Core stage. But the Demon Prince did not humiliate him like others. Instead, he pointed out the flaws in Chao Lubiao's techniques, winning his genuine respect. From then on, he trained hard, vowing to catch up to the Demon Prince. When he finally attained enlightenment, found the correct path of cultivation, and broke through to Nascent Soul, he discovered that the Demon Prince had already reached Nascent Soul, and was nearly unmatched among both righteous and demonic Nascent Soul cultivators. After that, the disciples of the sect, including him, rarely saw the Demon Prince. He became the radiant star of the Demon Heaven sect, an unattainable goal for countless disciples. Naturally, the Demon Prince became his idol, and the pursuit of the Demon Prince's pace became his purpose in cultivation. He hoped that one day, when the Demon Prince stood at the pinnacle of the demonic path, he would be by his side. Now the Demon Prince stood before him in the flesh. How could he not be excited? Not long ago, his good friend Ji Lingfeng, the personal disciple of the second peak master, had boasted about meeting the Demon Prince and having intimate interactions with him. That had made Chao Lubiao extremely envious. You're the disciple of third uncle, eh? Zhang Chen was somewhat face-blind. He rarely showed his face in the sect, so he had little memory of its disciples. Just like when he hadn't recognized that yellow-haired fellow earlier. Absolutely, Demon Prince. I hung your portrait to spur myself on in cultivation. Chao Lubiao explained, producing his Demon Heaven sect token, which finally jogged Zhang Chen's memory. Back when he broke through to Golden Core, many in the sect had been unconvinced, but he had beaten them all down. However, there was one stubborn as a mad dog who took a long time to surrender. Apparently this was the guy. Damn. So the bizarre force he was about to join had a leader who was his own sect brother. He had run into Ji Lingfeng at the Purple Cloud sect, and now Chao Lubiao here in the Demon Refining domain. The Demon Heaven sect was full of such extraordinary talents. He couldn't escape them. Take down that portrait immediately. Zhang Chen's expression was complicated. Seeing his own portrait hanging high made him uncomfortable and even embarrassed, so he quickly ordered Chao Lubiao to remove it. Of course, since the Demon Prince dislikes it, I'll take it down right away. Chao Lubiao, now fawning and obedient, hurried to remove it, showing none of his usual ferocity. With the real person right here, what was the point of the portrait? He had never imagined the new recruit would be the Demon Prince himself. He had thought it was an imposter, but the real deal had arrived. It felt like a dream. Demon Prince, forgive my earlier rudeness. I offended you, but you had changed your appearance and concealed your cultivation. If I had known it was you, I would never have dared to strike. I beg your forgiveness. Chao Lubiao bowed low, offering his apologies. To be honest, he was also puzzled. Why would the Demon Prince change his appearance and hide his cultivation to join his small sect? It's fine. Zhang Chen waved his hand and told Chao Lubiao to rise. Looking at the fawning Chao Lubiao, Zhang Chen's gaze was complex. He hadn't expected to accidentally stumble into a sect founded by his own fellow disciple. Should he stay here or look for another sect to join? Oh well, since he was already here, as long as this guy kept quiet, staying as a low-level disciple shouldn't interfere with the system's mission. It might even be more convenient. Mainly Zhang Chen was too lazy to go elsewhere. He'd settle for now and finish the dam system's task first. Then he resumed his Zhang Chen appearance and concealed his cultivation. I'll need to stay here for a while. Do not reveal my identity to anyone. Understood, my lord. From now on, the position of Mad Dog Sect leader is yours, Demon Prince. Chao Lubiao was thrilled and tactfully offered to step down. Since the Demon Prince had come, the leadership naturally belonged to him. Chao Lubiao was clever enough to understand that. He couldn't let the Demon Prince be just a mere member. Zhang Chen was exasperated. Can't you understand plain words? The dam system wants me to be a lowly member. If I become the leader, the mission is ruined. Plus, the title Mad Dog Sect leader sounded awful even to him. Don't make a fuss. I'll just stay as a member. And remember, don't act so sycophantically in front of others. Treat me as a regular member. Act normal. Everything as usual. Got it. Zhang Chen warned sternly, afraid that this guy's behavior would hinder his future missions. What? You really want to be a mere member, Demon Prince? Chao Lubiao was shocked. Any problem? Zhang Chen gave him a cold look. No problem. I'll do as you say. Though deeply puzzled, Chao Lubiao dared not disobey the Demon Prince's command. The Demon Prince hiding his identity and coming here as a lowly member must be for some grand undertaking of the Demon Heaven sect. He would certainly support him wholeheartedly. He was also amazed. Junior brother Ji had secretly told him that the Demon Prince had previously been a lowly disciple in a righteous small sect. When he first heard it, he didn't believe it at all. How could the Demon Prince of the foremost demonic sect become a lowly disciple? Now he believed it. The Demon Prince must have some great mission to endure such humiliation. It definitely couldn't be a strange fetish. Ding. Congratulations, host, on passing the sect leader's test and successfully joining the Mad Dog sect as a member. Side quest completed. Rewards are being calculated. Ding. Congratulations. You have passed the sect leader's assessment and successfully joined the Mad Dog sect as a member. Side quest completed. Rewards are being settled. What? That's it for the assessment. Zhang Chen looked at the system's message, inwardly puzzled. So that whole brawl counted as the assessment. This dogbrain system is just stupid, isn't it? Zhang Chen had thought there would be a spectacular trial. Well, whatever, as long as the quest is done. Fine, I'll stick around in this Mad Dog sect and wait for the next quest to refresh. Zhang Chen looked at the sect leader Chao Lubiao, who still wore a respectful expression, and narrowed his eyes. Why did you come here to establish a force? A disciple of the demon sect at the nascent soul stage, why would he leave the sect to cultivate and come all the way to this demon refining domain to found such a bizarre sect? To be honest with you, young demon lord, the demonic art I cultivate is special. This place suits my training better. That's why I broke through to nascent soul so quickly. Chao Lubiao answered honestly. Oh, what art is that? Zhang Chen was curious. Don't laugh at me, young demon lord, but my art is similar to the one practiced by junior brother Ji you encountered some time ago. Chao Lubiao explained. But junior brother Ji cultivates by playing the righteous role, while I cultivate by stealing other people's wives. What? Zhang Chen stared at the embarrassed Chao Lubiao, completely dumbfounded. What kind of bizarre demonic art is this? Stealing others' wives. Does our demon sect really have such a twisted technique? Your wife-stealing art is even more twisted than that yellow-haired guy's acting art. No wonder you two are perfect idiots. You sure live up to your surname. And you're even getting shy about it. Wait, that yellow-haired Jiling Feng actually told this Chao thief about my business in Xian sect. Damn, next time I see that yellow-haired brat, I'll kill him. Zhang Chen, a bit speechless, looked at the man surnamed Chao and asked again out of curiosity. So how did you come up with the name Mad Dog Sect? Hearing Zhang Chen's question, Chao Lubiao perked up, his earlier embarrassment gone, and said with great pride. Young demon lord, the reason I named it Mad Dog Sect is all to commemorate my bond with you. With me, eh? Zhang Chen was confused. What connection could he possibly have with a mad dog? Young demon lord, you've forgotten. When we fought in your childhood, I refused to admit defeat, even though I was outmatched. I shamelessly kept attacking you, and you praised me as a mad dog. I have always cherished your praise, so when I founded this force, I named it the Mad Dog Sect. Chao Lubiao looked honored. I must say the name Mad Dog Sect feels very imposing. To survive in this demon refining domain, one must have the spirit of a mad dog. It's just a mystery. Even with such a formidable name, our membership never seems to match other forces. Zhang Chen thought you're a goddamn idiot. Was that a compliment? Can't you tell good from bad? Naming it that, and you can't figure out why you have so few people. Zhang Chen was utterly exasperated with this fool. How did he even get into the demon sect? With such a sect leader, it's tough on that Siebroa who's in charge of recruiting outside. Zhang Chen didn't want to deal with this weirdo anymore. He asked for lodging and planned to go back to check his system rewards. Chao Lubiao was quick to act. The young demon lord's incognito visit couldn't be treated lightly. After completing the registration himself, he personally led Zhang Chen out of the mansion. Zhang Chen, you're out. How did it go? Sect leader. Why are you also coming out? Siebroa, who had been waiting outside for news, hurriedly asked upon seeing Zhang Chen and quickly bowed to Chao Lubiao as well. In the demon refining domain, as long as one had enough strength, it was normal for righteous cultivators to bow to demonic ones. But he was astonished that the sect leader would personally escort Zhang Chen out, and that the sect leader's face lacked its usual ferocity, instead showing an undisguised excitement. Siebroa looked at the calm Zhang Chen, pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized the sect leader truly admires this Zhang Chen. Seems I recruited the right person this time. Siebroa, you did well this time. I know you came to the demon refining domain to find your wife, and you dislike killing. But this time you brought in such a talent as Zhang. Well, a true gem. That's a great achievement. Chao Lubiao patted Siebroa approvingly, almost letting the word slip. Your recruiting work is excellent. Keep it up. I'll also keep an eye out for news about your wife. Chao Lubiao's sincere words, however, filled Siebroa with terror. Anyone could help him search for his wife, but definitely not his own sect leader Chao Lubiao. He knew his sect leader's cultivation art and perverse tastes. If his wife were to catch his eye, disaster would strike. The Mad Dog sect had made an enemy of the Blood-Clothed sect because Chao Lubiao had taken 3 of its leaders' wives. Not to mention the 2 concubines of the Wolf Fong gang chief and the 4 mistresses of the Gentle Wind Society's president. He would rather never find his wife than have her noticed by the sect leader. Sect leader, I think there's no need to trouble you. I'll search for her myself. No thank you. No trouble at all, it's just a small effort. Ha ha. Chao Lubiao was in a great mood, laughed heartily, teased Siebroa, then seriously led Zhang Chen to his dwelling. Zhang Chen looked back and saw only Siebroa standing there bewildered in the wind. Young demon lord, this is your cave dwelling. As you requested, it's the highest standard among our members. If you find it uncomfortable, just let me know anytime. Chao Lubiao meticulously arranged the cave for Zhang Chen, more attentive than he would be to his own servants. It's fine. Zhang Chen nodded. After all, he was just waiting for the quest, so he wasn't picky. Young demon lord, things have been a bit unsettled in the demon refining domain lately. Please be careful. Before leaving, Chao Lubiao earnestly warned Zhang Chen. I heard that a righteous cultivator named Yun Zhongfeng at the spirit transformation stage has come to the demon refining domain, apparently searching for some treasure. A few small factions coveted her beauty and were wiped out by her. But I also heard she offended someone she shouldn't have and now seems to be on the run. I know the young demon lord isn't afraid of spirit transformation cultivators, but please be careful not to get caught up in her troubles and avoid unnecessary complications. Yun Zhongfeng. Zhang Chen narrowed his eyes. Isn't that Lu Ruyan's master? Why did she come here too? Yun Zhongfeng. Why is she here? Zhang Chen heard Chao Lubiao's reminder and felt puzzled. Why would Lu Ruyan's master venture into the demon refining domain? Was she searching for some treasure, or perhaps she came for Lu Ruyan herself? Unexpectedly, even a powerful cultivator at the spirit transformation stage like Yun Zhongfeng is being hunted down. It seems some factions in the demon refining domain possess considerable strength. Yet Zhang Chen did not worry much about his own situation. With his current cultivation, he should be able to contend with a spirit transformation cultivator, and even if he couldn't win, he could still escape. This was all thanks to the chaos immortal demon art he cultivated and the heavenly Dao Qi rewarded by the system. But who exactly had Yun Zhongfeng offended to be hunted down in such a dangerous place? She wouldn't be unable to escape, would she? If Lu Ruyan lost her master, would it affect his main quest of the 3-year promise? Forget it, he couldn't do anything about it anyway. He didn't even know where Yun Zhongfeng was, so worrying was pointless. Alright, you can go back now. Keep everything as usual, just do your job as the sect master. Don't let anyone suspect anything. Seeing that everything was arranged, Zhang Chen sent Chao Lubiao back. Understood. I'll take my leave then. If there's anything, Demon Son, feel free to command me. Oh, and Demon Son, within the Mad Dog sect you must not trust anyone. Although my subordinates appear respectful to me on the surface, this is the demon refining domain. In the shadows, everyone harbors their own schemes. After hearing Zhang Chen's command, Chao Lubiao gave this final warning, worried for the Demon Son's safety in the Mad Dog sect, though he realized such a warning was probably unnecessary. After all, no one in the Mad Dog sect could pose a threat to the Demon Son. Chao Lubiao quickly and nimbly retreated, determined not to delay the Demon Son's grand plans. After leaving Zhang Chen's cave dwelling, Chao Lubiao shook his head with slight regret. I heard Yun Zhongfeng is breathtakingly beautiful, but she never gets close to men and has never had a Dao companion. What a pity. If Yun Zhongfeng had a Dao companion, he, Chao Lubiao, would definitely find a chance to make his move. What a pity. The demonic art he cultivated only worked on cultivators who had a Dao companion. Someone like Yun Zhongfeng, who had never experienced the union of husband and wife, was useless for his cultivation. Xiao Lubiao had his principles. If she wasn't someone else's wife, no matter how stunningly beautiful she was, he wouldn't lay a hand on her, because she would be of no use to him. Besides, even if Yun Zhongfeng were married, he would still have to think twice before acting. She was a spirit transformation powerhouse after all. One slap from her could crush him to pieces. Xiao Lubiao dismissed the thought and flew out of the Mad Dog sect in a beam of light, seeking today's cultivation target. I heard the Xuanhe sect master has taken a new concubine. How dare he not invite me to such a joyous occasion? How outrageous. As the sect master of the Mad Dog sect, I must go and offer my congratulations to the Xuanhe sect master. The Xuanhe sect master had been at the nascent soul stage for years. Seizing his concubine would surely be a great boost to Xiao Lubiao's cultivation. Xiao Lubiao revealed a mysterious smile. One must admit the demon refining domain was a holy land for his demonic cultivation. Outside, he would never be able to act so recklessly. I have been slacking in my cultivation recently. Now that the demon son has personally arrived, I must train even harder from today onwards to keep pace with him. I need to show him my dedication so that one day I can become his right-hand man. Xiao Lubiao made up his mind and silently vowed. Back in the cave-dwelling, Zhang Chen was unaware of Xiao Lubiao's ambitions. He sat in meditation and slowly opened the system panel. Ding! Congratulations, host, for passing the sect master assessment and successfully joining the Mad Dog sect as a member. Side quest completed. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 4,000 quest points. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Reward Foundation Establishment Level Spiritual Energy Infusion. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Mystic Grade Divine Ability Heavenly Brahma Overlord Fist. The next side quest is on its way. Detected that the host's ring elder has left your side. Reason unknown. Please be cautious in the future. As the system's voice echoed in his mind, a domineering surge of spiritual energy infused his body. Damn, spiritual energy infusion again. Spiritual energy infusion, an old friend. But it was still useless for Zhang Chen. The spiritual energy infusion and the mystic grade divine ability are indeed good things, but only for a foundation establishment late-stage cultivator like Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen expertly expelled the system's gifted spiritual energy, then took the gleaming heavenly Brahma Overlord Fist technique, and used it to prop up the corner of a table in his new cave dwelling. Damn, system of the 3 rewards, only the 4,000 quest points were somewhat useful. Even so, Zhang Chen had somewhat expected this. After all, not every side quest would yield generous rewards. And this quest was completed without any effort at all. Getting 4,000 points wasn't bad. At least he was one step closer to exchanging for the next Ascension Thunder Tribulation secret fragment. Now he just had to wait for the next quest to begin. Host Zhang Chen, age 21. Cultivation Foundation Establishment late stage. Art Holy Sun Scorching Heaven Art. Divine abilities Blazing Sun Fist, Blazing Fire Force Azure Flame, Claw Heavenly Brahma Overlord Fist. Ascension Thunder Tribulation Secret Fragments X116. Current main quest Fulfill the 3-year promise with Lu Rian. Current quest points 19700. Side quest loading. I wonder what kind of idiotic quest this damn system will come up with for me this time. Zhang Chen frowned slightly. This damn system could even detect that old man Fu Chun had left, so why couldn't it detect the host's actual cultivation level? What an artificial idiot. Xiao Lubiao had told him that he could participate in the Mad Dog sect's missions if he wanted to, but since the system didn't require him to take on quests, he had no interest. So for the next few days, Zhang Chen simply stayed in his cave dwelling cultivating. Xiao Lubiao was considerate enough not to disturb him. It was unclear what he was up to. Then one night when the wind was howling and darkness shrouded the land, Zhang Chen, who was still cultivating, finally received a message from the system. Ding. Detected a new event triggered by the host. A new side quest is now issued. Side quest Rescue the Mermaid Princess. System has detected that the Mermaid Princess is near the Mad Dog sect area and is being pursued. Please proceed to rescue her. Note the enemy includes a half-step golden core cultivator. Please be careful. The host may choose to give up this quest, but the Mermaid Princess seems to be connected to the host's origins. It is not recommended to abandon this quest. Of course I won't give up. Zhang Chen's eyes snapped open, completely ignoring the mention of a half-step golden core. He had waited so long for a system quest. There was no way he would give it up. This damn system finally gave him a quest. However, Zhang Chen was also quite curious about this task. How was the Mermaid Princess connected to his origins? Oh wait. It should be about Zhang Chen's origins. From what I remember, this Zhang Chen was just an unfortunate kid from a minor clan. How is he connected to the mermaid race? Could his background be more complicated than it seems? This piqued Zhang Chen's curiosity. He had heard of the mermaid race before. The mermaid race was extremely mysterious, dwelling overseas in an unknown location. They were few in number with ethereal temperaments, each one possessing breathtaking beauty, and every part of their being was a treasure. Especially the precious mermaid's tears, which were comparable to spiritual treasures and greatly beneficial for cultivators' training. The mermaid race had extremely long lifespans, but were born with a defect. Their cultivation was severely limited. It was said they could never surpass the foundation establishment stage. Thus, whenever one appeared, it would attract the covetousness of countless cultivators. As for the mermaid princess, no one had ever laid eyes on her. I didn't expect this Zhang Chen to have a connection with the mermaid princess. I've got to see what this is all about. Zhang Chen ended his cultivation session, slowly rose to his feet, and followed the system's guidance out of the Mad Dog sect. In the demon refining domain, within a secluded valley, the night was dark and the wind was high, a chill creeping through the air. The hell, where do you two young ladies think you're fleeing to? 5 men in crimson robes encircled 2 graceful figures, their lewd laughter unbridled. Their faces were fierce, their lascivious grins unconcealed. As cultivators, they were not typically lacking in women, nor were they usually so unrestrained in their lust. But these 2 women before them were simply irresistible. Even after years of cultivation, they had never beheld such devastatingly beautiful faces, seemingly not of this mortal world. One of the women appeared to be only 16, a cyan veil covering her temples, revealing only a breathtaking, peerless countenance. She was now looking timidly at the 5 men with their sinister, fiery gazes, her body trembling uncontrollably in fear. She had just been rescued from that hellish place, only to encounter these lechers. Sister Yun. The girl's voice trembled as she looked towards the other woman, her pleading eyes laced with despair. The other woman was equally stunning, her beauty matching the girl's. Bloodstains on her azure robe were strikingly conspicuous. Her pale face was marked by terrifying purple lips, cold sweat beaded on her forehead, and her proud chest heaved heavily. Shall we get behind me? Yun Zhongfeng was clearly severely injured, yet she still shielded the girl firmly behind her, glaring coldly at the 5 villains before her. In the past, she could have effortlessly reduced these 5 scoundrels at the Foundation establishment stage to pulp. But now it was a bit difficult. Oh, quite noble of you 2 ladies. The leading man sneered, though his sinister expression remained unchanged. Sensing that Yun Zhongfeng, despite her injuries, might still possess formidable strength, he was not foolish enough to rush in blindly. Brother Lei, I never thought that our mere reconnaissance mission on this Mad Dog sect would lead us to such luck. I've never seen such beauties in my life, and 2 of them at that. Today is truly a blessing. The one hiding behind has no cultivation, while the one in front is fierce and has cultivation, but she looks severely injured, barely able to stand. Even with such severe injuries, she still gives me a sense of dread. Given her beauty, she might be a notable figure we don't recognize. If that's the case, then it's even more thrilling. Just thinking about having my way with someone who once stood so high above. The feeling, it's incredible. The other 4 also stared lecherously at Yun Zhongfeng and Xiao Wei, not even attempting to hide their filthy words. Xiao Wei was terrified by their vile talk, her skin crawling at the mere thought. She clung tightly to Yun Zhongfeng's robe, her face turning pale. Having grown up on Mermaid Island, she had never witnessed such a scene. She was now filled with regret and fear, knowing that if she hadn't snuck out to play, she wouldn't be in this predicament today. And she had also caused trouble for Sister Yun and Sister Mu, who was still trapped in that hellish place. Yun Zhongfeng, meanwhile, looked upon these 5 vermin of the demon refining domain with disgust and contempt. Having reached the spirit-severing stage many years ago, no one had ever dared to look at her with such despicable eyes. But just as she tried to summon her spiritual energy to annihilate these 5 pests, a sweet taste filled her mouth, and she violently coughed out a mouthful of black, thick blood. It splattered onto the ground, emitting a puff of black smoke, and even the soil was corroded. Severely poisoned Yun Zhongfeng could no longer hold on. Her body went limp, and she fell to one knee, her face pale enough to be frightening. Brother Lei, let's make our move. This lady can't hold out any longer. I can't wait to ravage them. Seeing Yun Zhongfeng finally fail, the men no longer hesitated. They licked their lips and advanced wantonly. 5 large shadows instantly loomed over Yun Zhongfeng and Xiao Wei, causing their pupils to constrict in shock. By the way, Brother Lei, should we take them back to present to the sect master? One of them suddenly had an idea and suggested. Our sect master's wife was taken by that damned Mad Dog sect leader, and he's now looking for a new wife. If we present such beauties to the sect master, we might even become elders ourselves. The leader, Brother Lei, thought the suggestion had merit. The sect master's wife being kidnapped by the Mad Dog sect was exactly why they were on this reconnaissance mission. Brother Lei praised the idea, but then immediately gave the clever suggester a hard slap on the head. We'll have our fun first. Once we've had our fill, we'll send them to the sect master. If the sect master asks, just say their virgin essence was already lost. That makes sense. The clever suggester was suddenly enlightened. I knew following Brother Lei was the right choice. You get to the back of the line. Brother Lei gave this fool another slap. The poison one is mine, you lot can have the other. Keep it quiet, don't attract the Mad Dog sect's attention. Brother Lei smirked, his sinister hand reaching out towards Yun Zhongfeng. He couldn't contain himself any longer. You damned vermin. Yun Zhongfeng glared fiercely at the lecher, grabbing for her clothes, but her fury only excited him more. Barely able to stand, Yun Zhongfeng attempted to counterattack, only to find her spiritual energy completely blocked. Facing a Foundation establishment stage worm, she was utterly powerless. For the first time, Yun Zhongfeng felt despair, a resolute glint flashing in her eyes. She would rather die than be humiliated. Gritting her teeth, she tried to muster her spiritual energy, intending to self-destruct at the final moment. But a terrifying poison surged from within, annihilating her spiritual energy, and she collapsed straight down. The dreadful demonic poison didn't even grant her the chance to take her own life. Sister Yun. Seeing Yun Zhongfeng fall and about to be violated, Xiao Wei cried out in despair. If not for Sister Yun's rescue, she wouldn't have been hunted and poisoned by this demonic venom. Her body trembled uncontrollably. If not for her own foolishness, she wouldn't have endangered so many, and now even herself. Hee little lady, don't worry about your sister now. Just keep us company. Don't worry, your big brother here is very gentle. He. The remaining 3 lechers surrounded poor Xiao Wei with sinister grins, their 6 thick hands simultaneously reaching to tear her clothes. No. Xiao Wei's face was ashen, her body trembling violently. On pure instinct, she dodged their grasps. However, her cyan veil was torn away, revealing the ears hidden beneath. Her gill-like ears lent an eerie beauty to her already stunning face. Oh, a mermaid at that. We've hit the jackpot today, brothers. We get to have a mermaid. The 3 were overjoyed, their excitement turning even more violent as they lunged for her. No. Hearing Xiao Wei's desperate cries for help, Yun Zhongfeng's vision blurred, and her consciousness began to fade. She never imagined that as a spirit-severing cultivator she would fall in this demon-refining domain and be humiliated before her death. Ri and your master failed to get you that item, and I won't witness your 3-year promise with that young man. Yun Zhongfeng watched the lecherous figure approaching, her eyes filled with despair, just as her consciousness was about to slip away. In a daze, she saw a tall figure suddenly appear, blocking her from harm. A cold voice echoed, "Gentlemen, quite the refined taste you have here. Who are you?" In the valley, Brother Lei stared at the man who had appeared so abruptly, his pupils contracting sharply as his movements came to a halt. He scrutinized the man in black and red robes with caution. The man's sudden appearance was so stealthy that even with his half-step golden core cultivation, he couldn't sense when the other had arrived. Brother Lei. The 4 underlings naturally noticed Zhang Chen, as well, hurriedly withdrawing their lecherous hands from Xiao Wei, who was finally freed, but still trembling in shock. Sister Yun. Her legs weak, she didn't flee but crawled over to the unconscious Yun Zhongfeng, her eyes quivering as she gazed at the black-robed figures standing with their back to them. They couldn't tell if this sudden stranger truly intended to save them, for in the demon-refining domain, no one was benevolent. The 4 reacted swiftly, gathering beside Brother Lei, unleashing their spiritual energy and fixing their eyes on Zhang Chen. Sensing the cultivation of the man who had disturbed their pleasure so late at night, Late Foundation establishment. Are you from the Mad Dog sect? Brother Lei, naturally detecting Zhang Chen's cultivation, quickly surveyed the surroundings. This was near the Mad Dog sect's territory, so the man might belong to them. A Late Foundation establishment cultivator daring to interfere suggested he might have companions. A mere Late Foundation establishment dares to spoil your grandfather's fun. I see you really don't know how to spell death. Who gave you the nerve? After a thorough scan confirming no one else was present, the 5 of them dropped their guard, burst forth with chi, and slowly advanced toward Zhang Chen. The lowest among them was at Late Foundation establishment. They truly couldn't fathom where this fellow got his audacity. They'd simply kill him and not waste more time on their enjoyment. Zhang Chen gazed calmly at the approaching men as if looking at imbeciles. 5 Foundation establishment cultivators, such terrifying might. This damn system was so cliché, arranging such a trite damsel in distress mission and even making him arrive at the perfect moment. Truly a system template tailor-made for the luckiest of latecomers. You lot go ahead. A Late Foundation establishment isn't worth my effort to deal with. Seeing Zhang Chen's silent, Brother Lei assumed he was intimidated by the imposing aura of their several Foundation establishment grand cultivators. So he decided not to waste energy on the fight. Sure thing, Brother Lei. In a place like the demon refining domain, a Late Foundation establishment trying to play the hero, die. The other 4 didn't hesitate, charging at Zhang Chen as if he were already dead. With 4 of them attacking, that insignificant Late Foundation establishment had no chance of survival. Watching their overwhelming momentum, Zhang Chen's expression remained unchanged, but Xiao Wei behind him was terrified to the extreme. Though she had no cultivation, she gathered from their words that this sudden man's cultivation seemed inferior to theirs. Despite not knowing his intentions, she couldn't help but worry for him. Brothers, remember not to kill him. Your little brother here also has a taste for the male form, and this fool has a rather handsome face. Quite to my liking, haha. The underling who had been slapped earlier licked his lips at Zhang Chen's handsome features. Since those 2 women were last on his list, this young man would be his first. Not a bad deal. Hee. Zhang Chen, huh? Holy crap. This cultivation world actually had someone from Chengdu. Scram. Zhang Chen frowned, and casually waved a hand at the 3 approaching, including the one drooling. Buffed. The 4 who had been so ferocious didn't even let out a scream before turning into 3 clouds of blood mist. A stench of blood drifted with the cold night wind. Xiao Wei behind him was stunned speechless by the sudden scene, her eyes fixed on that calm back, her gaze flickering. The 4 thugs who had just been about to assault her were turned into blood mist by a mere wave of this man's hand. You? Who exactly are you? Brother Lei was frozen in place by the horrifying sight. Even with his half-step golden core cultivation, his lips trembled as he stared in terror at Zhang Chen's cold eyes in the darkness. This was absolutely not Foundation establishment. Without any hesitation, Brother Lei turned and fled. Knowing that staying would lead to the same fate as the others, he flew away on his sword, not daring to linger a moment longer. But he had barely flown a short distance before a terrifying suction force pulled him back, leaving him utterly powerless to resist. Lord, spare me. Staring at the cold expression before him, Brother Lei was about to piss himself in fear, his eyes turning clear and innocent, devoid of the sinister ruthlessness from moments ago. Lord, I'm from the Bloodrobe sect. If you kill me, the Bloodrobe sect won't let you. Before Brother Lei could finish, Zhang Chen, unwilling to waste more time, willed it, and Brother Lei turned into a blood mist. The five of them journeyed together. Congratulations, host. After a fierce battle, you have successfully rescued the Mermaid Princess. Side quest completed. Calculating mission rewards. Note the Mermaid Princess has a deep connection with the host's background. Please take good care of her. What a truly exhilarating battle. Zhang Chen was a bit speechless at the mission evaluation from this AI idiot. It made him come blow up fish again. Whatever, as long as the mission was completed. Hey wait, what the hell do you mean, you damn system? I saved her, and now I have to take care of her. Are you crazy? You're treating me like a nanny. Subsequent side quests are related to the Mermaid Princess. Please ensure you take good care of her. Fine, you win. Zhang Chen frowned. He was used to going alone, and taking care of someone, especially a girl, was really a bit of a challenge for him. Why did this damn system always give him such challenges? While his cave was spacious enough, taking in one person wouldn't be a problem, as long as he kept this so-called Mermaid Princess from starving to death. Me. Mister. Just as Zhang Chen was pondering, a timid voice came from behind. Zhang Chen turned and looked at the girl of stunning beauty. Xiao Wei was still shaking her eyes, fearful as she looked at Zhang Chen. Although he hadn't made a move, this was the demon refining domain, and she didn't know if he was good or evil. Given his terrifying methods, just now if he intended to harm them, they would have no escape. So she mustered her courage and tentatively tested the waters. Xiao Wei's exquisite gill-like ears confirmed to Zhang Chen that she was the Mermaid Princess, the one with ties to the original Zhang Chen. He then noticed the other unconscious woman beside the Mermaid Princess and was greatly startled. Damn, how is it her? Zhang Chen stared blankly at Yun Zhongfeng's familiar beautiful face. The darkness had hidden her earlier. The other woman turned out to be Yun Zhongfeng. Wasn't Yun Zhongfeng being hunted? Was she a divine transformation cultivator actually being chased by 5 Foundation establishment cultivators? When had Yun Zhongfeng become so weak? Then Zhang Chen noticed the terrible injuries on Yun Zhongfeng's body and her purple lips. He understood. She was poisoned. That made sense. So he had saved the Mermaid Princess and also gotten involved with Lu Rian's master. Zhang Chen set Yun Zhongfeng aside for the moment and looked at the still fearful Mermaid Princess. Little sister, do you know Zhang Chen? Me? Mister. I don't know the Zhang Chen you mentioned. Seeing that Zhang Chen showed none of the lecherous or malicious intent of the previous men, Xiao Wei's guard lowered somewhat as she answered timidly and honestly. What? You don't know? Zhang Chen squinted, confusion and disbelief in his eyes. What does this mean? Is this damn system lying to him? What? You don't know? Zhang Chen narrowed his eyes, puzzled and incredulous. What did this mean? Was this damn system deceiving him? Yes, young master, I do not know Zhang Chen. Seeing the confusion on Zhang Chen's face, Xiao Wei explained again. She pondered carefully. Since leaving the island apart from her clansman sister Mo and this sister Yun, she had not made any other acquaintances. As for the Zhang Chen the young master mentioned, she had never even heard of him. Yet she could sense that the young master bore her no ill will, and this alone gave her a glimmer of hope for survival in this hellish Lianma domain. Young master, can you save sister Yun and me? Xiao Wei pleaded with Zhang Chen. Even if they survived the night in this demon-infested Lianma domain, they would still fall prey to others, perhaps even worse than before. So when she saw that Zhang Chen meant no harm, she seized this lifeline. Even knowing the hope was slim, she had to grasp it. Only then could she and sister Yun have a chance to live and a chance to return and save sister Mo. Zhang Chen looked at Xiao Wei, his emotions tangled. This Mermaid Princess actually didn't know Zhang Chen. Had this damn system misjudged? Then should he still save this Mermaid Princess? After all, the thought of having to take care of her troubled him. Damn system, are you sure this Mermaid Princess is related to your host's background? Yes, host, absolutely true. Please take good care of her. Your origins will be gradually revealed in subsequent tasks. Seeing the system's reply, Zhang Chen was speechless. Fine, you would bring her back, just in case this damn system throws a tantrum and refuses to issue tasks later. But what about this Yun Zhongfeng? Zhang Chen looked at the unconscious Yun Zhongfeng. At this moment, Yun Zhongfeng lay with her eyes tightly shut. Her exquisite face was pale, her lips frighteningly purple. Her blood-stained robes outlined her perfect curves, voluptuous and alluring like a lost beauty. A dignified deity transformation stage cultivator reduced to such a vulnerable state. She must have offended someone she shouldn't have. Zhang Chen shook his head, feeling rather troubled. He could save the Mermaid Princess, but what to do with Yun Zhongfeng? If he didn't bring her back in her current state, any chi refining practitioner could do unspeakable things to her. But if he brought her back, it might bring unnecessary trouble. Mainly, he might have to take care of her, and just thinking about it felt troublesome. What to do? Seeing that Zhang Chen remained silent and looked troubled, Xiao Wei panicked. She gritted her teeth and pleaded again. Young master, I beg you, save Sister Yun and me. As long as you agree to save Sister Yun, I will do anything even. Enough, stop talking. Zhang Chen coldly interrupted Xiao Wei and turned to leave. Bring her and follow me. Xiao Wei was momentarily stunned, then joy lit up her eyes. She quickly helped Yun Zhongfeng up and followed. At the Fungo sect inside Zhang Chen's cave dwelling. Lying on a jade bed, Yun Zhongfeng's stunning face still bore purple lips, her breath faint like a docile lamb. Yun Zhongfeng slowly opened her tightly shut eyes, consciousness gradually returning. But the pain from her body jolted her awake. She wasn't dead. The piercing pain brought back the nightmare scene before she fainted, nearly breaking her. If she wasn't dead, then she must have been violated. Then the pain in her body meant she had already. You disgusting vermin. I will kill you all. Sister Yun, you're awake. Great. You're finally awake. Just as Yun Zhongfeng was about to collapse from the shame, Xiao Wei's joyful voice reached her ears. Xiao Wei, she's here too. Those disgusting bugs, did Xiao Wei also fall victim to them? Hearing the familiar voice, Yun Zhongfeng's vision suddenly cleared, and she finally saw the scene before her. An unfamiliar cave dwelling, an unfamiliar jade bed, and Xiao Wei standing beside her bed looking excited. Suddenly Yun Zhongfeng spotted a masked stranger behind Xiao Wei and immediately became alert. Yun Zhongfeng instantly sprang up, shielding Xiao Wei behind her, and glared fiercely at the black-robed man. Who are you? What have you done to Xiao Wei and me? Although Yun Zhongfeng had lost her cultivation, she could still sense that the man was at the late foundation establishment stage, similar to the scoundrels who had tormented her. Yun Zhongfeng immediately tried to mobilize spiritual energy to defend herself, but the next moment, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, and her already weakened body collapsed to her knees. Stop struggling. You're deeply poisoned. If you try to mobilize spiritual energy again, you'll only die faster. Zhang Chen said coldly, wearing his mask. Back at the Ziyun sect, Yun Zhongfeng had seen his current face. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Zhang Chen chose to wear the mask. Originally, he hadn't planned to save Yun Zhongfeng, but he was worried that Xiao Wei might refuse to come with him if she was stubborn. Moreover, Zhang Chen was also concerned that if Yun Zhongfeng died, then Lu Rian would lose her master, which might affect his main mission, the 3-year pact. After various considerations, Zhang Chen decided to bring Yun Zhongfeng back first. Yun Zhongfeng knelt on one knee, clutching her full bosom, staring intently at the masked Zhang Chen. For some reason, she sensed a vague familiarity. But she did not relax her guard, because this was the demon-infested Lianma domain. No one who came here was a good person, and the man before her was no exception. Sister Yun, young Master Zhang, is not a bad person. Seeing the tension, Xiao Wei quickly spoke up to comfort Yun Zhongfeng and explain. Xiao Wei, are you alright? Yun Zhongfeng quickly checked Xiao Wei's condition, very worried. I'm fine, Sister Yun. Young Master Zhang is a good man. He did nothing to us. Xiao Wei lowered her head, gently helped Yun Zhongfeng back onto the bed, and comforted her. Young Master Zhang killed all those villains, brought us back, arranged a place for us to stay, and even gave me delicious food. Xiao Wei looked at Zhang Chen, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. Although this young Master Zhang seemed very cold, and for some reason had put on a mask, he was truly a good person. Not only did he arrange everything for her and Sister Yun, but he also gave her food she had never tasted before. Even on the island, she had never eaten anything so delicious. Young Master Zhang was also the kindest man she had met since setting foot on land. You said all those vermin are dead. Yun Zhongfeng was surprised and suspicious. But seeing the brilliance in Xiao Wei's eyes, she recalled the figure she had glimpsed before losing consciousness. It was really he who saved us. After a moment, Yun Zhongfeng finally believed the truth, and the weight in her heart was lifted. So she had not been violated, her chastity was intact. And this masked man had saved them. Yun Zhongfeng looked at Zhang Chen, unable to read any expression through the mask. Why had this man saved them, and without taking their primordial yin? This was absolutely impossible in the Lianma domain, which was full of evil. As a deity transformation stage cultivator, Yun Zhongfeng knew this well. At this thought, Yun Zhongfeng's eyes grew wary again as she looked at Zhang Chen. Tell me, what exactly is your motive for saving us? Tell me, what exactly is your purpose in saving us? Inside the cave dwelling, Yun Zhongfeng shielded Xiao Wei behind her, her gaze fixed intensely on Zhang Chen, eyes brimming with utmost vigilance. Within this demon-refining domain, she refused to believe this man before her could be so benevolent as to save them without reason. If not after their beauty, then he surely harbored other motives. Crazy. Zhang Chen looked at Yun Zhongfeng, the corner of his mouth twitching beneath his mask as he cursed. This woman, he had kindly brought her back, and not a single word of gratitude was uttered. Instead, she speculated his intentions with such malicious thoughts. Absolutely insane. Did he really look that evil? Did this woman truly think she was still that lofty, universally revered spirit transformation cultivator? Zhang Chen somewhat regretted bringing Yun Zhongfeng back, wishing he had just left her in that place to feed those demons. If it weren't for this little girl, I would have left you there long ago. Zhang Chen couldn't be bothered to explain to Yun Zhongfeng, speaking coldly to this once righteous spirit transformation cultivator. If you want to stay, then behave yourself and stay put. No more nonsense, and don't cause me any trouble. Otherwise I wouldn't mind throwing you back out to those wolves. Having to shelter a mermaid princess was already a headache for Zhang Chen, and adding this thorny Yun Zhongfeng into the mix made things even more troublesome. So to prevent Yun Zhongfeng from causing him trouble in the future, Zhang Chen warned her. Stay if you want, but if you don't, then get the hell out of this demon lord's sight. Hearing Zhang Chen's merciless warning, Yun Zhongfeng's pretty face couldn't help but twitch. How many years had it been since anyone dared to treat her with such coldness? In the past, be it for her beauty or her cultivation, which cultivator who saw her didn't treat her with the utmost respect? Even renowned spirit transformation grandees would unabashedly lower themselves to pursue her. What man would dare be so rude to her? Yet today she was being treated so mercilessly by a mere foundation establishment cultivator who didn't give her a second thought. This left her, who had been held so high for so many years, momentarily stunned. Did this junior know who he was speaking to? Did he know who she was? Xiao Wei were leaving. Having suffered such treatment, Yun Zhongfeng hardened her heart, didn't reveal her identity, and pulled Xiao Wei to leave. Not only because of her pride, but also because she felt this place wasn't safe, as she didn't know the intentions of this masked man. This was no place to stay. Moreover, having risked so much to rescue this mermaid princess, she had to quickly get Xiao Wei out of the demon refining domain and obtain that treasure for Rian. Sister Yun. Seeing that Yun Zhongfeng, just awakened and not yet recovered from her injuries, wanted to take her away, Xiao Wei was also visibly stunned. She halted her steps, feeling this was a safe place to stay, and that young Master Zhang wasn't a bad person. But Yun Zhongfeng's gaze was resolute, as she insisted on leaving. Rian was still waiting for her, and no matter what, she had to get Xiao Wei out first. Just as Xiao Wei was about to persuade Yun Zhongfeng to stay, Yun Zhongfeng's steps suddenly faltered. She coughed up another mouthful of thick blood and collapsed straight down. The blood, laden with potent poison, splattered onto the ground, emitting a thick plume of black smoke. Sister Yun. Xiao Wei was greatly alarmed, quickly supporting the barely breathing Yun Zhongfeng, her face full of worry. Yun Zhongfeng's face was deathly pale, her vision blurring, consciousness fading to a thread. The potent poison was on the verge of eroding her primordial spirit completely, as she lacked even the strength to stand, let alone walk. Idiot. Zhang Chen looked coldly at Yun Zhongfeng lying in Xiao Wei's arms, shaking his head, as if looking at a fool. Struck with such a lethal poison, and instead of worrying about whether you'll survive, you're still thinking of taking this girl away. You really think you're still some big shot? Zhang Chen sneered mercilessly. Was this woman missing a few screws? She barely had days to live, and yet she still wanted to take the mermaid princess away. Besides, did she even look at where she was? Even if she got out of here with her current condition, could she even leave the demon refining domain? If that's not being an idiot, what is? It seemed this mermaid princess must possess something Yun Zhongfeng needed, otherwise this woman wouldn't be so persistent. You? Facing the mockery from Zhang Chen, this junior at the foundation establishment stage, Yun Zhongfeng's pale face turned even uglier. Just as she was about to say something, she coughed up another mouthful of blood, nearly fainting again. Not wanting to deal with Yun Zhongfeng, who still maintained her aloof demeanor, Zhang Chen turned to leave. What a hassle. Let this crazy woman fend for herself. As long as the mermaid princess doesn't die, that's all that matters. You remember to clean up the blood on the floor. Zhang Chen coldly instructed Xiao Wei, who was holding Yun Zhongfeng, and then ignored them both. Young Master Zhang, can you please save Sister Yun? Seeing Zhang Chen about to leave, Xiao Wei pleaded, while holding Yun Zhongfeng, who had little breath left in her arms. I beg you, young Master Zhang, please save Sister Yun. Xiao Wei's face was full of worry, on the verge of tears. Sister Yun had suffered such fatal injuries, saving her, as she didn't want Sister Yun to die. Yun Zhongfeng's aura was weakening. Looking at Xiao Wei, she couldn't even make a sound. Her purple-tinged lips seemed to signal she could die at any moment. The entire cave dwelling was silent, only the sound of Xiao Wei's sobs echoing. Why should I save her? Zhang Chen stopped, but didn't turn around. She means nothing to me. Not leaving her outside for those wolves was already going above and beyond. I have no obligation to save her. Young Master Zhang is a good person. Although you seem very cold, you brought me back. I know you are a good person. Please save Sister Yun. Xiao Wei's voice was almost hoarse, imploring desperately. A good person? There are no good people in this demon refining domain. Zhang Chen let out a scornful laugh. Here he was, a demonic cultivator, being praised as a good person. All thanks to this damn system's ridiculous mission causing misunderstandings. If other fellow disciples found out, what face would he, a dignified demon lord, have left? No, I know young Master Zhang is a good person. Xiao Wei persisted in her plea. Our mermaid clan has a special constitution. Only each generation's princess possesses a unique ability. Through physical contact, they can discern if a person is good or evil. When you brought us back, I could tell you are a kind person, just like Sister Yun. So please, young Master Zhang, save Sister Yun. I know you are a good person. Alright, that's enough. Zhang Chen finally turned around and walked towards them. This girl's endless chatter was really getting on his nerves. What a hassle resorting to such tales meant to fool children just to get him to save Yun Zhongfeng. He had never heard of discerning good from evil through physical contact. Even if it were true, then this mermaid princess's detection system must be faulty, marking him a demonic cultivator as a good person. Young master, you've agreed to save Sister Yun. Seeing Zhang Chen turn back, Xiao Wei was overjoyed, wiping the tears from her eyes, seeing a glimmer of hope. She knew young master Zhang was a good person, her judgment was never wrong. If you don't quiet down, I'll change my mind. Oh, okay, thank you, young master Zhang. I knew you were a good person. Zhang Chen didn't answer. He slowly crouched down and looked at the frail Yun Zhongfeng. Within the cave dwelling, Zhang Chen finally grew weary of the mermaid princess's hysterics. He crouched down to examine Yun Zhongfeng's injuries. Zhang Chen carried the unresisting Yun Zhongfeng back to the jade bed. Yun Zhongfeng's body instinctively struggled and resisted. Since she began her cultivation until reaching the nascent soul stage, she had never experienced physical intimacy with any man. Coupled with her cultivation of the supreme jade clarity art, no male had ever come within a foot of her for so many years. Now being held in the arms of a mere Foundation Establishment junior, how could she not feel repulsed? The warm, vigorous aura radiating from Zhang Chen even caused Yun Zhongfeng, who had never been so close to a man, to flush slightly beneath her pale face. But now reduced to the state of an ordinary person, she could not break free from Zhang Chen's strong grip. She didn't even have the strength to voice her resistance. Like a lamb that wished to resist, but was utterly powerless. If you don't want to die, stop moving. Zhang Chen paid no heed to her protests, and simply placed Yun Zhongfeng onto the bed. Yun Zhongfeng lay quietly on the jade bed, her blood-stained robes outlining a figure of exquisite allure. The crimson patches accentuated a strange, haunting beauty. A captivating fragrance wafted over. Even Zhang Chen, who had seen many a tempestuous scene, couldn't help but sigh. How can a woman be so heavy? You? Zhang Chen ignored Yun Zhongfeng's puzzled voice and used his spiritual sense to inspect her condition. His brow gradually furrowed, and he shook his head. He had anticipated that Yun Zhongfeng's injuries would be severe, but not to this extent. The poison afflicting her was deep and insidious, a rare toxin that corroded the primordial spirit. Her primordial spirit was entirely eroded. Zhang Chen knew that for a nascent soul cultivator, the primordial spirit was the foundation of all life force. The physical body could be reforged, as in the case of Fu Chan. But if the primordial spirit was thoroughly eroded, there was no salvation. What kind of formidable enemy did Yun Zhongfeng provoke to be struck by such a terrifying poison? Zhang Chen estimated that within no more than 3 days, Yun Zhongfeng's primordial spirit would be completely eroded. By then, even a great ascension cultivator would be powerless to save her. I cannot save her. Zhang Chen withdrew his spiritual sense and shook his head again. He was not lying. Even with his cultivation at the nascent soul stage, he could not neutralize this poison potent enough to fell a nascent soul expert. If his senior sister were here, perhaps she could resolve it. But if she learned that he had come to the demon refining domain to fish with explosives again, and even brought back 2 women, he would be hacked to death. No, he couldn't ask his senior sister. For Lu Rian's master, he didn't need to take such a huge risk. So he could only express that he had no solution. When Yun Zhongfeng heard Zhang Chen's words, she showed no surprise. A trace of resignation flickered across her face. What was she expecting? A poison that even a nascent soul cultivator could not handle. What could this mere Foundation Establishment junior do? Even if there were a remedy, a Foundation Establishment cultivator would not risk his life to help her. Yun Zhongfeng even had reason to suspect that this fellow had agreed only to hug her. Well, it was all her fate. The man was right, he had done his utmost by bringing her here. There was no need to demand more. But Xiao Wei, seeing Yun Zhongfeng's resigned expression, grew anxious. Her fish-like gills fluttered rapidly. Young Master Zhang, is there truly no way? Xiao Wei pleaded with Zhang Chen, her eyes brimming with tears. Though she knew hope was slim, for some reason she felt that this aloof young Master Zhang was not as simple as he seemed. Especially when she witnessed him casually annihilating those lecherous cultivators whose cultivation far surpassed his own. She felt an inexplicable trust. Zhang Chen looked at her pitiful appearance, her gills quivering, and felt immensely helpless. Damn, here we go again. I knew taking care of women was troublesome. Enough. Xiao Wei, don't beg him anymore. He's just a Foundation Establishment cultivator. He can't do anything. Yun Zhongfeng forced herself to speak through the pain, beads of sweat rolling down her delicate face. She had lost all hope in Zhang Chen. Damn, what do you mean? Looking down on me, the demon prince? Seeing Yun Zhongfeng's disdainful expression, Zhang Chen instantly took offense. I, the demon prince of the heavenly demon sect, am not someone to be looked down upon by righteous cultivators. Who said I can't do anything? Just wait. I'll go make a phone call. Before Xiao Wei could say anything, Zhang Chen spoke first, threw down a harsh word, and strode out of the place, leaving behind a bewildered Yun Zhongfeng and Xiao Wei. They had no idea what making a phone call meant. Zhang Chen walked out of Yun Zhongfeng's chamber, returned to his own area within the cave dwelling, and directly took out a sound transmission talisman. Although he had no solution himself, he could consult his senior sister. She was also a nascent soul cultivator. She surely had a way. Hello, senior sister, are you there? Junior brother, where have you sneaked off to again? The melodious, yet piercing, questioning voice came from the other end of the talisman, startling Zhang Chen into holding it farther away. Senior sister, is that brother Zhang Chen? Su Xian was also nearby. It's him. Don't interrupt to let me first ask what he's been up to behind my back again. Junior brother speak. Have you gone to find some little woman again? Zhang Chen, huh? How does senior sister know there are women here with me? No, what is this nonsense? Zhang Chen found it absurd. Senior sister, forget about that for now. I have a matter of utmost urgency to discuss with you. Zhang Chen quickly changed the subject. The grave tone of his voice made Shang Wanwan cease her interrogation. Had something really happened to her junior brother? Senior sister, if your primordial spirit were poisoned, how would you resolve it? Junior brother, what do you mean? Cursing me. Just you wait. Though Shang Wanwan complained, she still answered patiently. My Black Lotus primordial spirit is such that few poison techniques can erode it. Even if it were, I could expel the poison through demonic energy. So don't worry. Senior sister, not everyone's primordial spirit is as monstrous as yours. I'm talking about an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. An ordinary nascent soul cultivator. Let me think. Primordial spirit erosion is usually fatal, but there is a way. First, contain the poison at the wound site, then find a medicinal herb called spirit solidifying grass to treat it. This herb is extremely rare and hard to find outside. I have a few stocks here. But why are you asking? You're not a nascent soul cultivator, so you wouldn't need it. It's nothing, a friend of mine asked me to inquire. Zhang Chen said without a hint of embarrassment. So there was a way after all. But he couldn't ask his senior sister for the herb. If she caught him, he'd be done for. A friend. What friend? I didn't know you had any friends. Is it a male friend or a female friend? Tell me clearly. Where are you right now? Brother Zhang Chen, where are you? I want to eat candied hawthorns. Ignoring the clamor coming from the talisman, Zhang Chen simply hung up, not daring to give his senior sister a chance to interrogate him. Having finally obtained a solution, Zhang Chen returned directly to Yun Zhongfeng's bedside, his face full of excitement. You? The weakened Yun Zhongfeng looked at Zhang Chen, whose attitude had suddenly changed with confusion. Don't speak first. Take off your clothes. Say your words and remove your garments. Yun Zhongfeng HM. Xiaowei HM. Inside the cave-dwelling, Zhang Chen's words struck like a bolt from clear skies, plunging the air into stunned silence. Both Yun Zhongfeng and Xiao Wei wore expressions of utter shock. As expected, this fellow was coveting my body all along. Yun Zhongfeng stared coldly at the returning Zhang Chen, a bitter smile forming in her heart as her body instinctively recoiled. Just moments ago, this man had posed as a gentleman, and she had held him in slightly higher regard. Now he had finally torn off his mask. No more pretense. Indeed, all men are the same. And here in the refining demon realm, he was no different from those disgusting vermin. Yun Zhongfeng could not see the face beneath that mask, but she felt a wave of nausea, her frail body struggling to retreat further. Beside her, Xiao Wei was clearly startled by Zhang Chen's words. Her joyful expression froze slowly, giving way to terror. She couldn't understand why Zhang Gongzi had become a completely different person after stepping out for just a moment. Had her instincts truly been wrong? Was this handsome Zhang Gongzi truly a lecher cultivator? Zhang Gongzi, you. Xiao Wei's body began to tremble as well. She retreated, repeatedly attempting to shield the bedridden Yun Zhongfeng while watching Zhang Chen warily. What nonsense are you talking about? Zhang Chen observed their panicked expressions and immediately realized they had misunderstood his intentions. I found a way to expel the poison for you. Zhang Chen's voice returned to its usual calm. However, I must first help you control the toxin in your wound. How else am I supposed to help you if you don't remove your clothes? This girl possesses no cultivation. I have no choice but to trouble myself on your behalf. Zhang Chen's voice remained indifferent, not a trace of embarrassment on his face. Not that his mask would reveal it anyway. Control the toxin. Seeing that Zhang Chen wasn't advancing on them, both women gradually calmed down, their gazes filled with suspicion. Why must removing clothes be necessary for controlling the toxin? How do I know you harbor no ill intentions? Yun Zhongfeng slightly regained her composure, gazing at Zhang Chen with lingering doubt. She still didn't fully trust him, and having to undress and reveal her body before a man was simply out of the question. Impossible. Even if what he said was true and he meant no harm, she who cultivated the supreme jade clarity art could never allow any man to see her body. Moreover, the location of her injury was absolutely impossible. If you don't believe me, so be it. I've already told you the method. If you continue to maintain your haughty demeanor, whether you live or die is entirely your own concern. Zhang Chen sneered, turned without another word, and prepared to leave once more. He had already delivered the message. Whether she chose to live or die was now Yun Zhongfeng's decision. He had made the effort. The girl should no longer be so stubborn about living or dying. Sister Yun, perhaps you should trust Zhang Gongzi this once. I feel he isn't that kind of person. Seeing Zhang Chen about to leave, Xiao Wei realized their misunderstanding and asked hesitantly. She understood this would be difficult for Sister Yun, but at this moment Zhang Gongzi was the only one they could trust. Yun Zhongfeng's gaze wavered as she watched Zhang Chen's departing figure, her heart torn apart by inner turmoil. It seemed this man wasn't deceiving her. He had no ulterior motives. If he had harbored such intentions, they would have already fallen victim to his schemes. This man truly wished to heal her. But she simply could not overcome the barrier in her heart. The wound afflicted by the poison was precisely at her chest. If she let him treat her, wouldn't he see her entire upper body? She had lived for so many years without anyone ever seeing her body. She could not accept this. And worse still, the person before her was merely a Foundation establishment cultivator. Yet the excruciating pain from the potent poison forced her to face reality, repeatedly testing the limits of her psychological defenses. Depleted of her cultivation, trapped in this demon-infested land of the refining demon realm, it seemed the only one who could help her was this man who appeared to harbor no wicked intentions. If she didn't receive treatment promptly, she knew she wouldn't survive more than a few days in her current state. Rian was still waiting for her. She could not die here. But Yun Zhongfeng gazed at the slowly departing Zhang Chen, her expression infinitely complex. Finally, she steeled her resolve. Fellow cultivator, I shall impose upon you. Yun Zhongfeng lowered her eyes. In the end, her desire to survive broke through her final barrier as she spoke slowly. Xiao Wei, help me undress. Late night fell, silent candlelight flickering. Within Zhang Chen's cave dwelling, Xiao Wei carefully removed Yun Zhongfeng's bloodstained garments, leaving not even the undergarment intact. A flawless figure was thus revealed before Zhang Chen. Her curves were exquisitely graceful, her form perfectly proportioned, like a flawless piece of jade. Yun Zhongfeng turned her head away, not daring to meet Zhang Chen's gaze. Her flushed cheeks, illuminated by the dim candlelight, appeared especially delicate and enchanting. Being stared at so intently by a man while completely naked, even as a nascent soul cultivator, she couldn't help but display a maiden's shyness. Zhang Chen, however, was unceremonious, his gaze fixed upon the twin peaks rising from the flat plain. Holy crap! So massive! Zhang Chen stared at the ravine between the two mountains, utterly astonished. Your wound is enormous. The severe poison wound on Yun Zhongfeng's chest directly startled Zhang Chen into exclamation. A long wound, green tinged with black, lay exposed between the ravine. Bone was visible through the flesh, and greenish smoke still hissed from the wound. It continued, relentlessly eroding Yun Zhongfeng's primordial spirit through her physical body. You? Don't let your eyes wander. Hearing Zhang Chen's voice, Yun Zhongfeng's face burned even redder. She lightly bit her purple lips and warned him, still not daring to look at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen's warm breath made both her cheeks flush crimson. Ha, as if I haven't seen better. Beholding this once unparalleled nascent soul cultivator reduced to a lamb before him, stripped bare, Zhang Chen couldn't help but coldly laugh. Who does he think he is? He, the demon prince of the heavenly demon sect, had seen countless figures of this caliber. Though Yun Zhongfeng's appearance and figure were indeed excellent, possibly rivaling his senior sister, was Zhang Chen that kind of man? Without hesitation, Zhang Chen placed both broad palms upon the wound before the ravine. A gentle current of spiritual energy immediately enveloped the horrifying injury. The wound that had been hissing with smoke instantly began to calm. As Zhang Chen's hands made contact, the excruciating pain from the wound drew a soft moan from Yun Zhongfeng. Her body couldn't help but shudder, and the twin buildings quivered as well. Zhang Chen felt two waves of surging softness rush against the back of his hands. Holy hell! Zhang Chen was startled by the sudden sensation, nearly causing the spiritual energy he'd summoned through his impersonation demon art to lose control. He hastily stabilized his state of mind and continued channeling spiritual energy. 2.5 hours later, the candlelight continued to flicker as Zhang Chen finally withdrew his hands, now thoroughly imbued with the fragrance of 2 large meat buns. The flush on Yun Zhongfeng's face seemed to have numbed long ago. Some color had returned to her complexion, yet she couldn't quite believe what had just transpired. She won't die for now. Take good care of her, and don't wander about. If you leave this cave dwelling, I won't be responsible for your lives anymore. Zhang Chen took a clean garment from his storage ring and handed it to Xiao Wei, then departed slowly. Inside the cave dwelling, Zhang Chen sat cross-legged in the main chamber, while Yun Zhongfeng and Xiao Wei were in a side room in another area. Within the main chamber, having completed the process of suppressing the poison for Yun Zhongfeng, Zhang Chen sat upon the jade bed and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid qi. This wretched system expected him to tend to 2 women, a truly exhausting task. That said, Yun Zhongfeng possessed an impressive figure. She must be older than himself by age. With that settled, Master Zhang could finally take a moment to sit and claim his system rewards. Congratulations, host. You have successfully saved the mermaid princess. Side quest completed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 4500 task points. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward Foundation Establishment Level Spiritual Energy Infusion. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Sea Heart Diamond Necklace. This necklace provides modest assistance to cultivation, but it is said the merfolk are deeply devoted to Sea Heart Diamonds. The host may also gift it to the mermaid princess to win her favor. Good luck, host. Zhang Chen, this damn system, is it sick in the head? Do I have to conquer every woman I meet? Isn't this wretched system following some harem protagonist route? Zhang Chen gazed at the blue and white necklace that had appeared in his hand. A gentle coolness washed over him, and he couldn't help but mutter his complaints against the ridiculous system. What kind of bizarre rewards are these? It was obvious the damn system wanted him to present this necklace to the mermaid princess. Sick. He had never even given a necklace to his senior sister, so why should he give one to that crybaby? Although the mermaid princess was indeed quite pretty, resembling an older version of Su Xin, the way she cried hysterically really got on his nerves. Zhang Chen put away the necklace and ignored it. As for the foundation establishment-level spiritual energy infusion, a familiar old actor Zhang Chen followed convention and expelled it from his body. Why is this damn system so stingy today? Only 4500 points when I nearly worked myself to death. Zhang Chen grumbled about the system's miserliness, but the system did not respond. Forget it. 4,500 would have to do, better than nothing. Zhang Chen opened the system panel again. Host Zhang Chen, age 21, cultivation peak of foundation establishment technique, sacred sun, heaven scorching, art, divine abilities, flame sun, fist, raging fire technique, azure flame, claw, Tian fan, domineering fist, immortal ascension, tribulation, secret fragment, x1. 16C heart, diamond necklace. Current main quest, complete the 3-year promise with Lu Rian. Current task points 240 side quest loading. Fuck. Already at the peak of foundation establishment, so soon. This guy must be cheating. Zhang Chen was genuinely startled. As expected of the protagonist template, his cultivation speed was remarkably fast, only slightly inferior to his former self. After adjusting his cultivation to the peak of foundation establishment, Zhang Chen tucked away the system and turned his gaze toward the adjacent side room. Yun Zhongfeng's poison was now under control, meaning she would not die for the time being. However, full recovery still required the divine nourishing grass mentioned by his senior sister. Yet divine nourishing grass was exceedingly rare, and Zhang Chen did not possess any. He dared not return to the heavenly demon sect to ask his senior sister for it. He was hardly willing to take such great risks for a single Yun Zhongfeng. The system only required him to take care of the mermaid princess. Yun Zhongfeng merely needed to survive for a short while. As for divine nourishing grass, Zhang Chen had no intention of seeking it out deliberately. Yun Zhongfeng was gravely injured and her cultivation had plummeted to that of an ordinary mortal. Neither she nor the others dared venture out and cause him trouble. Zhang Chen did not dwell on it further. As long as the two remained obedient and the next side quest triggered, all was well. He was also quite curious about what the subsequent task regarding the mermaid princess and Zhang Chen's true origins entailed. Zhang Chen gathered his thoughts and entered a cultivation state. Another night passed without incident. Over the following days, Zhang Chen remained in the main chamber of the cave, practicing without venturing out or visiting Yun Zhongfeng and the others. He had left them ample provisions so they would not starve. Thanks to Zhang Chen's earlier warnings, the two behaved themselves and did not dare disturb his cultivation. Until one morning, Zhang Chen's door was gently knocked upon. "Young Master Zhang, are you there?" came Xiao Wei's timid voice from outside. "What is it? Didn't I tell you not to disturb me lightly?" "Young Master Zhang, I'm sorry." Xiao Wei's voice grew even quieter from outside. "Sister Yin asked me to come. She hopes you could take a look." "What a nuisance. What does that woman want now?" Zhang Chen suddenly flung open the door, his face etched with impatience, startling Xiao Wei. Her delicate features flustered and her gill-like ears drooped as she dared not meet his gaze. Zhang Chen ignored her and walked directly into the side room, wanting to see what scheme this woman was brewing. Inside the side room, after several days of Xiao Wei's careful attention, Yun Zhongfeng's complexion had noticeably improved. Yet her lips remained purple, her cultivation unrestored, and her graceful figure seated cross-legged upon the jade bed emitted an indescribable, darkly enchanting beauty. "What is it? Seeking my company again, or do you want another massage?" Zhang Chen pushed the door open and teased shamelessly, his mask revealing not an ounce of restraint. "You pervert." Seeing Zhang Chen again stirred memories of their previous intimate encounter, and a blush spread across Yun Zhongfeng's cheeks. Being touched so intimately by a man, even one with her past as a soul transformation expert, left her feeling shy. The man before her had seen and touched nearly all of her upper body for nearly 3 hours. But the matter was already done, there was no point dwelling on it. Now she needed to find a way to restore her strength and leave with the young mermaid girl. Yun Zhongfeng stilled her troubled mind and forced herself to remain unaffected by Zhang Chen. "I thank you, fellow Taoist, for your assistance. Earlier you mentioned you had found a method to detoxify me. Could you lend your aid once more and send a message back to Qingyun's sect? If you are willing to help, Qingyun's sect will surely not forget your kindness." Yun Zhongfeng lowered herself as much as possible. At this point, the only one who could help her recover was this man who had already seen her body. If he could send a message to Qingyun's sect, the sect would certainly dispatch someone to aid her. Qingyun's sect's resources should be enough to tempt a lowly foundation establishment cultivator like him. I never imagined the dignified Yun Zhongfeng of the soul transformation realm would ever beg so humbly. Zhang Chen sneered. Some trivial Qingyun sect daring to claim they would not repay him. A demon disciple of the heavenly demon sect. Was this not absurd? Zhang Chen had no interest in such troublesome affairs. "You know my identity." Yun Zhongfeng instantly heightened her guard. Those who hunted her would certainly be offering generous rewards for her capture within the refining demon domain. The bounty offered would be undeniably tempting to a foundation establishment cultivator. Now that he had discovered her identity, he would surely hand her over in exchange for the reward. She was completely powerless to resist now. "Damn it. I do not look at me with those eyes. If I intended to hand you over, you would not still be alive." Zhang Chen spoke indifferently. "But do not mistake my kindness. I am not so virtuous as to send a message to Qing Yun's sect on your behalf. Moreover, even if Qing Yun's sect were to arrive, their resources would not be enough to save you. Even divine nourishing grass is not guaranteed, even in the supreme sects. Do not entertain such illusions about your insignificant Qing Yun sect. Zhang Chen's merciless words shattered Yun Zhongfeng's freshly formed hope. Divine nourishing grass. Yun Zhongfeng lowered her eyes. She naturally understood what Zhang Chen meant. Her poison required divine nourishing grass to be fully cured. As he said, this herb was exceedingly rare. Not even a handful existed across the entire continent, let alone in her Qing Yun sect. It seemed her poison truly had no cure. Even if Qing Yun's sect sent someone, it would make no difference. Her current state was merely a prolonged dying breath. She would perish before long. Despair flashed once more in Yun Zhongfeng's eyes. So stop dwelling on it, and stay put. Perhaps some miracle will occur. But if you do not behave and others from the Mad Dog sect discover you here, you know what will happen. Zhang Chen was about to warn Yun Zhongfeng once more not to cause him trouble when he heard a familiar voice from outside the cave. Elder, are you in the cave? Why does it smell so fragrant with a woman's scent here? Huh, who are you? Why are you in the elder's cave? Yun Zhongfeng was instantly alarmed, and Zhang Chen slapped his forehead in frustration. Fuck, why did this idiot dog have to show up now? Who are you? Why are you in the Lord's cave dwelling? Inside Zhang Chen's cave dwelling, Xiao Lubiao, with a fierce expression, directly grabbed Xiao Wei, who hadn't had time to return to the side room. He hadn't expected that just as he was about to visit the demon prince to see if he was comfortable, he would spot this sneaky little girl. And she's of the mermaid race. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to harm our lord? I'm not trying to harm young Master Zhang, Xiao Wei, who had no cultivation, was terrified by the sudden appearance of Xiao Lubiao. Her ears twitched frantically, trembling all over, unable to move in Xiao Lubiao's grip. Still trying to argue. I've never seen you in the Mad Dog sect. Tell me quickly what's your purpose. Otherwise I'll let her go, you stupid dog. Just as Xiao Lubiao was about to make a move against Xiao Wei, the door to the side room was violently pushed open. Zhang Chen let out a furious shout, his majestic gaze freezing Xiao Lubiao in place. Under the demon prince's pressure, Xiao Lubiao didn't dare move an inch and quickly set Xiao Wei down. Young Master Zhang. The rescued Xiao Wei, frightened, quickly ran behind Zhang Chen, clutching his arm tightly, still trembling incessantly. Only hiding behind Zhang Chen did she feel a sense of security. Didn't I say not to come disturb me casually? Zhang Chen stared coldly at Xiao Lubiao, clearly displeased by his sudden arrival. He had just warned Yun Zhongfeng, and now this stupid dog shows up, purely undermining him. He even suspected the guy did it on purpose. He didn't want others to know about Yun Zhongfeng and Xiao Wei's existence. Xiao Lubiao looked at Xiao Wei trembling behind Zhang Chen and heard Zhang Chen's cold voice. Though he didn't know why the Lord was wearing a mask in the cave during broad daylight, he instantly understood what was going on. The demon prince was keeping beauties hidden. Mermaid race. And more than one. My lord, I'm sorry, I didn't know she was your wife. I was blind and laid hands on your wife. Please forgive me, my lord. Xiao Lubiao quickly apologized, fearing Zhang Chen's wrath. No matter how stupid he was, he could see what the mermaid meant to the demon prince, and he only blamed himself for being too rash. As a man, Xiao Lubiao knew that the demon prince, while away from home, would have certain needs. And this mermaid with her stunning beauty was worthy of the handsome and gallant demon prince. But he hadn't expected the demon prince to be so vigorous as to keep two at once. Via his divine sense, Xiao Lubiao sensed another female presence in the room. Having been with countless women, he could tell from that aura alone that the woman inside was also of unrivaled beauty. Truly worthy of my demon prince. Xiao Lubiao looked at Zhang Chen with even more admiration. Xiao Lubiao only managed to snatch one married woman at a time, while the demon prince possessed two simultaneously. And he even wore a mask. How playful. What the heck? Zhang Chen looked at Xiao Lubiao's fawning expression and twitched the corner of his mouth. Though he didn't know what this guy was thinking, he just felt like slapping him. Xiao Wei blushed upon hearing Xiao Lubiao's address to her. She hadn't expected that the fierce man just now would become so docile before young Master Zhang. Who exactly was young Master Zhang? Knowing that such a powerful person treated him with such respect, Xiao Wei realized that Zhang Chen's identity was certainly not simple. Looking at Zhang Chen's broad back, her sense of security grew stronger, and her jade-like hand gripping his arm tightened further. Her soft body unconsciously pressed against Zhang Chen. Damn, how can this girl be so big too? Feeling the wave-like softness behind him, Zhang Chen was also taken aback. Though the girl looked only about 18, mermaids had extremely long lifespans, so she was likely much older than she appeared. Is there anything else? If not, leave. Don't come disturb me casually. Zhang Chen said coldly to Xiao Lubiao, not wanting this guy to discover Yun Zhongfeng's existence. My lord, I have no business. I just came to see if you're comfortable living here. Now that you have two ladies attending you, I'm reassured. I'll take my leave, my lord. Xiao Lubiao was tactful. His sudden visit must have interrupted the demon prince's enjoyment, so he better scram. Wait. Zhang Chen called out to Xiao Lubiao, who was about to leave. Don't let anyone know about the people here, understand? Hearing Zhang Chen's words from outside, Yun Zhongfeng inside the room was also stunned. Was this guy actually protecting her? Yes, my lord, rest assured, my lips are sealed. I won't be a blabbermouth like junior brother G. Chao Lubiao wore a knowing expression. Hearing the name Ji Lingfeng, Zhang Chen's face darkened, feeling a sense of foreboding. Also, how many times have I told you don't call me lord? All right, young master Zhang, my lord. Understanding the demon prince's preference, Chao Lubiao suddenly leaned close to Zhang Chen's ear, intending to play the generous host. My lord, if you have needs, I can arrange more for you. Do you like married women? If you do, I can. Get lost. Zhang Chen directly kicked this empty-headed fellow, and Chao Lubiao left rubbing his butt dejected. Zhang Chen watched him go, his expression sour. How on earth did this guy get into the heavenly demon sect? Suddenly Zhang Chen thought of something and called out again. Wait. What else does young master Zhang, my lord, command? Chao Lubiao rubbed his butt. Zhang Chen thought for a moment, not holding much hope, but asked anyway. Recently, have you heard any news about the herb, spirit solidifying grass, in this demon refining domain? Spirit solidifying grass. Why does my lord ask about that? Could my lord need it? Chao Lubiao was slightly startled. That's not your concern. Is there any or not? Spirit solidifying grass is a rare spiritual herb that is even of great use to void refinement cultivators. It rarely appears even in the demon refining domain. Chao Lubiao lowered his head in thought. However, my lord, you've asked at just the right time. There happens to be news of one in the demon refining domain recently. Oh, there really is one. Zhang Chen was also surprised. He had just asked casually, not expecting it to be true. Inside the room, Yun Zhongfeng was also startled and perked up her ears. She hadn't expected Zhang Chen to inquire about the whereabouts of spirit solidifying grass. Could this foundation establishment cultivator be asking for her sake? Where is it? Zhang Chen continued. I heard that one of the prizes in the Black God Arena this time is a spirit solidifying grass. Chao Lubiao answered honestly. Black God Arena. What is that place? The Black God Arena is a dark fighting arena. Every month, a dark competition is held, divided by cultivation base into foundation, establishment, golden core, and nascent soul arenas. There is no limit on participants, and life and death are not a concern. The last one standing wins a generous reward. Because the rewards are so generous, it's the most popular event in the demon refining domain. This month is the foundation establishment arena, and I heard the reward includes spirit solidifying grass. The value of spirit solidifying grass is immeasurable, so sign-ups for this month's foundation establishment arena are exceptionally fierce, attracting many outside cultivators. I see. Zhang Chen nodded. But my lord, I believe there's something fishy about this month's foundation establishment arena. I advise you not to get too involved. Chao Lubiao knew that with the demon prince's status, if he returned to the heavenly demon sect, obtaining this spirit solidifying grass wouldn't be difficult, yet he still warned. What do you mean? Zhang Chen was puzzled. I have a feeling that this spirit solidifying grass as a reward is a deliberate bait set by some big shot in the demon refining domain to capture a certain person. That person should be the one I mentioned to you last time. Yun Zhongfeng. Yun Zhongfeng. Zhang Chen frowned as he listened to Chao Lubiao's explanation, unconsciously fixing his gaze on Chao Lubiao again. In the side room, Yun Zhongfeng's heart tightened involuntarily. Xiao Wei's grip on Zhang Chen's shoulder grew firmer, and the air in the cave dwelling seemed to grow still. And how did you come by this information? Sensing no abnormality in Chao Lubiao's demeanor, Zhang Chen's expression eased slightly as he asked again. Think about it, my lord. Why would such a precious treasure be offered as a prize in this mere foundation establishment arena, instead of being placed in the higher-level Golden Core Arena, or even the nascent Soul Arena? Although the Black God Arena claims it's to attract more outsiders and boost the demon refining domain's reputation, I feel there's definitely more to it. What reputation does the demon refining domain need? Chao Lubiao, unaware of the shift in Zhang Chen's eyes behind the mask, explained earnestly. So I suspect the Black God Arena has ulterior motives, otherwise they wouldn't offer something so valuable as a prize for the foundation establishment arena. Behind the Black God Arena stands the Black God Mansion, the strongest power in the demon refining domain. Moreover, I've noticed that bounty posters for Yun Zhongfeng have appeared in the demon refining domain these days, and the faction issuing them is precisely the Black God Mansion. And they seem to be in a hurry. Piecing together all these anomalies, I deduce that the Soul Steadfast Herb is bait thrown out by the Black God Mansion. As for Yun Zhongfeng, having escaped the Black God Mansion's pursuit, she must be severely wounded and in urgent need of medical treatment. The Soul Steadfast Herb is remarkably effective even for divine transformation stage injuries, so they intend to use it to lure out Yun Zhongfeng's whereabouts. Even if Yun Zhongfeng doesn't act personally, she'll entrust someone else to do it. Though the Black God Mansion covered their tracks, while I saw through it at a glance. Huh. Chao Lubiao wore an expression of shrewd cunning, quite proud of himself. Such meticulous reasoning, he thought, would surely earn him the demon prince's newfound respect. All thanks to Xie Bruo for analyzing it for him in advance. Good one, Xie Bruo. Truly a talent worth valuing. He'd have to put more effort into helping him find his wife's whereabouts. Zhang Chen looked at the smug Chao Lubiao with some surprise. He hadn't expected this seemingly dim-witted fellow to possess such a meticulous side. But Zhang Chen also knew that whatever Chao Lubiao could deduce other factions, and that Black God Mansion would surely figure out as well. The Black God Mansion was probably well aware that even knowing the Soul Steadfast Herb was a lure, the severely wounded Yun Zhongfeng would still risk everything to obtain it. Even if Yun Zhongfeng made no move in the Foundation Establishment Arena, the Black God Mansion would set the same bait in the subsequent Golden Core and Nascent Soul arenas. The Black God Mansion knew best the extent of Yun Zhongfeng's injuries. As long as she wanted to escape with that little mermaid alive, she would have to make a move. Only they didn't know that the current Yun Zhongfeng was in Zhang Chen's hands, unable to go anywhere. But why was the Black God Mansion so desperate to find Yun Zhongfeng? What had she taken from them? Could it be this mermaid princess? Zhang Chen pondered, turning to look at Xiao Wei, who was still clutching his arm tightly. Still somewhat frightened, Xiao Wei lowered her head as Zhang Chen stared at her in silence, a faint blush coloring her cheeks, and her two gill-like ears drooped. What secrets does this girl carry? Just as Zhang Chen was deliberating whether to avoid unnecessary trouble, the system's voice echoed again in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a new side quest. Participate in this month's Black God Arena and emerge victorious. The system has detected that this month happens to be the Foundation Establishment Arena of the Black God Arena. The host meets the participation conditions. The Black God Arena is extremely perilous, making it the optimal choice for honing the host's strength, and it offers generous rewards. Note: the Black God Arena is teeming with masters and fraught with danger. The host must prioritize personal safety. The host may also choose to decline this task. Damn it, you wretched system, you did this on purpose. Zhang Chen cursed inwardly upon seeing the system's prompt. He was still hesitating over whether to participate, and this wretched system had to jump out at this very moment to tempt him. Definitely intentional. And it claimed it was for his own training. Wasn't it clearly pushing him to save that woman Yun Zhongfeng? My lord, the Black God Mansion is the top power in the demon refining domain, with multiple divine transformation stage experts. Even Yun Zhongfeng ended up with a bounty on her head, so I felt compelled to warn you to avoid unnecessary trouble. Seeing Zhang Chen's silent, Xiao Lubiao reminded him again. After this warning, the Demon Prince should have no more ideas, right? Although he knew the Demon Prince wasn't afraid of divine transformation experts, the prince was now in his territory, so he naturally wanted to keep him away from danger. But on second thought, Xiao Lubiao felt his worry was unnecessary. Would the noble Demon Prince of the first demon sect ever stoop to participate in a mere Foundation Establishment Arena for a single soul steadfast herb? Ridiculous. The Demon Prince was a dignified nascent soul cultivator. What business did he have competing in an ant-like Foundation Establishment match? That would be sheer madness. Besides, the Demon Prince had no need to join such a trivial contest for a soul steadfast herb. The one who truly needed it now was Yun Zhongfeng, who was hiding somewhere unknown. Unless the other lady who had remained hidden in the side room was Yun Zhongfeng. Apart from that scenario, Xiao Lubiao could think of no reason for the Demon Prince to participate in that Foundation Establishment Arena. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xiao Lubiao couldn't help but laugh at his own absurd notion. The Demon Prince was no ordinary man. Why would he harbor a righteous divine transformation stage cultivator? Even if it were true the Demon Prince could easily obtain a soul steadfast herb by returning to the sect, why bother with such a Foundation Establishment Arena? Unless the Demon Prince had some peculiar hobby. What are you muttering about? Get going. Zhang Chen, who was already irritated by Xiao Lubiao's darting eyes, kicked him again for no reason. Right away, I'll be off. I won't disturb you, and the two ladies rest. Xiao Lubiao rubbed his rear, unsure why the Demon Prince had kicked him again, but he felt pleased. The fact that the Demon Prince kicked him so casually meant he now considered Xiao Lubiao one of his own. And judging by the look of things, the Demon Prince would probably not participate in the Black God Arena after all. Xiao Lubiao finally left with relief. As his figure disappeared, the cave dwelling fell silent again, and the side room's door was gently pushed open. Yun Zhongfeng, frail and leaning against the doorframe as if she might collapse at any moment, her stunning face and beautiful eyes fixed on the broad back, before her a complex expression in her gaze. For a long time she remained silent. Inside the cave dwelling, Yun Zhongfeng struggled to support herself against the door, her voice weak, and her beautiful eyes fixed on Zhang Chen's retreating figure on the verge of collapsing. The instinct to survive drove her to stand, clinging to the faint, almost non-existent hope as she watched Zhang Chen. She did not know why the man had asked about the soul-securing herb earlier. Was it truly for her sake? Would he go to participate? Though Yun Zhongfeng harbored that sliver of longing, she did not voice the question. Not only because of the pride she once held as a divine transformation cultivator, but also because she knew how slim the hope was. Elder sister Yun. Seeing Yun Zhongfeng emerge, Xiao Wei rushed to support her, afraid she might collapse from her injuries. At the same time, she looked at Zhang Chen with a complicated gaze. She too wished that young Master Zhang could save elder sister Yun, but from Xiao Lubiao's words earlier, she knew that participating in the Haitian arena meant certain death. Only one person could survive in the end. And this was within the Lianma domain. Joining would be no different from seeking death. Thus she dared not speak. Naturally, Zhang Chen also noticed Yun Zhongfeng behind him and understood what both were thinking, yet he remained standing still, not turning around, silent for a long moment. The air seemed to freeze. Seeing this, Yun Zhongfeng already had her answer. But she felt no disappointment, only a sense of relief. Yes, what right did she have to expect this man to enter the arena for her? After all, there was no special bond between them. His willingness to help control the spread of the toxin was already the greatest kindness. Who would willingly risk death for a stranger just to obtain a single medicinal herb? Yun Zhongfeng's pale lips were tinged purple and beads of sweat rolled down her cheeks. Simply standing had drained all her strength. From the conversation between the two men, she gathered that the masked man's identity and status were far from ordinary, perhaps a scion of a major sect or clan, but ultimately he was only at the foundation establishment stage. Within the Lianma domain, those who dared to participate in the Haitian arena were undoubtedly among the most terrifying foundation establishment cultivators, and half-step golden core practitioners were certainly not few. Even if this man were exceptionally gifted, his chances of survival were slim. Moreover, they all knew this arena was a trap set by the Haitian mansion. Even if the man managed to survive and obtain the soul-securing herb, he would surely be hunted down by the Haitian mansion. Yun Zhongfeng was well aware of the terrifying power of the Haitian mansion. If they set their sights on him, even with the nascent soul demonic cultivator guard he had earlier, he would certainly not escape death. With all these factors, if the man participated, his fate would be certain doom. Yun Zhongfeng looked at Zhang Chen, a glimmer of despair in her eyes. Joining the arena was no different from seeking death, and she had no right to demand that Zhang Chen sacrifice himself for her. Even though the man had seen her body, there was no special relationship between them. Even a close Dao partner facing such a situation would not willingly go to their death for the other. She would not foolishly believe that simply because he had seen her body this man would die for her. I have lost my composure, fellow Daoist. Seeing that Zhang Chen did not turn around or nod, Yun Zhongfeng realized her survival instinct had made her lose her poise. She softly apologized, biting her lip to force herself to appear less fragile. Shall we let us return to our room? Knowing her current state was merely a lingering breath, Yun Zhongfeng spoke with a sense of resigned acceptance, letting Xiao Wei help her back. Elder sister Yun, take it slowly. Xiao Wei gently supported Yun Zhongfeng, cast one last glance at Zhang Chen, her eyes glistening with starlight, paused for a moment, then slowly turned away. The entire cave dwelling was silent save for faint breaths and the two lonely figures. I give up. A helpless sigh sounded. Damn it, this dog system obviously wants me to go and get that soul-securing herb to save Yun Zhongfeng. Zhang Chen silently cursed the dog system, his expression beneath the mask extremely unpleasant. Choice. The mission points were right there. What else was there to choose? Might as well crush the weak. Zhang Chen accepted the dog system's side mission without hesitation. Even if it was a trap, he would go for the mission points. Moreover, with his current cultivation level, even facing a divine transformation cultivator from the Haitian mansion, he was not afraid. Even if he couldn't defeat them, he could retreat unscathed. Although a nascent soul cultivator like him attending the Foundation establishment arena was somewhat beneath his dignity. But it was Zhang Chen attending. What did that have to do with him? I need to go out for a while. You two stay here obediently, and don't go anywhere, understand? Zhang Chen did not look back at the two pitiful figures behind him. He slowly stepped forward, but his calm words froze them in place. Going out for a while. Did he mean to? You're going to participate? Yun Zhongfeng's mind reeled. She turned around with difficulty, staring at Zhang Chen, unable to believe it. Zhang Chen nodded lightly. Yun Zhongfeng's eyes grew hazy, and her heart skipped a beat. For the first time, her cold, beautiful face showed disbelief, as if she had misheard. This arena of certain death. This man was actually going to participate just to help her get the soul-securing herb. Why? Yun Zhongfeng could not believe that a man whose face she hadn't even seen would willingly die for her. Was it simply because he had seen her body? Young Master Zhang, are you really going? Xiao Wei also could not believe that he would actually go, even though elder sister Yun truly needed the soul-securing herb. But if young Master Zhang participated, he might really die? Xiao Wei's eyes wavered, her fishgill ears twitching, and tears threatened to spill. All right, if you dare cry, I won't go. Zhang Chen turned back and warned the crybaby coldly. Xiao Wei quickly clamped her mouth shut, not daring to make a sound, but tears kept streaming down. And you don't overthink things. I have no interest in you. I am participating for my own reasons, not for you. Zhang Chen looked at Yun Zhongfeng and spoke indifferently. I see. That's how it is. Yun Zhongfeng's expression finally calmed, but she still found it somewhat incredible. But recalling Zhang Chen's attitude toward her earlier, she knew the cold young man was not lying. He was doing it for himself. Yet why did she feel a trace of disappointment? Enough. I warn you both, stay put here. Especially you. If you dare make another sound of crying, I'll throw you out. Zhang Chen gave one final warning to Xiao Wei, who was cowering behind, then, without any hesitation, turned to leave the cave. Young Master Zhang, wait. This time it was Yun Zhongfeng who called him back. His actions had changed her address for him. Something else. Zhang Chen stopped, but did not turn around. Yun Zhongfeng looked at Zhang Chen's back, her mind swirling with thoughts. Though she had called out to him, she could not speak for a long moment. She had never felt this way about any man. Take care of yourself. Like you need to tell me. Zhang Chen tossed back coldly and strode out of the cave without looking back. Lianma Domain Haitian Arena front desk of the lobby. If you're sure to participate, sign this life and death agreement. A seductive woman looking at the masked man before her casually tossed him a scroll. You can choose not to sign your real name or not sign at all. After all, only one can survive in the end. This is just a formality. The woman was clearly impatient, knowing that this Foundation Establishment Peak fellow probably wouldn't make it. There were plenty of half-step golden core cultivators. This Foundation Establishment Peak was nothing but cannon fodder to fill the numbers. Every month, this arena competition attracted such fools who overestimated themselves and came for the generous rewards. Zhang Chen ignored the woman, tore up the agreement directly, snatched the competition token from her hand, and walked straight in. You're about to die. What are you so proud of? The ignored woman's face turned ugly, but she couldn't catch up to Zhang Chen, so she could only stomp her feet in anger. The Haitian arena, like a coliseum spanning several li, was already packed with a sea of spectators bustling with excitement and a cacophony of sounds. As the most grand event each month in Lianma domain, cultivators from all major and minor factions and independent cultivators had come, not only to watch these cultivators fight to the death, but also to gamble. They would stake their treasures betting on who would be the final victor. This was much faster than the usual plundering and killing in Lianma domain. Before the competition began, everyone's eyes were fixed on the contestants' preparation area, assessing each participant's strength, hoping to win a bet. Zhang Chen slowly walked into the preparation area, found a corner in the bustling crowd, sat down, and observed. Nearly 200 Foundation Establishment cultivators, nearly half of them half-step golden core. Some came from various factions within Lianma domain, while many others came from outside, attracted by the rewards. All were ferocious, glaring coldly at those beside them. In this arena, only one could survive, so everyone was an enemy. Some who already had grudges began to exchange divine abilities, and if not for the Haitian arena staff, holding them back, half would have died before the competition even started. Zhang Chen was extremely inconspicuous among them. With a secret treasure hiding his cultivation level, he had no worry about exposing his identity. No one paid him any attention, except for one person in the stands. Hey, isn't that the Demon Prince? Why is he here? Chao Lubiao, who had come to watch the match casually, was dumbfounded. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, wondering if he was mistaken. No. Demon Prince, you're really here. A dignified Demon Prince of the Tianma sect, a nascent soul cultivator, how could he join this Foundation Establishment arena? Isn't this bullying? Could it be, as Junior Brother G said, that the Demon Prince really has some special hobby? Chao Lubiao suddenly realized. It seemed the rumors were true. But he dared not speak out nor send a message to Zhang Chen. He could only secretly add his bet, wagering all his possessions on Zhang Chen, because the earlier the bet, the higher the odds. Chao Lubiao was overjoyed. This time he would hit the jackpot. Demon Prince, enjoy yourself as you please. At the same time, Zhang Chen also noticed that fool Chao Lubiao, but paid him no mind. Instead, he looked toward the center of the stands at a box exclusively belonging to the Haitian manor. So these are the ones who hunted Yun Zhongfeng. Zhang Chen cautiously extended his divine sense, roughly assessing the strength of the few people in the box, 2 late nascent soul cultivators. Zhang Chen knew that this arena was merely a minor skirmish. The real main course would come after the competition. If he obtained the spirit solidifying herb, these two would surely make a move. Although no soul transformation cultivators had appeared, yet he must not let his guard down. Meanwhile, inside the box, 2 old men were also staring intently at the preparation area, their expressions grave. Old fan, did you just feel like someone was watching us? One of them asked. Really? I didn't feel anything. Old Lin, did you not sleep well last night and started hallucinating from fatigue? The other laughed, dismissively, clearly impatient with the task assigned to him. Do you think Yun Zhongfeng would be stupid enough to actually participate? I really don't understand what the Manor Lord is thinking. I hope you can tell the Manor Lord that to his face next time. Old Fan was also displeased with the other's attitude. The Manor Lord has his own thoughts. We just need to watch for any suspicious individuals. Hearing that Old Fan might report him, Old Lin also became serious. He knew well the Manor Lord's methods. So far, nothing suspicious. Let's keep watching. Old Lin cast a cold glance at the preparation area, again sneering. These ants don't really think they can get the spirit solidifying herb if they win, do they? Even a treasure that would tempt a soul transformation cultivator, given as a prize to these ants. Dream on. Even if they got it, these ridiculous ants had no idea what they would face. Fellow cultivators, thank you for your patience. After a month of waiting, we usher in the grand event of Lianma domain. Now let us welcome our 200 brave contestants. Before long, after the host's announcement, the arena competition finally began. The crowd of over 200 slowly entered, each on high alert, glaring at those beside them, eyes filled with a thirst for blood. The venue erupted with thunderous cheers. Zhang Chen stood among them, without a trace of nervousness, feeling almost sleepy. Then let the competition begin. With the host's command, countless demonic energy and spiritual energy erupted from the arena, and the 200 cultivators plunged into chaos. Kill. In an instant, a thick smell of blood spread wildly. The melee of 200 Foundation Establishment experts turned the entire arena into a ruthless meat grinder, with countless severed limbs and flesh flying everywhere. Everyone was bloodthirsty, indiscriminately attacking those around them. Countless shouts and screams intertwined. The scene was horrifically brutal. Kill. Kill them all. Well done. That's my pick. Damn it, this dog died so fast, what a useless waste. In contrast to the cries of agony on the field, the cheers from the stands were even more fervent. They showed no mercy for the brutal slaughter scene. They only cared whether their bet contestant was killing fiercely enough. Yang Li is truly the strongest foundation establishment cultivator of our Shui sect. He has already killed 10 people, and no one has been able to withstand even one of his divine abilities. He's definitely going to be first this time. We're rich. Among the audience, a fierce-looking man's voice was particularly harsh, drawing sidelong glances from those nearby, but after recognizing his face, they all dared not speak up. Because this man was none other than Zhang Dafa, the sect master of Shui sect, and a nascent soul expert. Those around him not only feared his terrifying cultivation, but also his fiery temper. It was said that after his wife was taken by the insane sect master of the Fungo sect, his temper became even worse. He would kill at the slightest provocation, even his own sect members. Who would dare to speak up? Well done, Yang Li. Zhang Dafa was extremely excited. Ever since his wife was taken, he had been depressed for a long time, but today he finally felt vindicated. How could he not be excited? At this moment, Yang Li was also killing madly, the people around him falling like chopped vegetables. Who else? Yang Li, half a step into Golden Core, was like a ghost in an empty land. Hearing his sect master's praise, he grew even more excited, roaring to the sky with pride, and set his sights on a masked man not far away. Yang Li cut him down. This foundation establishment peak looks like a fool, and wearing a mask pretending to be a master. Chop him into mincemeat. Zhang Dafa for some reason felt anger at the sight of that masked guy. Kill. He was full of confidence. Yang Li would surely take first place, unstoppable. Then he saw his most prized disciple Yang Li turned into a pile of pinkish blood foam under the masked man's hand. On the spectator stand, Zhang Dafa stared at the pile of blood and flesh that had been Yang Li. His voice was cut off abruptly, his eyes vacant, his body frozen, and his mouth agape. He clearly had not yet processed what had just happened. Idiot. Chao Lubiao saw the fool from a distance and mocked him without concealment. This guy truly didn't know his place. A mere foundation establishment cultivator daring to make a move against the demon son. Absolutely laughable. What just happened? It wasn't just Zhang Dafa. Many spectators were also stunned by Zhang Chen's terrifying methods. They had all assumed the masked man was doomed, yet somehow it was Yang Li who had been reduced to a pulp. A half-step Golden Core cultivator had been instantly killed by a mere peak foundation establishment cultivator. He didn't even have a chance to fight back. Who exactly is this masked man? I've never seen him before. Is he from outside? With such terrifying strength, he might actually be able to win the championship. What a pity I didn't bet on him. Is it too late to change my wager now? Many spectators on the stand grew curious about Zhang Chen's identity, while others lamented not having bet on this dark horse contestant. Find out where this brat came from. Zhang Dafa had also snapped out of his shock by now, staring intently at Zhang Chen with icy eyes as he spoke to the subordinates beside him. This unknown brat had just killed the one he expected to win the championship. How could he let this slide? Even if the brat survived without a powerful background, there was no way he was leaving the demon refining domain alive. And that Chao thief from the Mad Dog sect. I saw him. He won't get away after leaving the arena. Notify the other sects. We've finally caught him. Zhang Dafa looked towards Chao Lubiao's direction, his face dark and contorted with rage. Chao Lubiao, however, looked back at him as if he were an idiot. Back on the arena floor, Zhang Chen slowly withdrew the fiery spiritual energy in his hand and let out a breath, ignoring Yang Li, who had been reduced to a pile of mangled flesh. Admittedly, the spiritual energy manifested through simulated demonic arts couldn't compare to true demonic chi, but it was passable. It was more than enough for crushing these small fry. For a foundation establishment arena like this, Zhang Chen didn't need to make a move proactively, but he also wouldn't openly reveal his nascent soul cultivation. Because Zhang Chen couldn't be certain if a spirit transformation stage cultivator was nearby in the Black God Mansion. He didn't want any complications that could jeopardize his mission. The surrounding participating cultivators were also stunned by Zhang Chen's terrifying methods. A half-step Golden Core cultivator who had been slaughtering crazily moments before was turned into pulp in an instant. Such terrifying methods were enough to keep even those who had been in the demon refining domain for years from daring to approach him. Wouldn't that be courting death? For a time, the slaughter continued on the field. Screams rose one after another. The number of people still standing dwindled, and blood flowed like a small stream. Yet no one dared to get near Zhang Chen's area. They all feared this mysterious masked man. At this rate, Zhang Chen could become the champion without even lifting a finger. But as the number of people on the field dwindled, the remaining contestants began to realize this too. If they didn't eliminate the masked man first, they stood absolutely no chance. Several half-step Golden Core cultivators fighting near Zhang Chen suddenly ceased their divine abilities, their eyes shifting subtly as they simultaneously looked towards Zhang Chen, reaching an unspoken consensus. Only by joining forces to eliminate the strongest one on the field first could the rest of them hope to survive. The next second, several terrifying divine abilities shot towards Zhang Chen simultaneously. Each one could instantly kill a peak foundation establishment cultivator, and their combined force would make even a golden core cultivator sweat. Haha, this brat is dead for sure. Seeing this, Jiang Dafa's previously furious face twisted into a cold sneer. Even a golden core cultivator would need to avoid that attack. No matter how strong this brat was, he was doomed. Once this brat died, it would somewhat avenge the killing of Yangli earlier. He had originally thought that if the brat won, he'd have to exert some effort to kill him, but it seemed that wouldn't be necessary now. Even many spectators were already shaking their heads, pitying Zhang Chen. What a shame. They had thought that if this guy survived, they could bet on him in the next foundation establishment arena and make a tidy profit. In their eyes, facing the siege of so many half-step golden core cultivators, Zhang Chen, with only his peak foundation establishment cultivation, was as good as dead. Die. The several cultivators besieging Zhang Chen had bloodshot eyes and unleashed their full power against him. They were about to blast him into pieces. But facing this terrifying attack, Zhang Chen remained still, no emotion flickering beneath his mask. This was right, this was the feeling he needed. It would make the system believe he, the demon son, had gone through a harrowing ordeal. Whoosh! A flame formed in Zhang Chen's palm. With a casual wave, a terrifying fire dragon instantly engulfed the incoming attackers. The several divine abilities were extinguished by the searing flames. Accompanied by miserable shrieks, those half-step golden core cultivators were turned into charred corpses. For a moment, all spectators' eyes widened, and the entire venue fell into a brief silence due to Zhang Chen's terrifying divine ability. Then earth-shattering roars erupted. There was no pity in their eyes for the fallen, only frenzied acknowledgement of Zhang Chen's power. Well-killed, masked man. So powerful. When did such a fierce fighter appear in our demon refining domain? I've never seen him before. Remember his mask. If he comes next time, I'll bet on him without hesitation. My entire fortune. Keep going, masked man. Kill them all. The championship is yours. Anyone who bet on you is making a killing. Countless spectators seemed to have fallen into a frenzy, screaming wildly, their eyes filled with a thirst for blood and slaughter. Chao Lubiao, mixed in the crowd, was ecstatic, his heart laughing with glee. Jackpot! Jackpot! As expected of the demon son, even crushing small fry, is this impressive. Zhang Chen, the focus of all the spectators, simply extinguished the flame in his hand, his mood barely stirring. He couldn't understand what all these people were shouting about. Meanwhile, in the private booth of the Black God Mansion, two old men were also frowning slightly, their gazes fixed on the relaxed Zhang Chen on the field, their eyes flickering with thought. Old fan, what do you make of this kid? Old Lin spoke slowly. His cultivation is definitely at the foundation establishment stage, but he's comparable to some golden core cultivators. And he wears a mask. It's indeed suspicious. Old fan stared intently at Zhang Chen, sweeping his divine sense over him, confirming that the masked man wasn't hiding his cultivation. Let's wait and see. We're not sure if he's connected to that Yun Zhongfeng yet, but I have a feeling he's not that simple. Once he gets the spirit-solidifying herb, we follow him. The two men nodded in unison, their eyes turning cold as they observed the field again. On the arena, Zhang Chen just stood silently, wisps of green smoke still rising from the charred corpses around him. He didn't make another move, but the remaining dozen or so foundation establishment cultivators on the field were scared out of their wits. It was almost their first time participating in the arena. Who would have thought such a terrifying person would appear? They instantly lost their will to fight. Even if they attacked together, they'd only end up like the others. They just wanted to run for their lives now. I forfeit. I'm not fighting anymore. I quit. The remaining contestants were trembling with fear, shouting to withdraw. But the moment they spoke, several figures flew out from nowhere, appearing before them in an instant. You signed a life and death contract and still want to forfeit. The remaining contestants, terrified to the extreme, felt their legs tremble in the presence of these sudden arrivals. Golden Core stage. Before they could react, one of the Golden Core cultivators spoke coldly. Kill them all. Several flashes of light passed, and the remaining dozen or so were decapitated, none spared. Only Zhang Chen remained on the field. This was the Black God Arena. There could only be one victor, and forfeiture was punishable by death. Let us congratulate this month's new Foundation Establishment champion, the Masked Man. As the match ended, the announcer's voice boomed. Since Zhang Chen hadn't given his name, he didn't know what to call him, and had to use Masked Man instead. But it couldn't dampen the spectators' fervor. Congratulations, host, for claiming victory in the Black God Arena's Foundation Establishment Division after a fierce battle. Side mission complete. Calculating mission rewards. Ignoring the roaring cheers, Zhang Chen dusted himself off, walked out of the arena, collected the victor's prize, and calmly made his way out of the Black God Arena. He knew the spirit-solidifying herb was just an appetizer. The real main course was still to come. In the Black God Mansion's private booth, the two old men exchanged a glance, nodded, slowly looked in the direction Zhang Chen had gone, and their figures vanished. Lord Demon Prince, wait for me. I can't keep up. In a small mountain forest of the demon refining domain, Chao Lubiao arrived, riding a beam of light, and excitedly caught up to the man in front. It was Zhang Chen, wearing a mask, who had obtained the spirit-solidifying herb from the Black God Arena. You dumb dog, don't follow me. Zhang Chen clearly didn't want to bother with this fool, and quietly continued on his way. If not for the sake of being fellow disciples, he would have wanted to kill this fool right now. He knew that this journey would not be easy. Lord Demon Prince, how majestic. That flame technique was masterfully executed. I've made a killing today, thanks to you, my lord. Our Mad Dog sect won't worry about expenses for the next few years. Zhang Chen wore a mask, and the single-minded Chao Lubiao seemed not to notice Zhang Chen's change in expression, still talking to himself. Although he didn't know why the Demon Prince had come to crush the weak, or if he had some strange fetish, it didn't matter. He had won big. He had never made so much before the Demon Prince came. Indeed, the Demon Prince was good to him. But he also knew that the Demon Prince must have attracted many people's attention. As a disciple of the Heavenly Demon sect, he naturally had to protect the Demon Prince's safety without hesitation. Such a good opportunity to show off. Even if the Demon Prince drove him away, he wouldn't leave. Faced with Chao Lubiao's flattery, Zhang Chen's face darkened, and he warned, "If you dare tell anyone about today, you'll never be able to return to the Heavenly Demon sect. Rest assured, Lord Demon Prince, my lips are the tightest in the Heavenly Demon sect. Even if the sect master or the patriarch interrogates me personally, Chao Lubiao will not utter a single word about the Demon Prince's crusade today." Huh. Facing Chao Lubiao's guarantee while patting his chest, Zhang Chen's face grew even darker. He felt like he had heard that line somewhere before. Oh well, he would deal with him after this was over. Zhang Chen ignored this dumb dog and continued on his way with Chao Lubiao following closely behind. In the small mountain forest, it was silent. Two figures dashed swiftly, stirring up falling leaves. Suddenly, the startled cry of a demon bird rang out. Zhang Chen and the other stopped, staring ahead quietly. A terrifying nascent soul aura was approaching them. "Chao the traitor, where do you think you're going today?" A loud voice tore through the sky. A fierce-faced man appeared above the two, glaring at them intently. He stared especially at Chao Lubiao as if wanting to devour him alive. Chao Lubiao was also surprised. How did this guy show up? "So it's you, old man. Ha, I thought it was someone else." Chao Lubiao looked at Jiang Dafa with a contemptuous sneer. Zhang Chen was also confused. This guy's aura didn't resemble those two from the Black God Mansion. Where did he come from? "Your friend?" Zhang Chen asked Chao Lubiao. This guy didn't seem very smart. "Ha, not really. Just an acquaintance. I stole his wife, that's all." "He's the sect master of the Blood-Clothed sect." Chao Lubiao answered with some embarrassment, not expecting this guy to come blocking the way. Zhang Chen understood. It was this dumb dog's enemy who had come knocking first. "So you're with this kid? Good, saves me the trouble of finding you." Seeing the two still chatting and laughing, Jiang Dafa grew even angrier. He stared coldly at them, his late nascent soul cultivation unmistakably revealed. He didn't expect that this Chao the traitor was with the masked kid. No wonder the usually elusive Chao Lubiao had appeared openly at the Black God Arena. He must have come to place bets for this kid. Perfect. He could wipe them all out in one go. Originally, he only wanted to avenge the theft of his wife and regain his pride, but he never expected such an unexpected windfall. This kid had obtained rich rewards, even including the spirit-solidifying herb that would make even divine transformation cultivators envious. That Chao the traitor must have made a fortune from betting. Now it would all be his. Heaven was not unkind to him. Originally, as a dignified nascent soul cultivator, he had his wife stolen, which made him lose face in the demon refining domain for a long time. Now he could not only take revenge, but also gain such unexpected spoils. Jiang Dafa's eyes showed greed. "Die!" Without any hesitation, Jiang Dafa erupted with terrifying spiritual energy and attacked the two, causing space to tremble. "You with your paltry skills dare to attack us?" Chao Lubiao didn't take Jiang Dafa seriously at all. Instead, he was excited. The chance to show off in front of the Demon Prince had come. A terrifying demonic aura erupted from Chao Lubiao, and he directly kicked Jiang Dafa flying. Having cultivated the demon art of stealing wives, he had never seen Jiang Dafa as a threat. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so brazenly stolen his wife to cultivate. To be honest, your wife is really something. Chao Lubiao, surrounded by demonic chi, wore a sinister smile, looking down on the knockback Jiang Dafa. He clearly didn't give a damn about Jiang Dafa. "You? Outrageous." The knockback Jiang Dafa had blood trickling from his mouth, clutching his chest, clearly outmatched. He was also nearly fuming from Chao Lubiao's blatant mockery. But then he suddenly calmed down and sneered. "You didn't think I was the only one coming to ambush you, did you? What?" Chao Lubiao felt a sense of foreboding at Jiang Dafa's sneer. "Fellow Taoists, all come out. Today we wipe out Chao the traitor together." As Jiang Dafa's voice fell, several figures with terrifying auras suddenly appeared, glaring at Chao Lubiao and Zhang Chen. Seeing these suddenly appearing nascent soul cultivators, Chao Lubiao felt a chill. Damn, how did all these guys come? The sect master of Xuanhe Gate, the chief of Wolf Fong Gang, the president of Gentle Wind Association, the lord of Shaking Tiger Territory. All those whose wives he had stolen had come. What kind of day was this? Zhang Chen also found it absurd. How many people's wives had this guy stolen? To be hated like this was unprecedented. Everyone, let's act together. Today is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Finally, we can rid the demon refining domain of this scourge. The sect master of the Blood-Clothed sect looked righteous and solemn. He had finally waited for this chance, uniting all the victims to eliminate Chao the traitor. Good. First eliminate this Chow the traitor. As for the things on that kid, we'll distribute them later. The several victims were all indignant, and under the hatred of the stolen wives, these previously heinous individuals were now unprecedentedly united. Die? Chow the traitor. Several terrifying streams of spiritual energy and demonic qi erupted together, surging towards Chow Lubiao and Zhang Chen, causing the entire ground to tremble. Lord, you go first. These riffraff don't require your hand. I'll deal with them. Facing so many late nascent soul cultivators, Chow Lubiao showed no fear. It was all about the desire to show off in front of the demon prince. Are you sure? With so many nascent soul cultivators, Zhang Chen couldn't help but doubt. Was this guy really that strong? Don't worry, trust me, my lord. After all, I am a direct disciple of the peak lord of the third peak of the heavenly demon sect. These losers can't hurt me. Seeing Chow Lubiao guarantee with a pat on his chest, Zhang Chen had no choice but to believe him. He didn't act, and instead turned to leave. He knew that what he had to face was not just these few late nascent soul cultivators. Ha ha, come at me all together. Seeing Zhang Chen far away, Chow Lubiao finally felt relieved. Facing the earth-shattering divine abilities of these several late nascent soul cultivators, he was fearless. In his life, he had never felt so refreshed. Your wives are all excellent. Chow Lubiao, surrounded by terrifying demonic qi, shouted, madly domineering and majestic, his demonic qi surging to the heavens as he faced the abilities of several opponents. The next second, a terrifying explosion sounded. Chow Lubiao was sent flying backwards and fell disgracefully in front of Zhang Chen.